Hinata gasped softly. So the scroll was with Naruto-kun all along. Aikino-shun had already taken it and stored it in his space, but then he took it out again and handed it to Hinata. Why don't you touch it too? Hinata gently grasped the thick scroll. The warmth of Aikino-shun's palm still lingered on it. On the other side, Sasuke was calmly arranging tactics. Hinata and Aikino-shun rush at full speed toward the tall tower. If you encounter the enemy and cannot engage, strike quickly and decisively to seize the scroll. If you run into Niji or Gaara's team, withdraw immediately. Do not get entangled. Understood. Understand my foot. Aikino-shun rolled his eyes and thought to himself, you're the best at that. He raised his hand with a wave and interrupted. There's no need to separate, we'll act together. Have confidence in yourself. Because at this moment, the system's whisper had already sounded in his mind. Task triggered. Group combat. Kill at least 4 enemies. Seize the scroll. Slaughter. Bloodshed. Chino Tashifumi drew a deep breath, his hot blood quietly boiling. Chino Tashifumi locked onto his first prey. At that moment, the system notification sound rang. Ping. Host, please collect 5 species of poisonous insects unique to the Death Forest within 5 days. The Death Forest was never short on venomous bugs. This task was easy. There's actually a collection quest? Chi Yejuan smirked. I wonder what they'll have me find next. Not far away, Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji of Team 10 were advancing cautiously. They had only been in the forest for 5 minutes when Dinxi couldn't help but pull out some potato chips. The crunching of chewing was especially clear. Shoo! Lumaru suddenly hushed, grabbing the 2 of them and pulling them into the bushes. Several dark shapes streaked past ahead. Class 8, however, had already won their first battle. Kiba's nose twitched, and Shino's swarm of insects silently dispersed. Sakura deliberately kicked the gravel to make noise, luring the enemy into the prepared leech trap. A scream immediately tore through the silence of the woods. Tashinori Aikino sat quietly on the grass, his gaze fixed on Naruto. He was waiting. Sure enough, Naruto suddenly clamped his legs together and began hopping on the spot. I can't hold it anymore. I can't stop it. Hinata was still beside him, but he had already reached out to undo his belt. Ichino Tashiki rose and delivered a sweeping leg kick. Ow! Naruto cried out, clutching his crotch as he leapt into the bushes. A flash of silver gleamed in the grass. Chiyatoshi was quick-eyed and quick-handed, trapping a black widow spider under a glass bottle. Ding! Venomous insect collection progress. 1-5. When Naruto returned with his belt tied, Ichino-shun's pupils contracted. The ninja pouch was moved from the right leg to the left leg. Sasuke, he shouted, protect Hinata. The kunai had already left his hand, flying straight for Naruto's back. White smoke exploded. The disguiser revealed his true form. A gas mask covered half his face, and a chilling aura emanated from his body. You haven't even mastered your transformation jutsu, Chino Toshio sneered. And you dare try to ambush me? He was about to strike when Sasuke had already finished the hand seals. Fire release. Phoenix Sage Fire Technique. Several fireballs howled forward, but were nimbly avoided by the opponent. The 2 were entangled in combat in an instant, kunai clashing and sparking. The masked man gradually weakened, his gas mask knocked askew. Damn, I shouldn't have acted alone. He panted heavily, then suddenly flung out a bamboo tube hidden weapon. Shoo. Blood immediately burst from Sasuke's calf, the hollow bamboo tube spraying blood like a small fountain. Trying to run? Chino Toshi lunged forward. Hatsune. The green-haired girl appeared on cue, her scallion green twin tails fluttering in the wind. She raised her emerald leek, and a melodious aria instantly enveloped the entire forest. Her graceful, ethereal song flowed through the trees. On your heart, fly free. Sasuke bathed in that strange melody. He was astonished to find that the wound on his arm, pierced by the bamboo tube, was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. How is this possible? After a brief shock, he immediately resumed his proud expression and snorted lightly. As expected of the Uchiha clan Sharingan, even its healing power is extraordinary. On the other side, Xiaoyu was being closely pursued by Shao Qi. Earth release. Heart-severing technique. Chi Yijun's figure flashed and vanished into the ground. The next second, The pursuer's feet were yanked violently underground, leaving only a single head exposed. Monstrous strength, pain heaven kick. Chi Yi-jun leapt into the air, his right leg condensed with chakra and brought down like a battle axe. Bang! After the dull thud, the ground was left with only a pool of red and white mingled liquid. Ding! Slaughter +1. Hinata's cold gaze pierced the dense woods, spotting the bound Naruto. She quickly cut the ropes, and Naruto leapt up, his face flushed with fury. "How dare you impersonate me?" he shouted as he ran. "I'll stab through his belly button. I'll kick his vital parts to pieces." But when he caught sight of that patch of filth, he immediately covered his mouth and retched. Chie-jun's face was grave. The death forest is fraught with danger. This kind of ambush will certainly not be the last. Sasuke crouched down to search the body, finding only a slender bamboo tube and no mission scroll. "We need to set a code phrase," he proposed. The four sat around on the grass and debated fiercely, finally deciding on the password. "The Imperial Harem has 3,000 beauties, and iron rod is ground into an embroidery needle." Naruto, unusually serious, formed hand seals with both hands, shadow clone technique. Over 100 clones spread out like a tide, unfolding a carpet like search. "What a monster!" Sasuke glanced at Naruto sideways, a bitter jealousy spreading in his chest. Suddenly, a dark thought surfaced. If only he could experience that power. Ah! A piercing, agonized scream tore through the sky, startling flocks of birds from the trees. Chi Yi-jun calmly glanced at his pocket watch. "Only 20 minutes have passed. Stay alert. Let's go," the four shouted in unison. Suddenly, a bloody wind rose, sand and stones swirling to blot out the sun. Sasuke squinted against the gale. "What's going on?" Finally arrived. Chi Yi-jun felt bone-piercing malice. Chinin Bodhi's constitution made him especially sensitive to killing intent. "It's a wind release. Be on guard." Boom. The hurricane transformed into a giant hammer and slammed into the ground, blasting open a deep pit. 3 figures wearing straw hats appeared through the dust and smoke. Naruto's pupils contracted abruptly. The kunai had already slipped into his palm. Sasuke's fingers tightened around the shuriken. "Shinobi from Grass Village." Hinata identified the forehead protector insignia. Only Ichino Toshio knew that these were clearly Orochimaru's puppets. At this moment, the snake uncle had taken on the form of a seductive snake ant. She waved away the 2 attendants, then slowly licked the scroll of earth with the tip of her tongue. "Want this? Come and take it." The sticky licking sounded bone-chilling. Suddenly, she looked up. She tilted her head back, opened her mouth as wide as possible, and forcefully shoved the thick scroll deep down her throat. Thick, slippery saliva trickled down the corner of her mouth, glinting faintly. Cough, cough. She was choked and her eyes watered. She kept coughing, and only after a long while did she manage to swallow. "Sorry for the poor show. I haven't had someone to practice with in a long time." This scene in the animation should have been unsettling, but Toshio Chino felt his throat tighten, a sudden heat rising inexplicably. He looked toward Naruto. Good grief, his whole body went rigid. Sasuke kept his eyes tightly shut, softly chanting a calming spell, but Orochimaru, dressed as a woman, exuded seductive charm, his dance swaying, making the very air seem to thicken. "Betraying your love, forcing you to leave. Seeing the pain makes our tears fall." She sang and danced. Even Sasuke's jutsu went off key, and he unconsciously hummed along. "Check it out." Carelessly forgot to dodge. Naruto held his chest and murmured, "How can someone be this cute, moi?" Hinata also sighed softly. "The lilies of my hometown have bloomed again." Toshitaka Ichino stiffened sharply. "It's an illusion technique, an enchantment that even women couldn't resist." At that moment, he glimpsed a bright red ant crawling on Orochimaru's hat. He moved like lightning, reaching out and snatching in midair. Ding! Poison bug +2. Dance step stops. Orochimaru brimmed with murderous intent, the air seeming to freeze, its oppressiveness 100 times stronger than Zabuza's. Aikino Shun immediately performed Kintun, the art of joy, but it was like a stone sinking into the sea. Hinata fainted to the ground. Naruto slumped, unable to rise. Sasuke barely propped himself up with his hands. Of the entire Team 7, only Chino Toshio still stood. "Interesting." Orochimaru chuckled lightly. Able to resist my Jinjutsu and killing intent? You're a fine specimen for experiments. Go to hell, you bastard. Chino Toshio shouted angrily. Orochimaru's eyes cooled. My grandfather's grandson, wouldn't that be me? Before her words finished, she had already become a blur and suddenly appeared before him. A kunai came stabbing with a cold glint. But Chiono-shun was even faster. He activated the Flying Thunder God technique, instantly flashing to the spot where the chakra mark had been left. Orochimaru licked the corner of his mouth and smiled. I'm liking you more and more. Chakra mother. Aikino-shun called out for help. Amid the mingling starlight and moonlight, the youthful figure of Princess Kagaya appeared. But now she had no light in her eyes. Her aura was faint. She showed no will to fight. The white-haired technique that easily restrained Xiao Li last time was like child's play before Annie's snake. It didn't even touch the hem of her clothes. Zaiwai lowered her head, her voice choked with tears. I'm sorry, my power right now is still far from enough. Like Hatsune Miku, her growth also comes in stages. Right now she is still a newborn young princess. Only when she transforms into a beautiful princess, and eventually into the higher, divine princess, will she truly be able to stand up to an S-rank traitor ninja. Tears, like beads on a broken string, rolled down her cheeks. Toshio Chino felt a pang in his chest and stepped forward to gently pat her back. We bow, don't be afraid. You're by my side, and that's enough. He looked toward the dangerous figure opposite him. Orochimaru, a scientist obsessed with forbidden immortality techniques, his taijutsu might not be the strongest, but as an S-rank rogue ninja, his strength long ago surpassed that of the Kage. Even Kuro, hiding at his side, its claws and fangs seemed pale and powerless in front of Lady Snake. It seems I'll have to rely on myself. Aikino-shun took a deep breath. At that moment, Orochimaru slowly closed those distinctive snake eyes. Then he suddenly opened them, the murderous intent in his pupils surging. Chino Toshiki had a flash of inspiration and shouted loudly, Senior, please wait a moment. Unexpectedly, the snake ant, who had been licking the corner of her mouth, actually stopped. She inspected the dying, struggling prey with great interest. After all, he couldn't escape her grasp. Haha, have you come to your senses? She rasped with a laugh. Knowing when to bide your time is good. Come back to Inrin village with Andy, and I'll introduce you to a little fellow just as adorable as you. Toshio Chino didn't answer. Instead, he put his hand into his pocket and began to fumble. Aunt Snake blinked in slight surprise, an eerie flush creeping across her face. She opened the oil paper umbrella, swayed her hips, and teasingly sang, Under Mount Qingcheng lives by Suzhen 1,000 years in the cave to cultivate this body. Ah! The aria hasn't he finished. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 kunai tore through the air. Aunt Snake snorted contemptuously and, flicking her oil paper umbrella, tried to sweep it aside. But the next second, boom, boom, boom. The explosive tag stuck to Kunu's upper body, detonated violently. Flames and thick smoke engulfed her in an instant. When the smoke cleared, her hair was charred and curled, and her lips were swollen like 2 burned sausages. However, that body soon dissolved into a puddle of goo. The real Aunt Snake rose slowly from the nearby ground, not a hair harmed. TSK, TSK. I only meant to take Sasuke, she said, twisting her neck with a teeth-grating crack. But since you're so eager to die, I'll oblige you. Before her words finished, her right arm shot out like a venomous snake, so fast it left only an afterimage, and in an instant pierced straight through Chi Yejun's chest. Puffed. Blood spurted. No! Hinata let out a despairing scream. But the next second, with a boom, the pierced Ichino Shunka turned into a substitute wooden stake and fell to the ground. Humph, flashy nonsense. Aunt Snake sneered, completely not understanding Chi Yejuan's earlier rambling about working and ramen. Chi Yejuan's true body has already made a move. Fire release, great fireball technique. The blazing fireball roared away. Water release, water dragon bullet. The water dragon immediately burst forth, roaring. Chidori. The piercing cry of 1,000 birds rang out. Shuriken poured down like a torrential rain. Even the rare ice release ninjutsu was repeatedly unleashed. However, All the attacks were like a mud ox plunging into the sea, unable to inflict any real harm on Ant Snake. As for that secret, true art destructive kick, Chie-sun simply gave up. He wasn't about to gamble on whether this androgynous monster before him actually had such a weak spot. Ant Snake threw back her head and laughed wildly, her laughter echoing through the woods. But in the depths of her heart, a storm was raging. This brat's chakra is as unfathomable as the ocean. Even more astonishing, he doesn't need to form hand seals. What a monster! Brat, since you want to play, I'll play with you. Summoning technique. Boom. Thick white smoke exploded outward, and a giant python twisted its massive body into view. But Ant Snake's figure had already become an afterimage, lunging directly at Sasuke. Holy crap, that's way too fat. Chino Tashimi stared at the snake body thicker than his waist and couldn't help clicking his tongue. He remembered that this snake had once swallowed Naruto whole. Then it was burst from within by Naruto's shadow clone. At this moment, the stench of blood hit his face. The giant python opened its gaping, blood-red maw, its throat like a bottomless abyss, lunging toward him. Chie-shun's heart was clear as snow. This spirit beast looks frightening, but is actually all bark and no bite. Why didn't Snake Ant summon the myriad serpents? That fellow claims to be the strongest spirit beast. With a violent temper, he even once threatened to turn on his master, making him extremely hard to control. Besides, today's operation aims to plant the curse seal on Sasuke. Making too much noise would only alarm everyone and ruin the plan to destroy Konoha. In the blink of an eye, in Toshiike's palm, thunderlight exploded. A spiraling Rasengan of condensed lightning instantly took shape. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 consecutive thunderballs, like arrows released from a bow, shot precisely into the gaping mouth of the enraged giant serpent. He inhaled deeply. Then a scorching blaze burst forth, completely engulfing the giant python's head. The python writhed painfully in the sea of fire, and with a final poof, turned into white smoke and dispersed. TCH, pathetic. Chie-jun shrugged boredly and turned to rush in Sasuke's direction. Meanwhile, Hinata was just about to assume her gentle fist-starting stance when Snake Ant casually waved a tremendous force sent her flying, slamming into a tree and losing consciousness. Naruto and Sasuke launched a combined attack, fists, feet, and kunai interweaving, yet they couldn't even brush Snake Ant's sleeve. Chino Toshio joined the fray. His taijutsu was as swift as a gale, and his ninjutsu kept coming in an endless stream. Snake Ant gradually lost patience, like prey that had been harried for too long, making her irritable. She flicked her wrist, and a long sword glinting coldly appeared out of thin air. Oh, is this the legendary Kusanagi? Chie-jun raised an eyebrow, his tone tinged with surprise. Ant Snake stuck out her long tongue and slowly licked the blade, producing a creepy, sticky sound. Haha, so you have some discernment. Scared now? Toshikazu Aikino grinned and reached out to grab at the air. Clang clang, look. I got one too. What? Ant Snake's pupils contracted sharply. How could he possibly? The 2 Kusanagi swords slammed together, sparks flying everywhere. Ant Snake's offensive grew even more fierce, the sword shadows forming a net. Ikuno-shun's figure drifted unpredictably, parrying each move as it came. A dangerously close thrust came. He had nowhere to dodge, but in the next second, a pale bone armor instantly covered his body, stopping the deadly blow. Immediately after, he began to move, his silhouette swaying like an early spring camellia, and like a larch in a gale, his footwork strange and unfathomable. This kid, could he be a member of Kimamaro's clan? Ant Snake's heart trembled again. Sasuke and Naruto seized the opportunity and attacked from both sides. Even Hinata, who had just awakened, staggered to her feet, cheeks flushed, and took up a fighting stance. The 4 of them fought together, their assault like a tide. Dragon Flame technique. Unwilling to be outdone, Sasuke roared, and the spouted dragon flame was far more ferocious than an ordinary great fireball. Ant Snake merely snorted, neither dodging nor avoiding. I've played with you for so long, it's about my turn. Kids, feel honored. Very few people in this world have ever seen this forbidden technique. Before her words had finished, she rapidly formed hand seals with both hands and suddenly pressed them toward the ground. Spirit technique. Rashomon. The earth trembled. A huge, rusted iron gate sprang up from the ground. Wrapped in heavy chains at its center was a grotesque, demonic face, gaping in a ferocious glare and exuding an ominous aura. Chi Yejuan's pupils contracted. That figure was Fahai. Boom. Flames slammed into Rashomon, the wooden gate not budging an inch, but sparks flew everywhere. A stray ember grazed Ant Snake's mask. The mask cracked, fragments rustling down. Beneath it the face was mottled and pale, like faded plaster peeling from a wall. In that moment, she was more terrifying than the ghostly lights that drift over a midnight graveyard. The snake ant's slender neck shot forward suddenly. The cold snake fangs plunged into Sasuke's neck in an instant. A searing force crawled through the wound and into his body. The curse mark implanted. Mission complete. She did not linger. Her figure flickered and retreated. Little one, let's take our time playing. A hoarse laugh drifted over. Until we meet again. Bang. A puff of white smoke exploded. Through the smoke appeared an old, battered, three-wheeled cart. On the seat sat a woman in a green robe, her skirt trailing the ground. Auntie Snake lightly leaped onto the cart bed and opened an oil paper umbrella. The woman in a blue robe pushed off the pedal, and the tricycle creaked as it turned. 1,000 years waiting for one return. The plaintive song drifted away on the wind. The smoke cleared, and no figure remained. Chi Yejuan's gaze swept the ground. A charred, poisonous wasp was struggling in the ashes. He bent down, picked it up, and tucked it into his sleeve. Ping. Venomous insect +3. At the same time, outside the examination hall, 3 examiners burst through a side door, hit with the stench of blood. 3 grass shinobi corpses lay sprawled on the ground, their faces unrecognizable. Quickly report to Lord Hongdo. The lead examiner's voice trembled. Author's note: I write late into the night every day to fulfill a Naruto dream. Every comment you leave is the starlight that guides my midnight writing. If you like this story, please leave your suggestions in the chapter comments so more new readers can see the beauty of this Jianghu. You give me a 1-star rating, post me in the review section, fine. I deserve it. But just because the original said, when Naruto saw the dango, thinking it was food, he picked it up and took a bite, what's wrong with that? Isn't that how it is in real life? During break time, your best friend rips half a bag of chips out of your hands on the soccer field. A buddy grabs the water bottle you were drinking from and chugs it straight down. They'll ask, can I eat it? Can I drink it? As if asking is necessary. Of course you're polite with ordinary friends, but between brothers, do you need that fake courtesy? Are you and your good friend like that too? Anyway, neither my buddy nor I would. What do you mean by wearing the same pair of pants? This is it. When they come to my place, beer and fruit are free to take. I don't overthink it at all, let alone some ridiculous idea of stealing someone's wife. But of all people, a reader who got to chapter 79 treated this as a poisonous point, cursing that Naruto stole Maruko and would steal harems in the future, calling him ungrateful, ill-mannered, shameless. If you've made it to chapter 79, you're definitely an old reader. I don't ask you to click ads to support me, but treating this trivial matter like some lethal toxin and hanging it out there, I won't accept that. A new reader would really think the protagonist is some saintly father who casually gives women away. But the protagonist isn't like that at all. Naruto just took a bite of his dumpling. If it were Sasuke, Neji, or Shikamaru doing this, maybe it would indeed be odd. But what's the relationship between Naruto and the protagonist? They're brothers who would die for each other. A good brother takes a bite of your snack, what's the problem? But this review is posted there, newcomers will definitely run when they see it. If this keeps up, besides being castrated, what else can happen to the book? I've long stopped caring about those mindless 1-star trolls. But when longtime readers twist my original intent like this and publicly label it a poisonous spot, it really chilled me to the bone. The editor told me not to mind it, to rest if I'm tired, but not to give up on the book. That reader probably dropped it around chapter 80, yet I still want to voice these feelings. Writing for free is really so hard. Suddenly felt so tired. Death Forest, outside entrance 21. Dark clouds pressed on the border, and a cold wind swept sand and stones across the ground. 3 corpses lay sprawled. Chief Examiner Mitarai Akato hurried over. Koji Tetsu closed Chino Shun's copy of his Forensic Chin Ming and stood up to report. The forensic and trace inspection teams initially identified him as a candidate from Charon village. His face was completely dissolved. Hondo bent forward to take a closer look. Her pupils suddenly contracted. Could it be him? She abruptly recalled the scene years ago when she had accidentally glimpsed her master's bathing. Her waist-length black hair hung wet and loose, deep purple eyeshadow accentuating those aloof eyes. Not burly, but his abs were well-defined, droplets of water sliding down his firm chest, and that which made one's face flush and heart race. In her youth, she was left pinned to the spot, her heart hammering like a drum. After that, he disappeared for a full 10 years. Her memory was a blank, the villagers' evasive glances, and the burning curse mark on her skin, all of it pointed to the same name. Orochimaru, I swear I will find you. Kurenai Yuhi clutched at her suddenly stinging neck as the heat of the curse mark snapped her thoughts. She immediately barked an order over her shoulder. Quick, notify the Hokage. Request 2 squads for emergency support. Before her words had even fallen, her figure had already vanished into the shadows of the forest of death. The Hokage's office was filled with a rare relaxed atmosphere. The Chunin exams were proceeding smoothly, and the elders were listening as the third Hokage chatted away. On the night before my wedding, I ran into 3 burly men with knives, the third said, blowing smoke rings and smiling. They told me to pull my pants down back. Then there were a lot of perverts in Konoha. Konohamaru's roommate Koharu exclaimed, What happened next? I bit the bullet and did as they said. They took one look and left, satisfied. Danzo interrupted impatiently. You've been telling that damn story for 20 years. Shut up. I like to hear it. Kocho snapped. Mitsuyo squinted in recollection, and the next day, Asuma's mother agreed to the proposal. It wasn't until the wedding that we discovered those 3 burly men were my brothers-in-law. Hyuga Hai snickered. Isn't it because of your extraordinary talent? Danzo suddenly sprang up to undo his belt. Bibi? The third generation scoffed. By the time you undo those bandages, the Chunin exams will be over. You're the one wrapped up like a mummy. Your whole family is mummies. Just as the 2 elders were yelling red-faced, the urgent knock on the door made everyone instantly straighten up. Report. A Konoha candidate has been murdered. Lord Akado has already pursued the intruders. Kakashi, who had rushed over, saw the third extinguish his pipe, a chill settling into his wrinkles. It's Orochimaru, the elder said in a low voice. Could it be that he was already dead? Kakashi's Sharingan beneath his forehead protector tightened slightly. The third looked toward the direction of the forest of death. His target is Uchiha Sasuke. As ashes drifted down, he suddenly remembered another name. Aikino Shun. We must never let that child fall into Orochimaru's hands. Whether as an accomplice or as a test subject, it would mean yet another tragedy. Danzo by the window secretly sneered. It was better that troublesome brat had disappeared. The black blame would no longer have to be borne by him. At the entrance to the forest of death, Kakashi and Might Guy simultaneously leaped onto the high wall. The silver-haired Jonin worried about Naruto's careless traps, while Guy clenched his fists thinking of Lee. That boy always forgets the danger when pushing his limits. The setting sun stretched their shadows long, like a spreading murderous intent deep within the forest. The death forest under the veil of night chilled to the bone. Kai's figure shot into the dense woods like an arrow, moving so fast that the crotch of his bodysuit tore open. Kakashi's chibi Maruko-chan, cherry underwear he had given him glimmered faintly in the moonlight. According to the rules, supervising Jonin cannot intervene in the exam. After confirming their students were safe, they rushed to the rendezvous point where Red Bean was located and began the hunt for Orochimaru. The bonfire crackled, dispelling the chill in the woods. The 4 members of Team 7 sat around the fire. Naruto collapsed to the ground and wailed, I'm exhausted. Chikano Toshi pulled Pokari sweat, potato chips, dried mango, and various chocolates from the sealed scroll as if by sleight of hand. Where's the meat? Naruto complained, rifling through his backpack with a mournful face. These sweets are definitely for Hinata, right? Hinata's ear tips flushed red. She looked down and fidgeted with the hem of her clothes. Naruto suddenly stuck out his butt and started digging in the dirt. Chino Tashihito Chinoi Toshi wondered, what are you digging for? Worms. There's still protein. Chino Toshihito couldn't help but laugh. He formed hand seals and split off shadow clones to go hunting. Naruto suddenly slapped his forehead. How did I forget this trick? He immediately summoned his own clones, not only to arrange the hunt, but also to order them to snatch the scroll. In less than the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, 2 shadow clones returned fully loaded. The wild boar thudded to the ground, and the pheasant flapped its wings. Awesome! Naruto cheered as he and Aikino-shun handled the game. Hinata carefully built a grill from branches, but Sasuke suddenly formed a seal and spat a fireball, the flames instantly consuming the grill and turning it to charcoal. Hinata bit her lip, her voice as thin as a mosquito's whine. If you dislike me, you can just say it. The smell of roasted meat filled the air as Naruto wolfed it down, his mouth greasy. Sasuke sat alone, gnawing on a chicken rump with a clove of garlic. Hinata pinched a piece of dried mango, though her gaze was stuck on the sizzling meat. Eat if you want. Toshimi Chino cut off a large piece of pork chop and handed it over. You're still growing. Hinata finally let go of her reserve and had eaten more than half of the wild boar. In the moonlight, Naruto scratched the sweaty back of his neck and muttered, I wish I could take a bath. Toshimi Chino turned to Hinata. Want me to build you a bathroom? The girl's earlobes flushed red as she stammered, Will be seen. Simple. Chiya Toshio led her to the clearing, formed a seal, and called out. Ice release. Demon mirror ice crystal. For ice walls burst up from the ground, enclosing a hidden space. Just as he pulled out the shampoo, Sasuke suddenly punched a tree. Beads of blood sprang from his knuckles. His black eyes first flickered with a hint of movement, then swelled into a whirlpool of rage. Chiya Toshio froze with the bottle in his hand, suddenly recalling a rainy night perfumed with the scent of shampoo. That was the night Itachi left. Toshikazu Aikino slapped his forehead as the answer flashed through his mind like lightning. Uchiha Itachi. Men of the Uchiha clan, from Taijima and Madara to Izuna and Obito, who among them doesn't sport that spiky, porcupine hair? Only Itachi kept a cascade of jet black long hair. Right, his father Fugaku also had long hair. It seemed the father and son had been sharing a bottle of Rejoice for years. At that moment, Sasuke stared at the bottle of shampoo, his expression dimming for an instant. Toshikazu Aikino immediately shoved the Rejoice back into his bag and handed over a bottle of Vidal Sassoon. Sweet. Use this one. The ice mirror is blocking it. They can't see from outside. But there's no water. Hinata muttered softly. Chino Toshio grinned, forming hand seals. Chakra swirled in his palms as he whispered, Water release. Small waterfall. A clear stream of water poured down from the top of the ice mirror. Hearing the rush of water from behind the curtain and Hinata's light humming, Chino Toshio couldn't help tapping out a rhythm. Up scrub, down wash, left rub, right knead. When it was Naruto's turn, he insisted on having an ice mirror shield. Chino poked fun at him with a grin. Who wants to spy on that little body of yours? Naruto secretly pointed at Sasuke, who had wrapped himself tightly in a blanket. Night was ink black, and the blood stink of the forest of death was gradually washed away by the evening breeze. The four laid out their sleeping bags, and heavy traps had already been set all around the camp. Just as Naruto was about to unbutton his jacket, Chino pressed his hand down. You can take it off at home, not here. Seeing Naruto's puzzled face, he lowered his voice. This is a ninja world's iron rule. Take your clothes off, and you die. Sasori, Deidara, Itachi, who didn't die after taking their clothes off. Naruto, half understanding, curled up into his sleeping bag, and soon was entwined with Sasuke like beaks locked mandarin ducks. Chino tucked their blanket around them and turned to pull Hinata into his arms. Sweet sauce, I've been dreaming about you every night lately. His nose brushed lightly against her cool temple hair. Hinata's ear tips flushed red, her voice as soft as a mosquito's whine. Can we wait another year? After the Chunin exams are over. Chino Toshio smiled and nodded, though a thin sweat formed in his palm. Those indulgent dreams had been visiting him in the dead of night, always full of overlapping silhouettes. The girl in his arms felt like a feather. He drew her close, pressing her to his chest. I want to make you the most Ainshin person in the world. Hinata tilted her head to look into his burning eyes, suddenly poked by his nose. Actually, You're a little pig. She froze, her fingers awkwardly twisting the hem of her clothes. Had she eaten too much barbecue tonight? Because you are the pearl I hold in the palm of my hand. Chi Yi-jun laughed as he brushed her nose. The kind of corny, over-the-top love lines that would have been unbearable in a past life somehow made Hinata laugh herself into his shoulder. He pressed the advantage. Do you know the most delicious way to eat Ichiraku ramen? Seeing her blink her round eyes and guess. With triple chashu, he leaned in and whispered in her ear, I'll feed you. Moonlight filtered through the tree shadows, illuminating the two pairs of eavesdropping ears beside them. Naruto suddenly poked Sasuke in the small of his back. Sasuke, can you guess why my chakra went berserk? Idiot, lagging behind, what now? Because you detonated the trigger mark in my heart. Superman is in the Justice League, Iron Man is in the Avengers. Naruto elbowed Sasuke beside him. So what kind of league are we? Sasuke snorted and tossed out 3 words. A vow as deep as the sea and steadfast as the mountains. Then he added one more line. I'm pretty much a sure thing. Naruto immediately jumped in. So, all that's left is for me to give one kiss? No sooner had the words left his mouth than both of them remembered that unbearably awkward accidental kiss from their childhood. Their stomachs churned, and they almost vomited on the spot. On the other side, Chino Toshio and Hinata were still whispering to each other. Sarangi. Auntie washes the railway. Naruto finally reached his limit, and, seething, shouted under his breath. Hey, are you two done? Making out here in the middle of the night, are you trying to keep people from sleeping? Only then did the two shrink their necks, stick out their tongues, and quiet down. Night deepened. Soon the tent filled with rising and falling snores. Everyone fell asleep. Only Chino Toshio remained with his eyes open, staring blankly at the night sky outside the tent. Suddenly, the bright moon in the night sky began to be swallowed by shadow, eventually transforming into a dark red gem suspended on the velvet curtain of the heavens. Chie-jun sat bolt upright, almost blurting out in alarm. Damn, it's infinite Tsukuyami. It was the same as when he'd seen a crow fly by last time. He nearly shouted, Run, don't let the Tenjin come. He immediately shook his head at himself and gave a light laugh. Too many comics. Really, the man-esque gone a bit daft. He stood up to relieve himself. Just as he stepped onto the grass, his foot went soft. Leaning down in the moonlight, he saw a nocturnal centipede had been crushed. Ping. Venomous critter +4. At that moment, a crisp crack sounded from the distant woods, the sound of a trap being triggered. Something is happening. Chie-jun shouted once in a low voice. The other 3 woke instantly, rolling and leaping up. Kunai and shuriken were already in their hands, flashing with cold metallic gleam. Who's there? Sasuke barked sharply, the kunai in his hand poised and ready. Moonlight traced the shadows among the trees, and a green figure slowly stepped out. It was Lee Rock. Behind him were Tintin and Hyuga Niji. Niji, brother. Hinata murmured softly. Niji only gave her a cold glance and did not respond. Tintin smiled amicably and explained, We came over because we smelled barbecue. Sasuke snorted coldly. Who are you trying to convince with that? In this forest of death, anyone could become an enemy for the sake of the scroll. Niji's cold sidelong glance swept over everyone. No need for further words. Let's go. Hinata suddenly grabbed Toshio Ichino's sleeve, her voice tense. Toshi-kun, over there. There's a very strange chakra. She pointed toward the dense woods a little ahead and to the side. Before the words had finished, whoosh, an invisible shockwave laced with chakra ripped through the air, shrieking as it came. The target is aimed straight at Tian-Tian's position. Be careful. Aikino-shun rushed over and pushed Tian-Tian away. Tui. The sound struck like a blade, instantly slicing through his left arm as blood sprayed out. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. More kunai and shuriken rained down into the darkness from which the attack originated. After a moment of silence, 3 figures emerged from the shadows once more. The pale moonlight revealed their faces. It was Orochimaru's subordinates, the 3 sound shinobi. Tosu Anvil, Sack Stirrup, Kinhammer. Aikino-shun narrowed his eyes. Knowledge from his past life as a doctor surfaced automatically. Their surnames correspond exactly to the 3 parts of the human ear's auditory ossicles, the stapes, the malleus, and the incus. He sneered inwardly. This author's setup is rather clever. Perfect timing. Jun licked his lips. He had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. The battle erupts in an instant. Resonance. Toes raised the strange device on his right arm. The shrill sound waves spread like something tangible, trying to pierce everyone's eardrums. The sack with 3 death characters embroidered on his clothes suddenly unleashed a high-pressure ultrasonic blast from the wind hole in his palm/airwave. Sheen quickly unfurled the scroll with a bang and a puff of smoke. A saxophone appeared in his hand. He aimed the bell at the crowd and played a strange tune, but what gushed out was a foul-smelling yellow slime. Earth and escape, earth flow wall. Aikino Shun reacted instantly, slapping the ground with both palms. A solid earthen wall thundered up and just managed to block that nauseating liquid attack. A flash of blood appeared in Sasuke's eyes as his Sharingan suddenly activated. Naruto formed hand seals, and a dozen shadow clones erupted around him. Tintin unfurled the scroll in her hands. Kunai and Shuriken already gripped in her palms. Lee lowered his center of gravity. The muscles beneath his bandages tensed. Niji and Hinata took up gentle fists, starting stances, chakra gathering in their palms. But Toshiyuki Chino merely waved his hand lazily. 30 seconds is enough. His voice was quiet, yet it scraped across the ice like a blade. Ninji scoffed. Arrogant. Do you think this is some kind of ninja game? But the next second, his mockery froze on his face. The trio of sound ninjas launched an offensive. Piercing sound waves tore the air. Strange beams of light swept across, like a clumsy sci-fi spectacle. Jun moved. Lightning detonated on his left fist. Flames coiled around his right arm. With a sweep of his leg, he snapped a tree trunk as thick as an embrace. Rubble sprayed up like a downpour. The brittle cracks of breaking bones burst in succession, accompanied by brief, agonized cries. 30 seconds later, everything fell silent. 3 sound ninjas collapsed to the ground, their limbs twisted at grotesque angles. Dust slowly drifted down, settling over the blood-stained battlefield. The members of Team 7 showed no expression, but Tintin inhaled sharply. Niji stared intently at the ground. His knuckles white with tension. The figure he had once mocked was casually flicking the droplets of blood from his hand. Naruto suddenly started croaking out a strange tune. Forever Pa Shaun for Ever Burn Ing. This was the odd song Chino Toshio taught him a few days ago. Tiantian's gaze fell on Chino Tashin's bleeding arm. She hurried forward and offered a handkerchief embroidered with wisteria. You're hurt. A pale green glow rose from the boy's palm, and the wound healed at a visibly rapid pace. The soft light of medical ninjutsu illuminated Tiantian's astonished pupils. Shaoli suddenly slapped his forehead and, with a rending sound, yanked open the hidden pocket of the coverall. We really didn't come to steal the scroll. The scroll lay safely in the lining, stained with a little sweat. He silently mouthed one character to Chino Toshio. Earth. Chino Toshio immediately understood, turned to Lee Rock and said softly, We are also Earth Scrolls. Niji Hyuga's sidelong glance caught that slight lip movement. He suddenly clenched his fist, his voice suppressing anger. Lee Rock. Upon learning the 2 teams had the same target, Uzumaki Naruto immediately relaxed. He naturally liked lively company. The more people, the more energized he became. Perhaps because he grew up alone, he craved companions too much. He waved enthusiastically and shouted, Hey, then let's all camp together. Lee Luoka glanced at his companions and nodded. In the night, Chi Yejuan keenly spotted the last firefly poison insect flickering faintly. He reached out gently and precisely snapped it into a specially made container. Mission accomplished. He breathed a sigh of relief. It was late, but Naruto felt wide awake, excitedly scooting up to Lee. Lee, I'll give you a riddle, he said, waving his arms and legs. From afar, it looks like a forest. Up close, it's 2 red doors. Sly up, a thief slips inside, leaving 2 bad guys outside. What do you think it is? Tintin, sorting ninja tools nearby, looked up at the words and guessed, puzzled. Is it some kind of spherical tool? Naruto chuckled and leaned into Lee's ear to whisper the answer. Lee froze for a moment, then suddenly understood and laughed, even excitedly pulling out the manga Chino Toshio had given him from his backpack. The 2 boys crawled into the same sleeping bag and, by the dim light, read with rapt interest. In the other corner of the tent, Uchiha Sasuke sat with his back to everyone, eyes tightly shut but unable to fall asleep. That strange riddle kept circling in his mind. What on earth is it? He turned over irritably. At the same time, Ikeda Shun concentrated and silently recited in his mind, "System." A light screen that only he could see unfolded before his eyes, revealing 2 lines of vigorous text. Serpents and scorpions as companions, spiders as neighbors, 1,000 butterflies circle the flute. The goo poison is formless. Everyone fears things that break the heart, but they do not see the most poisonous thing is in the human heart. Before he could think deeply, a crisp notification sound rang in his mind. Ding. Collection sign incomplete. Reward. Blood inheritance limit. Goo escape. Goo escape? Chi Yejuan's mind jolted. He recalled the mysterious goo arts of the Miao borderlands and the rumors, and those unorthodox practitioners who controlled venomous insects. This seemed similar to the Yamanokami clan's parasite insects, yet completely different. Goo escape did not require using the body as a nest, but could directly summon and command thousands of poisonous goo. More astonishingly, these insects required no pact. Even if destroyed, they could be reborn again. Ding. Acquired accompanying ninjutsu. C rank. Goo escape 10,000 Calamity Scorpion. Summons poisonous scorpion stings, can poison and stun the target. B rank. Goo escape Withered Swarm. Summons a beehive. Releases a swarm that tears at enemies and drains their chakra and life. Higher level techniques, such as Bewitch the Masses and Death-Stealing Sacred Toad, will be unlocked later. This was already the second Kekiai he had mastered outside the original Work S system. He knew it wasn't created out of thin air, but a power that existed in this ninja world, yet had not been recorded. New mission posted. Master 5 Kekiai Genkai not mentioned in the original work or be eliminated. Time limit. None. 3 more to go. Chie-Jun took a deep breath, his consciousness sinking into the training space as he began a new exploration. Inside the tent, the soft snore of little Lee and the rustle of manga pages turning could be heard. After a long, restless tossing and turning, Sasuke finally gave up trying to solve the riddle. His hand, however, moved of its own accord and lightly brushed his neck. The skin beneath his fingertips was slightly warm. The pain exploded like an ice spike, driving into bone. Sasuke curled up, his nails digging into his palms. In a daze, Orochimaru's pale face surfaced from the darkness, his voice hoarse like a snake's hiss. Does it hurt? This is my gift to you. Didn't you crave power? Didn't you want revenge? Come to me, only I can give you what you want. Struggle, live on, a 1 in 10 chance. Only if you survive will you be able to taste the true flavor of this curse mark. At that moment, Naruto rolled over in his sleep, his leg pressing heavily on him and his arm unconsciously wrapping around him. That searing pain suddenly receded. Weariness flooded over him like a tide, and Sasuke sank into sleep. At dawn, a piercing scream cut through the morning. Here we go again, Naruto mumbled, rubbing his eyes. Chino Toshi sat up and found Lee's bed already empty. He always began training before sunrise. That night, no one had truly slept soundly. In the end, Niji still left with his team. Last night, Chino Toshi and Naruto took action. Hundreds of shadow clones were sent throughout the forest. The glow of chakra almost lit up the treetops. Although most clones were burst like bubbles, in the end 2 returned with crucial intelligence. Class 7 had finally gathered the Heaven and Earth scrolls. They headed toward the final sealing tower. Chi Yejuan's Ice Snow Phoenix could only carry 2 more people, and besides, there was an unfinished secret mission. He abandoned the idea of summoning a spirit beast. Along the way they encountered a few teams, all dealt with easily. Chi Yejuan continued to hold back, until they met that lone youth from Yunin village. The Land of Thunder values martial strength and has a fierce populace. This youth was even more typical dark-skinned, built as sturdy as a young calf. But he was not only coarse, he was also unpleasant. He actually groped Hinata with a dirty hand. Toshi Ikegawa's expression went cold in an instant. You're looking to die? The boy was named Murakami Nenyu, who called himself a 30-year veteran bookworm, speaking with arrogant airs. He had an appetite like an ox, eating from dawn till dusk, layers of fat piled on his body. Although only 15, His build was the equivalent of 5 Sasuke's, his flabby chest conspicuously prominent. He had originally been out scouting, but used an invisibility technique to hide up in an ancient tree. When Hinata passed by, he forgot his mission and, drooling, lunged down. Fortunately, Hinata had her Byakugan activated the whole time. She quickly stepped back, assumed a soft fist stance, and shouted loudly for help. Near in the village, humiliated and furious, clenched his fist and struck upward. When Chino Toshio, Naruto, and Sasuke arrived at the sound, they saw this rage-inducing scene. Naruto and Sasuke were about to step forward, but were stopped by Toshio Chino reaching out. "Stand back." His voice was calm, yet carried an unquestionable authority. "All of you, fall behind me." Hinata quickly stepped back behind Toshio Chino. Aikino Shun seals his hands. Leaf Village Divine Dragon. A gale rose as if a great dragon were awakening. A huge dragon-shaped vortex sprang up from the ground, sweeping up fallen leaves, broken branches, and gravel, bearing the momentum to destroy everything as it surged forward. The gale howled, whipping up snapped trunks and hurling the villages violently into the air. He slammed heavily onto the ground, dust flying everywhere. Although his skin was thick and he had the protection technique, several cuts were still torn into his flesh by the shattered stones. He spat a mouthful of mud and staggered to his feet. Thunder Orb Sky Smashing Hammer. He roared, his fat body suddenly spinning, a blinding flash of electricity exploding from his chest. This ninjutsu required no hand signs at all. "You leaves trash. I'll beat you until you shit and piss yourself. Even your own mother won't recognize you." Chi Yishun snorted, his fingertip brushing his nose. "Is that all you've got? If I don't beat you until your whole face is covered in peach blossoms today, you'll probably never understand why flowers are so red." The villager Nazwa was stunned before he could taste the chill in the words. A dense buzzing filled his ears. "Goo escape, withered swarm of bees." 2 basin-sized beehives appeared out of nowhere, and a black mass of venomous bees pressed in like an encroaching storm cloud. In the village, Nianai hurriedly swung his arm to block them, but suddenly his knees went weak. Something's wrong. His limbs felt as heavy as if filled with lead. Chakra was draining wildly from his body. Cold sweat poured down his face as he watched his skin turn a sickly gray. Thud! He collapsed to the ground, panting heavily and roaring, "My powers! What's happening?" Chi Yejuan squinted, purple light gathering at his fingertips, the perfect moment to finish him with the ultimate killing move, Goo Escape. Myriad Tribulations Sky Scorpion. Suddenly, a flash of lightning ripped through the air. The villager Nianai's dying lightning spear pierced his heart. A dark shadow flashed. Naruto Uzumaki leapt and planted himself in front of Aikino Shun. The dull thud of the lightning spear, piercing his chest, made one's teeth ache. Naruto. The green light of the Pomshansu and Hatsune Miku's holographic projection lit up simultaneously. In the chaos, Nuno from the village, trying to flee, was driven into a corner by Hinata Hyuga's gentle fists and Sasuke Uchiha's great fireball. At that moment, Naruto was already standing up, his golden hair swaying, blue eyes burning with icy flame. He formed strange hand seals with both hands and roared, the cry shaking the mountains and forests. Left Yang, right Een, heaven and earth split, 1,000-year kill. The scream emitted by Nya in the village twisted into an inhuman tone, tears and snot flying as his whole body curled up like a shrimp. Naruto raised an eyebrow, withdrew his bloodied finger, and casually picked up a sharp-edged rock. "Like to ambush? I'll give you a souvenir." The rock was forcibly jammed into the wound, the sound of bone cracking making one's scalp tingle. Chino Toshio whistled as he tossed away the spike hammer. Complimentary anti-fall package with purchase. Amid the clinking sounds, he skillfully affixed a detonator tag to the rock's surface, and finally a green light flashed in his palm. The bloodied, mangled wound somehow zipped shut like a zipper, sealing perfectly. The rock with the detonator on it exploded in place. Sasuke clicked his tongue. "That move is really underhanded." Hinata murmured softly. "The panda baby is going to be hungry." The 4 of them quickly fell back. Boom. Amid the violent explosions, Nenai's abdomen was blown open, and she died instantly. Ding. Mission complete. A system prompt sounded in Chino Toshio's ear. Naruto's eyes lit up excitedly. He gestured. I'm going to upgrade the 1,000 Years of Death into a detonator tag version. Congratulations to the host for defeating 5 opponents and receiving an advancement gift pack. Gift pack? Chi Yi-jun straightened up. The last time he saw this kind of reward was when the system was first bound. He found a spot in the shade and sat down, unable to wait to open the gift pack. Obtain C-rank ninjutsu. Wind release, great burst. Description: expels a whirlwind from the mouth to disorient enemies. Though its lethality is limited, it can effectively control the tempo of the battlefield. With this, the 5 basic releases fire, water, lightning, earth, and wind were finally all gathered. Aikino-shun nodded with satisfaction. Then 3 laughable and tear-inducing techniques popped up. Water release cleansing technique. Controllable temperature water flow to wash objects or bathe with an attached visual barrier. Stay fresh anytime, anywhere. Fire release drying technique. Quickly dries the target, perfectly pairs with cleaning technique. Never fear being soaked after a battle again. Spirit summoning portable toilet. Solves urgent needs. Comes with built-in privacy protection. Strange, but unexpectedly practical. Toshio Aikino smiled as he recorded the spell into his skill bar. At the same time, deep in the forest, Mitarashi Anko's kunai was stuck into the tree trunk, finally stopping that figure. Orochimaru, how dare you remain within Konoha's territory? She formed hand seals with both hands, chakra surging at her fingertips. Orochimaru slowly turned around, the vertical pupils showing a smile. Oh my dear little apprentice. The special Jonin uniform suits you very well. The cursed seal power I granted you is still nourishing you, isn't it? Hondo's breath faltered. The cursed seal at her collarbone faintly warmed. She forced down the surging emotions. What exactly are you plotting? Orochimaru's long tongue slid across the corner of his lips. Found a few interesting seedlings. Need to observe them for a while. Seedlings? Hondo's pupils suddenly constricted. You're targeting the genin who took the exam? The kunai flashed coldly in the moonlight. If you don't tell the truth, I won't mind being branded a teacher slayer. Orochimaru chuckled softly, the laugh sounding like the rubbing of serpent scales. The Chunin exam must continue. Otherwise, Konoha's disaster will come sooner than expected. Before his words finished, four venomous snakes suddenly shot out from Mikado's sleeve. Hidden Shadow Snake Hand. Just as the snake fang was about to pierce the target, Orochimaru dissolved into a lump of soft mud. Only a hoarse trailing sound echoed through the woods. Looks like you haven't forgotten the last lesson I taught you. And 100 meters away, Team 7 abruptly came to a halt. A sandstorm wrapped 3 figures descending from the sky, and Kankuro's crow puppet clicked as its mechanisms turned. A glint of cunning flashed in Akatsuki's eyes as she gave a sharp command. Sink your teeth. For venomous snakes reared up suddenly, their fangs flashing coldly, and all at once they lunged to bite the long tongue spat out by Uncle Snake. Be careful. Each one is laced with a deadly poison. She laughed like a child pleased with a prank. Uncle Snake's pupils contracted. He nearly bit his own tongue. 10 years apart, when did that formerly earnest disciple learn to behave so recklessly? Ninjutsu. Is this how you're supposed to use it? He almost spat the words through his teeth. Hondo nonchalantly flicked her ponytail. A ninjutsu that can win is a good ninjutsu. Uncle Snake shook his head, his body suddenly collapsing and turning into a pool of soft mud. The next second, a cold breath was already at the back of her ear. One last warning. That voice crawled into her ear like a snake. Don't get in the way. Otherwise, Konoha will be reduced to ruins. Before his words finished, the breath had already dissipated into the wind. Hondo froze in place, a cold sweat forming on his back. At the other end of the dense forest, Squad 7 was moving rapidly through. Kabuto and Gaara's teams moved like predators, having already gathered the scrolls and silently prowling at the top of the food chain. The two powerful teams fortunately passed by each other, but Gaara and the other two ran into Deidara's group by the stream. The two sides briefly faced off. Temari asked, "Are you going to fight?" Kankuro shrugged, "No need." Gaara silently turned, grit whispering under his steps. This confrontation had ended before it even began. Deeper in the forest, more teams were fighting desperately over the scroll. For some squads, this exam was as grueling as facing the legendary dragon. Naruto suddenly pulled out a small notebook, his eyes lighting up as he pointed at the numbers. Look at our savings. Aikino Toshimitsu leaned forward. So, everyone's rushing to the tower now, Naruto said excitedly, gesturing. We'll ambush them in advance and send out a few thousand shadow clones. Just the formation alone will make their legs go weak. Think how many bowls of ramen we can trade for the scrolls we grab. Aikino Toshimitsu opened his mouth wide, then suddenly slapped him hard on the back. Your brain truly must have been struck by lightning to make you such a genius. He decided to himself. When he starts a company in the future, the CFO will have to be Naruto. But right now, he only must Naruto's blonde hair. Finish the mission first. The money-making stuff, I'll take you flying later. Suddenly, Hinata's white eyes trembled slightly, her voice lowered. 3 o'clock. There's a chakra fluctuation. Chino Toshiyuki immediately made an encircling gesture. The four spread out like leopards. Naruto took a flying step to the front, shouting at the top of his lungs. I planted this tree, hands off. The bushes rustled and 3 figures tumbled out, rolling into a tangled heap. Ding Ci, it's all your fault for bumping into me. No way, you were the one pushing. It turned out to be the 3 from Class 10. It turned out to be Class 7. Ino's eyes lit up, and she fluttered into Chinook's arms like a swallow returning to its nest. Little June. Her soft lips quickly brushed his cheek. You've grown up so fast. The boy straightened his back instinctively, his ears burning. Naruto pinched his nose and mimicked. Little June. He grinned and hopped on Attenton's back. Sasuke crossed his arms and sneered. Idiot. 3 days remained until the end of the Chunin exams. In the forest, 7 figures moved swiftly, the outline of the tower growing clearer. Chino Toshio ran at the front. Helping Team 10 was a duty he couldn't refuse. Not just because of Ino, but because, in his memory, this group had once reached out to help Naruto. This was a way of repaying a favor. After half a day, a familiar clearing in the woods appeared ahead. Team 8 Kiba, Shino, and Sakura were waiting there. Sakura looked pale, secretly grabbed Ino, and whispered into her ear. Ino was taken aback, then pulled a small cloth pouch from her ninja tool bag and handed it over. Aside from Hinata, the girls in the group seemed to have run into the same trouble. Now, almost the entire young generation of Konoha had gathered. 10 people reunited and continued on their way. Stop! Hinata suddenly raised her hand, brow furrowed. She felt a pulse of energy ahead that made her heart race. Shino immediately crouched down, pressing her ear to the ground. The expression behind her sunglasses grew grave. Hinata, can you see anything? Ikuno Toshio asked. Hinata nodded slightly, veins bulging at the corners of her eyes, and the whites of her eyes pierced through the layers of trees in an instant. It's those people who were selling oranges last time. That one carrying the gourd is here too. Gaara. Chino Toshio's heart sank. Naruto at the side was unusually silent. He clenched his fists, and that familiar, unsettling chakra within him seemed to stir faintly. The presence coming from ahead was cold and violent, identical to that one inside him. Those 3 guys from Sunagakure. Chino Toshio confirmed. The monster with the patterned face? Sakura recalled the clash on Short Book Street, her voice tinged with fear. Sasuke analyzed the situation calmly. Should we go over? Chino Toshio shook his head. If the plot hadn't changed, Gaara was dealing with the Rain Ninja. That wasn't a fight at all, it was a massacre. Even though they now had 10 people, he absolutely did not want to provoke that death god head-on. No need. We'll wait here. What are we afraid of? We have numbers on our side. Naruto shouted, pumping his fist with high spirits. Toshio Aikino smirked bitterly in his heart. It's easy for you to say if whatever's inside you and the thing inside me both go berserk at the same time. 100 more people wouldn't be enough. Just then, swoosh, 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 swoosh. In the distant sky, 6 spinning umbrellas suddenly rose, like blooming flowers of death. Countless poisoned thousand-needle darts, like a furious swarm of bees, roared down. It's Yukinojo's Euro Sunban. Niji muttered. The target's center was instantly shrouded in smoke and dust. But immediately, a teeth-grinding scraping sound rang out. All the Sunban were stopped by a wall of sand that had appeared out of nowhere. The next second, a gale howled. A vast wall of yellow sand shot up into the sky, blotting out the sun as if the world were ending. The sand, like a living thing, wrapped around Rain Ninja and suddenly tightened. Puffed. A blinding spray of blood burst open in the air. The sand, dyed red, fell in a soft, drizzling shower. The Konoha people hiding in the woods all held their breath, faces written with shock. Hinata's body trembled slightly, and Ino's face also went pale. Toshimi Aikino silently reached out and gripped their wrists firmly. A steady warmth flowed through, calming the two girls' flustered hearts a little. Xiaoying watched the scene, a complex sting of bitterness rising in her heart. It was so good to have a reliable companion. The other side of the jungle. Kankuro searched the bloodied, mangled corpse and pulled out a scroll, grinning. The Book of Heaven. It's complete. Hurry, Gaara. But Gaara remained motionless, his bloodshot eyes fixed on the direction where the people of Konoha hid, his intent to kill almost taking on substance. Shut up. I'm not done having fun. Temari hefted her massive 3-star fan and sighed. Enough, Gaara. Kankuro hurriedly agreed. Yeah, one set of scrolls is enough. Any extras can't be sold as oranges. Kankuro stepped forward, attempting to persuade. Say another word, and I'll kill you. Temari sighed and unfastened the 3-star fan from her back. Fine, since you insist. Then let's go together. The art of the sickle weasel. A raging wind rose, howling as it tore through the air. Plants were knocked down, broken branches crackling and splintering. The hiding place of Chiano-shun and the others was exposed in an instant. He had no choice but to step out, forcing on a brilliant smile. Shojia's pupils contracted. It's you. Kinjilong also fixed his gaze on Sakura. Enemies meeting, the air suddenly tightened. Naruto jumped forward and began to spout endlessly. You guys are outnumbered. Fighting head-on will only get you hurt. Hand over the scroll. Kankuro, however, stared fixedly at the big gourd behind Gaara. What's inside? Could it be milk? Shikamaru squinted. Those dark circles under his eyes, could it be from staying up too late? Kiba snorted with a laugh. You don't know anything. That's called smoky eye makeup. Gaara took a silent step forward. Ino suddenly covered her mouth, her gaze falling between his legs. Sakura gasped. Oh my god, he's actually pigeon-toed. Kankuro roared. Fat girl. Say that about my brother again, and see what happens. Gaara's face was expressionless. He was long accustomed to being mocked. Naruto, however, seemed thoughtful. Huh? The third Hokage kind of sits with his legs tucked under him too. Kiba leaned in. How do you know? His robe is so long. Shino pushed up his sunglasses. Did you two bathe together or something? Dingxi rustled out a pack of Magic Chef instant noodles, flipped out a stack of cards. Look, all 5 Hokage have pigeon-toed legs. Naruto spat excitedly. Of course. To become Hokage, you must pigeon-toe first. From today on, I'll sit cross-legged every day. The topic was completely derailed. Even Gaara couldn't help speaking up. It's very common in island countries. Kneeling for a long time naturally does that. There's also kneeling-style service. Hinata blinked with pure eyes. What is kneeling service? Ino whispered a few words, and Hinata's face instantly flushed up to her ears. No, I would rather die than do that. Shino Toshio sneered. This isn't up to you. Almost 14, right? Ino leaned closer to Gaara. Big brother, how do you apply eyeshadow? It's really pretty. Shoja laughed proudly. I drew it. Want to learn? Do you have eyeshadow? Hinata muttered softly. Bare face still looks the most natural. Shino was completely bewildered. Wasn't there supposed to be a life or death showdown? Sasuke's cold voice cut through the noise. Still going to keep fighting? But right now he was like the only person doing homework during study period, completely out of place. The class monitor suddenly slammed the desk. Shut up. Do you even want to study? What a bummer. Just like this class rep named Sasuke. His words instantly enraged Gaara. A cold light flashed in Gaara's eyes, murderous intent overflowing. I will kill all of you. Shino Toshio smiled. Yes, this is the kind of presence the Wind Shadow should have. Shino Toshio clearly understood the story that would follow. The 4th Kazekage, Raza, died under mysterious circumstances. Although Orochimaru confessed to the crime, the process remained a mystery. The manga didn't mention it, and the anime only glossed over it. All you see is Orochimaru driving a sword through Rasha's chest. No details at all. The father disappeared just like that. Chino Tashimi guessed that Kabuto and Kimimaro must have been involved in the assassination. He looked at the three Sand siblings, a sour feeling rising in his heart. You are still being used by others, yet you don't know that your father has long been gone. But he would never say it outright. Even if he told them, they might not believe, and even if they did, it would be too late to change anything. More importantly, the plot must not be disrupted. A child without a father. He sighed softly. What did you say? Gaara asked coldly. Nothing. At this moment, Gaara's murderous intent had arisen. Unable to find a reason to act in the village. But in the Death Forest, killing people wasn't illegal. Besides, ever since the last buying oranges incident, Kankuro kept calling out Dad at night. Gaara grew increasingly annoyed the more he thought about it. Although I couldn't figure out what trick Chino Toshio pulled, he definitely took advantage of me, just as he was about to make his move. Temari's large fan sliced across between the two of them with a schwa. Gaara, don't be impulsive, 3 against 10, think it through. Chino Toshimasa Temari showed a grateful smile, but she turned her face away coldly. I waited for you all night at home in on Valentine's Day. So that's what it was for. After Temari and Kankuro's persuasion, and with Toshio Aikino giving a set of the Calabash Brothers vs. Snake Spirit comics, Gaara finally put away his murderous intent and silently began to flip through it. Halua is his favorite. A fierce battle thus came to an end. Shikamaru curiously leaned in toward Temari's fan. What's this thing made of? It must be a pain to make, right? Not good. Chiejun took a swift step forward and pulled Luckmer back. They absolutely couldn't let those two start talking. Otherwise, the future Naradir hat will arrive early. The two teams departed separately. The 10-man squad swept forward like a hot knife through butter. This wasn't like an exam, it felt more like a spring outing. If gods stand in the way, kill gods. If demons stand in the way, kill demons. They had reached the tower at the center of the forest before sunset. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had long been there with men waiting. In fact, Chiejun had already sensed it. The setting sun cast the central tower's shadow long. The tower's body was ancient and grand, piercing the clouds. The mist swirling at its base made this place seem like a fairyland. Class 7 and the other lower Nin who had passed the trial arrived one after another. This mountain is mine. A masked figure suddenly leapt out of the mist. If you want to pass through here. Before he finished speaking, Tashinike reached out and precisely grabbed the man's collar. The mask slid off, revealing Naruto's grinning face. Haha, caught me. They entered the tower, and everyone unfurled the heaven and earth scroll. With a bang, Teacher Irika appeared through the smoke. Irika-sensei. Naruto shot forward like a cannonball and hugged him tightly. When are you taking me to Ichiraku Ramen? Irika was bumped back a step, smiling as he ruffled Naruto's hair. Payday. I promise. Not far away. Enko had just finished reporting to the third Hokage. Orochimaru has appeared, her voice still trembling slightly. The Chunin exams should be suspended. The third Hokage sighed. The pipe's ember flickered. It's too late. The feudal lords and dignitaries of the various countries are already here. Konoha can't afford to lose face. Danzo, standing in the shadows, immediately agreed. Exactly. Halting the exams would damage the Land of Fire's reputation. The third glared at him coldly. I heard you're planning to tear down Akinijin's house. Tuanzong shrugged, his face helpless. That plot was originally zoned for commercial use, and there really are problems with the paperwork. Do as you please. Sandai turned to look out the window, a faint, scarcely noticeable smile at the corner of his mouth. You dare touch his family? My disciple will make you pay for that. When Chiejun heard the news from Sandai, he only gave a slight nod. The place they were living in had always been provided by 3 generations, so it was only natural for it to be taken back. That 2-story house was barely over 80 square meters. He had long had his eye on a plot at the village entrance and planned to build a single-story courtyard of a few hundred square meters. Anyway, he was not short of money. Before that, he first bought the 6 rooms on the top floor of Sunshine Apartment and combined them into a space of over 200 square meters. Now Tuanzong shouldn't be able to find an excuse. But he hadn't expected that this move would lead him to meet someone. Mitsuki Bayan, a newcomer in the medical department, shares the same name as Ino's older sister. She is the younger sister of Mitsuki Yugon, with the same delicate features, and is the same age as Chino Toshi. Inside the tower, Irika finally broke free of Naruto's bear hug and began to read the exam rules aloud. Mist flowed slowly past the window the next test was about to begin. The others' faces were written full of disdain. Congratulations to everyone for passing the second stage, Irika announced loudly. After a brief summary, he led the examinees into the central tower's hall. The third Hokage, pipe in mouth, had long been waiting there. Watching this group of vigorous young people, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he took a deep drag. In the curling smoke, his gaze fell on Chino Toshio, carrying an almost imperceptible affection. He really wanted to step forward and pat the boy on the shoulder, but in the end, he just stood where he was. This subtle warmth was sharply picked up by Chino Toshio, warming his heart. Thinking that the old man's days were numbered, he resolved to give him more comfort in his final time. He stepped forward and, like a magician, pulled out several packs of top-grade cigarettes and shoved them to the third generation. Then, with a clatter, he produced a pile of items: an automatic foot spa, an emergency call button, a square dance instruction DVD, a lumbar massager, brain training puzzles. He heaped them all into the old man's arms. The third generation froze, forgetting even to blow out his smoke rings, his eyes a little misty. He quietly dragged Chino Toshio to a corner and lowered his voice. About Tenzo's demolition plan, don't worry. Xiaochun and I, as consultants, are both against it. Your house won't be torn down. Chino Toshio cursed inwardly. That old bastard Tenzo. He really deserves a beating. But on second thought, moving away might not be a bad idea, better than facing the cold stares from the Hyuga family every day. Though Hinata and Hanabi's looks were clear and sweet, the others' gazes always carried a chill. Perfect timing. Let us take this chance to build a big house in the village. He immediately applied to the third-generation authorities for a plot of land. This time it was bought with money, at no small price, but he couldn't care less. At the same time, he found out that the mastermind behind pushing the demolition was none other than the head of the Hyuga family, Hyuga Hitoshi. This guy had repeatedly complained to the higher-ups. How can planned commercial land be privately converted into residential use? Can land designation be changed at will? Nonsense. He verbally claimed he wanted to build a fresh food supermarket for the convenience of the villagers. But in truth, he didn't want to see Chino Toshiyasa's family settle here. That way he could later have an excuse to refuse any marriage proposal. Chino Toshi knew that scheme perfectly. Want to marry my daughter? Then prepare a villa and a carriage first. Chino Toshi sneered. Fine, future father-in-law, if you won't give us an easy path, you'll try to trip us up? We'll see about that. He turned to Sanda. If I buy that piece of land, is that okay? Sanda pondered for a moment. Yes, but it must be used for a commercial project. Deal. Chi Yojin immediately agreed. He had originally planned to build a crematorium to get back at Rizoku, but Sanda reminded him the environmental assessment would surely fail. If a crematorium won't work, then build something else, anything to make him suffer. How dare he tear down my home? Humph. Only 2 days remained until the final deadline. The advanced team was resting inside the tower. Kakashi came to Team 7's room, checked the curse mark on Sasuke's neck, and conveyed the third's greetings. Night fell. Naruto couldn't stop thinking about the robbery operation and dragged Kiba, Shino, and Shikamaru, sneaking out of the tower to try one more job. He didn't bring Choji because the film and drama group was rehearsing a new play, Journey to the West. Choji was to play Jubeiji, and Sakura had been assigned the role of the White Dragon Horse. The last 2 days flew by in an instant. 7 teams, a total of 22 examinees, all arrived at the tall tower, including Kaiman's trio and Gaara's squad. The third Hokage faced all the examinees, his expression grave as he revealed the harsh truth of the Chunin exams. This was a microcosm of the silent wars between great nations, and the villages whose ninjas performed best would win more missions and resources. Aikino Tashimi looked at the students dozing off in the audience, but his mind suddenly cleared. The wars between shinobi villages, when it comes down to it, are merely fights over resources for survival. Sunagakure and the Land of Waves are peaceful for now, but as they grow stronger, they will inevitably attract greedy eyes. He suddenly remembered a TV show from his previous life about a town protected by a transparent shield. If only they had that kind of technology. Once war breaks out, transportation becomes the lifeline. He recalled why countries in his past life invested heavily in building high-speed rail, not only for convenience, but so they could quickly deploy forces at critical moments. High-speed rail is the arteries of strategy. A thought flashed through his mind: the land of snow. He remembered that their railway technology was extremely advanced. We should find an opportunity to take Fenghua Xiaoxua back to the land of snow. Chino Tashihaya quickly jotted in his notebook and asked Lady Santiu to send experts to build a railway linking Konoha and the village hidden by sunset. At that moment, the third Hokage led a pale-faced jonin to the front. This is Ahem. The third paused, Teacher Moonlight Gale, who will be the chief examiner for the third exam. Amid sparse applause, Moonlight Gale began coughing violently, as if he might cough his lungs out. Gasping, he said, "Before the formal exam, Ahem, there is one more arrangement." A rustling went through the audience. Many students silently put on masks. Naruto leaned toward Sasuke and whispered, "Do you think he might have tuberculosis?" 5 minutes later, the coughing finally subsided. Under the moonlight and strong winds, it was announced. Because too many people passed the first two exams, an extra preliminary round would be added. It was like being suddenly told to work overtime on the weekend. The classroom immediately erupted in complaints. "Isn't this unnecessary? They should have eliminated more people during the written test. The wound hasn't healed, and they want to keep hitting?" Amid a chorus of complaints, Yueguang Jifeng burst into another wrenching bout of coughing. Chi Yejuan couldn't help but think of his lover in the original work, Yuzuki Yuga. What would become of the woman who had lost her beloved in the future? Unlike the original, the elders had arranged an extra relaxation segment, riding an invisible cable car to overlook the death forest. It allowed the contestants to rest and to review the course of the competition. When everyone arrived at the platform, they found the cable line empty. "The cable cars have been cast with an invisibility spell," Moonlight Gale explained, "so they're usually invisible." As he formed the seals and cast the spell, dozens of gondolas slowly materialized. The sight before Chi Junichi stunned him. This was unmistakably the parachute plaza from his previous life's battle royale game. The once empty platform instantly erupted. The venue was like a boiling pot. The crowd excitedly climbed up and down. Different squads shouted insults at each other across the space, curses in many languages flying everywhere. A group of overenergetic young boys surrounded a few girls, scrambling to take off their jackets to show their muscles and shouting to add them as friends. Someone was improvising a rave in the middle of the clearing. Someone was lying on the ground, slyly peeking up girls' skirts. Someone held a walkie-talkie and used it like a microphone, shouting hoarsely. Some people even started playing human chain games, and the scene was in chaos. The loudest were Naruto and Kiba. They were fiercely arguing with the examinees from the Cloud Village. "You bastard! If you've got the guts, come at me," Naruto shouted, veins bulging on his neck. Only Sasuke was completely different. He stood in place like a javelin, expressionless as provocations, mockery, even blown kisses struck him. Those black eyes coldly swept over the noisy crowd, a trace of derision tugging at the corner of his mouth. "A bunch of trash." Yuguang Jifeng quickly spoke up to maintain order. "Mind the discipline." Ahem ahem. Chi Yijun looked at the scene and inexplicably thought of the chaos at a certain famous square. After the aerial sightseeing ended, everyone began their pre-match preparations. Kabuto Yakushi suddenly announced his withdrawal from the competition. Naruto and the others looked puzzled and immediately gathered around. Chino Toshio, however, had perfect clarity in his mind. Kabuto's task was to gather intelligence for Orochimaru. Once the objective was achieved, there was no need to further reveal his strength. He snorted and also pretended to be curious as he moved closer. Kabuto stood in the center of the crowd, speaking eloquently, clearly the focus of the entire scene. Meanwhile, the teacher's lounge was a very different scene. Kakashi, Asuma, Kurenai, and Yugao were whispering. The subject at the center of their talk was that dangerous figure Orochimaru. Asuma lowered his voice to an extreme whisper. "I heard that guy used to be Konoha's chief anatomy specialist, and that he secretly performed organ transplants, making a fortune." Kai added, "Yeah, Lord Hokage once wanted him to donate to the orphanage, but he flatly refused. Not at all. Asuma's voice dropped lower. That stingy bastard said he'd donate on the condition someone be his guinea pig. Kakashi slumped on the sofa, half his face hidden by a copy of Intimate Paradise, seemingly indifferent. But that book hadn't had its pages turned in a long time. Shiyu Hong seemed thoughtful. No wonder Lord Hokage expelled him from Konoha. Asuma hurriedly waved his hand. Shoo. This is top secret, don't let it leak. He paused, then couldn't help but drop another bombshell. Remember that beauty salon that was shut down a few years ago? Moonlight Swiftwind coughed and nodded. Whitesnake Beauty Salon. Chien has been there. That's Orochimaru's stronghold. Outwardly, it's for beauty treatments, but in reality, it's an intelligence station. Zirahong gasped. My God, I've been there too. His family even has a chain of stores. Asuma snapped. Business is even busier than my family's nightclub. The moment the words left his mouth, the air froze. For pairs of eyes immediately fixed on his face. Wait, that LSP nightclub is run by your family. Asuma froze instantly, wishing he could bite off his tongue. He awkwardly scratched his head and clumsily changed the subject. None of that matters. Asuma lowered his voice, eyes shining. The point is Orochimaru's craft is simply miraculous. You know my father's female apprentice, right? The sunset dyed Haiden nodded. Lady Tsunade? That's right. Asuma warned, glancing warily at the door, then quickly pulled a photo from his chest. Look, even top medical ninjas come to him. He adjusted his physique. Everyone immediately gathered around. Even Kakashi, who had been leaning against the wall, stepped forward. The photo's angle is nothing short of exquisite, tracing the woman's full curves with breathtaking effect. Wow, this. Amazing. Just as the air grew stuffy and hot, Mitarashi Izuki pushed the door open. What are you all chatting about that's so lively? A few people hurriedly sat up, awkwardly clearing their throats. Nothing. The exam's about to start. Let's go. In the examination hall, Moonlight Swiftwind coughed as he announced the rules. The electronic screen suddenly lit up, flashing the match list. First match, Sasuke vs. Akagane Armor. The red-armored warrior's assault came like a violent storm. Sasuke's curse mark burned at his neck. Chakra was constantly being drained, and his Sharingan could not focus. At the critical moment, he flipped through the air, his legs striking in a series of blows like a lion's claws. The self-created lion chain barrage slammed the opponent into the ground. With the outcome decided, Kakashi immediately took away Sasuke, whose curse mark had flared. Match 2. Yamanaka Ino vs. Saku. The bespectacled Sak triumphantly raised a bottle of potion, a pesticide tailored just for you. Cockroaches dropped dead. Rodents vanished today. I'll make you who breeds insects taste the same. Shino's sunglasses flashed coldly in reverse. My bugs have long treated commercial pesticides as snacks. The swarm, like a black mist, instantly enveloped Sak, and with a bizarre writhing the room erupted in a dull explosion of sound. Third match, Kankuro vs. Kenzaki Misumi. Kenzaki Misumi coiled around Kankuro like a snake, joints popping with dislocated cracks. But the body he had seized suddenly went limp. Turns out it was a disguised puppet. The real Kankuro emerged from the shadows, the puppet's bandages already cinched around his opponent's throat. Fourth match, Ino vs. Sakura. Ino formed a seal and shouted, "Mind transfer technique." Sakura's movements froze abruptly. Her arm rose uncontrollably in surrender. But within 3 seconds a vein bulged on her forehead, and she tore herself free of the control. The two threw their final punches at the same time, and both collapsed to draw. Match 5. Tintin vs. Temari. Tintin hurled her tools like a dense rain, but Temari's giant fan casually lifted them back. The metal clanged as it fell, and Tintin, panting, was pressed against the wall by the gust. Temari closed her fan, glanced over the stands, tilted her chin toward a direction, and a strand of golden hair flicked out in a proud arc. Match 6. Shikamaru's opponent is that dark-skinned kunoichi from the Cloud Village. His shadow imitation technique worked. Their shadows aligned in a single line. Shikamaru stepped back calmly, using the wall to increase the distance. The kunoichi was pulled by an invisible force, helplessly slamming into the wall and losing consciousness. The victor, Nara Shikamaru. Match 7. Uzumaki Naruto vs Inuzuka Kiba. Kiba moved on all fours, crawling like a beast, Akamaru baring his teeth on his shoulder. He lunged at Naruto with such speed that only afterimages remained. Naruto kept backing away, narrowly avoiding being torn by the claws. At the critical moment, he had a sudden idea and formed a hand seal with both hands. With a boom, the white smoke dispersed, and two Yashas appeared on the field. The real Yasha froze. At the moment he hesitated, the fake Yasha Naruto deliberately charged at Akamaru. Yasha couldn't pull his hand back in time and accidentally injured his comrade. Akamaru whimpered and left the field. Now it was one-on-one. The battle was at its height when Naruto suddenly froze. Pooh! An untimely fart broke the tense atmosphere. Ya's sense of smell was far superior to ordinary people's. The sudden gas burst into his nostrils. He immediately felt dizzy and staggered. Naruto seized the opportunity and delivered a heavy punch. The winner, Naruto Uzumaki. In the stands, Aikino Shun nearly laughed out loud. This was literally the legendary wind release. Rasengan, no, wait, the fart escape. With Kabuto Yakushi's withdrawal, the number of remaining examinees dropped to 21. During the drawing ceremony, Aikino Shun stared at the slip of paper in his hand, stunned. A bye? How will the next match go? Will he win without fighting? As he pondered, the 8th match had already begun. Gaara vs Rock Lee. Lee's offensive was like a violent storm, his legs becoming afterimages. But the sand floating around Gaara seemed to have a life of its own, forming an absolute defense that blocked every attack. Unable to break through after prolonged assault, Lee's stamina was exhausted and his movements slowed. Gaara's eyes went cold, and the sand surged up in an instant, locking Lee's left arm and left leg like iron pincers. Crack! The sound of bones fracturing was clearly audible. The sand continued to tighten, about to crush Shaoli. A green figure flashed in like lightning. Teacher Might Guy arrived in time to prevent the tragedy. Match 9. A Doju Denji versus the muscular man from Cloud Concealment. Denji had been listless and unmotivated, with no fighting spirit. That changed when Teacher Asuma shouted, "If you win, I'll treat you to top-grade barbecue." The muscular man sneered from the side. "Fat pig, you think you deserve to be a ninja?" Dingxi's fury was ignited. He let out a roar, his body swelling and turning into a massive flesh bomb war vehicle that thundered forward, crushing everything in its path. However, the opponent's taijutsu combined with lightning release gave them superior speed and strength. In the end, Deidara still fell defeated. Defeated but still honored. Asuma kept her promise and took him out for a big meal. As a result, Dingxi ate so much he ended up hospitalized, but that's a story for later. Now, the biggest variable appeared. Chino Tashimara got a bye. After the examiner's deliberation, in light of his outstanding performance in the first 2 rounds, he was advanced directly to the final exam. "This isn't fair," Kankuro croaked. "Why him?" Naruto immediately jumped out, pointing at his nose. "If you don't have that kind of luck, don't yell about it here." Even though Choji was weak, he still pulled out a toothpick and jabbed it in Kankuro's direction. "I'll poke you." The argument quickly escalated. Temari sided with her brother, and Ino and Sakura also joined the fray. Sakura took the opportunity to settle a personal score, delivering a crisp slap across Kankuro's face. Konoha is not to be trifled with. A few jonin hurried forward and managed to quell the scene that had nearly gotten out of hand. The final match, an internal dispute of the Hyuga clan Hyuga Niji versus Hyuga Hinata. Toshio Aikino looked at the frail Hinata in the ring, a weight settling in his chest. He remembered that in the original, Niji was merciless. Sure enough, Niji's cold, contemptuous gaze locked onto Hinata. "You're too weak, Lady Hinata." His voice held not a trace of warmth. "Give up, there's no need to humiliate yourself." Hinata Hyuga took a deep breath and stepped onto the examination field. Her opponent was Niji, and her heart immediately went awry. "Niji." She lowered her gaze, her voice was so soft it was almost inaudible. Niji showed no expression. "Give up." His voice was icy. "You're not fit to be a ninja. You're too weak, too indecisive. You don't even have the courage to face your opponent. Go home, that's where you belong." In the stands, Tintin munched on chips and mumbled, "Isn't he her brother? Why is he being so mean? Shikamaru rubbed his temple. The Hyuga family, such a pain. Niji's scornful glare suddenly flared, veins bulging at the corner of his eye. Give up, miss. I could end this fight with one hand. Hinata's fingers trembled slightly. She nearly turned and ran. Suddenly, Chino Toshio leaped into the ring and grabbed her wrist. Don't listen to him. He pressed down on Hinata's shoulder, his voice firm. Look into my eyes, you are far stronger than you think. A person's fate can be shattered by their own fists. Naruto pumped his fist in the stands and shouted, Hinata, knock him out. Shun Aikino turned his head and glared. Idiot. She's rolling her eyes too. Beside him, Sasuke stood with his arms folded in silence, casting a glance toward the arena. Niji sneered, forming a hand seal as a palm wind rose, obstinately refusing to see the truth. Just then, Chiejun's fingertips twitched. An invisible ripple swept across the field. The system interface that only he could see was flickering with a faint glow. Command sent. Combat support program activated. Hinata suddenly felt a strange warm current surge through her body. She looked up and, for the first time, met Niji's disdainful gaze directly. Brother Niji, she clenched her fists, her voice still soft but no longer trembling. Please teach me. Niji frowned and struck first. A fierce palm wind. Hinata dodged to the side, her movement twice as fast as usual. Chino Toshio's mouth twitched into a small smile. The good show has begun. Kai couldn't help but chuckle softly, looking at his companions with a hint of pride. See, this is the rapport of Class 7. Now look at your class, what are they even doing? Kai followed his gaze. Tian was bent over fiddling with the ninja tools in his hands, utterly focused. Xiao Li's gaze was like it had been drawn by a magnet, staring blankly in the direction of Sakura, his cheeks flushed. And in the center of the arena, Hinata took a deep breath and finally raised her eyes, veins slightly bulging around them, the whites of her eyes revealed. The confrontation only lasted a few rounds. Niji struck out with a palm, landing squarely on Hinata's chest. The force was fierce, sending her flying. Blood sprayed from her mouth. Hey, you ungrateful brat. Naruto by the sidelines could no longer bear it and yelled, Are you even human? You'd lay such heavy hands on your own sister. Before his words finished, a murderous look suddenly appeared in Niji's eyes. He strode forward briskly, his palm wind fierce, directly targeting Hinata's vital points. Several jonin were about to charge into the arena when a figure leaped out ahead. Root release, Hatsune Miku. The emerald-tinted twin-tailed girl's phantom spun lightly, her song flowing like a clear spring. Hinata's wounds healed quickly, and her pale face gradually regained color. She propped herself up and steadied her stance. The whole venue fell silent in astonishment. The match continued. Aikino Tashifusa formed hand seals and intoned in a low voice, Exi escape, art of delight. A succession of 10 warm currents surged into Hinata's body. She suddenly tilted her head back, an unusual sparkle in her eyes. Cheeks flushed, voice clear. This feeling is amazing. Art of delight plus 10. This is the ultimate high feeling. Art of delight plus 10. Grant me power, I am Shure. Niji froze in place, and even Chiejun was stunned. The Hinata before them seemed like a different person. Her frail posture had vanished, her gaze was sharp as a knife, fists clenched, like a valkyrie on the battlefield. Soft fist against soft fist, techniques intertwined. In just a few exchanges, Niji had already been heavily knocked to the ground. But he gritted his teeth and rose at the moment Hinata turned. He suddenly launched a sneak attack. However, Hinata, empowered by the force of delight, reacted as fast as lightning. A swift counterattack, accompanied by the brittle crack of bones breaking. Niji collapsed to the ground, unable to move. Hinata withdrew her hand, her heightened emotions gradually subsiding. She stared blankly at Niji curled up on the ground, her pupils trembling. What have I done? The voice was as light as a falling leaf. Tears slid down silently. Niji and I actually. Toshio Chino shook his head quietly at the side. Not letting him die out is already being pretty considerate. Hinata choked and could barely speak, as if a million needles were stabbing her heart. Niji Onaikin. Actually, I never wanted to be some branch family's eldest daughter. Those expectations, accusations, disappointed looks. I'm really so tired. Maybe you're right. I'm always the weakest. I'll never become an outstanding ninja. She wept like rain, her voice choked off. Sakura wanted to step forward, but Ino gently held her back. Let her speak, she's been holding these words in for too long. Hinata took a deep breath and looked at Niji. But Niji, in the fateful struggle between the main and branch families, the one who suffers the most is actually you. Please, you must live on with a smile. As her words fell, her body went limp, her vision darkened, and she slumped downward. Hinata, shouts rose. Chino no Tashioshi, sprang to the center of the arena like an arrow released from a bow. His palm quickly pressed against Hinata's chest. The heartbeat he felt at his fingertips was so faint it was nearly gone. Oh no, his face turned ashen in an instant. Medical team, quick! Kakashi's shout ripped through the chaos. Chino Toshiyuki immediately performed a palm healing technique, a pale green light enveloping Hinata's chest. But the energy that should have healed the wound now felt like a stream flowing into a desert, disappearing without a trace. Why is there no response? Cold sweat formed at his temple. The system clearly said the pleasure technique has no side effects. Last time I used it on Naruto hundreds of times. It even forced out the 9 tails, and he only shouted. That was amazing. The chaotic footsteps drew nearer. The medical team finally arrived. Among the crowd, a purple-haired girl stood out, long hair like a waterfall, eyes as liquid as water, her cool demeanor reminiscent of a white chrysanthemum under the moon. In a daze, Chikashir seemed to glimpse the shadow of teacher Yuzuki Yugon. But now was not the time to be distracted. He watched the medical team members bustling around Hinata, while others lifted the badly injured Niji onto a stretcher. The scene was in chaos. Out of the way, Chino Toshi suddenly shoved everyone aside, bent over and pinched Hinata's nose, his lips covering her cold mouth to perform artificial respiration. Then he interlaced his hands and rhythmically pressed on her chest. Hey, you bastard! Naruto stomped in anger. Even now you're taking advantage? Is kissing all you think about? Aikino Toshio pretended not to hear. When he directed his breath into Hinata's mouth for the 3rd time, the girl's eyelashes suddenly fluttered. Why, I'm sorry. Hinata opened her eyes weakly, her pale cheeks flushing. I've always fainted easily. I don't know what happened just now. I suddenly got especially excited. Toshio Chino gently pulled her into his arms, his fingertips still trembling slightly. You won, my dear. Ino burst into tears and rushed over, and the 3 of them hugged each other tightly. Naruto glanced at Sasuke thoughtfully and murmured, So kissing can save someone. Next time you get hurt, I'll try it too. I knew you could do it. Chino-like Toshio stroked Hinata's hair, his voice as gentle as the warm breeze of spring. Ino tucked a small wildflower behind Hinata's ear, the dewdrops on its petals reflecting the girl's shy smile. No one noticed that Niji on the stretcher was gripping the sheets with all his might. On the way from the arena to the hospital, his head was filled with frantic shouting. How could that cousin, who couldn't even speak loudly, suddenly unleash that kind of power? The pain of his bones breaking was nothing compared to the humiliation of his dignity being crushed. I actually lost to that quiet loner. He stared at the hospital's pale ceiling, repeating incomprehensible murmurs over and over. How many floors do you carry a sack of rice up? How many floors do you carry a sack of rice up? Later, when Tian and Shao Li came to visit, Niji only lightly wiped the forehead protector at his brow. After all, she's my sister, it's only right to go easy on her. Gazing at the captain's composed profile, the 2 juniors couldn't help but admire silently. Truly the genius of the Hyuga family, even conceding defeat with such calm. Niji felt secretly pleased, but put on a humble look and waved his hand. At least I didn't embarrass the Jonin. He recalled the things he'd said to Hinata, urging her to give up early, and his face flushed immediately. In the center of the arena, Gecko Hei coughed a few times and announced that the preliminary round was officially over. When everyone began clearing the site, a figure in red and white strode over. Shiyuhong's bewitching eyes first glanced at the stands. Hinata had already been carried away by the medical team, then her gaze fiercely fixed on Ichino-shun. She suddenly reached out and pulled the young man into her arms, her heaving chest pressing against him and causing him to stumble. Kakashi, she shouted at the silver-haired man squatting on the railing. How about trading Naruto for this kid on your team? Half of a smiling eye showed above the mask. Kakashi's brow twitched. Chino Ike, buried in the warm, soft embrace, was so stuffed up his face was beet red, yet inexplicably remembered the feeling from his childhood of stealing condoms and filling them with water to play with. What nonsense are you doing? Asuma rushed over in a panic and tugged. Sunset Red twisted his ear backhandedly. Even eating a kid's jealousy? You still haven't paid for kneeling on the remote last time. Aikino Tashin couldn't help laughing out loud as the Moonlight Gale finished reading the list of those who advanced. The 10 qualifiers will take part in the main competition in 1 month. At the victory banquet, the eliminated Yu stuffed his face like crazy, and Dingshire was even given extra helpings by Asuma until he was sent to the hospital. Add in Sasuke with the medium curse mark, badly injured Little Lee, and the hospitalized Hokage, and Konoha Hospital was suddenly filled to capacity. Returning home late, Aikino Tashin took a cold shower and then suddenly punched the bed and leapt up. Task reward not claimed. When the system interface lit up, he stared dumbfounded at the 2 characters, Shinda. I should go check on the 3rd generation old man, he thought as he looked at the moonlight outside the window. Chi Yejuan rubbed his eyes and sat up, suddenly remembering the golden toilet from the last system reward. He concentrated briefly and performed the spirit summoning technique. Swoosh. A flash of golden light passed, and a toilet made entirely of pure gold appeared before him. Damn, this color. You wouldn't even be able to find where you pooped, he couldn't help but complain. Even more exaggerated, the toilet seat was encrusted with diamonds, glittering under the moonlight. Too extravagant. But the next second, he realized something was wrong. The diamond's pointed tip was actually facing upward. This toilet even had a tracking feature. As long as he didn't cancel the summon, it would keep following him. Chie-Jun tried several times. Every time he pulled his pants down, the toilet would smack against him. The result was predictable but was stabbed until it bled profusely. Fortunately, Hatsune treated his wounds in time, and his skin returned to normal. System, are you kidding me? This is basically a half-finished product, right? The system quietly replaced the toilet and even threw in a skewer of takoyaki as compensation. After finishing the meatballs, Toshio Chino clearly felt that a certain part had grown a bit. Still 2 centimeters short. Come on. This commotion completely woke him up. Staring at the moon outside the window, he suddenly slapped his thigh. Almost forgot to check in for today. The system interface popped up in response. Ding. Today the host let Hinata experience ultimate pleasure, a uniquely creative act. Reward. A ranked secret art. Xian done Candy of Chaos. Candy of Chaos? Sounds like that Indian oil stuff. No. Once the host reaches adulthood, this system will provide a daily strengthening and health pill. Shinduin is a special Kekiai Genkai Chino Tashimi already mastered 2 jutsu. This is the 3rd. This technique can condense special sugar pills that can be blended into any food or drink. Those who consume them will experience ultimate pleasure. According to Orochimaru's research, its intensity is equivalent to 1,000 times that of sexual climax. Aikino Shun raised an eyebrow. How is this any different from my pleasure art? Important. After the drug's effect wears off, the consumer will fall into commensurate pain and despair. In severe cases, suicidal tendencies may develop. This isn't candy. It's a silent weapon that kills people. How to make the target willingly eat it will require careful planning. He couldn't wait and tried the technique. A rainbow-colored candy fell into the cup and quickly dissolved without a trace. Chino Shun ran to the backyard and poured water over the cucumber seedlings Hinata had just planted. A miracle happened. The seedlings grew wildly under the moonlight, and in the blink of an eye bore cucumbers as thick as arms. But before he could harvest it, the cucumber withered rapidly, turning into black powder. This is truly brilliant. Chi-Jun smiled with satisfaction. Back in bed, he began to plan his next move. There was 1 month left until the 3rd exam. A month of peace. Toshi Ino cherished it all the more. The next morning, he headed straight to Konoha Hospital. In the corridor outside the VIP special care ward, someone was humming off key. Today is a good day. The things you wish for will all come true. Toshio Aikino frowned and pushed open the heavy hospital room door. Ebisu's younger sister, Ebino, was sitting at the bedside when she saw him come in. She sprang up like a startled rabbit. She forced an awkward smile. "Mom, Master Hokage, I've finished the four. I'll go now." Before his words finished, the person had already slipped out the door. Chino Toshi ignored it and fixed his gaze on the third Hokage lying on the sickbed. "Grandpa Hokage, what's wrong with you?" When the third saw him, his clouded eyes brightened. He hastily wiped his cheek with his sleeve. There was a faint smudge of lipstick there. "Old problem." He waved his hand, smiling like a child. "Chronic constipation, taking the chance to rest for a few days. Mooch a bit of the publicly funded meals, top up on vitamins." He had long since shown no reserve toward Chi Yejuan. "But the special medicine I gave you. Used it too much, my body won't listen anymore." Sendai sighed. While they were chatting, a plump head nurse carrying a medicine tray walked in. She was a veteran of the hospital, with a sharp gaze. Her gaze fell on Chi Yi-jun's face, and she suddenly laughed. "It's you brat. I even delivered you myself back then. 7 Jean 8 Liang, chubby. The moment you opened your eyes and saw the pretty nurse next to you, you slapped her butt and grinned." Chi Yi-jun's heart skipped a beat. "Auntie, have you seen my father?" The head nurse's smile faded, her brows knitting as if searching through her memory. "It seems. I've only seen him once. Very tall, very handsome, and it was that hair." "Ahem, ahem, ahem." Sandow suddenly began coughing violently, his voice breaking in an unmistakable way. The head nurse immediately fell silent no matter how much Chino Toshio asked. She only shook her head. This abnormal silence made Chino Toshio's heart sink. He suppressed his doubts and brought up the purchase of land and an apartment. Sandow summoned a covert unit outside the door and gave a few whispered orders. The ward fell quiet again, leaving only an old man and a young one. Afternoon sunlight slanted and the three generations stared out the window, their gazes suddenly drifting away. Perhaps sensing something, his voice grew low. "June, let me tell you a story. That day was the big day I became an apprentice. It was on that day that I met someone who had also been apprenticed as a second-generation Hokage. Danzo. Danzo." The name made Ikamura Toshimi stiffen in the spine. He involuntarily sat up straight. The third took a deep drag of his cigarette and slowly exhaled a gray cloud. In the midst of the crowds, his and my gazes just happened to meet. Just one look, and it felt like a pebble thrown into my heart, sending out ripples. As if in this life, I was meant to meet him. Aikino Tashin held his breath. That year, Danzo still hadn't wrapped his eye in bandages, and I wasn't the Hokage either. On that rainy summer night, we walked side by side, the rain soaking our clothes. It was from that night that we began to have endless stories to tell. The room was utterly silent, save for the soft sound of droplets falling through the four-line. Click, click. After a long while, Sandai cleared his hoarse throat and began to hum softly. "Simply because I glanced at you once more in the crowd, I could never forget your face." The aged singing voice hovered in the air, carrying an indescribable melancholy. When he sang that line, "When I miss you, you're at the horizon. When I miss you, you're before my eyes." The ward door was flung open with a loud creak. The person standing at the door was none other than Shimura Danzo. He held a box of tea in his hand, a perfectly measured look of concern on his face. Chino Toshi grinned. "Don't worry so much, the Hokage old man just has constipation. He'll be up and about and out of the hospital in a couple of days." "Constipated? What a joke. I've even planned out the fifth Hokage's speech." Danzo felt a suffocating pressure clog his chest, his fingernails digging into his palms. Chino Toshi's gaze swept between the two old men. Under the slanting sunset, the contrast between the two pricked his eyes. They were about the same age, yet one was bent and hunched, deep wrinkles carved into his face, while the other had thick black hair and stood as upright as a pine. The difference was like rough bark contrasted with smooth marble. He remembered the chit-chat he'd had earlier with the young nurses. Nurse Zhou sneered. "Lord Tenzo's face alone costs enough to buy a whole ward." Nurse Wu chuckled. "Being single is great. The 3 generations of elders were ruined by family burdens." Nurse Zheng sighed, approving files until late at night. Who wouldn't be haggard? Finally, Nurse Wang delivered the final word. "Tenzo transplanted cells from the first. Its effects rival those of a miracle elixir." Chino Toshio and Tenzo's gazes met in the air, cold as two unsheathed blades. He turned and walked away, the hem of his clothes stirring up a breeze. "When I went to visit Ding Ci, The child was asleep holding a bag of potato chips, sleeping soundly. He could walk out to the corridor outside Sasuke's ward. He came to a sudden stop. A bespectacled man is sneaking up close to the door. The dark shadow sensed the movement and in an instant turned into a wisp of black smoke and vanished. Togo Aino squinted. It was Yakushi Kabuto, but he was not worried. Kakashi's A&BU were guarding this place. Pushing open the hospital room door, he was stunned. Naruto stood before the bed like a statue. Even his breathing softened. Sasuke lay on white sheets, an oxygen mask covering half his face. Countless tubes wound around his emaciated body, the green light of the cardiac monitor flashing rhythmically in the dimness. Beep, beep, beep. Each sound struck Naruto's heart. Where had that guy who always cocked his chin and said hopeless loser gone? That genius who could floor him with a single move, how could he be as fragile as a sheet of paper? Hey, at least get up and curse me. Naruto's throat tightened, his vision blurring. He suddenly wiped his eyes hard and shouted hoarsely, "Damn it, Sasuke. If you don't wake up, I'm going to eat all your treasured tomatoes." Sadness comes quickly, and it goes quickly too. Naruto suddenly leaned close to the hospital bed, tilting his head as he stared at a certain tube. What is this yellow thing? He lightly touched the catheter with his finger. Asleep, Sasuke twitched his brow unconsciously. Huh? This tube is attached to a little dick? Wow. Sasuke's seems even smaller than mine. Chino Toshio gently closed the door, his laughter falling into the corridor. The phrase, enemies meet on a narrow path, was invented for those two. 2 days later, in the real estate agency, Chia Jun slapped the title deed for Sunshine Apartment down on the table. From now on, put my name in the owner's name field. He left the rental matters to the agent, pushed the door open, and brushed past a purple-haired girl as he went out. Back in his own small courtyard, the bright red character, "Hey," on the wall was extremely glaring. He raised the newly issued land certificate and lightly fanned the demolition notice with it. What a pity. From now on, this place can only be used for shops. In front of the bulletin board in the task hall, he posted a new task sheet. D-level project, commercial building renovation. Budget, materials plus commission, totaling 300,000 taels. Chia Jun shelled out over 1,000,000 taels of silver. He had only one thought. Hurry. Build the house as fast as possible and give that stubborn old man across the street a good dose of humiliation. Of course, he had another plan brewing in his mind. He needed to connect with that Yamato captain as soon as possible. The future construction of Sunset Village would rely entirely on his would-release ninjutsu. Since he crossed over, Chino Toshio's most envious desire had been for that kind of ninjutsu that could conjure houses out of thin air. Especially that technique, wood-release, for pillar style, and wood-release, continuous pillar style. That was simply a godly skill for construction. As expected, under such lavish spending, the work moved like lightning. Captain Yamato was alarmed by the grand undertaking and came personally to supervise. He and Chino Shun thus crossed paths. Money can communicate with the gods. Overnight, an old-fashioned, solemn wooden house sprang up from the ground. It's just that this room is by no means the fresh food supermarket the Hinata clan had long hoped for. The next morning, the sunlight was blinding. Hinata Hiyori pushed open the grand gate of his family home. When I looked up, a massive sign stood directly opposite. Rigi Funeral Services, one-stop service. Several huge funeral wreaths stood directly in front of his doorstep, a glaring mass of white flowers. The loudspeakers were looping promotional advertisements. Grand opening sale. Buy a coffin and receive a full funeral service free. Cremation, burial, water burial, even special coffin-carrying ceremonies, all at a single fixed price. No cheating the old or young. Neighbors enjoy a half-price discount. Morning music began to play immediately afterward, the sound waves striking straight at the walls of his family's courtyard. The daily candlestick looked as if struck by lightning, frozen in place. What's going on? What happened to the promised fresh food supermarket? The jichi fish and shiso leaves he kept thinking about, where are they? How did it turn into a funeral parlor overnight? What made his blood boil even more was that Chino Toshio had plastered flyers all over Konoha. The address bar glaringly read, West Town, Latitude 8 Alley, directly opposite the Hyuga family mansion. You're killing me. Hinata. Hisashi's roar echoed through the courtyard. Hinata was placed in confinement because of this. But Aikino-shun was not panicked. Can you keep her locked up for a lifetime? He sneered inwardly. Old man, you dare tear up my yard? Not building a pay toilet facing you is already a huge favor to Hinata. Even though you are Hinata's father, Hinata will still be my partner in the future. But debts must be settled item by item. If you dare touch my house, don't blame me for tearing off the mask. The funeral parlor had opened, but Chi Yejuan couldn't possibly handle it alone. At that moment, the system notification sounded. Ding. A time-limited task released. Hire 2 shop assistants. Requirement 1. Diligent and self-disciplined. Requirement 2. Skilled in management. Deadline. 1 day, and personnel cannot be drawn from the hot spring resort. All right. Chiejun immediately rushed to the village employment office. Just as he walked in, he bumped into a youth with a serious expression. His self-introduction instantly caught Toshio Chino's ear. My name is Kira Sora, 15 years old. I live in Konoha East Town, single. I used to work at the Good Come Again funeral home on Tanzaka Street. I work until 8 every evening. I don't smoke. I drink lightly on occasion. I go to bed before 11. Always have a cup of warm milk before sleep and do 20 minutes of stretching exercises. Isn't this exactly the disciplined person I was looking for? After a few days of trial, Toshio Chino found that Kira Sora was diligent in his work and attentive to guests. There was no scent of dangerous particles on him at all. He also didn't have any particular fetish for women's hands. So, Chino Toshio promoted him on the spot to store manager. The sky grew late, and the city lights came on. Chino-shun spotted the figure of a red-haired girl again on the main street of Konoha. The sunset's afterglow bathed the streets of Konoha village. A thinly clad little girl squatted by the roadside, a few explosive talismans laid out before her. Her eyes scanned the end of the street warily, ready at any moment to snatch up the goods and run. Konoha as city inspectors were not to be trifled with. When Chino Toshio passed by, she immediately held up a talisman and, in a hoarse voice, whispered, "Sir, please buy one. I haven't eaten in 3 days." Toshio Chino gently shook his head in refusal. The girl's hand did not tremble. She directly produced a lighter, and sparks flared at the edge of the talisman paper. Since that's the case, I have no choice but to go see my grandmother. But before I die, this talisman will make everyone in Konoha remember me. Chino Toshio took a step forward and gripped her wrist tightly as she tried to light it. The land of whirlpools, that was the name of the girl's homeland. After the war devoured her country, her whole family fled to the perpetually rainy land of rain. 12-year-old Uzumaki Maki was born in that gloom, and after losing all her relatives, wandered alone to Konoha. How much per sheet? Chino Toshi suddenly asked. Maki fluently quoted the price, even adding a buy 3, get 1 free deal. Chino Toshi noticed the girl was unusually sharp with numbers, her eyes gleaming with shrewdness when haggling. He handed over a business card. My funeral home happens to be short a manager. From then on, she became known among the employees as the little girl who sold explosive talismans. Night fell, and the lanterns of Konoha village lit up one after another. After settling Maki down, Chino Toshio walked toward his new residence in West Town. The apartment's living room was spacious and bright, and a piece of calligraphy hung on the opposite wall. Sleep until you naturally wake up, count money until your hands cramp. He smiled as he summoned the system interface and completed the check-in. A flash of light revealed a delicate doll in his palm. This time, it was a doppelganger capable of sharing the 5 senses. It was by means of this secret weapon that his relationship with Hinata had made a breakthrough. Thinking of this, Chino Toshio felt his ears burn slightly. Meanwhile, in the depths of the lake outside the village, Do remained kneeling on one knee on the stone steps until he heard Ant Snake's cold voice. Get up. The pavilion was reflected on the ink-colored surface of the lake. Ant Snake looked at the distant lights of Konoha, her vertical yellow pupils constricted slightly. The curse mark I gave Sasuke was sealed by Kakashi. What do you want me to do? Do wiped the cold sweat from his temple. Bring him to me while that child's inner darkness hasn't faded, Ant Snake said, her tongue brushing her pale lips. But, do you mean Naruto? Sasuke should be consumed by hatred. Yet this unexpected burst of sunshine has shaken him. Ant Snake's nails dug deep into the railing. Separate them. I want Sasuke to fully surrender to the darkness. Moonlight shone on Do-sang's pale face, his shadow trembling slightly on the stone slab. Chi Yi-jun had just completed the recruitment task, and the reward took effect immediately. A girl's figure quietly emerged in the air. She stood like a painting, ice blue hair falling to her waist, a black suit and short skirt outlining sharp lines, white socks over her knees, pure yet stern. It was none other than Sonozaki Noriko from the Bonded. Soul bond established. The system's voice sounded in his mind. You will share the 5 senses. You can see the world through her eyes, and she can sense every fluctuation of your emotions. Shunichino raised an eyebrow. How is this different from ordinary perception techniques? Perception techniques are like viewing a scene through a window, while a bond is like touching reality with your own hands, the system explained. The current bond range is 5 kilometers. She can take objects from a distance and leave chakra marks. In the future, she will also be able to synchronize and cast your ninjutsu. With a thought, Shunichino's method instantly dissolved into a faint shadow and vanished. His field of vision suddenly split. One half showed his own room, while the other revealed a vivid street scene of Konoha. Pedestrians chatted and laughed, shop banners fluttered, every detail felt as if he were there. His gaze drifted toward the Hyuga family estate. That commoner's son is worthy of the Hyuga family? Hayashi slammed his hand on the table. In anger, the teacup rattled. The lady beside him softly retorted, I actually think that boy's gaze is sincere. Sincere? The son of the Fire Country daimyo is the only proper match for Hinata. Even clans like Nara and Akimichi are beneath them. Aikino's knuckles whitened. Through Hoko's perspective, he saw Hinata curled up on her boudoir bed, her pillow soaked with tear stains. Big sister passed the preliminaries. Outside, Hanabi's jubilant cheers echoed, making the room feel even heavier and more silent. Hinata buried her face in her arm, her shoulder trembling slightly. Fatsi-su's fingers brushed the top of the girl's head. Silk-like sensations surged at Chi Yi-jun's fingertips, and a faint citrus scent lingered at his nostrils. When his gaze passed over Hinata's slightly open collar, his breath caught. Leave a mark, he murmured. A blue light bloomed in Fatsi's palm, and a chakra rune was silently imprinted in the shadow of the beam. At the instant she returned to reality, Fatsi collapsed into his arms. Bond skill entering cooldown, the system prompted. Can be summoned again in 10 days. Chiejun gently stroked Fatsi's cold hair. The taunt of Rizu still buzzed in his ears. He looked out at the crescent moon, a dark fire kindling in his eyes. I can't wait until next year. In this world, 6 months from now, I'll be an adult. Some plans need to start early. 2 more skewers of takoyaki, and it would be perfect. But Hinata, would she agree? Tears slid down Hinata's cheeks, and she raised her hand to gently wipe them away. I really want to see Junjun. The attic's been sealed, he's moved away, and even the last bit of sentiment is gone. But why? I always feel like he was just nearby a moment ago. If he really shows up and makes that kind of demand. Thinking of that, the tips of her ears suddenly burned. Something inside her heart snapped with a pop. Enough. I don't want to be the good girl anymore. You must understand. The force she unleashed during the infinite Tsukuyami stunned even the clan elder. Midnight. A silhouette silently tore through space. Chinoya Shun fell onto the floor of Hinata's bedroom. Moonlight spilled over the sleeping girl's face, her eyelashes still clinging to unwiped tears. He bent down and gently kissed her forehead, his fingers brushing the reddened corners of her eyes. Omega. Then he turned into a breeze and vanished, racing toward the Snow Kingdom. The palace of the Snow Kingdom was brightly lit. Santayu pushed the warmed wine toward him. Sir, you come calling so late. What is the matter? We need your country's railway engineers. Chi Yi-jun spread out a set of blueprints to conduct geological surveys for Sunset Village. The contract document thudded onto the table. Santayu rubbed his teacup. But even if the railway is completed, how will you transport the train there? The young man twirled a kunai between his fingers and smiled wryly. I have my own clever plan. It was market day when they returned to Konoha. The bustling crowds carried sakura petals with them, but only Aikino Shun looked up toward the sky. The chakra of the sound shinobi and the sand shinobi gathered toward the border like storm clouds. On the training ground, Naruto was wrestling with a wooden post. Teach me Earth Release, Junji. Earth Release needs the steadiness of a foundation. Chino Jun pressed down the hand that had formed the wrong seal. You haven't even awakened your chakra nature yet. Forcing it will just collapse into dirt. Seeing the other's shoulders slump, he simply condensed a Rasengan. Learn this first. As the cerulean orb spun, the smiling face of a certain white-haired ninja flashed through his memory. Since Jiraiya in the original work was going to take on a student, why not beat him to registering a spot? The scroll in the Hokage's office bore the heavy stamps of the third. The ink on the termination of master-student relationship had not yet dried. The old man sighed. I really didn't fulfill my duty to guide them. When Chino Toshio bowed and stepped back, a sly curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. The explosive blasts of Rasengan echoed through the 7th training field day after day. Naruto's rare focus made Ino reluctant to interrupt. But Hinata was grounded by her family. Ino was traveling abroad, and even Fuka and Koyuki had returned to attend a ceremony. It really does have to be a jailbreak, he said, looking toward the walls of the Hyuga mansion. Deep into the night of the 5th day of house arrest, Hinata was practicing gentle fist on the wooden post when she suddenly heard the window lattice whisper. Moonlight traced out that longed-for silhouette, a finger raised to his lips as he smiled at her. Shoo! The night wind swept the cherry blossoms along, silently carrying away the bird in the cage. With a ripple in the air, Aikino Shun suddenly appeared in Hinata's bedroom. Hinata was lying on her stomach on the bed, drawing something. Startled by the sound, she sat up. The paper was filled with the name, Aikino Shun, and crooked little hearts. Shun-kun. She rubbed her eyes, her voice tinged with disbelief. How are you here? She even suspected she had been bewitched, her whole body frozen in place. Not until a Kinijin stepped forward and pulled her into his arms. Warmth from his body came through his clothes, and Hinata gave a small shiver. It's me, he whispered in her ear. Do you remember the forest of the wave country? I carried you as we weaved between the treetops. It's that same technique. But Hinata tilted her face up, her fingers unconsciously clutching the hem of his clothes. Didn't you say you have to leave a mark in advance to teleport? How could there be one in my room? Toshio Ichino scratched the back of his head and smiled a little slyly. Well, it's a long story. How about I take you to a place? The light in Hinata's eyes instantly sparkled. She glanced out the window. Her father's courtyard had already gone dark. The next second, Toshikazu Chino lifted her up horizontally. The girl gave a soft gasp, her cheek pressed against his warm chest. Wind swept past their ears, and when she opened her eyes again, they were standing in a quiet mountain forest. Moonlight edged the continuous canopy with silver. Pines sighed in waves, mingled with the cool scent of spruces. Toshikazu Chino held her hand as they walked across the soft grass and stopped on an open hillside. Do you like it? From now on, this will be our secret base. They sat down side by side. The night sky was like deep blue satin, studded with scattered stars. When Toshikazu Chino's fingers gently covered the back of her hand, Hinata heard her heart beating like a drum. The boy suddenly leaned in. The instant their lips met, she smelled the scent of sunlight from his collar. But when his warm hand slipped under her hem, Hinata snapped awake and pushed him away in a panic. Toshio Chino's hand froze midair. An awkward silence hung in the air. Sorry, I was too impatient. His ears flushed. No. Hinata lowered her head to straighten her disheveled collar, her voice as thin as a mosquito's. Her father's cold gaze flashed through her mind, a surge of defiance rising in her chest only to be crushed by habit. Will it hurt a lot? She suddenly asked softly, out of nowhere, slowly leaning back against his shoulder. Chi Yi-jun chuckled lowly, a gentle tremor passing through his chest. I feel like a cooked crab right now. Why a crab? Because I'm so happy I'm about to start bubbling. Hinata snorted with laughter. At that moment, the night wind swept through, and wildflowers covered the hills, swaying gracefully. Violets and tulips glowed with a hazy halo under the moonlight, and the tinkling of a stream drew nearer from afar. We should go back. Chi Yejun rose and brushed the grass off his clothes. Hinata took one last look at this dreamlike place and allowed him to take her hand as they retraced their steps. Standing at the bedroom window, she suddenly caught the hem of the boy's jacket as he was about to turn and leave. Will you stay with me a little longer? When the lights went out, two snuggled shadows gently fell onto the sheets embroidered with wisteria. Warm breath carrying a sweet scent lightly brushed against Ikeda Shun's cheek, like a feather tickling the skin. His heart pounded, as if a mischievous monkey were beating a drum inside. He took a deep breath, suppressed the rising restlessness, tightened his arms slowly, and pulled Hinata into his embrace. Hinata's heart was pounding fiercely. A voice cried out from deep within her. Enough. I refuse to be that meek, obedient daughter any longer. House arrest. I'll be rebellious for once. At last, she mustered her courage. Her voice was as thin as a mosquito's, yet carried an unprecedented resolve. Jun-kun. I'm willing. Aikino Shinichi was stunned. Willing? Willing to what? He couldn't catch on for a moment and froze. At the crucial moment, what a blockhead. The system's prompt sounded abruptly in his mind, and at the same time a small square box fell out of thin air, landing beside his hand. Toshio Aikino suddenly came to his senses. He remembered Hinata's long-held insistence. She had said that her mother had warned her that girls should know how to be modest. But at this moment, Hinata felt that this kind, upright, gentle, and considerate man was worth her breaking her principles. Moreover, that time in the attic, she had accidentally opened her Byakugan and caught a glimpse of him bathing. Tonight, a dormant longing was completely awakened. Aikino Tashiyoshi was ecstatic. In his mind flashed that rebellious Hinata from the infinite Tsukuyami world, heavily made up and daringly dressed. It turned out that beneath the most obedient exterior lay the most fervent soul. You are really sure? His voice trembled slightly with excitement. Hinata's cheeks flushed crimson, like a ripe peach. She lowered her eyes and gave a soft That response shattered the last thread of restraint in Chino Toshio. Before his eyes, he seemed to see again that beautiful figure in a pristine white kimono, a dahlia in her hair, her curls flowing like waves. He suddenly pulled her into a tight embrace, one swift roll. Omega. After a long while. 3. The room returned to silence. Chinoya Shun was fairly satisfied with his first performance. After a brief calm, Hinata poked her flushed face out from under the blanket. She extended an index finger and absent-mindedly traced circles on his firm chest. Suddenly, her gaze swept over the bedsheet, and her face instantly went deathly pale. My God, Father will go insane if he sees this. Chi Yijun immediately grabbed the bedsheet and quickly formed hand seals with both hands. Water release, cleansing technique. Clear water flowed, and the marks disappeared. He let out a low shout. Fire release, drying technique. Heat steamed up, and the sheets instantly became clean and dry. The two of them lay down again. Chiyano Shun pulled her into his arms and solemnly promised. Sweetheart, I will always take responsibility for you. Hinata snuggled against him and closed her eyes in contentment. Toshio Chino glanced down at his hard-working and meritorious brother, a roguish, proud smile lifting the corner of his mouth. Good work, little brother. Falling asleep in each other's arms. Morning. Sunlight streamed through the seams of the curtains, filling the room with a warm glow. On the big bed, Hinata woke first. She propped herself up on one arm and gently lifted the edge of the comforter with the other. Tashimi Aikino's face in deep sleep appeared. He seemed to be dreaming of something. His brows knitted slightly, and he curled his body like a child. Hinata reached out her fingertips and gently stroked his cheek, then leaned over and puckered her lips to plant a soft kiss. Tashimi Aikino subconsciously wiped his face in his sleep, yet did not wake. Hinata's playful mood returned, and her finger mischievously tapped the tip of his nose. Now Chino Toshio finally reacted. He slowly came to, his gaze gradually focusing as he saw the prankish, smiling face before him. A smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. He reached out his arm, about to pull her closer again. Bang! The door was flung open with a crash. Sister, Father wants you to come downstairs immediately. Hinata Hanabi's clear voice shattered the room's lingering romance. Hanabi's eyes lit up. She stared at Aikino Shun, her little face breaking into a delighted smile. It's the big brother who gave me the plum cake last time. But the next second, she tilted her head, full of confusion. But why is big brother pressing down on sister? Her gaze swept across the floor and saw several used clear little bags. Isn't this a toy for blowing up balloons? In an instant, Chino, Toshio, and Hinata's faces turned as red as burning fire. The air seemed to freeze. Hanabi blinked her innocent big eyes. Brother, are you scolding sister? I'm going to tell father. Before the words finished, a crisp system notification chimed in Chi Yojin's mind. Ding. New task released. Host must immediately stop Hanabi from tattling. Chi Yojin hurriedly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Koena. Actually, Onaikin was teaching Wonshinam indoor horseback riding. And boxing. Yes, boxing. Boxing. At the word, Koena immediately sprang up. The Hinata family loved practicing fists the most. She ran a few steps to the bedside and stretched out her soft, fair little arms. Onaikin, will you teach me boxing too? Toshio Ichino awkwardly scratched the back of his head. You're still too young? Okay, brother will give you a present, but what you just saw must be kept secret. He waved his palm and, as if from thin air, produced a dozen or so exquisite Barbie dolls. Hinata was already used to his magic. Huahua was stunned, her small mouth forming a perfect O. Brother, how did you make this appear? Do you like it? I'll give it all to you. I love it so much. Hanabi happily hugged all the dolls into her arms. Chino Shun crouched down and lowered his voice. This is our little secret, okay? From now on, Big Brother will bring you nice things. Hanabi thought seriously for a moment and nodded vigorously. When I grow up, Big Brother has to teach me to ride a horse too. Aikino Shinichi froze, then smiled and extended his pinky. Okay, pinky promise. Hanabi hooked his finger, gave it a little shake, and, clutching his doll, ran happily downstairs. Aikino Shinichi completely collapsed onto the bed. If her father found out, he just opened a coffin shop across from his house, and this nearly took care of his youngest daughter too. Hinata blushed and let out a long, relieved breath. Ding. Task complete. Reward. Ninja Tool Empty Valley Oil Umbrella. Ninjutsu 1000 Dewdrops. 1000 Dewdrops, the rain-hidden village's signature concealed weapon technique. Oil umbrellas soar into the sky, 1,000 blades pouring down like rain. During the Death Forest exam, Chi Yi-jun had seen this move. The visual effect was quite splendid. Not a bad ninjutsu. I'll take it. The author begs, please don't despise the ordinary reward. This is only 200,000 characters so far, aiming for a finished work of 1 million characters. If I grant dojutsu or divine arts now, the power balance will collapse. At that moment, the system notification sounded again. The new task was something like 100 uses for developing shadow clones. Ding. Please have the host and Hinata interact pleasantly in 10 different environments. Scenes must not repeat. Note, any bedroom is considered the same type of environment. Aikino Shun blinked in surprise. What does this mean? Forcing me to become a wilderness survival master. He couldn't help laughing. System, you've gone bad, but I like it. By the way, how long is the mission deadline? Toshio Chino rested his chin on his hand and pondered. Where else? Other than the bedroom, could you do something like this? A few random locations suddenly popped into his head. In a cave? On the beach? At the kitchen counter? Hot spring inn? Even the meeting room of the Hokage building? Or use the flying thunder god technique in midair? He grinned. As long as you dare to dream, anywhere can be a battlefield. To avoid any sudden daylight that might appear, Chino Toshio had to push down his reluctance and get up to take his leave. Sweetie, I have to go. He deliberately leaned in and lowered his voice. From now on, can I call you wife? Hinata's earlobes instantly flushed red. Her fingers twisted the hem of her clothes. The two tried calling out husband and wife a few times, but felt so awkward they got goosebumps. Never mind, never mind. Toshio Ichino laughed as he ruffled her hair. Junkoin and Sweetie still sound better. Hinata nodded slightly, then suddenly lowered her voice. Hanabi is still young and doesn't measure her words. Let's be more careful these days. I should also get focused and prepare for the Chunin exam. Understood. Toshio patted her shoulder. You concentrate on studying, I won't bother you. Before his words finished, he had already vanished like a lingering afterimage. Hinata raised her hand to touch her feverish cheek. The coming-of-age ceremony and the memories of that night surged into her mind. She felt not a shred of regret. Instead, when she thought of her father, a small rebellious spark flared up deep within her. Locked up because of me? Instead, it made my first night slip away earlier. She quietly took out the small notebook she always carried and hastily wrote a line. Leaf Village, year 60, April 1st became a real adult with Junkoon. Her gaze swept over the mirror. She noticed the subtle changes in the curves of her body. When we get married, I must test him to see if he remembers every detail of tonight. A sly smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. In the apartment on the other side, Chi Yejuan hummed a tune as he opened the front door. He opened the Notes app on his tablet and quickly typed, Konoha, April 1st, year 60. Night of bidding farewell to innocence. Hinata is much bolder than I imagined. Thinking of Hinata's shy, awkward reaction, he couldn't help but laugh. From now on I should tease her properly. See how she remembers tonight. He walked into the study and grabbed a marker, scrawling on the whiteboard. Orochimaru's plan to destroy Konoha. He murmured, sketching a cold, serpentine outline. Destroy Konoha. Kill the third. Lure Sasuke at root. It's revenge against teacher Sarutobi. The pen struck heavily on the words, forbidden jutsu research. All because the third stopped him from pursuing immortality and forbidden jutsu. He tore open a packet of snacks. The sound of chewing was especially crisp in the silence. Despite Orochimaru conducting human experiments, plotting attacks, and personally killing his master, Aikino Shun still couldn't bring himself to dislike him. Compared to Danzo's kind of hypocrite, he's actually much more genuine. He drew a question mark next to the snake pattern. Besides, in the final battle he turned around and saved so many people. How can good and evil be so easily distinguished? Toshio Chino decided to bury the secret of the destruction of Konoha plan in his heart. It was not yet time to tell the third Hokage. Even when Gekko Hei met with misfortune, he had no intention of intervening to stop Maki. He knew that once he took that step, the course of the story would be completely altered and the entire world could fall apart. He shook his head, as if to dispel these heavy thoughts. I can't slack off, my training must not stop. Meanwhile, Konoha Hospital. Naruto gently closed the door to Sasuke's room. Turning, he nearly bumped into Kakashi leaning against the wall. Naruto. Kakashi's voice was its usual lazy drawl. I found you a new teacher to give you special training. What? I don't want that. Naruto jumped up immediately, his finger nearly poking Kakashi's forehead protector. I only want you, Kakashi-sensei, to teach me. Kakashi sighed, his eyes flashing a trace of helplessness. I have an important mission, so I won't be able to take you from now on. Naruto's brow nodded, and he fell silent for 3 seconds. Then he exploded like a lit firecracker, flaring up. You're definitely going to go teach Sasuke, aren't you? But he's still unconscious. Kakashi-sensei, you're so biased. A faint black line seemed to hang down from Kakashi's temple. Trust me, this teacher is better at teaching you than I am. Those words piqued Naruto's curiosity. Who is it? Could it be Teacher Kushina? At that moment, clear footsteps came from the end of the corridor. Naruto turned his head to look, and with just one glance he reacted like a cat with its tail stepped on, springing up instantly. Ah, it's that pervert with the glasses. If awkwardness could be embodied, the air around Ebisu would by now have frozen into ice. He pushed up his trademark small sunglasses. The memory of being harshly reprimanded by Ichino Toshi flashed uncontrollably through his mind. Why? Why do the young leaves of Konoha all shout the same thing when they see me? Is the problem really with these glasses? Kakashi blinked in puzzlement. Pervert, with glasses? Naruto immediately announced the answer loudly. Because he fell under my harem jutsu. Ebisu, Konoha's special jonin and an elite instructor, now looked alternately pale and flushed. He took a swift step forward, clamped his hand firmly over Naruto's mouth, and lowered his voice to threaten, You brat. If you keep spouting nonsense, you'll regret it. Naruto's struggling stopped. Ebisu let go smugly, adjusted his sunglasses, thinking he'd dealt with this troublesome kid. But he was gravely mistaken. He knew nothing about Uzumaki Naruto. This boy hated 2 things above all, being threatened and being mocked for his height. You just called me a brat? Naruto's voice dropped, his blue eyes igniting with fury. Isn't that so? Ebisu sneered, refusing to back down. Even if you've luckily learned multi-shadow clone, you're still dead last at heart. Before his words had fallen, bang bang bang, the corridor was suddenly packed tight with dozens of Naruto's shadow clones. Anger made Naruto forget they were in a hospital. He had only one thought: to punch this annoying guy away. He even tried to gather that still unfamiliar, restless energy the Rasengan. Countless Narutos roared and lunged at the Ebisu in the center. However, the gap in strength was like an abyss. Naruto's talent was high, but faced with an experienced special Jonin, he was still too inexperienced. His chakra had not yet condensed into form. Ebisu merely shifted his body slightly, and a clean, swift roundhouse kick sliced through the air. Bang, bang, bang. The shadow clones consecutively turned into white smoke and dissipated. The corridor instantly fell empty, leaving only the original Naruto standing dumbfounded in place, his heavy breathing clearly audible. In that moment, he finally calmed down a bit. Ebisu easily dispelled Naruto's shadow clones, a smug smile rising at the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, Naruto shouted, "Kakashi-sensei, please close your eyes." Before his words finished, he formed hand seals with both hands. The art of the harem. Bang, bang, bang. The corridor instantly filled with female versions of Naruto. They were draped in mist like gossamer, key parts faintly visible. Compared to Aikino Shun's version that simply omitted the mist, this kind of haze made hearts skip a beat even more. Ebisu-sama. Delicate, coquettish voices rose and fell. Countless blown kisses flooded toward Ebisu. Uft. Ebisu sprayed blood from his nose and froze in place. Kakashi turned in time, but was still a step too slow. A trickle of blood slid from his nostril. "Naruto," he sighed, "your fundamentals really aren't as solid as Sasuke's and Shikano Shun's. You call me weak again." Naruto grit his teeth, pulled out a small notebook, and angrily made a note. But in the end, he still reluctantly accepted the arrangement. On the way back, Naruto kicked at pebbles, his face full of dejection. "Hey, Naruto." Chino Toshio walked up, beaming with delight. "What's got you so happy? Could it be you drank my favorite kind of milk?" Naruto leaned in and asked. Chino Toshio felt his face heat up. The scene from last night flashed through his mind. He had indeed drunk the milk. Seeing Naruto's innocent expression, a trace of guilt swept through him. "Come on, I'll take you to my newly opened little shop." Chi Yejuan put his arm around Naruto's shoulder. "A little shop? You opened a shop? Selling milk or ramen?" But when Naruto stood in front of the Uzumaki funeral parlor, he froze. White chrysanthemums filled his sight, and several coffins sat quietly inside the shop. "Introduce yourself," Aikino Toshiaki called from inside the house. "Maki, come out for a moment." A red-haired girl stepped forward in response. She had a baby face and eyes that were lively with a hint of slyness. Not striking, but it made one feel reassured. "Her name is Uzumaki Maki." Toshio Chino patted Naruto's shoulder. "She's definitely a good girl who knows how to take care of a household." Seeing Naruto, Maki Uzumaki's heart stirred slightly. Aikino Shun is handsome, but matters of the heart are like the two poles of a magnet, indistinct and inexplicable. They just get drawn together. Maki's gaze, however, stuck stubbornly to Naruto. But at this moment, Naruto's thoughts were entirely captured by the coffin and wreaths in the morning hall. He even casually pinched a small chrysanthemum off one of the wreaths and, crookedly, stuck it into his messy blonde hair. That night, Naruto slipped into Aikino Shun's new home. "Wow, this place is really spacious," he exclaimed, then flopped head-first onto the sofa as the game console crackled away. Aikino Shun was busy in the kitchen. At the dinner table, the conversation turned to teacher Ebisu. The moment he heard that Chiya Toshiro had lectured that sunglasses-wearing guy, Naruto grinned so wide his mouth nearly split to his ears, like one of the cracked statues on the Hokage rock. Chiya Toshiro picked a piece of meat into his bowl and said matter-of-factly, "But Ebisu-sensei is very capable, an excellent jonin, and he cares about his students. You should learn some real skills from him." Naruto snorted, clearly not listening. "Don't worry." Chiya Jun smiled mysteriously. "You'll soon meet a truly remarkable teacher." "Really? Is it Teacher Sekijitsu Kurenai? Or Teacher Kurenai?" Naruto's eyes lit up. "If there's milk, she's a mother." Toshio Ichino muttered to himself, but on the surface he played coy. "I guess. It's a man." Naruto immediately deflated like a popped balloon, wilting. Aikino Shun again brought up Uzumaki Maki. Naruto waved his hand nonchalantly. You can restart a game if you lose, but if you lose your girlfriend, he grabbed the controller and chuckled. Then you can just keep playing games forever. Aikino-shun was left half amused, half exasperated by his crooked logic. Fine. Anyway, I introduced her to you. What happens next is up to your fate. After Sasuke woke up and learned that Aikino-shun had played matchmaker for Naruto, he ignored Aikino-shun for several days, his gaze cold as ice. Aikino-shun scratched his head, unable to understand how he'd offended this little sovereign. That night Naruto stayed over at Aikino-shun's place, and didn't leave. It wasn't until the next day that he slowly made his way to the training ground to see Ebisu. After sending Naruto off, Aikino-shun's figure flickered, and using the Flying Thunder God technique, he instantly appeared in Riemenheim's house bathroom. Li Wanjie, her swollen belly protruding, had long since ceased to be surprised. Chino Toshio handed her the baby supplies Kakashi had sent, and then turned to go back to the village. Sunset Village was bustling with construction. The once barren little fishing village in the land of waves has now been completely transformed. The air is filled with the smell of earth, and sweat men shout as they work, sweating to build walls and lay roads. Not far away, some women in brightly colored island garments dance enthusiastically to a lively rhythm, cheering on the laboring men. At the village entrance, an imposing gate stood tall, the three gilded characters on it gleaming in the sunlight. A loudspeaker looped an rousing welcome tune. We welcome you. We create a new world for you. The charm in motion is full of vigor. Chi Yejuan nodded in satisfaction. Zabuza and Haku strode forward briskly. To everyone's surprise, Zabuza removed the bandage that had been covering his face, revealing sharply defined features. Though his pointed fang looked somewhat fearsome when his mouth was closed, his weathered, rugged demeanor stood out distinctly. He was burly, his muscles taut and pronounced, exuding a sense of power. Bai, standing beside him, had a gentle, satisfied glow on his face. They have taken in more than a dozen wandering ninjas, greatly strengthening the village's defenses. Zabuza has also effectively become the de facto head of security. Aikino-shun's new palace sits deep within a lush forest, like a royal garden. The carriage slowly came to a stop. He stepped down and took a deep breath of the fresh scent of plants and trees. Sir, please follow me. Zai Buzhan's deep voice sounded. They passed through the marble archway, and the view suddenly opened up. The fountain's water sounded clear and pleasant, and a faint floral fragrance drifted through the garden. Following the winding stone path, the carriage traveled for a full half-hour before the estate tour was complete. This is way too big, Chiejun couldn't help but sigh. The main building rose 4 stories high, with more than 40 bedrooms arranged like a maze. He did a quick calculation. If he changed rooms every night, it would be enough to live there for over a month. The interior decoration was even more breathtaking. Crystal chandeliers lit the hall brightly, gilded columns reflected the candlelight, and velvet draperies fluttered in the breeze. Not bad. This will be the future palace, the concubine's paradise. Chi Yejuan watched the maidservants frolicking in the distance, a smile forming at the corner of his mouth. Just as he was lost in his daydreams, a childish voice interrupted his thoughts. Big brother, you're so handsome. A little girl like a porcelain doll hopped over, her cheeks rosy. She was an orphan adopted by Zai Bujan and Bai. Chiejun bent down and picked her up, feeling the warmth in his arms. When will I be able to have a child like this? He murmured. His gaze turned to the distance, where Zai Bujan was counting the money box. Chiejun understood they had been saving money to send Bai to the demon land for surgery, and also to blunt Zai Bujan's sharp fangs. Someday, I will master medical ninjutsu more powerful than ant snakes, he vowed to himself. Night fell, and Chiejun returned to his apartment in Konoha. He turned on his computer and began drafting architectural sketches. Ripples suddenly stirred in the air. 4 graceful figures appeared silently, wearing modified maid outfits, a heart-shaped cutout corset faintly visible, long legs sheathed in black stockings strutting like cats. They knelt in unison to the knees, movements precise and synchronized. Chunlan will massage your legs. Xiaoyao will massage your shoulders. Hyujv is in charge of foot therapy. Dongmei specializes in kidney care. This was his new technique, the maid technique, a perfect combination of shadow clone and seduction arts. Slender jade-like fingers glided over his shoulders and neck, accompanied by the soft murmur of Yimye Dai, and Chie Shun closed his eyes in pleasure. After finishing the drawings, he collapsed onto the sofa, images drifting through his mind. Hinata's gentleness, Ino's playfulness, Fuka's nobility, and Temari's boldness, Tintin's vitality. His thoughts floated to the blue-haired woman who always carried paper flowers Conan. Then he remembered the organization she belonged to, Akatsuki. Red clouds and black robes flapped in the wind. White wraps trod across the desert. The members always kept their hands hidden in their sleeves, walking with composure, as if nothing in the world was worthy of their glance. What kind of sparks will fly between me and the Akatsuki in my future journey across worlds? Chie-jun stared at the ceiling, letting his thoughts roam. That legendary villainous group that runs through the Naruto world will surely add a bold, vivid stroke to his life. Chie-jun lounged lazily against the back of the chair, eyes vacant, as if he couldn't be bothered with anything. The movie had reached a crucial point when Nurse Fong suddenly poked him. "Hey, what's with the rings they're wearing?" "Symbols of identity, I guess," Chie-jun said with a lazy smile. Look at Orochimaru, his hands are cut off, and he still didn't forget to pick up his ring and run. Nurse Chun beside him suddenly understood. It's like elementary kids insisting on wearing red scarves. You can't have pain wearing a red scarf, can you? She paused, then added, but the best part is that everyone's nail polish is different. Taka Organization's story is all too familiar to Toshio Ichino. It began as a group of 3 young people fighting for peace. Yahiko's brightness, Nagato's ideals, and Conan's resilience filled the group with hope. But after Yahiko's death, everything soured. Under Obito's seduction, the so-called peace became conquering the world by force. The reorganized Akatsuki recruited renegade shinobi from all over, Kakuzu greedy for money, Obito beset by love, Nagato clinging to his ideals, and Itachi burdened with a double mission. Not to mention the bloodthirsty Haiden and the prematurely deceased Juzobiwa. These people all had their own agendas and had to pair up to keep one another in check. Kakuzu even killed his own teammates. How touching. Toshio Ichino snorted lightly. More ironic was that most of these Akatsuki-level warriors ultimately fell to Konoha. Nurse Chu suddenly interjected. Wasn't it that stripping leads to death? But when Conan died, she was wearing clothes, right? Let Nan go. Chino Toshio shook his head and smiled. She's just an innocent rich woman. But the other members really couldn't escape this curse. Haiden and Kakuzu both died after stripping Itachi's cloak was shattered by lightning release, and he was exhausted. Deidara tore open his shirt before self-destructing. Kisame shed his robes and became a shark. Most extreme was Nagato, who went straight naked while controlling pain to attack Konoha. Thinking of pain, Chino Tashin couldn't help laughing out loud. That character who should have been full of menace was completely subverted by the Monde Green lines. The joke, "How many floors must one carry a bag of rice up?" made him laugh uproariously every time he revisited it. Sell rice, and even include home delivery. He murmured, imitating Pain's tone, his shoulders trembling slightly. Suddenly, a wave of inexplicable irritability surged through him. Since parting with Hinata that night, this inability to concentrate had been like a shadow trailing him. He rubbed his temples, trying to dispel the sudden gloom. Since that night with Hinata, Toshio Ichino's nicotine craving from his past life seemed to have been awakened. He rummaged through his personal space and pulled out a pack of Zongnanhai cigarettes. With a SCRRK, the match flared. He took a long drag from his first cigarette as an adult and slowly exhaled a ring of smoke. A long mist sense of relaxation spread through his body. Amid the swirling smoke, the faces of those members of the Shao organization flashed through his mind one by one. He had no intention of judging them as good or evil. Perhaps they were a group of charming villains, or perhaps just a bunch of crazies obsessed with their dreams. Unfortunately, except for Orochimaru, they all ultimately ended in tragic finales. He had once been deeply captivated by Akatsuki's mystery and power, rendered speechless by Pain's might, and rolled with laughter at those guys like Deidara. But later, he could only watch helplessly as they were resurrected time and again, reduced to tools of war. Thinking of this, Chie-jun felt a sting at the tip of his nose. Regarding the downfall of the Akatsuki, he had an absurd summary in his heart. It was all Nan's fault buying up explosive tags and bankrupting the organization. Kakuzu was literally angered to death. Deidara blew himself up. Orochimaru slipped away early. Nagato was starved to skin and bones. Itachi developed gallstones from hunger. Kisame, afraid his shark would go hungry, threw himself into a fish pond. Obito went stupid from hunger. Haiden took over finances only to be blown away. Sasori turned himself into a puppet. Zetsu frantically grew leaves with wood release and survived by sunbathing and pain. For the sake of a sack of rice, flattened an entire village. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind like lightning. If I were to rebuild Akatsuki and recruit these guys to be under my command, just as he was lost in such fantasies. A hidden base in Amigakure. A group of figures gathered under the dim light. They wore black robes with red clouds and straw hats from which wind chimes hung. A striking slogan was pasted on the wall. Collect all tailed beasts with all your might. March toward world nuclear leveling. Uphold money above all. Advocate getting rich through war. Born to pose, long live showing off. In Qingyu Squad's room, Deidara clutched his stomach, his face paling. Ugh. Scorpion handed over a cup of warm water, but forgot about the medicine. Husband, medicine Xia frowned tightly. You're like this, and you still want medicine? Get better first. Hey, everyone inside. Meeting time. A roar made the door panel tremble. By the time the two of them dawdled into the hall, Payne's gaze was as cold as ice. Jade Team, you're too slow. Deidara stuck out the tongues of several mouths at once, trying to bluff his way out. Payne stood up straight, his voice low and oppressive. Humans can never truly understand one another. Only by experiencing equivalent suffering can war be curbed and peace be brought. Feel the pain. Sigh, here we go again. Kisame patted the great sword shark's skin beside him and sighed. Everyone was already accustomed to it. The scorpion hides in the puppet and yawns. Deidara stands and nods off. The weasel focusedly gnawed on the tri-colored dumpling. The absolute early one had already burrowed underground. Haiden muttered prayers to himself on the side. The sound of corners counting money rustled and crackled. Xiaonan's figure dispersed in the air, turning into hundreds of fluttering white sheets of paper, drifting down in a flurry. Toby finally couldn't bear it any longer. He swung his staff and with a bang struck Payne on the head. That woke Payne up with a jolt. He clutched his head and was about to curse when Conan had already regrouped and landed back on the ground. Well struck, she blurted out, then cleared her throat twice. Let's get down to business. Payne rubbed the bump on his head and cleared his throat. Do you still remember Orochimaru? The hall instantly erupted. That creepy guy? I could recognize him even if he turned to ashes. Traitor. Next time I run into him, I'll blow him to pieces. That's right. Let him taste true art. Payne tapped the stone table. The sound rose above the clamor. Intel has arrived. Orochimaru is on the move. His target is Konohagakure. He's preparing to carry out the collapse of Konoha plan. Itachi, who had been silent the whole time, moved his fingers slightly. Kisame bared his mouth full of sharp teeth and glanced at him sideways. Yo, isn't that your hometown? Heh. A huge aloe plant in the corner poked its head out. Should we get involved? Payne shook his head. Wait and see. Let's see how much Konoha can fall into chaos. If there's a chance, bring the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki back. He hesitated, then raised his voice. Next, we review yesterday, analyze today, and look forward to tomorrow. Before he finished, snores could already be heard from the audience. Qingyu team. Payne roared. Deidara jolted awake, leapt up and shouted. Art is an explosion. Scorpion beside him was also roused, flicking the tail of Hiryuko as he retorted. Art is eternal. No, master. Deidara raised a finger and waggled it. Art is a fleeting firework, so it's an explosion. Nonsense. Scorpion's tail slammed heavily on the ground. Eternity is beauty. Explosion. Eternity. Explosion. You're sleeping alone tonight. I'm not calling you Dana anymore. The other members quietly picked at their ears and one by one got up to return to their rooms. A few hours later, Chi-Yi-Jun had long since fallen into a deep sleep, but faint sounds of quarreling could still be heard in the distance. Payne, unable to bear it, sat up. Be quiet. Artists need to sleep too. The next morning, sunlight filled the Hyuga family corridor. Hinata's confinement had largely been lifted as Hinata's anger subsided considerably. He boasted to his wife, "You have to be strict with the kids. Look how well behaved she's been these past 2 days." Hinata kept her head lowered, but the corner of her mouth quietly lifted. After being confined for several days, she was finally allowed to go out for an hour after morning classes. At 10 o'clock exactly, she gently pushed the door open only to run into Chino Toshio from the funeral parlor across the way. The moment Chino Toshio saw Hinata, his heart was immediately filled with joy. He strode forward and gently took her hand. "Come on, I'll take you for a walk on the street." At a stall by the roadside, a sunflower hairpin flashed a warm glow. He bought it and gently clipped it near her ear. Hinata's short hair made the petals look especially bright. "Sweet-chan, you are so beautiful." The girl's cheeks flushed instantly, like the evening clouds on the horizon. Toshio Aikino smiled as he led her into the hot spring resort. The wooden door slid open, and warm steam rushed out to meet them. "Jun-kun, why did we come here?" "To soak in the hot springs. Relax the muscles, and it also keeps you looking good." Hinata's ears flushed red. She turned to run, but he gently grabbed her wrist. "Just kidding." Aikitono Jun lowered his voice. "The men's and women's baths are separate, divided by a stone wall." He led her down the corridor toward the VIP area. Hinata suddenly stopped and looked up at a small wooden hut suspended under the eaves. "Huh? What's that little hut for?" Aikitono Jun looked up and felt his heart skip a beat. That was Jiraiya's observation post for spying. "Ahem, it's a hydrological monitoring station." Hinata's eyes flashed, pupils glowing white. The instant her white-eyed mode activated, she covered her mouth in shock. "Ah, there's a long-haired man holding a telescope peeping. Oh no, that old lecher Jiraiya wasn't supposed to be out on a field trip?" Ding. Sign and task triggered. Dispel Hinata's doubts. Aikino Toshiro thought quickly and, pointing at the small hut, said solemnly, "That person is the hot spring water quality inspector. But why is he using a telescope? And his expression, so sneaky. Ordinary people don't have X-ray vision," he said earnestly, gesturing. "To clearly see changes in the water quality from a distance, of course you need tools. You also have to prevent people from, urinating in the hot spring. Oh, and he's also in charge of safety in the women's area." The lie was so ridiculous, even he wanted to laugh. What would a hot spring need lifeguards? But Hinata nodded earnestly, her eyelashes trembling. "I see. Thank you for your hard work, mister." After sending off the girl as innocent as a white rabbit, Chino Tashimi hurried back. The cabin was already empty, only the system's notification sounded in his ears. Ding. Task complete. Reward. Golden Spear, Unfailing Pill 1. Staring at the suspicious pill in his palm, the corner of his mouth twitched. That name matched the system's usual bad taste. Wait. He suddenly widened his eyes. Did the system just say my first performance? A resentful roar came from the night. Is a dozen minutes really that bad? Aikino Shun snorted. Those who brag about an hour plus, if the foreplay drags on for an hour, the real action only lasts 2 minutes tops. He's a man, he can't stand being told he's no good. Host, don't misunderstand, 10 odd minutes is already pretty good. The system's sister and I only. Ahem, but you're the protagonist, so you should get some special treatment, right? Those words sounded pleasant to his ears. Toshio Aikino's mouth twitched, and he accepted the reward. A small vial appeared in the palm of his hand, stamped with the Pfizer Pharmaceuticals label. There was only a single blue pill in the bottle. The ingredient list read a long string. Bull penis, boar penis, donkey penis, seahorse penis, and even dung beetle penis and ant penis. He wasn't actually lacking in this kind of tonic, but they were all consumables. Using them too much would cause them to lose effectiveness, just like Grandpa Hoying, who had long developed drug resistance. But the pill the system gave was permanent. Chi Yi-jun couldn't wait to swallow the pill and flopped into a chair to wait. Before long, his whole body felt like it was being eaten by 10,000 ants, itchy and numb, alternately cold and hot. The ordeal lasted several minutes, and only when he was drenched in sweat did the discomfort suddenly vanish. He wiped the sweat from his temples and felt unexpectedly clear-headed and full of energy. He rushed home, dug out that illustrated edition of Jean Ping Mei, and was eager to try it. An hour later his wrists were sore, yet his vigor had not diminished in the slightest. In the end he had no choice but to summon multiple shadow clones and send them in one after another. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have unlocked the 9th hidden ability of multiple shadow clone. Discover one more to receive a new reward. This works. Chi Yejuan was both astonished and delighted. But he immediately felt a twinge of hesitation. Hinata, can she handle it? In a flash, an old saying came to mind. There are only oxen that work themselves to death, not fields ruined by plowing. He smiled meaningfully. Meanwhile, in Konoha Hospital, Sasuke finally opened his eyes. Thanks to Kakashi secretly watching over him, Kabuto's scheme failed to succeed. When Naruto heard he had woken up, he immediately asked Ebisu for leave and rushed over. Aikino Toshiya brought several issues of children's literature and youth art to visit, and was also carrying soup he had prepared for Sunday. In the corridor outside the ward, Naruto stood at the door like a guardian deity. Sakura was squeezing hard to get inside. Naruto simply used multiple shadow clones, blocking the door so tightly not even water could pass through. Sasuke needs to rest, you can't go in. Sakura's plan to mooch a feel fell flat, and she began to sob. Aikino-shun found it amusing and teased. How many chances does life give you to pounce? Naruto, just let Sakura have one go. Only then did Naruto withdraw his clone. Sakura, having been called out about her feelings, flushed and, embarrassed, lunged forward. She glared fiercely at Chino Toshikazu. Mind your own business. Having said that, she carried a garish bouquet of chrysanthemums into the hospital room. When Sasuke saw her and the flowers, he let out a "ow" and fainted again. Only after Sakura had walked away did he secretly open one eye. Chino Tashin couldn't help but laugh. Well, I'll be damned, this kid can actually play dead. He handed the book over, but Sasuke glanced at it with a look of contempt. This kind of children's book was beneath him. Ikuno-shun, do you have a brief history of time? Sasuke's voice came from the hospital bed. Ikuno-shun paused in his tracks. This guy's such strong tastes. He actually wants me to pick up shit? Even if I had the time, I wouldn't go pick up that thing. He shook his head, turned, and left the ward, leaving the space to Naruto. As the door closed, he vaguely heard Sasuke ask, "Did you get yourself a red-haired girlfriend?" In the third Hokage's VIP ward, Mito Uchiha had sent a thrush to amuse the old man. Hibino, who had already left work, was accompanying the Hokage and teasing the bird. Lord Hokage, do you know why I always shake a bit after using the restroom? Hibino pushed up her glasses. Sandeo smiled and shook his head. Because my dad raised me. He even taught me this. She blinked. Sandeo burst out laughing, his graying beard trembling. Little darling, then show Grandpa now. At that moment the door was pushed open, and Shinoya-shun happened to hear the last sentence. He clicked his tongue inwardly. This girl sure knows how to have fun. Huibin suddenly sprang up, her whole face flushed bright red. She grabbed the sunglasses that had almost slid off, rushed out the door with her head down, not even noticing that her handbag had been left on the hospital bed. Chiya Toshio grabbed that little sequined bag and chased after her. Sister Do, your bag. Before he finished speaking, he collided with a dark figure rounding the corridor corner. Clatter. The handbag slipped from her hands and flew open, its contents scattering across the floor like a shower of petals. Chia Jun looked down and froze instantly. Crotchless stockings, pink thong, a riding crop, and a bottle of oil gleaming with a golden light. Ebony screamed and covered her face as she stumbled backward. This isn't my bag. Whose is it then? Chi Yi-jun asked, pinching at a lace trim. The girl trembled as she pointed at Tuanzong, who had just been knocked. It's his. After saying that, she fled like a frightened rabbit. Tuanzong stood rooted to the spot, dumbfounded. No, though. Because Chino Toshio was present, he instinctively pressed down on a bulging paper packet in his pocket. After a few perfunctory polite remarks, Tenzo silently picked up the scattered items and stuffed them back into the bag. When he turned, his face was ashen. The third snorted coldly in the ward. A weasel wishing the chicken a happy new year. When Chino Toshio returned, the old man immediately put on a kindly smile. Little June, isn't the Chunin exam coming up? Don't keep running to me. I made your favorite plain rice porridge. Chino Toshio opened the thermos, steam wrapped in the scent of rice billowed out. When Sandai took the bowl, his eyes were slightly moist. After scooping a spoonful, he frowned. Isn't it too bland? Chino Toshio produced a glass bottle. As if by magic, the red oil shimmered enticingly through the glass. What is this? The old man asked, leaning in curiously. Fermented tofu. Fermented boob? The third generation suddenly burst out laughing. Let me try it. 10 minutes later, the old man's face was flushed from the heat. He clutched his water cup and stuck his tongue out while retching. At that moment, Naruto burst in a rush, stayed for less than 2 minutes, then took Chino Toshiyoshi by the hand and excused himself. On the way back, the setting sun stretched their shadows long. How's Teacher Ebisu at teaching? Toshio Aikino kicked a pebble. Naruto's face lit up instantly. We ran into a peeping white-haired old man at the hot spring. The teacher tried to teach him a lesson and ended up getting knocked flat. It really matched the plot and his memory down to the tiniest detail. Hey Toshio, can you guess what happened next? Naruto's eyes sparkled. Toshin Aikino helplessly pressed his forehead protector. You used the 1,000 years of death on the teacher, didn't you? Wow. How did you know? Naruto froze in place, his throat tightening. How did you know? Toshikazu Aikino grabbed his wrist, laughing heartily. Stop zoning out, I'm taking you to meet a new teacher. The sun set in the west. Ebino supported the third Hokage as they strolled through the garden. I ran into Maki Uzumaki holding a brochure. At the same time, the emergency light at Konoha Hospital flared red. Danzo was carried in on a stretcher, and beside him lay a silicone doll. The matter goes back 3 days. Danzo brought home the bag Hibino dropped and took out a bottle of golden essential oil. Curiosity drove him to pour out half the bottle. As a result, some part of his body swelled severely and got stuck in the doll. Later, Toshitoshi Chino heard that after the third generation met Ebino, this doll was retired. Tsunemaru traded all his shares in the hot pot restaurant for this gift. Toshitoshi Chino stood in front of the Hyuga family residence, his fingertips still retaining the sensation of Hinata's hair. He took a deep breath and turned to walk toward the funeral home. Inside the room, Maki Uzumaki was excitedly gesturing. You didn't see it. That old man in the wheelchair and his daughter. The way they fed him tea eggs was so heartwarming. Hiro wiped the urn and replied, filial daughters aren't common these days. But then they actually kissed on the bench. Toshio Aikino suddenly interrupted. Is one smoking a pipe and the other wearing round sunglasses? Maki nodded repeatedly. He understood at once those were clearly Sandai and Ebino. Staring out at the Hokage rock, Toshio Aikino recalled the night from 13 years ago, when the Nine Tails rampaged. The third's wife Buwako died protecting Naruto's mother. Over the years, the third never remarried. Asuma, he murmured, your father almost found you a new mother. His reverie was interrupted by the sound of a door opening. Jiraiya staggered in with the smell of alcohol, his collar stained with lipstick. Starting tomorrow, he would become Naruto's mentor. And Chino Toshio decided to apprentice under him as well. Yet the gears of fate had long since veered off their original course. They searched almost every hot spring in Konoha, but couldn't find a single person. Hey, who exactly did you bring me to look for? Naruto plopped down on the ground, his voice full of dejection. Aikino-shun helped him up and smiled mysteriously. Don't worry, trust me, this guy is really something. It wasn't until the setting sun painted the sky orange that they made a discovery on the outskirts of a secluded hot spring. Jiraiya was squatting on the roof right there. Still that same eye-catching red vest and wooden clogs. He was holding the telescope Chino Toshio had given him, gazing intently ahead and uttering strange exultations under his breath. Oh, ow. His mouth was practically watering down to his chin, and he absent-mindedly murmured to himself. TSK. As expected, Konoha's scenery is still the best. Later someone asked him why he didn't go to a larger hot spring resort, and he explained. Always watching in one place, how boring is that? Ha ha. Just then, Toshio Chino slapped Naruto's shoulder hard and pointed at the roof. Look, that's Jiraiya-sama. Naruto followed the direction and looked up. At this sight, he jumped up straight away. What? Him? That perverted uncle who was caught peeking at the women's bath a few days ago and got chased and beaten by Teacher Hibisuka? This is the good teacher you found me? What a joke. I refuse to learn from a lecherous old man. Naruto felt his hopes completely shattered. Why were all the teachers he encountered so unreliable? Toshio Aikino shrugged dismissively. Come on, Naruto, don't act so prim. Tell me honestly, you've never slipped into the women's bath using a transformation jutsu, have you? Naruto froze for a moment, then awkwardly scratched the back of his head and chuckled. How do you even know about that? Jiraiya, on the roof, heard the conversation below, poked his head out, and shouted in defense. Hey, you, that blonde brat over there. Don't speak recklessly if you don't understand. I'm collecting inspiration for artistic creation. It's a legitimate matter. Naruto looked up curiously and shouted. So what exactly are you doing? Jiraiya slapped his chest and said in a booming voice, a writer. I'm a writer. Naruto scoffed and curled his lip. Humph, a writer? I think you're the sleaziest kind of writer. Before the words finished, sudden shrieks erupted from inside the women's bath. Immediately, slippers, wooden basins, soap, and even several dripping undergarments flew out like raindrops, accurately striking the roof. Jiraiya, one of the famed three ninjas, was instantly pelted by this downpour and tumbled off the roof. Naruto pointed at the disheveled Jiraiya and shouted to Kono Toshiya, Shun, are you sure this uncle who can't even dodge women's underwear can teach me? Although Toshio Yeno had always admired Jiraiya, he couldn't help wiping the cold sweat at this moment. Well, he might have momentarily forgotten to dodge. As he spoke, he looked toward the figure getting up from the ground. It was Jiraiya. His strength did not lie in mastering earth-shattering forbidden techniques, but in his ability to bring the most ordinary ninjutsu to perfection. Just like the most basic fire release, which ninja doesn't know it, but the one who can combine flame with oil to unleash a destructive force is only Jiraiya. What impressed Ichino Toshiyuki even more was his will that never backed down. From the day he became a ninja, Toshio Aikino had Jiraiya's words engraved in his heart. To judge a ninja's true worth, you don't look at how many kinds of jutsu he knows, but at how strong his willpower is. Jiraiya brushed the dust off his clothes, walked up to Toshio Aikino, and affectionately ruffled his hair. Then his gaze fell on Naruto. Staring at that dazzling head of blonde hair, for a moment another familiar figure surfaced in his mind. At the same time, a notification sounded in Chi Yejuan's mind. A new check-in task had been released. The system revealed in advance that this time's reward was a spirit summoning skill. Could it be the Toad family? Thinking of possible partners, Toad Bunta, Toad Kichi, Toad Ryu. Toshio Chino's heart pounded with excitement. Sunlight bathed the streets of Konoha. Jiraiya looked at Naruto, his thoughts drifting away, as if he could see the smile of his former student Minato Namikaze, remembering that afternoon when he entrusted him with that ultimate technique, the Rasengan. At that very moment, a clear voice sounded in Chino Toshio's mind. Ding! Story quest released. Become Jiraiya's disciple and assist Uzumaki Naruto in becoming his pupil. Chino Toshio felt a surge of elation. Great! Just what I wanted. He turned to the white-haired man and got straight to the point. Sir, the third round of the Chunin exams is coming up. I want to ask you to be my training master. Jiraiya was clearly taken aback. Guiding Naruto had been the very purpose of his trip, but taking on another apprentice? Chie Toshio saw through his hesitation and immediately added, his tone sincere. Sir, don't worry. I won't take up much of your time. His real purpose was not to become an apprentice, but to use the opportunity to take part in the crucial events to come and make up for the regret in his heart. Saying that, he pulled the blonde-haired youth beside him over. His name is Uzumaki Naruto, and he really needs a good teacher. You can focus on guiding him. I'll mainly be there to accompany him, and I can also learn from you, big uncle. Chino Toshio's words were as sweet as honey. He even grinned and, half-jokingly, added, Uncle, if I were a woman, I'd definitely marry you. Before the words finished, with a soft thud, a puff of white smoke dispersed. Aikino Shun had disappeared, replaced by a young woman called Yezi. She was tall and slender, her air somewhere between innocent and sultry, her brows and eyes full of feeling, as if she embodied the best qualities of many actresses. Nozomi Yezi lightly pounced on Jiraiya, her voice coquettish. Touch it, da. Jiraiya's eyes instantly lit up. and his nose bled like a gushing fountain. Naruto, standing beside him, watched in stunned disbelief. It was also the first time he had seen Chino Toshinobu use that kind of technique. This guy, he actually knows the seduction art? And he's even prettier than my Naruto. From that day on, during their spare time from training, Toshio Chino and Naruto would occasionally transform into beautiful women together and play house. Jiraiya ultimately agreed to take Toshio Chino as his disciple. Of course, the sincerity of seduction was only one reason. More importantly, he genuinely liked this kid from the bottom of his heart. The two had compatible temperaments and shared the most basic common topic between men and women. Jiraiya never put on airs. He hated those who affected moral superiority, people who proclaimed that appreciating the human body was refined while discussing love and sex was vulgar, that reading world classics was cultured while reading popular fiction was lowbrow. In Chie Toshio's view, no matter how much designer perfume those people sprayed, they couldn't mask the scent of hypocrisy deep in their bones. True taste is enjoyed by both refined and popular alike. It's like drinking coffee while peeling a clove of garlic. There's a uniquely delightful flavor to it. Jiraiya is exactly the kind of genuinely unpretentious, big-hearted ordinary person, and that's awesome. Although I agreed to take you in. Jiraiya scratched his head, a little embarrassed. Don't expect me to keep an eye on you every day. You know, I still have to meet deadlines and write novels. It'll be more like free-range raising, occasionally standing you up. Can you accept that kind of teaching? This perfectly fit Toshio Chino's plan. He immediately nodded vigorously. At that moment, however, Naruto cast an unabashed look of contempt at Jiraiya. Jiraiya immediately felt annoyed and deliberately put on a stern face as he said to Naruto, "I can teach him, but teach you, you brat? I don't have the time." Naruto jumped up at once and replied loudly, "Who needs you? You perverted sage who can't even dodge a sneaky panty attack. Learning from you would only make things worse." At once, the two of them began bickering back and forth. Nearby, Chino Toshio watched in stunned silence. One disrespects the elderly, the other is reckless in youth. The noisy scene sounded like a quarrel in a vegetable market. By the time the two finally tired of arguing, Naruto mouthed protests but secretly muttered to himself, "This old man insults people with real gusto. Learning a move or two from him wouldn't be bad." Naruto muttered inwardly, though his face showed nothing but reluctance. Toshikazu Aikino pulled him into the corner and lowered his voice. "Hurry, use your seduction technique to shake him up." Naruto pouted, chin thrust way up. "I'm not doing that. I'm not as shameless as you." Toshio Aikino rubbed his hands and smiled obligingly. "Want to become a disciple of the three shinobi? You have to pay a price." "I'd rather die," Naruto said, stiffening his neck. Toshio Aikino's expression darkened as he leaned in closer. "Don't want to pass the Chunin exam? Jiraiya-sama is a master even the nobility can't hire." And he added mysteriously, "He can summon toads." "Toads?" Naruto's ears suddenly perked up. "Yes, toads as big as Mount Myaboku." Chino Toshio seized the moment to up the ante. "If you miss today, forget touching my game console. The milk and the black stockings will be confiscated too." Naruto's shoulders immediately slumped. Okay. Let pervy Uncle see what Uzumaki Naruto can really do." White smoke exploded, and a blonde beauty appeared, swaying her hips. Hot pants and a camisole, her sultry eyes like silk. PFT, 2 columns of blood spurted from Jiraiya's nostrils. He wobbled and fell to the ground, convulsing as he spat out pink bubbles. "I accept you as my apprentice." When he got up again, the white-haired man pretended to wipe his nosebleed with effort. But Chino Tashimi clearly saw a smile hidden in the crow's feet at the corner of his eye. "Now it's your turn to become a toad," Naruto shouted, hopping about. Jiraiya's hands flew, forming seals. Bam! The blue-skinned toad trembled the ground, and he stood atop the toad's head, laughing loudly. "I am none other than the toad sage of Mount Myaboku." A gale lifted his snow-white hair, the setting sun trimming it with a golden edge. Naruto's mouth, wide enough to fit an egg, and Ichino Shunya both stared, dumbstruck. "Come on, let's eat ramen to celebrate." Jiraiya slipped an arm around the two boys. Naruto stole a glance at his sharply defined profile and suddenly found the uncle much more pleasing to the eye. When the bowl was scraped clean, The roasting squid stall sent up a charred, fragrant smell. The owner zipped up his pants and crawled out from behind the building, reaching out to grab the skewers. "Don't move." Naruto abruptly stepped back. "You didn't wash your hands." The landlady rushed over at the sound, re-grilled the skewers, and handed them over. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. "The kid's picky, huh?" "Of course." Naruto bit off a squid tentacle, beaming with pride. After the three walked away, the boss's wife curled her lip at their departing backs. "You complain it's dirty just because my man brushed your crotch? I touched you all night last night, and didn't see you dodge before she finished." Naruto suddenly clamped a hand over his mouth and retched. "Training starts now." Jiraiya's voice came with the river breeze. "Let me see how big a splash your chakra can make." Chino Tashimi stared at the rippling water, a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. The show was only just beginning. He had planned to remove Naruto's five-element seal, but a wave of fatigue suddenly washed over him. He rubbed his brow and said to his companion, "I'm a bit tired today, I won't take part." After a brief farewell, he returned to the apartment alone. Just as he stepped through the door, the system's prompt sounded clearly. "Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the plot check-in. Reward, Spirit Medium Technique. Necromancy." Chi Yejuan's spirit stirred. He already had the cat demon Xiaohei, the shadow butterfly Mosura, the ice and snow phoenix, and even a mobile toilet. This time it should be a toad, right? He laughed and rubbed his hands. Before his words finished, he formed a seal and shouted, "Necromancy!" Boom. White smoke exploded, and a huge silhouette emerged from the mist. Chie-Jun widened his eyes. Before my eyes was a giant tiger with glaring eyes and a white forehead. Golden fur covered powerful muscles, black stripes like burning flames. Its limbs planted on the ground like stone pillars, claws scraping the floor with a screech. It bared its teeth, the sharp canines flashing cold light. A low roar echoed through the room. "Master, I am Tai Ji of the Tiger Clan." "Tai Ji of the Tiger Clan? Can you summon the entire tiger tribe? Like the toad of Mayaboku?" "Exactly." The giant tiger nodded. "You will meet my kin in the future." "This is interesting." Imagining leading a pack of tigers into battle, Chie-Jun's blood boiled. At this moment, a holographic panel appeared in midair. Clan of the Tiger. Habitat: Flower Creek Valley, a place of inheritance similar to Miyamu Mountain. Progenitor: Hwami Immortal, a tiger like ancient cat from the Kagaya era. Special mechanism: higher tier members must be unlocked by raising intimacy. Teasy's voice interrupted his reading. "That's all for today. Once intimacy increases, we'll meet again." White smoke spread again, and the tiger's figure and the light screen vanished together. "Leaving already?" Chie-Jun reluctantly formed the seals again. Spirit summoning technique. A soft, glutinous sound came from the smoke. A striped cub tumbled to the ground, blinking amber eyes up at him. "Did you call me? Any snacks?" Chie-Jun couldn't help but laugh and pulled a beef stick and some jelly from his Wannankudai. The little tiger pounced on the seaweed snack, whiskers trembling as it ate. "This is delicious." "My name is Yuji," it said, eyes half closed in satisfaction. "Now you're my friend. What abilities do you have?" The young tiger proudly lifted its head. "I can use water release, fierce tiger slicing the waves, and I can track prey within 10 li. Sounds impressive." Chino Toshio was half skeptical. "But how exactly do you track prey? Like Parker's ninja dog relying on scent. Could you demonstrate it?" Yuji looked around the cramped apartment, his ears drooping. "There's not even a puddle here." Chino Toshio had a flash of inspiration, dashed into the bathroom, and turned on the tap. Water gushed out, and Yuji's tail instantly shot up. No need to store water. Flowing living water is perfect. The little tiger took a deep breath, his front paws hitting the floor. Water release. Tiger waves break. Before his voice finished, the water suddenly leapt into the air and solidified into a transparent, fierce tiger, dragging a winding water chain as it pounced toward Chie-Jun. In the thunderous splash, he was slammed against the wall by the surge. 10 seconds later, the living room had become a watery marshland. Chie-Jun wiped his wet hair and forced a bitter smile. "My bad." He took off his dripping shirt. Yuji stared at his abdomen, his whiskers twitching with disdain. "Hey, I've been training my abs for 3 months." Chie-Jun protested, hands on his hips. The amber beast's eyes rolled, and Yuji slunk into the kitchen. With a swipe of his paw, the spice jars shattered with a clatter. The sharp sting of pepper hit them. The little tiger sneezed 3 times in a row, his fur puffing into a fluff ball. Ha ha! Jun laughed, slapping the floor, then suddenly recalled the saying, "You can't touch a tiger's butt." He reached out quietly, only to have a paw pad smack down on his forehead. The look plainly said, "How dare a mortal touch me?" He shook the bag of boli seaweed. The aloof Yuji immediately turned, his tail held high, rubbing against his knee and purring. In just half a day, bag after bag of crushed seaweed had bought them a blood pact. When the moonlight crossed the windowsill, Jun felt a warm body press against him as he slept. In a haze, he seemed to be hugged, and when the morning light stung his eyes, he discovered Yuji was sprawled starfish style, occupying most of the bed, his tail wrapped around Jun's neck and his paws pinning down his struggling legs. Jun struggled upright and grabbed the thin blanket that had been thrown over him at some point. How weird. I was definitely sleeping face down under the covers. He looked down at his underwear, now just boxers. Wait, where are my swirl pattern pajama pants? Infinite Chakra kept the summoning technique active, and in the corner of the contract scroll there were small words that had been overlooked. Tiger Clan Symbiosis Ability. Anthropomorphization at night. After playing with the fur ball in the morning, Chino Ike quickly formed the seals to dismiss the summon. Meanwhile, at the window of Konoha Ninja Academy, Hyuga Hanayuki was staring absent-mindedly at the falling cherry blossoms. Ever since she saw Hinata and Toshio Ichino under the tree, Hanabi's heart had been all over the place. But the next morning, the 7-year-old girl seemed to have suddenly woken up. She crossed her arms and pouted. "Oomph, that horse riding and boxing game is a lie. You were clearly making little babies. The kids of the Hidden Leaf Village sure know a lot." Her gaze swept around the classroom and settled on those noisy male classmates. A thought sprang up. Will I be like sister when I grow up? Soon, her gaze halted. A boy wearing a head-mounted goggle and sporting a pineapple hairstyle had just turned his head. He grinned cheekily at the fireworks. It was Konohamaru. Hanabi immediately gave him a big, exaggerated eye roll and turned her head away. She couldn't be bothered with these little brats. She secretly slipped a pack of spicy strips out of the drawer. To her, only Jun brother Jun could truly be called handsome. 9-year-old Mogakure Maru had secretly liked Hanabi for a month. He waited for the chance and tossed a crookedly folded note onto Hanabi's desk. Hanabi's heart skipped a beat. She nervously opened it. A few shaky characters were written on the note. "I've actually been watching you for a long time." Hanabi's face instantly flushed. She quickly wrote a note of her own and threw it back. Konoha Maru was so excited his hands trembled as he eagerly unfolded it. On it was written, "Please, don't tell Irika-sensei. I promise I won't sneakily eat spicy sticks during self-study class anymore." Konoha Maru held the note, his whole body frozen. "Hey." The adorable Huang beside him watched it all and pouted sourly. During the break, she walked up to Hanabi with a provocative tone. "Hey, do you like Konohamaru?" Hanabi was taken aback. "What are you talking about?" Without waiting for an answer, Moegi grabbed her and ran to the corridor, pointing at Konohamaru, who was horsing around with Udon. "Look, Konohamaru wouldn't possibly like you. The one he likes is Udon." Udon. That little sidekick of Konohamaru always wore a pair of big round glasses, his eyes vacant, and a glittering snot hanging under his nose. Hanabi shrugged off Moegi's hand and ran back to the classroom without looking back. "Oomph, a bunch of immature brats. I wouldn't take them even if they were given to me. Brother Ikeda-shun is still the best." At this moment, Ikeda-shun had just finished inspecting the funeral parlor and the hot spring resort. He went to check on Sasuke and Lee, then trained in the forest for half a day. Returning home at noon, he planned to take a short nap. The sun was warm, and he suddenly felt a bit bored. He thought of that fuzzy little tiger, Yuji. With a thought, he summoned it out once more. And this time, he unexpectedly discovered an astonishing ability in the little one, which left him stunned and speechless. Afternoon sunlight filled the room. Jun opened his eyes and lazily stretched. When he turned his head, he saw a tuft of golden fur curled up beside him. A long tail had somehow slipped into his vest. The little creature seemed to be dreaming. Its tail lightly tapped his skin again and again. Chino Toshio smiled and gently pulled the tail out, rubbing his forehead against its fluffy little head. He then got up and went to the bathroom. When he returned and looked toward the bed, he froze on the spot. Where was the little tiger Yuji on the bed? In its place was a blond boy who looked about his age. There were whisker-like markings on the boy's face. Chino Toshio's first reaction was Naruto. But on closer inspection, it was a stranger's face, with a bit of roly-poly childlike innocence. And he was completely naked. The youth opened his eyes slightly, his thick eyebrows knitting together. He lazily glanced at Chie-Jun, turned over, and fell asleep again. Chie-Jun's brain completely stopped working. What exactly is going on? He went to pee and came back to find another person had appeared on the bed out of nowhere. Toshio Aikino stumbled back a step, his back hitting the doorframe. Who are you? How did you get in? The youth slowly turned around, rubbing his eyes, looking like he hadn't woken up. He first glanced bewilderedly at Toshio Aikino's fluffed-up hair, then looked down at his own bare body. The air froze instantly. Crap, the youth muttered. Mom's always nagging me to wear long johns, and I even forgot the most important part. He fumbled and grabbed the tissue box from the bedside, holding it in front of himself. After a few seconds of dead silence, the boy finally sat up straight. When he raised his eyes, Aikino-shun suddenly shivered. Those startlingly bright eyes were slightly upturned, exuding a predator-like sharpness. He was the same age, yet carried an oppressive presence that made one's legs go weak. But the next second, Aikino-shun's eyes widened. Could it be that you are? The boy jumped off the bed, and the tissue box went plop onto the floor. Aikino-shun's gaze involuntarily moved downward where he saw a sparse tuft of golden fur. Yuki. The boy hopped over to the wardrobe, pulled out underwear printed with Luffy's face, and put it on, scratching his head sheepishly. Haha. Forgot to mention our tiger clan can transform into human form. Seeing Aikino-shun's skeptical face, Yuki gave a flash of light. SSS. The limited edition Luffy underwear tore with a snap, and a furry tiger with a swishing tail appeared, then winked and transformed back into a boy. Amazing, Aikino-shun exclaimed, punching his palm excitedly, then suddenly lowered his voice. By the way, do you have any sisters? There's a little sister, 3.5. PFF okay. But I do have quite a few cousins, Yuji said as he ducked into the kitchen and rummaged through the fridge, then sat cross-legged on the counter, holding a bag of chips. After we turn human, we awaken the tiger's gaze ability. Tiger's gaze? Like opening a blind box. Yuji mumbled through a mouthful of chips. The most powerful is called the time space. I can pause time, or even travel to the past. My dad's is the one shot I stare at someone, and they're done. For my mom's is even crazier. The child delivering guanine. I stare at someone, and they get pregnant. Chie-Jun suddenly interrupted. Wait, what do the amnesia I and the possession stealing I mean? The amnesia I makes someone forget everything, and the possession stealing I can nullify all of an opponent's abilities. Yuji leaned in conspiratorially. I heard they work wonders combined with resurrection techniques. Isn't this just ocular jutsu? Chie-Jun clenched his fist excitedly. Do you have those too? The boy blinked, his pupils suddenly turning into hearts. I can only do X-ray vision. Chie-Jun was a little disappointed, but still wanted to try the X-ray ability. He dug out a set of clothes and handed them to the Tiger Man. A black robe, black leg wraps, topped with a bright yellow jacket printed with triangular patterns. These are the clothes of Zenitsu Agatsuma from Demon Slayer. They were originally meant to be a gift for Naruto, but at this moment, Toshio Ichino felt that this outfit surprisingly suited the Tiger Man companion before him. The two walked out of the apartment and onto the bustling street. Yuji, I want to try the tiger eyes, Toshio Ichino said softly. Yuji smiled faintly and reached out to take his hand. No sooner had they linked hands than people by the roadside shot them strange looks, and some snickered under their breaths. TSK, a pair of little gay boys. Chie-Jun yanked his hand away as if burned. What are you doing? In his previous life, if he saw girls walking hand in hand, he would just think it was deep friendship, but when it was two men, something about it always felt off. Yuji was stunned for a moment, a little aggrieved. Only by holding hands can we share the tiger eyes. Fine. Chino Toshio could only grit his teeth and take his hand again. Just then, Teacher Yuri Home walked toward him. The next second, Chi Yejuan's view changed in an instant. Teacher Yuri Home was completely naked. Her full upper body and long legs were all plainly visible. Oh my, this ability is way too powerful. He couldn't help but scan the entire street to him. Every person in Konoha looked as if their clothes had been stripped away. Even the elderly Lady Koharu, who happened to be passing by. My apologies, Umitba, St. Mary the First really didn't mean to. They slid all the way to the vicinity of Konoha Hospital and just happened to run into Mike Guy. Teacher Guy, clad in his green bodysuit, was about to go in to visit Lee. Upon hearing them call, he turned around and revealed a bright, shining smile. Chino Shun instinctively tightened his grip on Yukichi's hand, his gaze unconsciously drifting downward. At that sight, he nearly choked. Who would have thought that Mike Guy, so robust, and whose single kick could nearly end a battle, would actually be a lipstick guy? Toshio Chino suddenly remembered a scene he'd seen as a child. Young Guy had once peeped at Kakashi while he was urinating and was left dumbfounded by the other's size. Later, in one episode, Kakashi quietly told this secret to his companions. What? Guy's that muscular, and it's only the size of an acorn. Maybe he should change his name to Small Beast instead. At that moment, Mike Guy was hiding nearby, and heard it, he was completely disheartened. The first time Chie Toshio heard the term lipstick man was on a train. That day he was rewatching that episode when a female urologist on the upper berth stuck her head in and explained with a smile. Little Chie, did you know? Acorn men are also called lipstick men. Lipstick, you twist it, and only a little comes out. We girls use lipstick and always hope it keeps twisting up, but who knew after just 2 turns it's already at the bottom? And it's especially thin, isn't that a vivid metaphor? Ah, Dr. Chi, you wouldn't also be. Chi Yejuan just smiled then and didn't respond. He had always only been fond of nurses. At this moment, standing on the streets of Konoha, he looked at Mei Tikai, who was completely oblivious and couldn't help grinning out loud. His mind was full of that lipstick that twists all the way down with one turn. Chino Toshio. Teacher Kai's voice pulled him back to reality. Teacher Kai, we're just about to go find Sasuke. He hurriedly wiped the smile off his face and tugged Yuji toward the hospital. Mike Kai raised an eyebrow, his coarse voice interrupting Aikino Shun's thoughts. Hey, kid, what are you laughing at to yourself? Aikino Shun snapped back to his senses and suppressed the smile at the corner of his mouth. Nothing. Kai's gaze turned to the sturdy, freckled-looking Yuji. He rubbed the hedgehog-like hair with a large hand. And who is this little guy full of youthful energy? Chino Tashimatsu released the hand he'd been holding onto Yuji with. A friend I just met. Kai was clearly taken aback for a moment, then grinned, revealing a row of bright white teeth. Just met. He deliberately lengthened the words, a trace of malice creeping into his smile. Not bad. Youth is all about making lots of friends. All right, you two play on. I'll go check on Lee. Watching Kai sprinting off with his back to them, shouting burn bright youth. Chia Jun scratched his head. That smile from Teacher Kai just now, didn't it seem a bit sinister? Did I say something wrong? Toshika Nichino, I'm going home now. Yuichi's voice brought him back. If I don't go back soon, Mom will worry. Toshika Nichino smiled and took a delicate little box out of his ninja tool pouch, handing it over. This is for you, Bori Seaweed. It's delicious. The two waved goodbye, and Yuichi vanished with a puff of white smoke. Toshika Nichino was turning to walk through the hospital entrance when he happened to run into the third Hokage, who was leaving the hospital surrounded by a group. After seeing the third off, Jiraiya called out to him. Kid, let me ask you something. Jiraiya leaned in a bit, lowering his voice. Do you have a girlfriend? A girlfriend. Chia Jun's heart skipped a beat. Why ask this all of a sudden? Could it be some strange training test again? He answered honestly. I do. It's Hinata of the Hyuga clan. Jiraiya suddenly smacked his forehead. Oh, I remember now. That little girl from the Hyuga family. Wasn't she at the hot spring before? Ahem. I think this girl even caught sight of her, huh? He laughed, sounding a bit awkward. Then he slyly hooked his arm around Chino Toshio's shoulder, hot breath puffing against his ear. Tell me secretly, how far have you two progressed? Chino Toshio snapped his mouth shut. If this big-mouthed teacher found out, Naruto would definitely know the next second. Once Naruto knew, It would be like broadcasting it to the whole village. Jay just held hands, that's all. He mumbled vaguely, quickly changing the subject. Teacher, why are you asking this? Jiraiya only gave a meaningful chuckle, ruffled his hair hard, said nothing more, and turned to leave. By evening, the cultivation practice had ended. The 5-element seal Orochimaru placed on Naruto was finally lifted, and Jiraiya also successfully taught him the toad summoning technique, although for now, he can only summon a tadpole-shaped toad named Gamma. To celebrate, Jiraiya took Naruto straight to Ichiraku Ramen. I'm starting. Naruto grabbed his chopsticks and slurped the noodles into his mouth, hardly chewing before swallowing, blowing because they were so hot. Wow, this is amazing. If I could eat ramen every day after training, I could become Hokage. Jiraiya watched Naruto devour the food, his expression somewhat complicated, and suddenly blurted out, "Eat more, then. After all, this is the last time." Naruto puffed his cheeks and looked up. The last time what? Jiraiya immediately shook his head and put on a big grin. Haha, nothing. Just eat. Eat until you're satisfied. Eat until you have no worries or attachments. Ha ha. Naruto thought the lecherous sage seemed off today, but the temptation of food overpowered everything. He shouted again, "Uncle, another bowl of miso chashu ramen, please." Half an hour later, a dozen or so empty bowls were stacked on the table. Naruto patted his round belly in satisfaction and let out a long, relieved breath. All full. Thanks for the treat, you lecherous immortal, he said with a grin as he turned his head. The seat beside me was empty. Only a single frog, entirely emerald green, squatted on the stool facing him and flicked out its tongue with a rib bit. Naruto's hair instantly stood on and his hair bristled up. Nanny. The awful memory of the last time he had eaten ramen with Chino-shun and been tricked into skipping out on the bill using a decoy technique hit him hard. He dashed out of the ramen shop, frantically pulled out that red toad wallet which had long since been empty. It seemed as if a mocking voice could be heard faintly on the wind. Hey, you little brat, finish eating? Jiraiya appeared behind Naruto without making a sound. Naruto spun around sharply, tear streaks still on his face, stomping his foot in fury. Lustful immortal, you lied to me. You promised to treat me to ramen. Jiraiya crossed his arms and smiled with a sly look on his face. Idiot, when did I ever say I was inviting you? Naruto let out a wah and pounced forward, his fists raining down like droplets on Jiraiya's solid back. What kind of adult are you? Suddenly, Jiraiya's jesting stopped. His expression turned unusually serious. Naruto, he asked quietly, is there a girl you like? Naruto was stunned and released his hand. Ah. Sakura's figure flashed through his mind for a moment, but he immediately shook his head. He had long since lost any feelings for that fierce girl. Then he thought of Uzumaki Maki. Her face was round, and as for her figure, to young Naruto, it was a bit too much. Next was Moki, who was 4 years younger than him. Seems a bit too young? For some reason, Sasuke's cold, icy face suddenly appeared. Naruto quickly shook his head and awkwardly scratched the back of his neck. Heh, no, not at all. Jiraiya's eyes suddenly lit up, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help rising. The promise made many years ago can finally be fulfilled. Late at night, at Jiraiya's home, he leaned against the headboard and lit a cigarette. Amid the curling smoke, his memories drifted back 25 years. At that time, on the northwestern border of the Land of Fire, at the junction of the Land of Rain and the Land of Grass, 2 towering mountains stood. A huge wooden bridge, like a bond, connected the 2 villages atop the peaks. This is Fusako Village, a realm belonging only to women. Teacher Kishimoto probably got inspiration from Journey to the West again. All the children born in the village are girls. To continue the bloodline, each generation's village chief must go out and challenge a powerful male martial artist to a duel. The defeated man is taken back to the village to become a companion for continuing the lineage. Do such good things really exist? It is said that many writers found inspiration here and wrote the widely circulated son-in-law novels in the Naruto world. At that time, Jiraiya was still a handsome young man. When he heard of such a land of women, he immediately crossed mountains and rivers to come, of course, to find material for his novels. Suddenly, a shrill alarm sounded in the night sky. The village head, whose beauty could topple a city, led a group of kunoichi and rushed toward the bridge. The women of this village have a striking characteristic. Their figures are extraordinarily proud, enough to rival Tsunade. Their faces are even more beautiful and captivating. Because the village is almost entirely female, every household hangs brightly colored underwear to dry in front of their doors, creating a distinctive sight. The beautiful village chief shouted sternly, "Stay close. Make that man who dared to sneak into the village at night pay." What's going on? So it turned out that Jiraiya had sneaked into Konoha's Uzumaki village at night to collect first-hand material for his best-selling book, Paradise of Affection. This behavior is simply like knocking on a widow's door in the dead of night. Not beaten to death, he'd still lose half his life. At this moment, Jiraiya had himself suspended beneath the bridge by a single rope, muttering to himself, "Honestly, I'm just sacrificing myself for the art." He slipped into the forest and, in a clearing among the trees, unexpectedly ran into a short-haired female ninja. The woman's blade flashed out of its sheath in an instant. Jiraiya immediately formed hand seals. Secret technique. Among the 36 stratagems, fleeing is best. With a single bang, Gamekin was summoned. Jiraiya leapt onto its back and sped away like a wisp of smoke, disappearing without a trace. At dawn the next day, the sky was just beginning to brighten. Jiraiya slipped sneakily down to a little uninhabited river. Having hidden in the forest all night, he was sticky all over and gave off an unpleasant smell of sweat. He quickly took off his clothes, leaving only a pair of underpants, and with a splash jumped into the cool river. Morning light filtered through the thin mist and fell on the babbling stream. Jiraiya dove into the river with a plunge, cold water splashing up. He wiped his face, reached into the gaps between the stones to feel around, planning to catch a couple of fat fish to roast for breakfast. Suddenly his foot slipped. He fell completely into the water, coughing uncontrollably. When he stood up in embarrassment, he found his underpants had already slid down to his ankles. Ptth. A soft laugh came from the shore. Jiraiya shot his head up. In the mist stood a red-clad, short-haired woman, the sleeve of her robe embroidered with the Fushiko village crest. She was the village chief candidate Shikotsumyaku, only 16 years old, a girl who had never even held a man's hand. Her gaze swept over Jiraiya's damp chest, and her ears suddenly flushed. She tugged at the hem of her garment with her fingertips, but her voice carried an unmistakable force. "Have a match with me. If you lose, stay in the village as my husband." Jiraiya fumbled to pull up his pants and leapt ashore. Kunai and Shuriken collided with sparks, their figures weaving and dodging among the trees. The chain the woman swung wrapped around a branch, and the toad Jiraiya summoned with a hand seal blocked the wind-style attack. Until the sun slanted west, the two finally collapsed exhausted on the ground, dewdrops of sweat sparkling on the grass. A draw. Sekitsuzu panted as he pushed himself up. "Let our disciples continue this duel. If your pupil loses, he will marry into Fusako village." Years later, Jiraiya pinched out a cigarette, but by the window. The meowing of a stray cat interrupted his reverie. He smiled and opened a picture album his pupils had presented, the pages filled with graceful beauties. Meanwhile, a carriage was crossing the border of the land of fire. The curtain lifted, and moonlight illuminated the fine lines at the corner of Tsukitsumi Nadiko's eye. She was taking her apprentice to Konoha, and the contract scroll in her sleeve was faintly warm. Moonlight like water poured over the jolting carriage. Nadeshiko Shizuka lifted the curtain and looked at the flowing shadows of trees outside. The short dagger at her waist gently swayed with the carriage, the thread wrapped around its hilt already somewhat faded. "Master, we're almost there," the kunoichi driving the carriage said softly. In the depths of the carriage, a white-haired woman slowly lowered the long flute from her lips. The flute's lingering notes dispersed into the night like a sigh. 19 years. She stroked the smooth bamboo flute, her fingertip resting on a particular notch. It was the Leaf Village's mark, and beside it a simple sketch of a streak of white hair had been carved. At the same time, behind a window in the Leaf Village, Chino Toshio stubbed out the cigarette in his hand. Moonlight lit the screen of the tablet before him, frozen on episode 455 of Naruto, the only scene in which Shizuka Nishiko appears. "I see," he murmured to himself. At dusk, Naruto's comment about freeloading suddenly echoed in his ears. The lecherous sage was acting weird today, kept asking me what type of girls I like. In the scene, the lanterns of the seaside town swayed in the wind. Naruto widened his eyes, staring at the suddenly appearing marriage proposal procession. Nadeshiko Shizuka stood at the front, her shinobi attire outlining a lithe figure, moonlight streaming over her violet hair. A bet. The young candidate for 7th Hokage almost jumped up. When did I ever agree to marry you? Toshikazu Ichino fast-forwarded the clip. The scene cut to Shizuka kneeling alone in front of the shrine, rain soaking her sleeves. The late merchant Sagiri's relic, a broken amulet, glowed faintly in her palm. This is the breakthrough. Toshikazu tapped the screen lightly. A system prompt sounded at the right moment. Ding. Plot check and mission. Ensure Naruto defeats Shizuka and make her willingly stay in Konoha. The hoot of an owl came from outside the window. Aikino-shun opened a drawer and pulled out the folder he kept deepest ninjutsu study materials. He gave a wry smile and clicked on one of the videos, fast-forwarding to a particular combat scene. The weakness of soft fist lies in. He paused the footage, circling several key frames in red. As long as you make good use of terrain differences. Moonlight slanted westward. When he closed the tablet, the sky had already begun to brighten. In the morning mist, he seemed to hear the distant creak of carriage wheels, slowly making their way toward Konoha. After some hesitation, Naruto finally agreed to meet with Shizuka. The next day, the ship set sail. On the deck, Akai grinned and patted Naruto's shoulder. Hey, missed your chance to be the groom, regret it? But Naruto had already left a clone behind and quietly returned to the town in his true body, where he met with Shizuka. I'm not here to fight. I just want to talk. Naruto got straight to the point. Shizuka lifted her chin, eyes sharp. Just talking isn't enough. No fight, no deal. Naruto had no choice but to acquiesce. Shizuka deftly slipped off her white robe, revealing the black combat suit beneath, which made her figure look lithe and upright. Her green eyes were like water, her black hair like a waterfall, her features cool and resolute. The two immediately engaged. Naruto left no room, his techniques fully bearing his master's true teachings. After a few exchanges, he won with a single move, forcing Shizuka to retreat. At that moment, boom, a loud explosion tore the street's silence. A clumsy mechanical puppet barreled forward, its muzzle aimed at Shizuka. Turns out it was a reckless fellow, trying to flirt with her in this manner. Who chases girls like that? Naruto frowned, leapt forward, the Rasengan in his hand spinning rapidly, and with one strike, he blasted the puppet to pieces. That guy was also sent flying, turning into a speck of light in midair. When the dust settled, Minkai turned to Jingxiang and said calmly, I already have someone I like. Her name is Sakura. So I'm sorry. Later, when Chino Tashimi saw this passage, he couldn't help but laugh and sigh. Really stubborn to a fault. So infatuated that he doesn't care at all whether the other person is big enough. Of course, he later learned that Naruto actually preferred the Kuvya type. After a long conversation, the two fully reconciled. Until Captain Yamato hurried over and pulled Naruto back onto the ship. Naruto set sail again, and his fate with Shizuka was thereby stranded. Sigh, another regret. Toshio Chino closed the video and shook his head with a light laugh. If Naruto had accepted Shizuka back then, what role would Hinata have had later? Coincidentally, the system issued a new task at that moment. Perhaps this time he could truly make up for that regret and let Naruto obtain his own happiness. But on the other hand, a solitary image of Sasuke surfaced before Chino Toshio's eyes. What about those two pillars? Should I try to matchmake them for him as well? Thinking about it, he sank into sleep. The land of fire was hot. It was only early April, but the air was already stifling and making people sweat profusely. Early the next morning, Chie-jun woke up from the heat, slipped naked into the system space to rummage around for a long time, and pulled out an old Chunlon air conditioner. Unfortunately, he didn't know how to install it. In the end, he had no choice but to drag out several electric fans and make do with them. At that moment, Shizuka Kusunoki was only a day's journey from Konoha. I trained until 10 in the morning, then I set off for Konoha Hospital. On the way, I happened to run into Shino, Tintin, Shikamaru, and Kiba with their group. You are here to see Sasuke? Ikenijin asked, somewhat surprised. Shikamaru replied indifferently. My relationship with him isn't very close, and he is not exactly likable, but since he is a fellow villager, no matter how troublesome, I have to at least go see. Chie-jun was momentarily taken aback, because he suddenly recalled something Rokomaru had once said, which remained impressive to this day. Sasuke, I'm not very close to him, and that guy isn't exactly the kind to win you over. But he is a Konoha shinobi, and we sweat the same sweat, that is enough. Do you need a reason to save a comrade? That is the Konoha way. Even a lazy person like me would never stand by and let a comrade die. I will protect your lives. Those words made my heart skip a beat back then. From then on I remembered Nara Shikamaru. Who could not admire a man like that? 5 youths walked side by side on the road to the hospital. Chodao Dingxi chewed potato chips, his cheeks bulging as he mouthed the lines. My name is Liang Jichao. I teach my grandma how to play games. I wipe out 70 people each match, while she gets knocked out as soon as she lands. This rehearsal was for the inspirational life of Liang Jichao. The playwright Chi Yejuan was directing it personally. Ding Xiai plays Liang Jichao. Chun Ying cross-dresses as the grandmother. The director specially came from the land of snow. This is the first film invested in by Chi Yejuan. Inazuka Kiba yells out a rap. Coffee paired with overpowering garlic breath. Underwear worn backwards for another week. Passers-by turn their heads one after another. What a delightful mix of highbrow and lowbrow. Looking at this group of comrades about to fight side by side, Chi Yi-jun felt a warm surge rise in his chest. The disinfectant smell in the hospital is pungent. Yuno Shino sneezed repeatedly. The parasitic bug inside him was clearly not accustomed to this smell. Uchiha Sasuke leaned against the hospital bed, his complexion much rosier. He was reading 10 Deadly Sins and responded indifferently to the companion who came to visit. The air suddenly went quiet. Uft! Dingxi suddenly let out a loud fart. Huh? What's burning? He pretended, fanning the air theatrically. The young men instinctively took a deep breath, then burst into uproarious laughter. After all, still the temperament of youth. Loves causing a ruckus and laughing. Party time. He leapt onto the hospital bed and waved his arms, until a nurse burst in and roared. Is this a nightclub? Everyone stuck out their tongues and slipped out of the ward. Shikamaru and the others weren't familiar with Shaoli, so they left first. At the corner of the corridor, Chino encountered a girl wearing a pink qipao. Tian. He remembered something, took a handkerchief from his pocket. Thank you for that time in the Death Forest. It was the one she used every day to bandage his wounds when fighting the Sound Ninja. The girl took the handkerchief and laughed softly. I still owe you a meal. There's plenty of time. Chi waved his hand. The two walked side by side toward Ward 1069. Hinata Niji had already been discharged to recuperate, but Shaoli's condition was still not optimistic. Pushing the door open, she saw a girl with a bun sitting by the bedside. The back of the white coat bore the character E. She had just finished changing the clothes of little Lee, who had lost control of his bladder. Long-term bedriddeness had caused his digestive system problems. The girl looked at him gently, her fingertips lightly brushing his cheek. Toshio Aikino was completely stunned. Could it be? This is Xiao Li's future. The girl's name was Chuanli. She was a nurse in the proctology department. Her family was not well off, and she had several younger brothers and sisters to take care of. When she first chose a department, she quietly asked around. Which department pays the most? Some recommended surgery, others suggested orthopedics. An experienced head nurse, however, waved her hand. If you ask me, ophthalmology is the golden ticket. But Chuanli chose proctology. She had a little-known secret and a special fondness for men with thick body hair. The first time she saw Shaoli, those dense eyebrows caught her eye. And when he gave him a full body care, he discovered even more. This adolescent in the throes of puberty not only has thick, dark eyebrows, but also an exceptionally dense growth of body hair. What made her even more moved was the story circulating through the hospital about this young man's diligent cultivation. The boy whom Sakura called the thick-browed freak was, in Chun-Li's eyes, a treasure. At this moment, Lee Luoka's limbs were wrapped in bandages like a mummy. Toshiyuki Aikino shook his head lightly. Gaara was way too harsh. Chun-Li, seeing someone come in, felt her cheeks flush and hurriedly pushed the nursing cart away. At that moment, Tian, holding her feverish face, leaned in. The weather is so hot. Jun, do you like eating popsicles? After receiving an affirmative reply, the girl ran off excitedly to make the purchase. Taking advantage of the ward's quiet, Toshio Chino's palm emitted a healing glow. He even summoned Hatsune Miku, who is skilled at healing, to assist. But Xiao Li's internal injuries were far more severe than imagined. Their medical skills can only temporarily relieve the pain, they cannot cure it. In the end, we still have to rely on the arrival of the medical miracle Tsunade. Under the effects of the healing technique, Xiao Li's pain gradually lessened. He slowly opened his swollen eyes, the unmistakable traces left from secretly crying last night. It's Xiao Jun. The boy struggled to sit up, but Chi Jun gently pressed him down. A pang of sorrow hit Chi Jun. He remembered clearly the words the attending physician had casually said to Kai last night. An injury like this could very well end his career as a ninja. This matched Tsunade's later diagnosis. But Toshio Aikino knew how the story would go. Don't worry, you'll recover and go on being a ninja. Really? Xiao Li's eyes rekindled with hope. At that moment, Tian returned holding a cold drink and handed over a chubby-faced popsicle. Chi Yejuan took the ice pop, his gaze casually sweeping over the girl. He saw her contentedly sucking the popsicle, the corners of her mouth lifting into a happy curve. Why is your face so red? Chi Yijun hurriedly turned around and buried his head to take a bite of his ice cream. The three of them looked at each other in silence, quietly enjoying the cool moment, until a flash of bright green pushed open the door and walked in. The newcomer's eyebrows were even thicker than Xiao Li's, and his nose reminded people of Kung Fu star Jackie Chan. Although he had seen him a few times, Chiyatoshi was observing him closely for the first time. He marveled inwardly. He looks like he was cast from the same mold as Uncle Jackie. Meanwhile, at the other end of Konoha, the story continues. Naruto was still training hard by the waterfall, each hand seal accompanied by heavy gasps. Jiraiya still held the telescope, and from across the river came the girls' laughter as they played in the water. And at the gate of Konoha, the figures of Fusako Shizuka and her party were already in sight. As for Chino Tashin, he had just done something that made Jiraiya's jaw drop all the way to his feet. Konoha Hospital, the smell of disinfectant permeated the corridor. In Konohamaru's ward, Teacher Kai's teeth were almost shining white. Yo, Kojin, he gave a thumbs up. Where's that round, chubby new friend of yours? Chi Shuni was stunned. Yuan Guagua? The little chubby guy who was slinging his arm around your shoulders a few days ago. Only then did Chi Shuni remember the spirit beast Yuji and could only awkwardly scratch his head. Kai let out an understanding laugh and patted his shoulder. Youth who doesn't have a few secrets they can't talk about. Back in the day, Kakashi and I also. Just then Nurse Chunli walked in carrying a medicine tray, frowned, and cut in. Certain high-risk behaviors can easily cause anal fissures. Imitation is not recommended. Chi Yejuan suddenly understood so a newly made friend could have that kind of ambiguity. These days Kai had clearly lost a layer of weight. Kakashi spent all his time with his new girlfriend and was nowhere to be seen. His favorite disciple, Xiao Li, was again lying in the hospital bed. He pulled out a large bag of green pills and shoved them to Xiao Li. 100 pills a day? This is the fuel of youth. Xiao Li grabbed the pill and shoved it into his mouth, chewing with a crunch as his face gradually turned pale. Chun-Li rushed forward to stop him, but was halted by the youth's resolute gaze. Master gave it to me. Even if it's poison, I'll swallow it. Tears instantly welled up in Chun-Li's eyes. This foolish kid. I'm definitely marrying him. Chi Yejuan finally understood why the bathroom had long lines a few days ago. After the visit, he was about to go find Jiraiya to learn the summoning technique, but he ran into Ino and Sakura at the door. Sakura's eyes were swollen like peaches, while Ino stared at her face and exclaimed, "What brand is that waterproof mascara? You cried like that, and it didn't run." Although they had long since stopped fighting over Sasuke, the two still bickered loudly. When they saw Chino Toshio, Ino immediately pounced like a little leopard and pressed a string of kisses with the scent of sulfur soap onto his face. She wore a crop top, her waist supple. Chino Toshio's newly grown stubble brushed her cheek, prickling and ticklish. Ino buried herself in his chest, smelling the scent of mint aftershave. Since his coming-of-age ceremony, Toshio Chino's beard has been growing rapidly. Every day he has to groom it with a Kira brand razor. Thinking of that brand, he suddenly remembered Kira Sora from the funeral parlor. That seemingly ordinary employee came from a family that ran a ninja tool factory in Kikyo City. Razors were only their sideline. Kira Sora could have comfortably inherited the family business and lived as a leisurely, wealthy young man. But he was obsessed with plants. Obsessed with everything related to plants. Even the cold, icy coffin lid was no exception. His ambition was to open the largest coffin workshop in the world. That's why he ran away and started working from the very bottom to hone his skills. June. Ino's lively voice suddenly interrupted Chino's thoughts. I've missed you so much. Come over to my place for dinner tonight, okay? My parents say you haven't been around for too long. I even brought you lots of gifts. This enthusiasm is impossible to resist. Aikino-shun nodded with a smile. After leaving the hospital, Chino Toshio ran all the way and found Jiraiya. Naruto was still there pouting his butt, practicing desperately. But other than summoning a few little tadpoles that plopped into the water, there was still no progress. Jiraiya saw Ikki Toshio and, with a large hand full of affection, ruffled his hair. Chino Toshimasa leaned into his embrace. The summer embrace felt a bit stifling, but that scent, mixed with sweat and sunlight, inexplicably gave a reassuring, fatherly feeling. Unfair. Naruto immediately refused, abandoning the hand seal and leaping up, loudly protesting. Perverted sage. You've never patted my head like this before. Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback, then burst into a hearty laugh. Haha, what a nitpicky little brat. Saying that, he spread his other arm and scooped up the noisy Naruto as well. Under the blazing sun, the three master and disciples held each other tightly, the scene surprisingly tender. However, on the riverbank not far away, several girls who had long noticed this habitual peeping Tom saw the sight and began to mutter curses under their breath. This old pervert, not only peeping, but also preying on children. Let's go? Report him. Another report. Chi Yi-jun hated tattletales the most. His gaze went cold as he secretly summoned a shadow. A silent command was issued. Whoosh. The dark silhouette shot out like lightning. Tear. Tear. There were only a few crisp sounds of fabric tearing, and the three girls' close-fitting garments were ripped off in an instant. Chi Yi-jun slipped out of Jiraiya's arms and puckered his lips toward the riverbank. Unexpectedly, Jiraiya showed remarkable self-control this time and did not immediately nosebleed. He sprang behind a bush, widened his eyes, and feasted his eyes. I told you to learn to report people. This is the lesson, Chi Yi-jun said softly. Immediately afterward, he remotely unleashed the Xian escape technique of delight. The girls who had originally panicked and tried to find something to cover themselves suddenly stopped moving. They seemed to forget their shame, began flailing and dancing, twisting about. Pale limbs were especially dazzling in the sunlight. One of them, the most excited, stood facing the bushes and suddenly did a perfect middle split. Uft! Jiraiya's nosebleed finally gushed out like a fountain, and he toppled straight backwards. A lewd, satisfied grin remained frozen on his face, and his body kept twitching. Naruto curiously picked up the telescope and studied the split girl's body structure closely, straining to recall the things Granny Haruno had taught in the sex education class. After quite a while, Jiraiya finally recovered. Chino Toshido took the opportunity to express a desire to learn summoning technique. Jiraiya finally restrained his expression and grew serious. He bit his thumb, then formed hand seals slowly and steadily with both hands. Summoning technique. Both palms suddenly struck the ground. Circles of black runes spread across the ground like ripples. Bang! A puff of white smoke exploded. When the smoke cleared, a gigantic toad, as tall as a person, appeared. It held an ancient scroll in its mouth, and a bead hung from its thick neck, carved with the character, Jong. Toad loyalty. Chino Toshio recognized it. This was Jiraiya's most trusted companion, responsible for guarding the summoning contract. It was famous for its incredibly flexible long tongue, skilled in tongue-based attacks. Once with a single strike, it licked Ebisu into unconsciousness. Jiraiya picked up the scroll and solemnly spread it out on the ground. Chino Toshio bit his thumb with his teeth and smeared blood on the scroll. Your turn. He clapped his hands, and a wisp of smoke drifted away. There was an extra little tadpole wriggling on the ground. Jiraiya sighed deeply, then widened his eyes. You brat, didn't form hand seals. Chino Toshio nodded. Jiraiya froze in place, a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Not forming seals is impressive, but what can tadpoles do? Puhaha Naruto laughed, rolling on the ground. Toshi Aikino's forehead veins bulged. What are you laughing at? Your first summon was still tadpoles. Jiraiya couldn't be bothered to pay attention. He raised his telescope and scanned the riverbank. He hadn't stayed long in Konoha, spending even the early parts of the Chunin exams gathering material elsewhere, so he knew little about Toshi Aikino's background and was unaware that this youth harbored an unfathomable amount of chakra. No matter how gifted, he couldn't possibly surpass the nine-tailed Jinchuriki. He muttered to himself. Toshi Aikino formed hand seals again and practiced summoning. When the dust settled, it was still a tadpole wagging its tail. The size of a toad spirit is related to the amount of chakra, but when one is inexperienced, summoning a juvenile is perfectly normal. On the river nearby, four women in bikinis were splashing each other, the droplets glittering in the sunlight. Wonderful. This is simply paradise. Jiraiya stared, eyes wide. Suddenly, rumble. A loud noise came from the cliff. Toshio Aikino's figure suddenly vanished. Perverted sage. Naruto cried, pointing toward the bottom of the cliff in alarm. There's a huge toad grandpa popping up down there. Jiraiya rushed to the edge of the cliff, his pupils narrowing abruptly. His legs went weak, and he sank to the ground. This kid actually really summoned a toad. And it's that one. Not Gamawenta. It's Gamaball, the 1,000-year prophet of Mount Myaboku, a living fossil who witnessed the grudges of the Otsutsuki clan. At this moment it should have been in the temple practicing yoga with the mother toads, but it sensed a chakra vast as the sea and, by exception, manifested to investigate. Of course, manifesting did not mean signing a contract. Summoning beasts have strict conditions for contracts. For a long time after that, Chinoike Toshio could no longer summon Gamamaru, until the day of destiny arrived. In the ninja world, summoning beasts are mostly a ninja's combat partners and tools, like Kakashi's ninja hounds, or Might Guy's giant tortoise. Mount Myaboku, Ryuchi Cave, Swamp of Bone, Guming Forest, and Flower Creek Valley, the summoning beasts of these 5 sacred sites are not things ordinary people can control. They are as wise as humans, and have even established strict orders within their own territories. Those who rule these sacred sites are honored as sages. Gamamaru is the toad sage of Mount Myaboku. Chino Toshio himself hadn't expected that a sudden chakra surge during an investigation would summon this sage before him. At this moment, Gamamaru's demeanor was unexpectedly kindly. His round, plump shape even had a somewhat endearing, clumsy charm. He held up a crystal orb. Lights and shadows swirled inside it, and began to reveal a sealed piece of the past. In the distant past, when humans had just come into being, a giant tree called the Divine Tree began greedily draining life from the earth. Kaguya, a visitor from the heavens, devoured the chakra fruit that forms once every 1,000 years and gained godlike power. She quelled the world's wars and was revered as the princess of the month, Otsutsuki no Ana. Amid the prayers, or perhaps curses of the masses, she asexually birthed 2 offspring, Hagoromo and Himura. However, as the years passed, Kaguya's power was gradually corroded by suspicion and fear. She began to rule the world with terrifying magic, and even sought to reclaim the power she had given to her 2 sons. Seeing this, Shunchino couldn't help but snort. No wonder Kaguya went mad. You'd think these villagers would thank their benefactor by giving something appropriate. Instead, they send 2 sons who are bound to split the inheritance. The story in the crystal ball continued, the prelude to a family quarrel unfolding. One day, the 2 brothers Yui and Yumura went out to mediate a dispute among villagers and encountered Gamamaru, who had long been waiting there. It had learned of this meeting through a prophetic dream. Gamamaru briefly introduced itself, then opened its mouth and spat a torrent of water that instantly knocked a raging giant bear to the ground, showing off a bit. Afterward, it led the 2 brothers to the foot of the sacred tree, pointed to the distant, towering canopy, and spoke in a low voice. This tree is devouring this world. If you want to know the truth, Go see the top of the sacred tree. Yui climbed the ridge alone, only to find that the woman he loved had been slaughtered for no reason. In his grief and rage, he realized perhaps all of this was connected to his powerful mother. Consumed by fury, he did not go back to question them. Instead, he went straight to the toad pill. The toad pill was not the least surprised. It returned to the village with the feathered robe and once again displayed that crystal ball. In the image, Kagaya's shadow loomed over the land. A flicker of hesitation crossed the feathered robe's mind. As a son, should I go back and ask for an explanation first? But Hama-wan cut off his daydream. Do you think she would consult with you? A conversation that would determine the fate of the world began. Yui asked, wife and mother, how should I choose? The toad pill answered, protect the person you love. Yui asked, what if my brother obstructs me? The toad pill answered, defeat him, then bring him back to life. If he remains obstinate, repeat the process until he comes to his senses. Hagoromo finally asked, if I defeat my mother, what should I do afterward? The toad sage replied meaningfully, go and spread the seeds of chakra, you understand. Spread the chakra. I understand. At that moment, Hagoromo made up his mind. To prevent the world from heading toward destruction, he decided to put duty above family, end his mother's rule with his own hands, sow the foundations of the ninja tradition, and inaugurate a brand new era. Thus, guided by the toad pill, the six-path sage Yui mastered powerful immortal arts and obtained the sage talisman imbued with the power of life. Yui returned to the village, his heart already made up. He first, through tears, slew his brother Yumura who had been controlled, then produced a talisman that shimmered faintly. The moment the talisman touched Yumura's body, a soft white light burst forth. Yumura, who had previously shown no breath, suddenly drew a gasp, and his chest rose and fell again. The two brothers looked at each other and nodded, then turned to face their mother. The battle shook heaven and earth. Fists collided with thunderous crashes, and the ground split under their power. Energy shockwaves uprooted the surrounding trees. After months of bitter fighting, the two brothers finally won. The world returned to peace. After reading this memory, Chi Yi-jun couldn't help laughing out loud. This toad pill was clearly a behind-the-scenes master, but in the story, he became the scapegoat. The toad pill's prophetic ability was indeed terrifying. It had long foreseen that a blonde, blue-eyed boy would, together with the nine-tailed beasts, change the world. Chino Toshio thought again of the third Hokage's crystal ball outwardly used to watch over the village, but in reality always pointed toward the bathhouse. The crystal ball above Gemamaru's head was even larger than the third's, able to traverse time and space to view all the worlds. At that moment, the crystal ball's light went out. Gamamaru's voice pulled Chino Toshio back to reality. Little one, your chakra is astonishingly rich. Work hard, and we may meet again. Chino Toshio's heart raced. Was he about to be given a sage technique? Or a resurrection talisman? But the toad pill shifted tone. We toads believe in reciprocity. At midnight tonight, bring the gift I like most. If it doesn't please me, then my apologies. The white smoke dispersed. The immortal was gone. Chi Yejuan stood frozen in place. Was this immortal really so blunt in asking for a gift? Goodbye. The final farewell rang through the air. Boom. Jiraiya leaped up as if struck by lightning. That just now was the toad sage. Ubrat actually summoned it. He rushed to the cliff edge and looked around, but there was no sign of the sage. Chino Toshio began to perform. He scratched his head and spread his hands, looking innocent. I don't know. Do you know who that old toad is? Jiraiya grabbed his collar. Who cares? Speak like a human. Aikino-shun blinked. It says it's the only true toad sage. The others are all imposters. Jiraiya's expression froze instantly. Under the subsequent interrogation, Itono-shun made hand seals and cast the summoning technique again. Bang! An orange toad popped out of the smoke, stomping its feet in a huff. What's all the shouting for? My dreamy toad nap is right in the middle of something good. Jiraiya glanced at Naruto crouching by the pond, playing with tadpoles, then looked toward Aikino-shun. A flicker of approval passed through his eyes, but he immediately put on a stern face. What I want isn't some little runt like this. Continue. Aino Tashifumi took a deep breath and gathered chakra in his palms. Bang! This time what appeared was a yellow toad, its chubby cheeks looking as if they were filled with candy. Hello everyone. My name is Toad Dragon. Please take care of me. But the subsequent summons were still only splashing tadpoles. Jiraiya sighed heavily, turned, and vanished into the trees. Chino Toshio crouched down and took out preserved plums and potato chips. The spicy strip's aroma made Gamaki twitch his nose. From now on we're comrades in arms. Gamaki snatched up the pork jerky, stuffing his cheeks round. Humph. As long as there's good food, it's fine, I'll have your back in a fight. The toad dragon carefully cradled the fish slice with its claws. Although we're still small now, we'll definitely grow up to be as formidable as Daddy the Toad. Chi Yejuan smiled and held out his palm. Give me 5. The two toads paused for a moment, then happily slapped his hand. The night wind at the base of the cliff carried the scent of liquor. Chi Yejuan blinked, teleported to the edge of the rock, where bottles of alcohol were piled at his feet, the sharp aroma of erguotu blending in the air with the mellow richness of wulyanya. White smoke burst apart, and Toad Ball appeared clutching its belly. Its nostrils twitched, and it suddenly lunged at the bottles. Good kid. Knows the rules. As a return gift, the Toad Ball spat out 2 treasures, a crystal orb wreathed in mist and a scroll flowing with golden runes. With this bead you can see 1,000 miles away, the Toad Ball winked. As for the immortal seal, even if half a foot steps into the land of the dead, it can pull them back. Chiejun's knuckles went white. He remembered the rainy day when immortal Fukasaku trembled as he picked up Jiraiya's relic. It's not that he didn't want to save him. It's that even immortal arts couldn't mend a shattered soul. Like Yakushi Kabuto later murmured when he performed the reanimation jutsu, some separations, even reversing life and death, cannot bridge. I also want to resurrect teacher Jiraiya, but Edo Tensei requires his body. Aikino-shun sighed. His corpse is sunk in the deep sea. The water pressure is too strong. There's no way to retrieve it. Even if it could really be recovered, the Toad Sage might not be able to do it. Why? Because the original author, Mr. Kishimoto, wouldn't allow it. In fact, all it would take was for Hashimoto to change the angle of his pen so the sinking corpse would get caught on a reef or be buoyed up by a school of fish, and Jiraiya would survive. But perhaps in Kishimoto's heart, a hero's exit should be that magnificent. Perverted immortal, don't worry. Chi-Jun clenched his fist. This world is under my control now, and Kashimoto has already clocked out. He turned and ran into the storage room, rummaging through it. Before long, a dozen or so boxes of mitai were piled into a small mountain. A small token of thanks. Please accept it with a smile. The Toad Immortal's cheeks puffed as if bubbling, his tongue coiling around a bottle. Is there more? What a greedy old toad. Chi Yejuan then took out EXO, Remy Martin, and 1982 Lafite. Toad Pill had never tried foreign liquor and got completely drunk that night. Don't miss the chance. Chino Toshi snuggled closer and acted spoiled. Handsome Grandpa Toad, can you teach me immortal arts? The Toad Pill sobered up halfway in an instant. It was silent for a long time. Immortal arts require massive amounts of chakra to support them, and the energy within the boy before it surged like a roaring river. He really was fine material. It all depended on his comprehension. Practicing immortal arts is like free solo climbing, Toad Pellet said in a deep voice. One wrong move, and you'll be smashed to pieces. Are you really going to learn? Chi Yijing nodded gravely. Meet at the waterfall at midnight 3 days from now. It was already late at night when he got home. Bone Clone had cleaned the house until it shone, and the bathtub steamed with hot water. Toshitaka Chino soaked in the warm water when he suddenly sensed a violent clash of chakra erupting at the street corner. He grabbed the crystal ball to pinpoint it. 2 figures appeared on the screen. One was the gangster Big Brother renting the first floor, the other a pale, emaciated youth. Big Brother was pouring alcohol down the youth's throat. The next scenes were unbearable to look at. Toshitaka Chino hurriedly spun the crystal ball. The sight that appeared this time made him whistle. 2 beauties were frolicking in a petal-filled bathtub. No wonder the third is so attached to this ball, he murmured. But he quickly set a rule for himself. He must exercise restraint like Kira Yashikage and only look at it once a week at most. The next morning, the mission hall. Tashin Aikino issued a house-building commission, but unfortunately the construction foreman Yamato was on a business trip. He first hired people to transport the building materials, then called in Hinata and Ino. The new house design needs adjustment. He spread the plans on the table and handed over drinks. Any good ideas? Hinata held the warm teacup, her voice soft. I'll go along with your plans. Ino pointed to the pond in the corner of the courtyard. A small bridge can be built over it, and a pavilion too. Shinoya-shun gave a thumbs up, the tip of his pen rustling across the plans as he sketched the outline of an arched bridge. Hinata's eyes lit up, and she added softly, when we start farming and opening a shop, we'll definitely need helpers. Why don't we leave a patch of land by the wall and build a few workers' rooms? Chi Yi-jun smiled as he pinched her cheek. Bringing you here was the right call. You really thought of everything. He lowered his head and kissed her cheek, then tapped the blueprint with his fingertip and continued planning. Plant vegetables here, grow flowers over there. Put a grape arbor in the center of the yard so it's perfect for cooling off in summer. Use the remaining land to plant watermelons and dragon fruit by season. He described it enthusiastically. The two girls stared at the blueprint as if they could already see an autumn heavy with fruit. During the tour of the new house, the built-in bathtub in the bathroom made Jingye's eyes widen. Rose fragrance floated in the misty steam, and the spotlights cast rippling reflections on the surface of the jetted tub. Chino Toshio wiped the sweat from his forehead. It's so hot, want to give it a try? The two girls glanced at each other, although it wasn't their first time. Hinata's ear tips still flushed red. After the bathroom door clicked and locked, Toshihiko Ichino raised his voice through the door. I'm going to buy rice, take your time washing. Only when he heard the splash of water and a soft laugh did he slip into the bedroom and take out the crystal ball. In the bathtub, the girls were rubbing each other's backs, rose petals sticking to their smooth shoulders. Toshio Akino watched without taking his eyes off them until they wrapped themselves in towels and stepped out of the bath, water droplets still scented at the ends of their hair. Songzhou yao huichir kan dan de jingyet he gan shri jan de chuten ho, tak aduizu shanko san de jaiji. After seeing off Ino, who had to go back to mind the shop, and Hinata, who was in a hurry, he walked alone toward the house site on the back mountain. At noon, passing by the Hyuga household, a sharp, spicy aroma suddenly shot into his nostrils. Chino Toshio inhaled deeply like a hound. It was spicy manteico, Hinata's mother's specialty. Salted cod roe pickled to perfection with chili had once made him lick the bowl clean and long for more. He suddenly snapped his fingers. The stealthy Tazaki Fusako glided through the Hyuga household kitchen like a breeze, setting a few coins on the stove and lifting an entire basin of manteico. Through shared vision, Toshio Aikino watched Fusako float into Hinata's bedroom and lightly kissed the sleeping girl's cheek. The warmth of her lips against skin and the piquant aroma of the basin of manteico in her arms exploded simultaneously in his perception. The sun blazed like fire, scorching every inch of Kanahagakure. At the funeral parlor, Hirasora still wore his crisply tailored black suit, the buttons fastened with meticulous care. He silently ate his lunch, 3 green pea and radish meat rolls, a plate of scrambled eggs, and 2 slices of chilled marinated broccoli. As always, simple and orderly. On a day this hot, I don't know how he puts up with it, Toshio Ichino said, wiping the sweat from his brow as he set the spicy manteico he had brought on the table. Beside him, Morimaki wore a sleeveless vest, her cheeks flushed from the heat. She kept eating and chattering excitedly. Her cheerfulness always made Toshio Chino think of another loud, boisterous guy. This weather in the land of fire. It's like being in an oven. Toshio Chino gulped down a large mouthful of water and made up his mind. We absolutely need to install air conditioning. He set off immediately and found an appliance store on the corner. In one go, he ordered more than a dozen of the newest model air conditioners. They were not cheap, but he just casually snapped his fingers. Money was not a problem. 2 went to the funeral home. 1 was placed in his own apartment. 1 each sent to Naruto, Sasuke, and Jiraiya. Arrangements were made for the Hyuga household and his future father-in-law's house, as well. The remaining ones were all sent to Sunagakure. Using the flying thunder god technique, his form flickered as if teleporting. In no time at all the air conditioners had been delivered. When he returned to Konoha, it was the most blistering part of the afternoon. The streets were empty, heat waves distorting the view. Just then, a carriage slowly came to a stop. A woman dressed in red leaned out, her gaze falling on the Konoha forehead protector on his arm. "Young man, are you a ninja from Konoha?" Chino Toshio nodded, feeling that the woman looked somewhat familiar. The woman sized him up, calculating his age in her mind, then suddenly asked, "Do you know a ninja called Jiraiya?" Toshio Aikino suddenly remembered who she was. Mutsumi. He glanced with the corner of his eye at the carriage, and sure enough, inside sat a girl in white. The cloak couldn't hide her delicate profile and composed demeanor. It was indeed Nadeshiko Shizuka. "Jiraiya is my teacher." The moment the words left his mouth, Toshio cursed inwardly. As expected, Mutsumi's eyes lit up. She suddenly grabbed his wrist and shouted toward the carriage, "Shizuka, come look at your future husband." What a spirited face. Toshio felt a jolt in his chest. This is bad. Please don't let her be taken by this uncontrollable charm of mine. I'm here to help Naruto make an introduction. I'm not interested in her. He hurriedly scratched his head and explained, "Auntie, I already have a girlfriend." Uesuin didn't care at all. "Then break up." At that moment, a familiar voice came from the street corner. Naruto, having finished his training, was clamoring for ramen. Not far away, Jiraiya caught sight of Uesuin at a glance. His expression changing drastically, he hurriedly told Naruto a couple of things and then vanished in a flash. Chi Yi-jun watched the scene, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Toshio Aikino's eyes lit up. He pointed at the person running this way and raised his voice. "Hey, speaking of apprentices, look, Jiraiya-sensei's other student has arrived. Naruto. Don't let his recklessness fool you. He's very warm-hearted and, currently single." Shizuka Katsuya heard this and turned to look. In the sunlight, the blonde-haired boy was striding over, a smile on his face without a trace of shadow. He looks pretty sunny, not at all like that sly one next to him. Naruto strode up to Chino Toshio in 2 or 3 steps, his voice booming. "Shun, what are you doing here?" Chino Toshio grinned and slung an arm around Naruto's shoulders, turning him toward Shizuka. "Just in time. Let me introduce you to a very special Miss Fusako Shizuka. She is here specifically because of a marriage arrangement." Naruto looked her over with curiosity. At first, he thought the girl was simply pretty, nothing remarkable. However, Shizuka gently unbuttoned her coat and casually took it off. Underneath was a black form-fitting combat suit that outlined her athletic figure. Naruto felt a warmth in his nostrils and instinctively touched his nose. Chino Toshio took it all in and felt a secret joy in his heart. He immediately shot a "watch me" look at Getsu standing beside him. He was determined to succeed in this matchmaking mission. If Naruto, this blockhead, still wouldn't wise up, he wouldn't mind using some special methods to bring spring early. On an afternoon in Konoha, the sun baked the earth. Shizuka Fusako and her master, Tsukiyatsu, had barely arrived when they unexpectedly ran into Chino Toshio and Naruto. Master Tsukiyatsu looked around and, getting straight to the point, asked, "Where is Lord Jiraiya? Why hasn't he come?" Naruto scratched his head and answered according to the lecherous sage's prior instructions. Master, he had an urgent assignment today, went abroad." Uejin's mouth twitched slightly. The excuse was so poor it left her a bit disappointed. However, the main purpose of this trip was to resolve his disciple Shizuka's childhood betrothal. Chino Toshio's gaze fell back on Shizuka. To be fair, she was an excellent kunoichi, but compared to Hinata's gentleness, Ino's spiritedness, and Koyuki's aloof coolness, she seemed to fall a little short. Naruto originally wanted to refuse the marriage proposal outright, but under Master Tsukitsu's half-threat, half-persuasion, he reluctantly agreed to a trial. The 4 of them went to the training forest outside the village. Master Uejin stood still, his voice carrying unquestionable authority. "Blonde kid, the rules are simple. If you lose, when you turn 14, you must unconditionally marry into our Fuziko village and become Jingxiang's husband." Before he finished speaking, she slammed both hands hard onto the ground. Earth release, iron prison. With a rumbling, hard earthen walls rose around them, instantly enclosing a standard circular arena. "Wait!" Chie-jun stepped forward in one swift stride and blocked the center of the field. He had long wanted to complain. Whenever he'd seen scenes like this before, something always felt off. Why are all the wagers aimed at the man? He turned to Uejin and asked loudly, Master Yuejin, these rules aren't very fair, are they? They only say what happens if Mingren loses. What if Mingren wins? Mingren, who had been rolling his wrists and ankles, sprang up the moment he heard that. Right? What if I win? Can you treat me to Ichiraku ramen? A super large bowl. Yuejin clearly hadn't expected that question and was momentarily at a loss for words. Win? If you win, we'll naturally leave after that. Chi Yi-jun extended his index finger and gently shook it in front of her. No, no, no. You're not being fair. Do you really think people from Konoha are that easy to fool? So what do you want to do? Yuezong's brow furrowed, his tone showing displeasure. Aikino Tashimi smiled faintly and spoke the conditions he had long prepared. This was also the key to completing the system task. If Naruto wins, he not only won't have to marry into the family. On the contrary, once Shizuka reaches adulthood, she must stay in Konoha and serve as Naruto's dating coach. Love coach. Yuejin repeated that grand-sounding phrase. But to be blunt, wasn't it just teaching that clueless kid how to court and make love, even including adult matters? This. Gitsuki fell into hesitation. Shizuka had just turned 15, already considered an adult in the village. If he agreed to this condition, then should they be defeated, the future candidate for leader of Fusako village would have to remain in a foreign land. In the village's history, there had never before been a precedent of a kunoichi marrying out. But when she looked at her carefully trained apprentice, Shizuka's gaze was steady and her posture upright, glancing at Naruto beside her, who was still clamoring for ramen. No matter how she looked at him, he seemed like an impatient brat. How strong could he possibly be? Kusako Shizuka even lifted her chin, her face full of confidence. She clearly didn't consider the Naruto across from her a true opponent. Kusako Shizuka's eyes swept over Aikino-shan, as if appraising a tool. I agree. Her voice was without a ripple. Aikino-shan felt his heart leap. It's done. He forcibly suppressed his excitement and quickly took out the contract he had prepared in advance. Signed, sealed. The air in the arena suddenly tightened. Xiaohei Hatsune attack. Chiyajun barked. Shadows and streaks of light responded and materialized. Shizuka had already struck first. Both fists flashed out, air currents detonating. Fuko-ri roaring wave gale fist. Naruto dodged to the side. The fist wind swept by, and the ground cracked and shattered, sending fragments flying. Boom, boom, boom. He staggered back, dust covering his body. Missing his strike, Shizuka's wrist flashed with cold light. Whoosh. Kunai rained down like raindrops. Naruto clicked his tongue and formed hand seals with both hands. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. Dozens of golden figures instantly filled the battlefield, indistinguishable between real and illusion. The stalemate lasted only a moment. Shizuka frowned between her brows, then suddenly spun and leapt up. Vacuum dance. 8 kunai left her hands, transforming into silver whirlwinds that precisely pierced through each clone. Puff, puff, puff. The phantoms dissipated one after another. Naruto himself was forced to reveal himself, panting. Aino-shun cursed inwardly and flicked his fingertips. A faint gleam sank into Naruto's back pleasure technique. The blonde boy snapped his head up, battle intent flaring in his eyes. Again, the shadow clone surged forward once more. Shizuka sneered coldly, exhaling like a blade. Fiery fan wind. The clone staggered in the raging wind, but still protected the original. Seizing the gap, Naruto flashed to her back, only to be ferociously kicked away by a sharp backward kick. Plop. The kunai's sharp tip aimed straight at his groin. Mind-body turning technique. Chi Yejuan's pupils contracted. Shizuka suddenly froze in her movements, her gaze growing unfocused. But in no more than 3 seconds, she suddenly whipped her head and broke free, like a butterfly escaping a web. But Naruto had already seized the opportunity and leapt up. The Rasengan-s blue light and Hatsune-s ethereal lullaby erupted simultaneously. Shizuka collapses to the ground. ZZZ. Rhying. She wakes up 10 seconds later to find herself being carried in Naruto's arms. The outcome is already decided. She closes her eyes and grits her teeth. Just kill me. Toshimasa Aikino threw the contract to the ground. What flowed from Naruto's mouth, however, were the words implanted by Toshimasa Aikino's heart-turning technique. Listen to the songs of the world, the hot air balloons of Turkey, the sunsets of Paris. Love should not be a transaction, it is your own choice. Break the shackles, live for yourself. Half an hour later, Jingxiang sat stunned, tears falling. Those inculcated phrases had actually pried open her frozen heart. The mission drilled into her since childhood to marry into a strong family and continue the village now collapsed with a thunderous crash. She gazed toward the distant horizon and whispered softly, "So the sky can be this vast." Yuejin heaved a long sigh, his gaze fixed on the distance. And the world outside holds landscapes you can never finish seeing and storms you cannot hide from. Jingxiang straightened her spine, shook her head, her eyes as resolute as a rock. She clenched her fists. A decision had already formed in her heart. The village's old rules had to change. All those customs about marrying in to continue the family line were nothing but shackles. She would make it so everyone could freely choose whom they loved and control their own happiness. Only then could one steer their own fate, like a navigator sailing through the wind and waves. Her gaze fell on Naruto. This seemingly carefree boy was actually a rapper with impeccable rhythm. Shizuka's heart couldn't help skipping a beat. Some might ask, Toshiaki Chino is more handsome, so why did Shizuka fall for Naruto? The truth is simple. What truly attracts people is never just appearance. Take Naruto. For example, he may not be as handsome as Sasuke, yet he still received sincere affection. Hinata's quiet devotion, Shine's infatuation, and Koyuki's secret kiss. Sekitsu was finally moved by that persistence. He trembled as he picked up the contract, slowly nodded, and agreed to let Shizuka stay. After discussion, Shizuka decided to return to the village first to make preparations. She promised Naruto that when he turned 14, she would definitely return to Konoha and fight alongside him. Until next time, Naruto reached out his hand. Toshio Chino Toshio interjected from the side. It's fight again another day. Naruto and Shizuka looked at each other and, in unison, said, "Is there a difference?" Sekitsu cleared his throat lightly and said slowly, "The two-day characters, one refers to time, the other to an action." Toshio Chino successfully completed the sign-in task and obtained a practical ninjutsu. It wasn't top tier, but it could be extremely useful at a critical moment. Soon, the news of Naruto's arranged engagement took wing and spread to every corner. The one who started it was no one else but Naruto himself. Even Lee, lying in a hospital bed, and Sasuke had heard about it. Sasuke buried his face in the blanket and wept silently, feeling for the first time the urge to leave far away. After seeing off Master Shizuka and his apprentice, Toshio Ichino returned to his apartment alone. Halfway there, he suddenly felt a stomach pain and slipped into a roadside public restroom. Just as he pushed the door open, a shadow flickered. A pitch-black cloak materialized out of thin air and gently fell into his hands. Ding! Sign-in successful. Acquired invisibility secret technique. Shadow cloak. Invisibility technique? Chino thought thoughtfully. In the world of Naruto, invisibility techniques are rare, but they can turn the tide at critical moments. He recalled the losses Kakashi and Obito once suffered. The IWA Shinobi's camouflage invisibility jutsu caused them to lose their comrade Rin. There is also the Moonlight Gale's stealth escape, which can perfectly conceal one's form and presence, and even eavesdrop on the secrets of the Konoha collapse plan. Aikino Shun put the cloak over his shoulders, his figure gradually merging into the shadows. But why was it discovered later anyway? Even lost one's life? Moonlight Gale had no choice but to reveal himself. This was less his own choice than a script of fate that had long been written. Kishimoto's pen decided the life and death of the characters. If Soru could be used to perfect a sneak peek, Sanji would probably seek out a master overnight. Moreover, dustless blockage. It can completely shut down its own chakra flow. It can even deceive the perception of an immortal-level being. This is the second-generation Earth Shadow Wu's unique secret technique. It was by relying on this move that he silently slipped through the entire Allied army's defenses. Imagine this. Infiltrate the enemy camp with a dustless camouflage, as if entering a place with no one. There is no one, and therefore it is also called no one. Finally, the straw cloak invisibility technique. Konohamaru used this when tailing Naruto back then. To put it plainly, it's just a piece of cloth the color of the wall draped over oneself. It doesn't even require chakra. As for the effect, it's quite crude, anyone can see through it at a glance. And this time's reward, the shadow cloak. It's essentially an upgraded version of the straw cloak invisibility technique. Put it on, and you become invisible instantly. Your chakra fluctuations disappear along with you. Even better, this cloak is large enough for two people to use together. For example, if Toshikazu Aikino and Naruto put them on together, they can go on certain reconnaissance activities as a pair. But the shadow cloak has a limitation. Once you enter combat, the invisibility is immediately dispelled. I wonder if there will be an upgraded version in the future. Ikuno-shun was quite pleased with this reward. Although happy, he suddenly realized he hadn't brought any toilet paper. Of all days, today the space supermarket was doing inventory. You could store items, but not take any out. Damn it. He could only turn to Boten Inomoto for help. Fatsi frowned, pulled a mask from his pocket, and put it on. She floated over to the neighboring stall and silently borrowed Dinxie's toilet paper. Dinxie was still over there muttering. The slightly chubby boy is so unlucky, even the toilet paper grows wings and flies away when he goes to the bathroom. Shinichi Ichino walked out of the bathroom feeling relaxed. Passing by a fruit shop, he saw large, round watermelons and couldn't help wanting to buy two. Before buying them, he quietly summoned the little tiger, Yuji. Yuji transformed into human form, and the two of them walked into the shop hand in hand. Chia-jun activated his X-ray vision. He carefully picked two good melons with thin skin, red flesh. He also bought a few more popsicles. Then he and Yuji started playing the human X-ray game again. At that moment, downstairs from Chino Toshio's house, a purple-haired girl was dragging a heavy suitcase, walking toward the apartment. Her name was Mayuzuki Miyabi. She was Mayuzuki Yugon's younger sister, a medical ninja who had just joined the emergency medical unit. She admired Tsunade the most and dreamed of becoming her disciple. She originally lived in Mizukicho in the Land of Fire, and this time came to Konoha to seek refuge with her older sister. But her sister Yugao was already living with Gecko Hade, and to make it easier to take care of him, I rented an apartment nearby for my younger sister. Coincidentally, it was the Sunshine Apartments where Chino-shun lived. It was also on the 5th floor. Yuzuki Mayan walked into the elevator and pressed the button for the 5th floor. She wiped the sweat from her temple and stood quietly in the corner. Wait! Suddenly someone shouted. The elevator doors opened with a sound. A boy with a messy crop of hair slipped in, grinning and showing two sharp little tiger teeth. Thanks. He dressed with extreme casualness. A t-shirt printed with Naruto's whirlpool symbol, athletic shorts, and flip-flops. A large over-ear headset hung around his neck. One hand held a shopping bag and a tablet. The other was taking a popsicle out of his mouth. He exuded a lazy, bad boy kind of vibe. Mayuzuki Miyaka's spine straightened almost imperceptibly, her whole body's muscles tensing slightly. Her sister's warning rang in her ears. Konoha Village isn't safe, perverts are around, and some of them are even ninjas. Her gaze flicked quickly over the tablet screen in his hand. The screen was playing a short video, the title glaringly. If I had known boys could be assaulted too. It seemed to be about a boy named Away, who was taken advantage of by Jiego. Pervert, she spat inwardly. Toshio Chino shoved the popsicle back into his mouth and lounged against the carriage wall, his peripheral vision sizing up the purple-haired girl curled in the corner. She looks kind of familiar. She's like an exact copy of Yuzuki Yugane. Still, the girl was wrapped up way too tightly. A black hooded long-sleeve jacket, black skinny pants, black canvas shoes. Only a pale little face was exposed from head to toe. She looked as if she'd just come out of a convent. In the closed elevator, there were only the two of them. Mao Yu could even hear her own heart pounding, thump thump. Although it was only up to the 5th floor, the old elevator was terrifyingly slow, pausing at each level. Nervousness made her lower abdomen tighten, and the sudden urge to urinate made her even more uneasy. At that moment, the video of Jia on the tablet ended, and the screen suddenly flashed an enlarged smiling face. It was Naruto. Behind him were the goofy figures of Kiba and Tintin squeezed in. Aikino-shun froze. What the heck? It turned out to be a prank video Naruto had secretly recorded a few days earlier. In the footage, he was shouting at the top of his lungs. Toshio Ichino, this one's your personal love song. Ready, sing. Little girl, waking up early, holding up her pants to go to the outhouse. The outhouse is occupied, nothing to be done, so she has to go in the street. Wah! The lyrics reached her ears, and Mayuzuki Miyabi's face flushed crimson in an instant. That deadly urge to pee surged even stronger. Her impression of the boy plummeted to the floor in an instant. Disgusting. You huge pervert. A thin sweat broke out at his temples, and his palms grew clammy. Suddenly, Chino Toshio slipped his hand into the shopping bag. Mizuki Miyabi's heart lurched, her breath catching for half a beat, terrified he might pull out something dangerous. In the end, he only took out an unopened popsicle and handed it to her. Want some? Huh? Mao Yumeyan was momentarily stunned, about to shake her head to refuse. Clang. The elevator jolted violently, then came to a stop. Ah! She lunged at the control panel like a startled rabbit, frantically slapping at the door button with her fingers. Toshi Ikeda was startled by her violent reaction and hurried to reassure her. Don't be scared. This lousy elevator does this all the time, it's an old problem. Saying that, he pressed the emergency call button. Mitsuki Miyabi trembled uncontrollably. Overwhelming physiological need was pushing her to the brink. She regretted it terribly. Why had she refused her sister's and brother's help moving? Why had she opened the door for him just now? Toshi Ikeda finished a brief call with the maintenance staff and turned to look at the girl beside him. She was still trembling, curled into a ball like a little kitten soaked by the rain and homeless. And at that moment, a chime only he could hear rang crisply in Toshio Chino's mind. A new quest had been issued. What he could not have foreseen was that the girl before him, shaking with fear, would one day become the proud disciple of the legendary three ninja, Princess Tsunade. Moreover, she would become a crucial figure in his life, a healer, comrade fighting by his side. At this moment, Mayuzuki Miyabi looked as fragile as a newborn kitten, but whose future can really be seen through at a single glance. The elevator jolted sharply and resumed moving. Miyabi pressed her back against the cold car wall, her knuckles white from gripping. She could hear her racing heartbeat pounding against the metal, producing a hollow echo. Toshio Ikeda noticed her bloodied lips and her eyes clouded with moisture. He removed one earphone, and, as he handed it over, the cable swung gently. Do you want to listen to music? It might help you calm down. The girl shook her head violently, hair clinging to her sweat-damp temples. Don't come near me. Don't speak. By no means should you pull anything strange out of your pocket. With a soft ding, the fifth floor arrived. The door had barely slid open a crack when she bolted out like a startled bird, even forgetting the suitcase left in the corner. The repairman hurried over, bowed, and apologized. By the time Chiejun looked up again, the corridor was empty. Only the suitcase with the rabbit sticker stood alone. He lifted the handle and glanced at the tag's childish handwriting, Merman Omega. So she really is Yun's sister, he said, raising an eyebrow. Those eyes are really amazing. The system silently swallowed the taunt. At the end of the corridor, Mizuki Miyabi slammed to a halt in front of room 506. She turned to make sure no one was following, then leaned against the doorframe, gasping. But when her fingers reached into her pocket for the key, she suddenly froze. Her luggage was gone. Mizuki Miyabi? A boy carrying a suitcase stepped out of the shadow around the corner. The wheels rolled a cheerful rhythm on the floor, yet it made her jolt as if electrocuted, her back slamming hard against the door. How did he know my name? As the other person kept getting closer, she suddenly turned the lock and slipped inside. Bang! The deafening slam of the door made Chiejun instinctively clamp his legs together. He lifted the suitcase toward the closed security door. Your things. At that moment, a cheerful male voice drifted from the headphones. Polish your dress shoes. Put on a suit. Wear a 1-carat dream. Screw you. He ripped off his headphones. People in this world really didn't care about appearances, just like that swirly Maki at the shop, who always scanned him with the same look she gave potted plants. The doorbell suddenly rang a strange melody. Ding dong ding dong. Yuzuki behind the door was so startled her shoulders trembled. A clear voice came from outside. You dropped your luggage. She clenched the hem of her clothes, her fingertips digging into her palms. Open the door or not? Should she respond? Ding. A plot sign and task has been issued. Task 1. Go to Kikyo City to substitute for Moonlight Gale in tonight's duel. The cold prompt cut off his hesitation. Substitute for Moonlight Gale? That meant the member of the Dark Division who always coughed blood wouldn't have to head toward the predetermined end. Chino Tashimi looked at the trembling shadow in the cat's eye, then suddenly turned and left. The footsteps receded. Yuzuki Miyabi finally slid down to sit on the floor and heard the youth outside chuckling to himself. It looks like tonight, it's going to get windy. It was only later that I understood the English title of Jifengjan, Shippuden, has nothing to do with Moonlight Gale. But mentioning Moonlight Gale, one has to talk about Yuzuki Yuyaka. This pair of ill-fated lovers were brutally torn apart by the author, separated by life and death. They stood together, a striking contrast. One with a breathtakingly beautiful face, the other sickly and haggard. Moonlight Swiftwind, constantly coughing, was nonetheless a master of the Konoha flow sword technique. His signature move, Dance of the Crescent Moon, was so fast it left only afterimages. He also possessed the Kekiai Genkai, transparent escape, allowing him to vanish like vapor. As for Yuzuki Yugao, you might not remember her name, but you would never forget her looks. Among the many female characters, her beauty was unforgettable. No wonder she became the popular heroine in many fan works. I often wondered how a woman as striking as Yugao could fall in love with Moonlight Swiftwind, who appeared only a few times before dying in battle. Was it because of his incessant coughing, or because he could turn invisible? The two of them both worked in the umbu. Thanks to a masterful sword technique, they were doing fairly well handsome monthly pay and full benefits. In their spare time, their greatest hobby was to spar with real blades. Whether at night or day, they never let up. One morning, sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting mottled shadows. The two of them had come to the Konoha forest to practice swordsmanship again. Tsukikage Hade had only swung the wooden sword a few times before sweat appeared on his brow. Clearly, last night's battle had been even more exhausting. Blades crossed, the two were locked in a stalemate. Shien looked at his deep dark circles and asked softly, "Can you still hold on?" Jifeng gasped for breath, but a smirk tugged at his mouth. A man never says can't. Before the words fell, his figure wavered and he vanished into thin air. He used void escape. Yugao was concentrating on staying alert when she suddenly felt a light poke at the back of her head. Hade had dropped his stealth and stood behind her, a smile in his eyes. If this happened in modern society, casually poking someone's head, you'd probably get slapped. But in the world of Naruto, that light poke is the most affectionate signal. Itachi Uchiha poked Sasuke. Sakura Haruno was poked by Sasuke, all proofs of their bonds. Since they met, Jifeng poked the back of Shien's head like this every day. Over time, this little gesture inexplicably made Shien's heart race, becoming impossible to resist. But later I realized that in Naruto, those who like poking people's heads don't seem to have a good fate. Either they die in battle or are gravely injured. This habit of Jifeng's seems to have set an ominous flag for himself. But if you think that's the only trick he has up his sleeve, you'd be gravely mistaken. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, was famously a flirt, but Hate was by no means any less skilled in that department. I will never forget that scene. It was another daytime sparring session. Gale's dark circles were heavier than usual, yet he still exchanged blade for blade with Evening Blossom. This time, Evening Blossom actually saw through his phasing at a glance. Gale immediately sheathed his sword and, in an exaggerated tone, praised, "Wow. Even third generation praised my phasing is hard to detect, and you saw through it in an instant. Baby, you really are awesome to the max." The sweetest words coaxed Shien into a smile, her heart glowing with sweetness. Taking advantage of her distraction, Moonwind flicked his wrist and easily sent her wooden sword flying. Then he stepped forward, gathered her waist, and whispered in her ear. Shien's face flushed instantly. Her earlobes tinged with pink, she was too embarrassed to lift her head. This Moonlight Swift is truly adept at both soft and hard tactics, a master of playing coy to capture hearts. The top romantic expert of the Hokage, none other than him. After reading this passage, I couldn't help but clap in admiration. Moonlight and Evening Bloom are lovers. Their life is like dancing on the tip of a blade, dangerous, yet filled with burning love. This calm was completely shattered on the eve of the third round of the Chunin exams. That always coughing Moonlight Gale really fell this time. The one who killed him was Maki. Who is Maki? a top expert of the sand-hidden village in the Land of Wind. His status is second only to the Kazekage. He is the mentor of the Jinchuriki Gaara, known in the village for his formidable strength and ruthless demeanor. And the task the system gave to Chi Yi-jun is to prevent this death. Why did Gale die? Simply because of one reckless night. Unable to bear the coughing, he slipped out of the camp to seek medicine in Kikyo City. In the darkness, he accidentally stumbled upon the conspiracy between Maki and pharmacist Du. The plan to bring Konoha to ruin secrets that should not have been heard, deals that should not have been seen. This stealth release, invisibility technique once praised by the third Hokage, failed this time. He was discovered. Chino Toshio recalled the original story and couldn't help but sigh. Moonlight, Gale, such a dashing name, fierce swordsmanship, and even a beautiful fiancée, Yugon. A distinguished special jonin. How could he bow out so easily? That battle was nothing short of humiliating. Maki was an elite jonin, clearly stronger, no surprise there. But Jifeng, originally a swordsmanship master, struggled terribly in close combat with Maki, who wielded kunai, and was even knocked to the ground by a heavy kick. Fallen, Jifeng tossed out a detonation tag. A thunderous boom. When the dust cleared, Maki was unscathed, but Gale himself had been knocked over by the blast's aftershock. This ninja tool's quality is truly worrying. Hate struggled to his feet and finally unleashed his ultimate move. Konoha style, Dance of the Crescent. The sword light flashed like a new moon. A figure dashed forward, and the blade ruthlessly sliced into Maki's shoulder. But the sword was stuck, embedded in the bone, not moving an inch. Jifeng gripped the hilt with both hands and pulled with all his might, like trying to extract a deeply buried post from a swamp. Chieno-shun watched and shook his head. If it's a famed sword, why cling to it? Abandon the sword and retreat quickly, there's still a sliver of hope. But he simply refused to give up. Just as he drew his sword with all his might, leaving himself wide open, the wind blade coalesced at Maki's fingertips and silently stabbed out. SSSHD. Blood gushed forth. Swift wind fell, his life froze in this confrontation, thick with the feeling of a plot twist killing. Combat IQ truly heartbreaking. After Gale's death, Xian's world collapsed. Before the memorial steel, she wept like rain, the fire of vengeance burning in her eyes, vowing that her enemies would repay blood with blood. Yet Konoha and Tsunegakure unexpectedly reconciled. Her enemy Maki was unable to act. Yugao's tears could only soak into the cold tombstone. The Fourth Great Ninja War broke out, and Yugao joined the allied shinobi forces as a medic. During that time, a man with curly hair and peculiar lips paid her special attention. Perhaps a new story could have begun, but the gears of fate turned once more. Hate was brought back to the world by the reanimation jutsu. However, upon his return, he was being controlled by forbidden arts, no longer master of himself. He attacked his former comrades, seized the confidential scrolls, his hands stained with the allied forces' blood, becoming an enemy everyone sought to destroy. The cruelest part was that he was forced to face the love of his life, Xian, in deadly combat. Swordlight flickered, silhouettes crossed, each strike tore at both their hearts. Past tenderness and the slaughter before them intertwined, like a delirious, dreamlike illusion. Until the final moment. The controlled Gale, the blade pointing straight at Xian. A flash of cold light. Just as the blade was about to touch her neck, the Gale's body trembled violently. He used his last ounce of will to forcefully twist the blade. Whoosh! The greatsword swept past Xian's hair and sank deeply into the nearby tree trunk. Inertia sent Jifeng lunging forward. Uft! The kunai in Xian's hand instinctively plunged into his chest. Severely wounded, Jifeng looked at her, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth as he painfully uttered 3 words. Sorry. Afterwards, his chakra was completely sealed. In front of the screen, Chino Toshio's heart was tightened. At that time, he had just finished entanglements with several nurses and, through an introduction, had met a middle school teacher. Unexpectedly, the other party soon got together with the head of discipline. Love? Nothing but a joke, he once thought. But the story of Gale and Evening Primrose was like a light piercing the gloom. That protection that transcended life and death made his cold heart beat again. He decided to return to the hospital, to go back to those nurses. This tragedy remained a regret in his heart. Now, a system task has arrived to make up for this regret. Yin's face was indeed captivating, but she was more than 10 years older than him, and in his memories they had often been intimate. He couldn't accept it. Fortunately, she had a younger sister, Mitsuki's beautiful face. She looked as if she had been cast from the same mold as Yin and was about the same age as him. Perhaps she could fill that vacancy, becoming a purple sight in his harem. But their first meeting was nothing short of a disaster. The beauty filter's first impression of him was utterly terrible. Can anything really spark between them? Can we still happily spar with our swords together? The tide of memories receded. Chino Tashifumi took a deep breath. Moonlight Gale is loyal and steadfast, a rare ninja. In the future, they might be recruited to Sunset Village to become a capable assistant. How to stop him from going to Kikyo Castle? Simple. With Yuji around that little tiger with an extraordinary sense of smell, tracking people is as easy as flipping a hand. New mission issued. Find Tsunade and treat Rock Lee. The system alert sounded again. Gaara's heavy slam forced Sasuke to open the 5th gate of the 8 gates. At a terrible cost, shattered bones embedded in his spine, with severe nerve damage. Konoha's medical technology was powerless. Only the legendary medical expert Tsunade could save him. Deadline. Chino Toshio asked. 3 months. Reward. A new Kekkei Genkai. Kekkei Genkai. A jolt shot through his chest, a powerful premonition welling up inside him. It's definitely would release. It has to be. If not, I'll jump off the Hokage rock. Anyway, there's a giant toad cushioning me below. Don't be dreaming, hurry up and give the luggage back to its owner. The system prompt pulled him back to reality. I left the luggage at your door. Chiejun Morning called to the opposite side, took out his key, and opened his own front door. Behind the door, Yuzuki Miyabi was nervously peering through the peephole. She was so startled, she covered her mouth. He actually lives right across? Could it be that he's really not a perverted stalker? But, with that look, he didn't seem like a good person no matter how you saw it. And he actually watched videos of people urinating in public. After a long moment, she quietly cracked the door open a sliver, quickly dragged her luggage inside, slammed the door shut, and deadbolted it. Her movements were as fast as lightning. Across from him, Chino Toshio bent down, leaning close to the peephole, curiously peeking at what was happening over there. He noticed the girl was like a little squirrel hoarding food, secretly carrying something. He couldn't help but chuckle softly. This is kind of cute. Suddenly, a voice came from inside the room. Excuse me, are you playing the role of a sleazy peeping Tom? Chino Tashiichi froze, looked down at himself. He was squatting halfway down, his butt sticking up high, both hands gripping the door panel, his eye pressed up to the peephole. A silly smile still hung at the corner of his mouth. That posture really did make him look exactly like the suspicious characters in some films. The one asking was his bone clone. That guy always had his own ideas. Chiejun stepped forward and kicked. Bang! The clone turned into white smoke and dissipated. 2 days passed quietly. The girl opposite seemed to show no reaction. Hinata's condition, however, made him feel frantic with worry. She has been coughing a lot lately, and her complexion is pale. Could it be that last time I was too reckless and hurt her? But he quickly shook his head in denial. It was only a few minutes. How intense could it have been? It must have been during the preliminaries. Niji's palm left a hidden injury. Counting the days, the day of Jifeng's death was drawing near. Chiejun had infiltrated Kikyo Castle ahead of schedule. He quietly left a chakra seal at the scene to prepare for using the Flying Thunder God technique later. In the original work, Hate's corpse was discovered in this abandoned castle. Kikyo Castle sits on the border of Konoha. It is a military fortress. This is also the place where the war orphan pharmacist Kabuto was once taken in. In a sense, it can be considered his hometown. At this moment, dark clouds churned over Konoha. The Kazekage Raza had already dispatched several hundred elite Sannin. Orochimaru, who had run the Sound Village for many years, also dispatched large forces. The two factions were gathering at the borders of Konoha like an undercurrent. They lurked in the shadows, waiting for the signal to act. Another deep night. Aikino Shun activated Flying Thunder God and instantly teleported to the cliff's summit. The toad pill appeared as promised. It agreed to instruct Aikino Shun in cultivating the immortal arts, but he must go to Mayaboku Mountain. If only I could master it instantly like the system rewards. There were still more than 10 days until the third exam. Aikino-shun left a bone clone at home to stand guard. The toad pill performed a reverse necromancy. Whoosh. Space-time twisted. When he opened his eyes, he was already in Yamu Mountain. A towering toad stone carving stood before him, a waterfall like a white ribbon cascading into a deep pool. The air was filled with the scent of flowers and the songs of birds. Is this a fairyland? Between the rock faces there was a spring, slowly seeping out crystalline toad oil. Aikino-shun took out a small vial and carefully filled it to the brim. What he did not know was that the toad pill's exceptional aid concealed a deeper secret. Scattered by the spring were many fossilized toad statues, frozen in their lifelike poses. The aged voice of Deep Work the Immortal still seemed to echo in his ears. Among humans who have come to Myoma Mountain to cultivate, those who can command natural energy are few and far between. Uncontrolled energy first makes the skin sprout frog-like bluish patches, then the limbs begin to fuse. The worst outcome is the statues before us forever frozen in the instant of struggle. While moonlight shrouded Konoha, Mayaboku was at high noon. Drums thundered around the training ground as the mother toads waved lotus leaves and shouted, "Win, and we'll give you a pond full of tadpoles." Seated on the high platform were two elders. The green-skinned deep flower sage had white brows hanging to his shoulders, and beside him the Shima sage wore a purple topknot, her lips as brightly colored as ripe berries. Toad Bunta hovered at the edge of the crowd, blowing smoke rings. The special edition of Kissing Paradise in his claws was dog-eared. "TSK, that kid Jiraiya," he said, shaking his head with a grin. When the toad orb appeared, the uproar fell silent. Deep Flower leaned on his bamboo staff and stepped forward. And who might this be? Two little toads hopped toward Chino, using their sticky-webbed palms to take the snack bag. The boy presented more gifts: a crystal pipe that made Bunta's eyes shine, and a jar of canned worms that made Shinsaku nod repeatedly. When Shima opened the shell box full of lipsticks, her antennae curled into excited spirals. Smart little fellows. The mother toads gathered around Chino and were soon led into various yoga poses. Meanwhile, in the council hall, Gamamaru's prophecy was stirring up waves. Training in sage mode requires massive amounts of chakra. Shinsaku's worry was cut off by his wife. He has the same spiritual energy as Jiraiya. Gamamaru closed his eyes and savored the dream. A white-haired boy standing shoulder to shoulder with Naruto Uzumaki, the future rippling like waves in the prophetic vision. He left behind a meaningful remark. Even if they are not the destined ones, they will still make a great splash in the world. At this moment on the training field, Chi-Jun was forcing back nausea. In the clay pot before him, fly-fried mosquitoes were sizzling. When he was finally called away by Shunzua, he actually felt that cultivation was more familiar than these delicacies. Immortal Shunzua gave a detailed explanation of the secrets of the immortal mode. However, Chi-Jun had already seen through this kind of cheat. In his understanding, it was like the ultimate enhancement in a game. Once activated, HP, energy, attack, defense, speed, perception, every attribute source. But mastering it takes time. When Jiraiya was young, he mistakenly entered Mount Mayaboku and trained under Fukasaku. But he had to return to Konoha frequently to carry out missions, so he trained intermittently for over a decade before truly mastering it. Naruto, brought there by Fukasaku, took only half a month, and there wasn't even a trace of toad transformation on him. The most astonishing is Kabuto Yakushi. Early on, he was merely Orochimaru's follower, but later he became the ultimate villain and joined forces with Obito to start the Ninja World War. He perfected the Sage mode of the Ryuchi Cave in only half a year. The Sage of the Six Paths? Exceptionally gifted, half a day was enough. As for Madara, he directly seized Hashirama's Sage power. The process took no more than 5 seconds. So, how long do Aikino-shun need? Fukasaku immediately poured cold water on that. The immortal mode can only be sustained for 5 minutes. Before activating it, you must remain completely still and absorb natural energy. At that time, you'll be a sitting duck. So it's best to have a reliable companion, preferably a female one, to draw enemy fire and buy you time. Why does it have to be a female companion? Can a man do Aikino-shun thought of his future comrade Yujitora. Ahem ahem. Not endorsing gay relationships, Fukasaku said seriously. Grandma Jimabwa handed over a paper agreement. The terms were nothing more than warnings about cultivating petrification and bearing the consequences. Chi Yijun glanced through it hurriedly. Because of his arrival, Toad Long and Toad Ji were ecstatic and called their friends Toad Jia, Toad Wei, Toad Xiang. Toad Nai, a young couple named Toad Qingming, and Toad Hichu stood out in particular. Finally, an aunt named Toad Shui took him to his lodging and gave him some preemptive psychological counseling to prevent emotional loss of control during cultivation. Chi Yijun's training at Nyamu Mountain thus began. Konoha Village Apartment. Mitsuki Miyabi took off her soaking wet pants and opened her suitcase. The hometown specialty her mother had stuffed in there, a smoked large sausage, lay quietly inside. Thick and long, dark brown in color, yet when bitten it released a rich aroma. It was the snack she and her older sister loved most. A year ago, just entering puberty, she suffered a frightening incident and since then developed a fear of men. Although she continued receiving psychological treatment, it had little effect. Now she curled up on the sofa, staring at that sausage, struggling inwardly. The man across the hall helped me with my luggage. Should I thank him? Even if she feared men, having received a good education, she ultimately understood. When someone does you a favor, you must repay it. Before setting off for Konoha Village, her mother repeatedly admonished Yuzuki Miyabi. Be on good terms with your neighbors. Distant relatives are not as helpful as nearby ones. Her elder sister even made inquiries and said a nice young man lived next door. But how to express her gratitude? Miyabi's gaze fell on the cartoon sticky note pad on her desk. She decided to write a thank you letter. The tip of the pen rasped as it moved. Thank you for helping me carry my luggage. Thank you for not taking advantage of the situation. She wrote a line, crumpled it into a ball. The paper balls rolled all over the floor. She sighed and leaned back against the chair. Why does the neighbor have to be a man? If it were a woman, I wouldn't have to be so nervous. She tossed and turned all night and finally finished the letter. But standing at the door, she hesitated again. Was this too perfunctory? Suddenly, she remembered the homemade sausages in the fridge. Her slippers slapped across the corridor as she hurried into the kitchen. Standing before room 505, Mayan took a deep breath and gently knocked on the door. At this moment, Chi Yejuan was training on Mount Mayaboku, leaving behind only his bone clone Xiao Guai. Before he left, he had warned, don't open the door for anyone before brother returns. Little Cute, wearing a rabbit-eared hat, peered through the peephole and saw the girl outside the door, but she never turned the doorknob. Beauty had no choice but to hang the sausage and the letter on the doorknob, slipped back to her room like a frightened rabbit, and locked the door. Although training on Mayaboku, Chino Toshio could still return to Konoha at any time. According to the destined course, tonight would be the moment Tsukikage Hate was attacked. At dawn, he asked permission of Jinsaku the sage to leave. Forming hand seals, he shouted, the Tiger Clan's summoning technique. The fluffy, contracted tiger Yuji appeared on summons. Toshio Aikino held the warm tiger and used Flying Thunder God teleportation to the outskirts of Kikyo Castle. He took out a pair of men's underwear. This was the medium requested from Hayashi, obtained from the Hate household through remote retrieval. Yuji sniffed, sneezed in disgust. Following the scent, they quickly found Moonlight Hate hurrying toward Kikyo Castle. This coughing, wheezing member of the Umbu intended to go to the pharmacy to buy the newly arrived cough syrup. Toshio Aikino donned a shadow cloak and approached stealthily, forming seals in secret. Shin-tun, the garden brims with spring. A gale suddenly shivered through him, a strange heat surging within his body. In a daze, the smile of his fiancée, Shien, bloomed in his mind. He involuntarily spun and ran wildly toward the direction of Kanahagakure. The upgraded illusion can last for 5 minutes. Like a shepherd driving a flock, Chino Tashiyoshi used continuous ninjutsu to send Hate all the way back to the village. Hate, who burst through the front door, was almost exhausted, yet still panted as he held Yugao in his arms. The kunoichi blushed and lightly pounded him. What happened to you today? Just in case, Toshio Aikino stayed hidden in the corner of the room, occasionally reinforcing the illusion. Although the method was petty, it ultimately preserved Jifeng's life. Exhausted, The Umbu had no strength left to travel to Kikyo Castle and naturally avoided a fatal encounter with Maki and Kabuto. It's just that for the next few days, he would probably have to stay in bed and recuperate. Toshimasa Ichino gently placed Liuwei Dihuangwan, Huiran Shinbao Pian, Jinsa Gujin capsules, and Shirkwan Debutang at the door, then turned and left. There was still plenty of daylight. Sunset was still a few hours away. He went home first. As he reached the door, a thick, black smoked sausage hanging from the doorknob made him take a sharp step back. Holy shit. What the hell is this? Tuanzong's cold face flashed through his mind. Could this be an enemy's revenge? Then Brother Jia's simple, good-natured smile from downstairs surfaced. Or could it be from someone who has a crush on me? Toshio Ichino frowned and picked up the smoked sausage by the tip of his finger. At that moment, a pink little bear sticker drifted down. Huh. The sticker showed a simple line drawing of a girl in black bowing. Beside it, in chubby, rounded letters, were the words, "I'm sorry, thank you." The 3 exclamation marks were drawn especially thick. Toshio Ichino snorted with laughter and turned his head to look at the opposite door. She really is an interesting girl. He raised his hand to knock, glanced at his watch, then lowered it. Never mind, I still have to go find Naruto about business. He carried the smoked sausage into the house, planning to visit again another day. Back home, Chino Toshi rushed into the bathroom. Hot water washed over his body, and he couldn't help but recall that while training on Mount Mayaboku, he had to strip naked and cram into the pool beneath the waterfall with the toads. He shivered suddenly. After bathing, he scratched at his damp bangs and sprayed on some men's cologne. The boy in the mirror had clear, bright eyes. He nodded in satisfaction. Handsome. At the riverside training ground, Naruto was practicing Rasengan on a wooden post. Chino Toshi leaned in and whispered a few words, and Naruto's eyes instantly lit up like light bulbs. But there's a condition, Shinobu Chino said, extending his index finger. Give me your frog alarm clock. Naruto frowned in indecision, then finally nodded heavily. When the two asked Jiraiya for permission, the white-haired ninja squinted his eyes and followed them silently. In the corner of the hot spring resort's changing room, just as Shinobu Chino had taken out the shadow cloak, Jiraiya suddenly sprang out from behind a locker. You brat, what are you sneaking around for? He grabbed a corner of the cloak. Where did you get this treasure? Toshio Chino had to confess the plan. Unexpectedly, after hearing it, Jiraiya not only didn't get angry, but instead excitedly slapped his thigh. Brilliant. Just like my younger days. He snatched the cloak. Let me try it out for you first. No sooner had he spoken than his figure vanished into the air. Half an hour later, Jiraiya reappeared, his steps unsteady, dark circles under his eyes, a lecherous grin at the corner of his mouth. Heh, my first time openly watching girls bathe. He wiped his mouth. It's a bit perverse, but the inspiration is flooding in. I'm going to write a new chapter. The cloak was shoved back into Toshio Chino's hands. Humming a little tune, Jiraiya walked away, showing not the slightest greed for the secret treasure. This was also one of his qualities. It was Naruto's and Aikino-shun's turn to act. The two of them had long been eager to try. Slipping on shadow cloaks, the two figures quietly crept into the hot springs area. At first they crept along cautiously, afraid of being noticed. But the people around them seemed completely unaware of them. They breathed a sigh of relief. White mist swirled before them, and ripples danced across the water. When had they ever seen a sight like this? Their eyes could hardly keep up. People were all soaked in water, unable to see clearly. Chitano-shun pointed toward the shower area. The two of them crept over again. The shower area here is quite special. There are no shower heads, only a row of small wooden stools. People sat on stools, using dippers to scoop water from the pool and rinse. The two were too curious, crouching beside a woman to stare. The woman suddenly stood up. Clatter. A scoop of water was splashed down, and the cloak was soaked instantly. This cloak is actually not waterproof. Fortunately, the two reacted very quickly. Bang, bang, two light sounds, and the smoke dispersed. In the steam-filled bathroom, the scents of soap and milk lingered. At the moment the woman splashed water, two figures changed shape at the same time. Naruto transformed into Ebisu. Aikino-shun transformed into Danzo. They grabbed hands and rushed out the door without looking back. Angry curses and the sound of objects being thrown came from behind. You bastards. Don't let me catch you. At the weekend's ninja meeting, the third Hokage singled out Ebisu for criticism. Ebisu was completely baffled. For 3 generations, no one mentioned Tenzo's name, but everyone's glances meaningfully flicked toward him. A few days later, Tenzo topped Konoha Weekly's most suspicious person list. He was so furious he stamped his feet and threatened to file a complaint. Afterwards, Chino Toshio asked Naruto, "Why didn't you transform into Jiraiya?" Naruto scratched his head. "He's my teacher." The teacher-student bond between the two was actually much more harmonious than before. After escaping the hot springs, they laughed until they could barely stand. But soon he put on a stern face and made a pact. "This kind of thing is too disgraceful. We're upright youths. From now on, at most once a month." On the way to Naruto's house, Chino Toshio suddenly thought of Yuzuki Mayan. He asked out of the blue, "Naruto, do I look fierce? Do I look like a thug?" Naruto shook his head. "Not like a thug." After a pause, he added, "You're more like a hooligan." Later, when visiting Sasuke, Chino Toshio asked again. Sasuke's answer was even sharper. "You don't have the swagger of a local hood, but you're sleazier than a thug." After saying that, he snorted coldly and turned his face away. Chi Ye-jun later realized that Sasuke was still resentful about the childhood betrothal. Konoha Shopping Street, Sweet Chestnut Dessert Shop. The newly introduced soybean and chestnut soup attracted quite a few people. The shop also offered free roasted soybeans. Free! Naruto's eyes lit up as he grabbed a chino and rushed into the shop. The two of them held the roasted beans, crunching loudly as they chewed. Night fell low. The full moon hung like a silver plate, casting an eerie bluish light over Kikyo City. Chino Tashishi used Flying Thunder God, appearing on the bathhouse roof without a sound. With a shake of his shadow cloak, he slipped into a corner. The system task was clear: replace Moonlight Gale and complete the surveillance mission. Suddenly, a dark silhouette flashed across the eaves. It was Gaara. He stood under the moonlight with a huge sand gourd on his back, like a werewolf about to transform at any moment. A raging aura spilled from him. His nails digging deep into his palms, he desperately needed a killing to soothe the turmoil within. In the original, he killed Toshi's anvil in an instant, but in this book that guy was already stone-cold dead. Unable to find prey, Gaara could only sit alone on the roof ridge, letting out a suppressed low snarl at the moon. Chinoya Toshi was not the only one in the shadows. Maki and Kabuto were also lurking nearby, almost shoulder to shoulder. Sand from Sunagakure made the water more precious than gold. Maki had developed the virtue of not brushing his teeth, and before leaving, he even chewed a few cloves of garlic. Warm breath sprayed onto Kabuto's face, carrying a strong, sour, rotten smell. Do's stomach churned. He wanted to cover his nose, but his hand stopped halfway and dropped down. At that moment, Gaara shot to his feet. His gaze swept the darkness like a searchlight. The three of them felt a tightening in their chests. Exposed. The Shikaku inside Gaara roared, the heat scorching his nerves. Like a hot-blooded youth who needs a shower after watching a lewd film, he also has his own peculiar way of calming down. After making sure no one was around, his stern face suddenly relaxed. He softly hummed an off-key little tune. Find a friend, find a girlfriend, kiss the lips, hold hands. Have a little baby tonight, goodbye. Pooh. Toshio Aikino quickly covered his mouth. What the hell? This aloof, deadly god actually calms himself on a full moon night by singing nursery rhymes? On the other side, Maki's scorching gaze was about to burn a hole in Do's face. Do was almost suffocating. Just as he reached the end of his patience, Gaara finally vanished into the night. Maji leaned in, lowering his voice. Do, little brother, I have wine in my room. And something good. Do was stunned. Something good? A new anatomical atlas. That's way more thrilling. And it can even teach you how to woo two lovers. Deng Duolang? Come to my room. Take a look and you'll understand. He shivered, recalling Orochimaru's warning. Konoha has recently had several attacks on men. He abruptly shoved Maki aside, pulled out a scroll. Brother G, let's talk business. This is the Sound Ninja's plan. Maki suddenly woke as if from a dream, coughed twice, and resumed a serious demeanor. Ahem. Personal ties aside, bluntly put, if the plan fails, Suno will withdraw immediately. Do spat inwardly, but put on a smile. Don't worry, it's foolproof. He then lowered his voice. But be careful of those Konoha Chunin brats. Maki sneered. Chunin? What kind of trouble can they stir up? Even though he had seen the preliminaries with his own eyes. In the moonlight, Naruto and the others were indeed skilled. But in the end they were still just genin. How formidable could they really be? Not far away, two dark figures whispered to each other. Moonlight Swift held his breath and heard that astonishing secret. The Sound Ninja and the Sand Ninja are planning to join forces to destroy Konoha. He sucked in a cold breath, his breathing slightly disturbed. Just like that, the invisibility spell was broken. He was discovered. But Chino Toshio, who was hiding beneath the cloak, was not surprised at all. He had known this would happen. With this cloak, he wasn't worried about being exposed at all. Now he just had to wait for the system reward to be delivered. But just then, that brat Naruto insisted on being greedy and ate the free soybeans. The soybeans mixed with the sweet water churned violently in his stomach. Pooh! A loud fart he couldn't hold it in. The late-night silence made the sound especially sharp. Chiano-shun hurriedly covered his butt, but it was already too late. Who's there? Do barked sharply. Whoosh! 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 Several kunai sliced through the air, heading straight for the source of the voice. Chi Yejuan rolled awkwardly to dodge the attack, but someone stomped on his cloak. He was exposed to the moonlight. Heh, so it's just a little mouse. Do pushed up his glasses. Maki said coldly, a little brat hand him over to me. But he was taken aback. The kid hadn't run away. Instead, he stood there grinning. Aikino-shun tilted his head and asked loudly, Teacher Maki, is that cloth on your face a diaper? Your taste is really something. Maki's face turned ashen in an instant. This cloth is his taboo. You're asking for death. His figure flickered, and he was already in front of Chino Toshio, killing intent like a blade. Chino Toshin knew in his heart. Maki couldn't be killed, he would be useful later. He was waiting for the system's prompt sound. But Maki didn't give him time. Chakra gathered at his fingertips, forming a transparent wind blade. Wind blade technique. The gale ripped through the air, lunging straight at his face. Too fast earth wall couldn't form its seal in time. Crack! A white-boned armor instantly enveloped Chino Jun's entire body, golden flames igniting in his eyes. Maki and Do were both stunned. What is this? Chino Toshio chuckled. Who just said genin are no good? Today I'll show you that Konoha's genin are the most terrifying. Don't kill, but you can teach a lesson. He took a deep breath. Ha-psh. A small whirlwind shot from his mouth, growing as it met the air, heading straight for Maki. Maki dodged aside, inwardly startled. This kid can actually use wind techniques? So you have wind attributes after all. Toshio Aikino formed hand seals again. Fire release, great fireball. The fireball roared outward, lighting up the night sky. Maki leapt back again, but his expression had completely changed. Fire? This kid has a fire attribute too. Chi-Shun rubbed his fingertips, and another burst of flames erupted. Lightning release, thunder roar, sizzle-da-da-da. Blue electric sparks sprayed like a machine gun. Maki tumbled awkwardly, his pant leg brushing the arc and going numb. There's a lightning attribute too. Could it be even the water? Before his words had fallen, Chi Yejun's figure flickered, dissolving into a pool of clear water. The kunai Maki threw clanged and embedded itself in the wall. Water release, water clone. Water, fire, wind, and lightning are all here. Maki's pupils contracted. Only earth is missing. Boom. The wooden floor beneath him suddenly collapsed. Half his body was instantly stuck in the hole. Chie-shun crawled out from below and brushed the dust off his hands. He'd forgotten this was a building, so the earth tunneling effect was diminished. Now he hung from the women's bathhouse ceiling, both hands gripping Maki's ankle tightly. They swung in the steam like hanging cured hams. Konoha pervert, Kikyo castle's gone bad too. Grab your weapons. Smash and kill these two peeping toms. Geta, soap, and a water ladle came smashing down all at once. Ichino Jun's, but was struck by a slipper. Worse still, the mist lit up with the glow of a ninjutsu. Bayou. A jet of water hissed past his ear. Ichino Jun glanced downward. Figures swayed in the hot bath, their murderous intent almost tangible. If he fell, he shivered. Do? Pull me up. Maki's head was stuck in the hole as he shouted. The frail Do rushed up to pull him, but didn't budge an inch. Chi-Jun thought for a moment. Kagaya in stealth silently appeared on the roof, her silver hair coiling around Maki's head like a snake. Pop! The two were easily pulled out, like uprooting two radishes. Do looked at his hands, a face of disbelief. Maki slumped to the ground, staring fixedly at Chino-shun. 5 attributes. Who exactly are you? Although the display was intimidating, Chino Toshio mostly used C-rank ninjutsu. Maki dusted himself off and stood up, his eyes already filled with murderous intent. The secret plan had been overheard. From tonight on, the assassinations by Sunagakure and Otonagakure would never stop. Chino Toshio, however, curled his lips. He had a trump card in his pocket. Shindeton, Candy of Chaos. That chakra candy pill could make a person feel as if they were floating in ecstasy, but the price was an equal measure of despair. He once fed it to an experimental cucumber. It swelled instantly, then withered and decayed. Even Danzo, just for one bite of that thrill, obediently handed over the hot pot restaurant license. This thing was deadlier than any trump card. He rented another desolate mountain. He hired people to plant vegetables and trees, creating a lush, green farm. The supply of fruits and vegetables to Konoha village was almost entirely under his control. Chinoya Shungaying was a real scoundrel. On several occasions he slipped into the orchard and secretly administered chaos sugar to the fruit. Tenzo's deal was completely ruined by him. And Chino Toshio's ninjutsu, by contrast, rose to god level because of it. The god level chaos candy gained a new ability. It could make people forget everything that happened within the past hour. If Do and Maki ate it, they would forget all about everything that happened tonight. How marvelous. Maki was utterly humiliated tonight. So furious smoke seemed to be rising from his head. He couldn't swallow this grievance. Even if that kid had 5 chakra natures, he's still just a genin. He leapt up suddenly and lunged at Chino Toshio, cursing under his breath. Maki was indeed skilled, but Chino Toshio handled him with ease. At this moment, he already possessed the strength of a jonin. Chino Toshimi bent his knees slightly, lowering his center of gravity. Amid Maki's disdainful snorts, he suddenly drove his legs, launching forward like an arrow released from a bow. A heavy kick slammed fiercely into Maki's chest. Bang! With a muffled bang, Maki flew backward like a sandbag and crashed heavily into the rooftop water tank. Clatter! The water tank burst with a crash, water splashing everywhere. Do, who had been watching from the side, finally decided to make a move. Chinoya Jun sneered. 2 adults bullying 1 child, aren't you ashamed? Do tugged at the corner of his mouth. So what if I bully you? Aikino-shun snorted. Who doesn't have an assistant? He formed a hand seal with one hand and activated a summoning spell. The little tiger Yuki made a dazzling entrance. Maki and Do were momentarily stunned, then burst into loud laughter. This furry thing is a cat. How dare you call it a spirit beast? Little kitty, what's your name? So cute. Yoji immediately bristled. These days it had learned a lot of modern expressions from Chie-jun and immediately started cussing. You 2 lowly zombies. Do you even deserve to ask this lord's name? Shameless bastard, go to hell. Before the words finished, it formed a hand seal under its claw water release. Ferocious tiger breaking the waves. The shattered water tank and the downstairs bath's water shot into the sky, merging into a gigantic water tiger that, trailing a wave-like tail, lunged at the 2. Maki and Do were soaked through. The huge impact nearly blew them off the roof, leaving them in a sorry state. Toshio Chino flipped his palm, produced 2 blue jelly beans, and tossed them to Yuji. At the same time, Hatsune Miku was summoned and softly began to sing a lullaby. At this moment, Do was only a mid-level ninja when the song reached his ears. His eyelids immediately began to fight to stay open. Maki stubbornly resisted the hypnosis, shaking Do hard. Hey, don't sleep. My place is big. Go back and sleep. Yuji's body flickered, darting in front of Do like lightning, and forcibly shoved the candy bean into his mouth. Chino Toshimi formed a hand seal at the same time. Gu escaped 10,000 Calamity Scorpion. A phantom of a poisonous scorpion appeared, its venom splashing onto Maki. Maki's skin instantly swelled with pustules like a toad, and a wave of dizziness hit. Though it lasted only a moment, Yuji took the chance to shove the second candy bean into his mouth. At that moment, the system notification finally popped up. Chino Toshio's sign and task was completed. At the moment the rewards were handed out, Maki and Do were forced to swallow the candy of chaos. The drug's effect exploded, and the two instantly plunged to the peak of ecstatic frenzy. Even Do completely ignored Maki's strong garlic breath. The scene was utter chaos. But this chaos lasted only a dozen or so seconds. Soon, an unbearable wave of depression overwhelmed them. Their moods plunged to the depths, filled with remorse and pain. That feeling was 100 times stronger than the emptiness and self-loathing that well up after indulging alone late at night. It felt like being shattered to pieces, agony piercing the heart. They glared at each other, eyes full of disgust, hurling abuse. "Stay away from me, you pervert." The drug finally wore off. The two of them clumsily got to their feet, with no memory of anything that had just happened. Maki rubbed his hands together and chuckled. "Brother Do, I've got wine hidden in my room, and also some good stuff." Do took out a scroll, his face serious. "Gee, let's talk business. This is the plan of the Sound Ninja Village." This scene seemed to replay again as if triggered by a preset program. It's like some future dojutsu that can make the same scene loop indefinitely. Meanwhile, Chino Toshio had returned to Mount Mayaboku through summoning. He lay on that narrow little bed, gazing at the bright moon outside the window. The chorus of toads croaked goo gwa in his ears. On the mottled white wall, there seemed to be a line of blurred handwriting. Jiraiya was here. Chino Toshio smiled and summoned the sign-in panel. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the plot check-in. Reward: finger-penetrating bullets. 10 fingers shoot bullets? Launch the finger bones of all 10 fingers like bullets. With the power of the corpse bone vein, the phalanges can even regenerate. Huh. Finally got this classic corpse bone vein skill. This martial technique is a bit like firing a gun. Toshikazu Chino simply renamed it the art of the handgun. He couldn't wait to enter the training space. A row of training zombies slowly moved into view. The art of the pistol. Thoughts flickered, and in an instant all 10 fingertips filled with explosive power. The visibly pale finger bones suddenly lengthened. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of tearing through the air rang out as the bone pointers shot like arrows toward the zombies in different directions. Uft, uft. 10 fingers, 10 targets. Incredibly precise, all pierced through. The finger bones retracted, and Chino Toshio lowered his head to inspect his fingers intact as before. Amazing. Just like a bullet. I love that whooshing thrill. It's comparable to. This will absolutely be a trick to achieve a sudden victory against the enemy from now on. Thinking this, he fell into a deep sleep with a smile. The morning 3 days later, in front of the waterfall on Mayaboka Mountain. Due to continuous training, Chino Toshio's hands trembled slightly. He concentrated, calming his breath, drawing in natural energy and merging it with his own chakra. A surging, magnificent power rose from his soles, and a vast momentum began to coalesce. His body shape didn't change, but his eyes turned a pure jet black. Small bumps appeared on his arms, and 2 green, frog-like patterns showed up on either side of his nostrils. For days. In just 4 days, Chi-Jun had mastered the immortal mode. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly, a blue afterimage laced with immortal art chakra formed in the palm of his hand in an instant and shot toward the roaring waterfall. In that instant, the cascading waterfall was completely frozen, turning into a sheet of ice. The water sliding down the ice surface instantly solidified into sharp ice spikes. Ding! The host's self-created immortal technique, ice sealing condensation, has awakened. Where the cold reaches, flowing water freezes, and enemies stand rigid. The effect of this technique will last until Sage Mode ends. Chino Shun's palms fluttered as he proceeded to test several more ninjutsu. Air currents swirled around him, lifting fine ice crystals. He felt the surging power within his body and couldn't help laughing aloud. This is Sage Mode? The speed and strength are worlds apart. Deep Zuoshinran leapt to the edge of the waterfall, looking at the frozen flow of water, his eyes full of admiration. Although it was still far from perfection, each activation required sitting quietly to gather chakra, and it could only be maintained for a mere 5 minutes. This insight was already nothing short of a miracle. It made Jinho even more certain that the Toad Sage's prophecy was not empty words. Remember, he solemnly reminded, when practicing sage techniques, never use the shadow clone, otherwise the fragification anomaly will occur, and you'll regret it too late. At parting, Chino Toshiharu nearly emptied the Toad clan's warehouse to show his gratitude. Fukasaku agreed with him that on the next full moon night, he would use reverse summoning to call him back and teach the clan's secret immortal techniques. The next day, the atmosphere in the Hokage building's conference room was solemn. Although Tsukikage Hate escaped a close call, the third Hokage still convened an emergency meeting. Since the encounter between Red Bean and Orochimaru, the third has already glimpsed the outline of a conspiracy. He secretly dispatched Hate to investigate Kabuto. Even the trip to Kikyo City to buy medicine was merely a ruse. After collapsing that day, Hate was deeply chagrined by his loss of composure. Forcing himself despite his illness, he returned to Kikyo City overnight, only to find it deserted. Just as everyone was rife with speculation, the third tapped his pipe and said in a low voice, with insufficient intelligence, "Reckless conjecture is nothing more than sowing confusion among our own ranks." Afterwards, as usual, he delivered a sermon on the will of fire. At the end of the meeting, the third suddenly cleared his throat, implying something. "I've heard that someone left their post while on a mission and went home. Such behavior is absolutely unacceptable. As for who it was, I won't name names. Give up small affections for the greater good. Like this old man, widowed for many years, I have always faithfully done my duty with a single-minded heart." The hall fell silent. Everyone looked at one another in bewilderment. Look at Tuanzong, he never married in his life. Has he ever uttered a single word of complaint? A suppressed chorus of dry retching immediately rose from the audience. After the meeting, Sandai stayed behind alone with Jifeng. Jifeng was about to confess when Sandai leaned in to study his face and said in surprise, "What miracle pill have you taken? Your complexion is rosy. Even your dark circles are gone." Indeed, Jifeng's face was flushed with redness. At this moment, an overdose of restorative medicine had nearly cost him his life. He presented all the tonics and supplements stored in his home to the third generation. Upon hearing the news, Chino Tashimi immediately slipped down to the Hokage building. He summoned Inomoto Noriko and, without a sound, swapped out that pile of restorative medicines. If the old man really swallows these, he won't live to see the plan to destroy Konoha. He'll be dead, he muttered to himself. Fatsi finished the task, but bowed her head and began to sob, her shoulders trembling faintly. "What's wrong?" Chi Yejuan asked softly. She lifted her tearful eyes and choked. "All I ever do is steal toilet paper or underwear, and today I stole pills again." Toshio Aikino scratched his head, bent down to pick her up, and stuffed a lollipop into her palm. "Good girl. Next time I'll take you to buy a new dress." Matsuko finally stopped crying and smiled. After the ninja tournament ended, the third Hokage stood on the high platform, watching the dispersing crowd. The sunlight stretched his shadow long. He thought of the subordinates who had sacrificed themselves, and the gradually fading faces of the first and second. "The will of fire needs a new flame to carry it on," he murmured. He turned and walked toward the ninja academy. The children were playing on the playground when they saw the Hokage arrive. They all fell silent and widened their eyes. The third crouched down, looking levelly at those youthful faces. "Where leaves flutter, the fire endures," he said slowly, his rough palm gently patting a child's head. He led the children to the massive Hokage rock. Carved into the cliff were the statues of successive Hokage, weathered by wind and sun so that cracks had formed on their surfaces. Aikino Shun stood at the back of the crowd, watching the third tilt his head to gaze at the profile of his own statue. That silhouette looked a bit stooped in the sunset, as if performing a silent farewell. "Look, that's how Grandpa Third looked when he was young." Konohamaru pointed at the cliff and laughed. "He had so much more hair back then." Irika-sensei hurried to smooth things over. The third was the strongest Hokage in history, master of all 5 chakra natures. But the children were clearly more interested in hairlines, chattering together in a flurry. The third rubbed his brow in resignation. The sunlight carved deep wrinkles into his forehead. The afternoon sun was just right, and the new tea house on Konoha Avenue smelled of a fresh fragrance. The ink on the sign was still wet. Spring tea first blooms, a cup to clear the heart. The curtains stirred, and Hate and Yuga walked in one after the other. Many people were already seated in the tea house. Ino was holding a teacup, laughing loudly, and Hinata sat quietly in the corner. When Hayate's gaze met Chino Toshio's, he suddenly stopped. A strange warm current surged in his chest, as if he had found a comrade lost for years. He clenched his fist and silently vowed to protect this youth. Ino's rose perfume and the faint chrysanthemum scent in Hinata's hair drifted through the aroma of tea. Chino Toshio noticed Hinata kept her head down, and even the beloved Imigawayaki had only been bitten once. "Not feeling well?" he asked softly. Suddenly a thought flashed. Could it be? He immediately remembered that rainy night, remembered the condom bought at the convenience store. It wasn't that he feared responsibility so much as the image of the enraged leader of the Sunfoot clan was too vivid. The tea house was noisy with people. He took Hinata's hand, and they returned to the apartment. Sunlight filtered through the blinds, drawing zebra stripes on the floor. When they sat side by side on the edge of the bed frame gave a faint creak. "Ni-chan," Hinata finally spoke, twisting the hem of her clothes between her fingers. Ever since he got out of the hospital, he shut himself in his room and pounds the walls to vent. She heard a dull thud from next door, like the struggles of an animal trapped. Every time the head of the Hyuga clan saw Niji, his eyes dimmed a little. Hinata knew her father was reminded of the brother who had died in his stead, the Hunin with the same stubborn look in his eyes as Niji. She had thought about giving up her eligibility for the Chunin exams, but the thought was snuffed out as soon as it arose. She also longed to prove her worth. "I see." Ichino Tashin let out a long breath, cold sweat beating on his back. Hinata tilted her head and looked at him. "Junkuen, you seem especially nervous?" "No, I'm not." He hastily scratched his hair. The cicadas outside the window suddenly sounded unusually loud. There are some truths about the upcoming Chunin exam he could never speak aloud. For example, who would become the ultimate victor, and the crisis stirring restlessly in the shadows. A sudden turn of events left only Shikamaru to pass the exam. So whether to take the exam or not actually didn't matter. Anyway, the outcome is the same. Look at those Jinchuriki, bloodline limit geniuses, and those cheaters, aren't they still carrying the title of Genin? So, in Konoha, you can casually provoke a Jonin, challenge the ANBU, or even take on a Kage-level figure. But remember, never provoke those who seem ordinary, yet can destroy heaven and earth. The Konoha Genin. Just as he was thinking this, the system in his body seemed to read his mind. With a ding, a new task popped up. "Please assist the host in helping Hyuga Niji obtain eligibility for the Chunin exam." "Ha, freebie task." Chie-jun laughed, and an idea immediately formed in his mind. The Hinata in his arms nuzzled him softly, like a kitten that had just woken. He gently stroked her hair and asked in a low voice, "Sweet sauce, has your aunt been visiting you lately?" Hinata was taken aback, her cheeks flushing, eyes opening wide. "How does Junkuen know?" "She just came from Bloodshed Village to stay for a while." "Niji and I's aunt came a while ago too." Shinono-jun couldn't help but laugh out loud, then quickly stifled it. He leaned close to her ear and whispered an explanation. It wasn't long before Hinata's whole face flushed, yet she still quietly glanced up at him, her voice like a mosquito's. "Junkuen, you really are a little physiology encyclopedia." After seeing Hinata off, Ichino-jun headed straight for the Hokage office building. The exam battle roster is posted on the bulletin board. Match 1. Chino Toshi vs. Uzumaki Naruto. Match 2. Gaara vs. Uchiha Sasuke. Match 3. Kankuro vs. Aburame Shino. Match 4. Nara Shikamaru vs. Temari. Match 5. Hyuga Hinata vs. Cloud Hidden Muscle Guy. Aikino Shun pushed open the Hokage's office door and spoke directly. "Third Hokage, I request to forfeit my exam eligibility." The third Hokage was smoking his pipe. He froze at the words, almost dropping it. What did you say?" "I always thought you were an optimistic child. How could you suddenly give up on yourself like this?" Chie-jun waved his hand, wearing an expression that said, "You just don't get it. Giving up on the exam is decadence." "No, Grandpa Hokage, listen to me." Sandai sighed, relit his pipe, and prepared to listen to him finish. but he soon regretted it. Chino Toshio began his verbal onslaught. Right now, the adults have exams, promotions, and getting ahead on their minds. Has anyone asked whether the children are tired? We are not a batch of goods on an assembly line. We are living, breathing people. Endless exams are not healthy education. The road of study is long, but life is longer. If I have kids in the future, I will never force them to take exams. Let them do whatever they love. Ninja school? They don't have to go. Comprehensive qualities are what matter. Wang Jianlin even said, Tsinghua and Peking University are no match for boldness. Ahem, getting off track. Half an hour later, Sandai pinched his throbbing forehead, looking completely bewildered. Xiao Jun, I never said you couldn't forfeit. After that whole speech of yours, what exactly are you after? Although Chi Yi-jun withdrew from the match, Hinata Niji did not take his place directly. After the elders deliberated, they decided to hold a resurrection match. The eliminated ones Tenten, Niji, Kiba, Ino, Sakura, and the others competed together for a single spot. How to decide? Fu of the Mito Gate advocated scoring based on everyday performance. Konohamaru, representing the dorms, suggested grouping them for battles and eliminating layer by layer. The last 3 generations all tapped their pipes once. Leave it to fate. Draw lots. Chino Toshio had long anticipated this. He had already slipped Ningxi a few thought guidance manuals in advance. Anti-internal friction life. Lying flat is an art. Refuse to overwork. Starting today. Chinoya Shun waited outside the Hyuga residence until Niji arrived. The sun had just risen. Niji halted, his gaze sweeping over Chinoya Shun like the edge of a blade. His fingers tightened soundlessly as he took the opening stance of gentle fist. Morning. Chinoya Shun lifted the corner of his mouth. His smile was as gentle as the morning light. Looking at this boy bristling with defenses, a flicker of pity rose in his chest. Niji's story was too heavy. Even the nurse in the same department, nicknamed Hammer, who saw the episode of Niji's death while Chinoya Shun was on a night shift in the hospital, had smashed a tablet with a single punch. Something wrong. Niji's voice was like ice. Chino Toshio's eyes were clear, his smile deeper. About tomorrow's tile drawing ceremony. If you trust me, I'll give you a hint. Niji was slightly taken aback. Why would this person help him? He instinctively tensed his shoulders as countless suspicions flashed through his mind. It's for Hinata. Chino seemed to see through his doubts. If you can advance, she'll be much happier. He gave a light laugh and added, Don't overthink it, that's all. Niji's earlobes warmed after a brief silence. He asked softly, What do you intend to do? You only need to trust my signal. Chino Tashimi looked toward the Ninja Academy. Remember, get in line early. The next afternoon, classroom 301 was packed. 8 cards lay face down on the table. Only one bore the Konoha emblem. The one who drew it would take Chino Tashimi's place to face Naruto. Niji stood at the front of the line. He arrived at noon. Toshio Chino squeezed into the crowd, holding Yuji Kakashi. Cast an inquiring look their way. New friend. Aoba eagerly answered first. Kakashi was taken aback. The tips of his ears suddenly flushed red. An Inoi's sharp gaze swept over each contestant, strictly forbidding the use of dojutsu to cheat. As Niji reached out toward the first card, Toshio Chino gently squeezed Yuji's hand. In an instant, the Tosru images of the 8 cards appeared in his mind. He looked at Niji and blinked his left eye rapidly 3 times. Niji's fingers paused in the air for a moment, then settled on the 3rd card. Silence fell over the entire hall. The moment the card was flipped, the Konoha emblem glittered in the sunlight. A series of exclamations erupted across the arena. My God! No way! Damn it! My God! Impossible! The card Hyuga Niji flipped over bore the Konoha emblem. This means others no longer need to draw. Inazuka Kiba was the first to jump up and protest. Akimichi Choji, mouth full of snacks, mumbled that it was unfair. Even the burly Kunoichi from Kumogakure furrowed her brow. Sakura Haruno's hair literally stood on end as she snapped sharply. You wouldn't have used Byakugan, would you? The proctors immediately denied it. Mike Guy strode forward with his signature dazzling smile and explained. Impossible. Once the Byakugan is activated, the blood vessels around the eyes bulge and unique veins appear. Everyone can see them. But how could the world be so conveniently arranged? Voices of doubt and argument erupted into chaos. Helpless, the examiners decided to have Niji draw again. This time, he was asked to have his eyes blindfolded. Before the black cloth was drawn over his head, Niji looked toward Aikino-shun, a flicker of barely perceptible panic crossing his eyes. Aikino-shun, however, remained calm and composed. He silently mouthed the words, "Yiji Toagu," meaning, "I'll give you a hand." The blindfold fell, and the world plunged into darkness. Heart-body turning technique. Chi Yi-jun brought his hands together, his thoughts spreading like threads, instantly connecting to Niji's body. The controlled Niji reached out, precisely touching one of the cards. Flip it. The Leaf Village emblem appeared once more. Moonlight Gale flipped over the remaining cards, every one of them blank. The crowd erupted in uproar again. Bang! Sanoa Biji slammed his palm down on the table, sending papers flying. His gaze was like a blade as it swept across the room, and he barked in a harsh voice. "What are you making a fuss about? Planning a rebellion? Want to go experience the milk hammer at the interrogation department?" The whole place fell instantly silent. Niji successfully secured a spot in the finals. Tian was so happy, he almost jumped up. He turned and rushed to the hospital to tell Shaoli the good news. Kai excitedly gave a thumbs up, his white teeth flashing brilliantly. Toshiya Aikino received a system notification. Ping. Congratulations to the host for completing the sign-in task and receiving the reward. Wind Release Spiral Shield. Wind Release Spiral Shield can instantly create a high-speed rotating chakra shield. Like a frenzied top, it deflects and shatters all physical attacks. It was like an invisible barrier. Touch it, and you would be knocked away. Similar to the Hyuga clan's secret technique, Reversal of Heaven. But Reversal of Heaven requires the Byakugan to cooperate in order to achieve the so-called absolute defense. The Wind Release Spiral Shield, however, needs none of that. It is a purely indiscriminate, all-around, no blind spot chakra defense. Put simply, it's a foolproof automatic self-defense technique. Although Tashimoto Ichino possesses a bone armor defense himself that only activates in life or death moments. Earth flow walls and water array walls, these kinds of ninjutsu, each have their limits. Now with Wind Release Spiral Barrier, he could finally say with confidence, no longer would he have to worry about being ambushed. The qualification round turmoil had settled. Niji looked toward Aikino-shun and gave a very slight nod. A barely visible smile flickered at the corner of his mouth, fleeting. Then he turned and ran toward the family training ground, throwing himself into relentless hard training day and night. The gloom in his heart seemed to be blown away by the wind, much of it scattered. To Shinobu, Aikino watched his departing figure and smiled softly. "Brother-in-law, you owe me this favor, and in the future, there's an even bigger one waiting for you." Afternoon. In the mountains, Ino and Hinata Hyuga came to the apartment. The past 2 days, they've been obsessed with a TV drama. It was all because Chi Yejuan, while cleaning the space earlier, unearthed discs of The Incredible Hulk and the Avengers. But he accidentally slipped in a few copies of Deep Love Romance in the rain. As a result, the two girls washed with tears in their eyes and went through a pile of tissues. Toshio Aikino could only shrug helplessly. The morning light filtered through the leaves, spilling onto the streets of Kanahagakure. Toshio Aikino stood at Naruto's doorstep, took a deep breath, and raised his hand to knock. Bang, bang, bang. "Tell me, get up. Morning exercise time." A rustling came from inside, followed by Naruto's sleepy complaint. "Who is it? So early?" "It's me. If you don't open the door, I'll feed all your instant noodles to Irika-sensei's cat." The door creaked open. Naruto, hair a messy blonde mess, his sleep cap tilted to one side, still had sleep at the corners of his eyes. "Are you crazy? I cultivated until midnight last night." Toshio Aikino folded his arms and said, "Don't forget you have to face Niji today. That genius whose Byakugan can see your chakra flow." Naruto suddenly sobered up a lot and slapped his forehead. "Give me 5 minutes." Entering Naruto's house, Toshio Aikino noticed changes on the wall. The slogan that originally read, "Always Victorious," was gone, replaced by a note that said, "Eat more vegetables." The 2 characters for "Always Victorious" had been taped above the bed. In the Konoha forest, the morning dew had not yet dispersed. The footsteps of the two boys startled the birds in the trees. Do you remember the first time we met Shally here? Chi Junichi said as he flexed his wrist. Sunlight gradually filtered through the canopy, casting mottled shadows on the moss-covered ground. After training, the two exchanged a smile as sweat trickled down their cheeks. Let's go. Naruto charged toward the village first. They swept through the streets like a gust of wind, startling the stray cats by the roadside and knocking over an empty can. The woman selling breakfast shook her head with a smile. These two kids, always so energetic every day. On the training field, Jiraiya's expression grew increasingly grave. It was already the third week, and Naruto still hadn't managed to master the technique of controlling chakra. Focus, Jiraiya shouted. Don't use brute force, feel the flow of chakra. Naruto gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. Suddenly his body trembled, and he fell flat to the ground. Aikino Shun stepped forward briskly. Maybe he needs some stimulation, like a life or death situation. Jiraiya's eyes lit up, and he slapped Chino Toshio's shoulder hard. Good idea. You and I thought the same thing. The midday sun roasted the rocks at the cliff's edge. Chino Toshio carried the unconscious Naruto on his back, each step on the scorching ground. Sweat soaked through his training clothes. Here, he carefully placed Naruto in the shade of a tree. Foam bubbled at the corner of Naruto's mouth, like a sleeping pufferfish. Jiraiya gently tapped Naruto's face. Wake up, kid. The special training has only just begun. Naruto groggily opened his eyes, the glaring sunlight making him instinctively raise a hand to shield them. Pervert sage? Where are we? Before Ichino Toshio could react, Jiraiya's finger was already pressed against the back of Naruto's head and gave a sudden shove. Ichino Toshio pinched his throat and yelled strangely. You damn ghost, go to hell. Naruto screamed as he fell off the cliff. The wind howled. This was Jiraiya's extreme training, using the brink of life and death to force out the dormant power of the nine tails within Naruto. The gorge had no bottom in sight, only Naruto's increasingly distant shouts could be heard. Lecherous immortal help. In his previous life, he had been the physics class representative, and Chi Yi-jun's professional instincts kicked in immediately. He stared at the falling figure and calculated rapidly in his head. Free fall, acceleration 9.8. First second speed 9.8 meters per second, second 19.6. At this rate, before long, she'll be smashed to paste. He suddenly stopped. That's not right. In the original, when Naruto fell from that height, he landed on Gamabunta's belly. Such a big drop, such high speed, how could he be unharmed? As if hearing his question, the system popped up a notification. Toad Wentai is huge. With an extremely elastic belly, its cushioning effect is like jumping off a building onto an air mattress. Toshin Aikino couldn't help but complain. If you ask me, Kishimoto probably just didn't think that far at the time. Watching Naruto about to slam into the ground. At the last critical moment, his vision went black, and suddenly he fell into another space. Damp dim. Behind the massive bars of a cage, a pair of blood-red, beastly eyes slowly opened. Nine tails. Naruto could even feel its agitated panting. Not only was he not afraid, he put his hands on his hips and shouted, Hey, Kurama. Rinse do. The nine tails bared its teeth and growled, but replied sullenly, If you want chakra, just say so. Why jump off a cliff? If you die, I can't live either. Take it. It's all yours. A surge of scorching energy instantly flooded into Naruto's body. But his gaze was drawn to the glowing seal talisman above the cage. He couldn't help reaching out and lightly touching it. The seal did not tear, but with that single touch. At the far end, Kakashi was holding Rawanki as she slept. In the dream, his teacher Minato Namikaze suddenly appeared. The fourth held a small notebook, smiling. Kakashi, be nicer to my Naruto. Look, it's all written here. On such and such a year and month, Teacher Kakashi said Naruto was the class bottom his parents. Please take him away. Kakashi jolted awake, drenched in cold sweat. Almost at the same moment, Gaara, who was confined in a room by Temari and Kankuro, suddenly shuddered. He felt as if the one-tailed Shikaku inside him, which had been restless, was being faintly pulled by some kind of force. In the more distant depths where the rain is hidden, Pain suddenly opened his eyes. He immediately summoned all members of Akatsuki. Pain's voice was low and cold. Konoha will be thrown into chaos. This is the opportunity to capture the nine tails. Who is willing to go? Ju shook his head first. Don't look at me. Let a single Venus flytrap go catch the nine-tailed Jinchuriki? Are you crazy? Sasori replied leisurely. Aren't you an aloe? I'm not going either. Konoha's genin. I heard they're all a real hassle. Deidara toyed with clay. That kid and I both have blonde hair and blue eyes. Kinda similar, so I feel awkward making the first move. Kisame bared his rows of sharp teeth. I don't know about the rest, but I heard his mouth. Even Zabuza would be moved to tears by it. Terrifying, scary. Haiden hoisted his blood-stained March scythe and sneered. I only deliver people to see the dark god capturing them alive? No. In the silence, only Pain's gaze slowly swept across each person's face. Kakuzu counted on his fingers and muttered, do the math one way or another. Catching that kid is definitely a loss. Conan clutched her lower abdomen and frowned. Why is everyone looking at me? I'm not in any condition. Itachi cleared his throat twice. With my weak, sickly body, do you really expect me to go? He glanced over everyone as he spoke. Don't you have any conscience? All eyes ultimately focused on Pain. Pain's forehead veins throbbed. What do you mean? So I'm supposed to be the sucker? Itachi suddenly lowered his voice. Boss, there is actually a trick. Burst into the village, tie up Sasuke first, stand in a high place and shout, I have the nine tails Jinchuriki. Naruto will definitely walk right into the trap. Remember to use sealing tape to gag him. Just carry him back. He paused, then added, avoid that Byakugan girl at all costs, and don't go near the ramen shop. If you run into the silver-haired Sharingan user, a few exchanges, and he'll be out of chakra. And there's a blue-haired handsome guy. If you see him, run immediately. His Jinjutsu makes life worse than death. Pain stayed up all night running tactical simulations. At dawn, he rubbed his temples and sighed. You shouldn't do strenuous exercise right after getting vaccinated. Let's do it another time. Gale force winds screamed along the cliff's edge. Jiraiya appeared to be idly leaning against the rock, the hand seals for the summoning technique already formed within his sleeve. Suddenly, the sound coming from the base of the cliff made his pupils contract sharply. Haisuyu Shinwei. Summoning Jutsu. The boy's clear chanting echoed at the bottom of the valley. Amid a thunderous roar, white smoke billowed into the sky. Jiraiya's pleased smile froze on his face. He actually took down that old smoker. In the flash of lightning, he grabbed Chino Toshio's collar. Run. The two of them sprinted frantically through the woods. Jiraiya glanced back and caught sight of the giant toad looming in the smoke. While running, he shouted, when Fuma gets angry, not even I can hold him back. That kid's talent practically surpasses Minato's. Once they reached a safe area, Jiraiya wiped his sweat and examined Chino Toshio. I heard you have the corpse bone pulse. The youth nodded, and bone blades of pale white shot out along his spine. As he twisted and dodged, the bone blades flashed coldly. When he finished, he gave a playful bow as if taking a curtain call. Interesting. Jiraiya tossed 3 kunai. Want to test your defense? Go ahead and stab my chest. Chino Toshio tore open his shirt, revealing an ivory-colored bone armor across his chest. The kunai struck sparks off the bone armor, and Jiraiya finally sheathed his weapons. Enough. I can't bring myself to pierce it. Chino Toshio gave a sly smile as the knuckle of his index finger suddenly sprang outward. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The tree stump 10 meters away instantly became riddled with holes. Good kid. Jiraiya laughed, slapping his thigh as Naruto came panting up. The blond boy saw the two of them lounging calmly and leapt up, hair bristling. I was training desperately under the waterfall, and you two are here playing a shooting game? To calm the anger, Jiraiya dragged the two of them into Ichiraku Ramen. Naruto clutched his wallet tight. Just so you know, I don't have any money. I'm treating today. No sooner had Jiraiya finished speaking than Naruto was slurping up his tonkatsu ramen. While eating, Naruto suddenly pointed his chopsticks at Aikino-shun. If it were him who fell off the cliff, you definitely wouldn't be able to bear it, right? So biased. In the steam of the hot soup, Jiraiya's hearty laugh sent the sparrows under the eaves flying in surprise. If I'm willing to do it, then I'm confident. Jiraiya pinched off a piece of meat. Summoning techniques can control the landing spot. It doesn't have to be at your feet. Even if you haven't revealed the Nine Tails chakra, I could still summon a giant toad a few hundred meters away to serve as a cushion for you. Naruto grinned, scratched his head. I knew it. Boss Toad wouldn't leave me hanging. The chopsticks hung in midair. Jiraiya was stunned. A warm rush unexpectedly struck his chest. This kid finally stopped calling me the pervy sage. Toshio Chino seized the opportunity to chime in, his voice loud. Master, you're an Umbu-level ninja. Catching him should be easy, right? Jiraiya's chopsticks clicked down on the table. Ajuin, what did you just call me? An Umbu-level ninja. Before his voice had faded, Jiraiya suddenly threw his arms wide and hugged the youth, laughing so hard his chest shook. Great. Tonight you can eat as much as you want. It's on me. Master treats. Naruto, you brat. At most 5 bowls. As night deepened, the three of them patted their round bellies and said their goodbyes. Aikino-shun walked back alone. The evening breeze brushed his cheeks, carrying a touch of chill. Suddenly, a crisp ding sounded in his head. With no warning, the system interface popped up. Sunset Village sign and task released. Please add 1 Kekii Jinkai holder to this village before the leaf collapse plan is initiated. Time limit, 10 days. Kekii Jinkai? And make someone willingly settle down there? Within 10 days, where could one possibly find one? Ikuno-shun tightened his brow, his fingertips unconsciously pinching the palm of his hand. This task was like trying to squeeze oil out of a rock. But the system would never issue an absolutely unsolvable task. There must be some clue hidden somewhere. Late at night, he tossed and turned on the bed, his thoughts a tangled mess. Fine. He sat up, rubbing his growling stomach. Things will work out when they need to. First I'll fill my stomach. He neatly rolled out of bed and slipped into the space. The creek babbled, reflecting a faint, hazy light. Before long, he had scooped up a full basket of lively, wriggling crayfish. The kitchen soon filled with the sizzling sound of frying. The scorching aromas of garlic and chili spread everywhere. He summoned Yuji again and pushed the bright red crayfish over. Late-night snack. Yuji clumsily cracked open a shell and chewed the tiny bit of meat, muttering, "Peels so long for just 1 bite. Our Huashi Valley roasted venison is still more satisfying." Chi Yejuan smiled. "Aren't you the one who loves poly seaweed the most?" Mentioning Huashi Valley, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. He put down the shrimp shell and leaned closer. "Yuji, does your clan have reverse spirit conveyance techniques? Could I visit your paradise?" The white tiger tilted his head and thought for a moment. "I'll ask the elders for you. But don't get your hopes up too high." True enough. Such a place of sacred inheritance isn't somewhere outsiders can tread casually. Chia-jun looked out at the heavy night beyond the window. The world of the hidden leaf is vast as the sea, yet how many secret realms lie hidden behind the mist? Mayaboka Mountain, Dragon Cave, the Wetbone Forest, and many more paradises even Kishi hadn't depicted. One day, he would personally unveil these mysteries. Night deepened. Chia, Toshio, and Yuki played Ludo in their room, tossing dice. After only a few rounds, Toshio grew bored, his eyes shifted, and a mischievous smile appeared. He pulled out brush and ink, made a broad stroke, and wrote 2 lines on paper. "Come on, I'll take you to paste the spring festival couplets." He grabbed Yuki, and the two quietly slipped into Tenzo's courtyard. Yuki nimbly climbed over the courtyard wall and pasted the couplet on the pitch-black main gate. On the left was "A person sits at home." On the right was "A pot falls from the sky," and the horizontal inscription, written in a flamboyant hand, read, "I am the original shadow of the pot." The next day, Tenzo was surprisingly pleased with this gift and even started pondering whether to build a village of pots. At noon, Chino Toshio was eating at the funeral parlor when he suddenly sensed Yuji's summons. He slipped into the restroom and quietly summoned Yuji out. My dad agreed. Yuji's eyes lit up. "You can go to Huashi Valley." Chino Toshio hugged him excitedly. Yuji's face flushed. He reached out and pushed him away. "Junji, don't be like that. It's mortifying." "Hey, when you crawled into my bed naked from behind in the middle of the night, why didn't you think it was cheesy?" Chi Yejuan laughed. As he was speaking, the bathroom door creaked open. Kira Sorain walked in expressionless. When he saw the two of them, he froze for a second, then casually walked over to the urinal. Ikebono-shun and Yukichi exchanged a look and made faces behind his back. After a long while, Kira Sora finally sighed. Can you two stop standing behind me watching? I can't pee. The two stuck out their tongues and ran out laughing. Just as Kira Sora relaxed, the door was slammed open with a bang. Uzumaki Maki rushed in a hurry. A customer asked about Coffin would hurry. She didn't finish her sentence. Her eyes swept over Kira Sora's frozen back. She paused, then with a strange expression backed out. Kira Sora wanted to cry, but had no tears. In the afternoon, on Konoha's main street, Aikino Shun and Yuki sprinted along. Passing, Naruto sneered and muttered sourly. Those two are so close now it's like they're wearing the same pants. He turned and headed for the hospital, only to find Sasuke's room already empty. At the cliff on the back mountain, Kakashi was instructing Sasuke in practicing the Chidori. He explained, this technique requires a high-speed dash to activate, but moving too fast can make it impossible to see the opponent's actions. You must rely on the Sharingan's perception to make up for that. Sasuke concentrated and gathered his chakra. His hands gradually became enveloped in pale blue electric light. He dashed forward suddenly, the currents crackling like the chorus of 1,000 birds. The blinding light shrouded his whole body, and his presence was astonishing. Elsewhere, Chino Toshio returned to his residence. Yuji grabbed his hand and cast a space transfer technique. In the blink of an eye, fresh air washed over them. Before their eyes was a dazzling sea of flowers, butterflies dancing and streams murmuring, with not a trace of summer heat. Wow! Flower Creek Valley is even more beautiful than Mayaboka Mountain. It's practically a summer paradise, Chino Toshio exclaimed. To his surprise, there were no majestic tigers here. As far as the eye could see were humanoid handsome men and beautiful women, and they were dressed extremely lightly. Men wore only simple loincloths, and women only tight short tops. Chi Yejuan's heart raced, but he couldn't help asking, do you usually keep your human forms? Yuji laughed heartily. Of course not. We dressed like this because we were worried you'd get nervous surrounded by tigers and wanted to welcome you. Fabric is scarce in Huashi Valley, and after transforming, we usually don't wear clothes at all. Toshio Aikino felt a warmth in his chest and suddenly thought this place was really not bad. Yukichi led him to meet his father. In his transformed form, Tetsuji was burly, with an imposing dignity in his brows and eyes, as awe-inspiring as a mountain. It's been centuries. You are the first human to successfully summon a member of the Tiger Clan. Tetsuji's voice was low. With the Immortals' permission, we've made an exception to let you enter the valley. But the Tiger Clan is not accepting cultivation disciples at the moment. Those words clearly meant that the legendary Immortal Mode was temporarily beyond his reach. Aikino Shun didn't mind. What he truly longed for was the temporal eye technique Yukichi mentioned, said to be able to send people back to the past. He wanted to see his mother's appearance with his own eyes and unravel the mystery of his origins. After hearing his request, Taiji pondered in silence. Chie-jun rubbed his nose and smiled. Actually, it's that a friend of mine wants to take a look. Tai finally burst into laughter. You kid, you really know how to make something out of nothing. Passing through the stone corridor, Chie-jun waited quietly on the cushion outside the elder's hall. Suddenly a breeze of fragrance blew in, and a girl in thin gauze glided over. She was Yuji's cousin, Shangmu, with a wild, seductive look at the corners of her eyes and brows. You must be Chino Toshio from Konoha Village? Her voice was like honey. Chino Toshio hurriedly stood and bowed, but she pressed his shoulder and sat him back down. Don't be so formal, but your eyes are bruised. Didn't he sleep well last night? We played a few rounds of aeroplane chess and stayed up late. He looked up, and the girl's figure showed faintly through the light veil. Shangmu not only didn't avert his eyes, but instead met his gaze and tossed her long hair, a seductive warm scent drifting from the strands. Just playing chess? She suddenly leaned in and whispered in his ear. Didn't you do something more enjoyable? Chie-jun's ears immediately flushed. This tiger girl was way too blunt. He forced himself to stay calm and cleared his throat. The carriage like wind, the sound like an arrow, the wheel like a flying swallow grinding against my face. Shangmu suddenly rolled on the spot and transformed into a giant tiger. His furry clothes split to pieces with a sound. Come on, ride big sister and go for a spin. Toshi Masachino was about to step forward, but he retreated half a step with a sly grin. The big tiger looks scary. The human-shaped sister is more beautiful. With a bang, white mist billowed, and Shangmu actually reverted to human form, moonlight like skin completely uncovered. She cried out and curled up. "You little pervert!" In the next instant, she transformed into a white tiger again. Climbing onto the tiger's back, Shangmu deliberately bounced and galloped, jolting so much that Qi Yejuan had to cling tightly to the tiger's fur. Just as his face flushed, Taiji appeared with a stern look. "Shangmu, run properly, stop jolting around." Qi Yejuan's hands and feet went numb as he slid off the tiger's back. Shangmu blinked at him, the tiger's tail lightly sweeping his palm. "Next time I'll take you to see real meteors. If anyone bullies you from now on, call sis anytime. I'll help you beat them flat." This sister was so bold and straightforward, Jun liked her from the bottom of his heart. Inside the elder hall, it was solemn and silent. Jun followed Tieji into the main hall. He had originally thought Elder Huami was some mysterious ancient cat immortal. Looking up, it turned out to be a plump Chinese rural cat. Its yellow and white fur and chubby body were lazily sprawled on the cushion, licking its paw. In his previous life, Qi Jun had been a cat slave. His palms itched. He really wanted to scoop it up and pet it to his heart's content. But on second thought, he was, after all, an immortal cultivator and couldn't be rude. He suppressed the impulse, respectfully taking out the prepared offerings, fresh pouches, cat food, canned food, lined up in a row. He also set out the litter box and several bags of cat litter. The immortal cat made a contented purring sound in its throat, but never transformed into human form. It meowed a few times, and Taiji translated on the side. The elder agreed to use the spatial pupil technique once, but there is a risk this spell hasn't been cast in 1,000 years. Qi Yejuan hesitated briefly, then nodded in agreement. He was certain the system wouldn't stand by and watch him die. He increasingly felt that he and the system were a shared fate. If he died, the system would be finished too. However, the spatial pupil technique is full of uncertainty. The teleportation timing is completely random. It could go back several years. It could be just yesterday, or even a few minutes ago. The only consolation was that his age and abilities would not change because of the time travel. Also, Tieji added, the teleportation destination is random. Toshi's heart sped up. If it ended up being transmitted straight to Liu Dao's side, that would be so thrilling. Tai gestured toward a dark room in the corner. "Go in and sit on the meditation cushion. The teleportation will only last a day. When it ends, you'll wake up at home as if from a dream." The celestial cat meowed twice more. An elder said it's useless after 1,000 years. This time is considered a trial run. If you're not satisfied with the landing spot, recite the immortal spell and it will return immediately, letting you start over. "What is a fairy curse?" Teasy asked the cat, his expression awkward. "Go in crying. Come out grinning. If I'd known it'd be so great. Why the hell would I cry?" Qi Yejuan's mouth twitched. I didn't expect Elder Huami to be such an old lecher. After the details were explained, he took a deep breath and stepped into the dark chamber. Nervousness, anticipation, and excitement intertwined. Boom! A deafening roar filled his ears. The world spun around. His vision went black and he fainted. When he opened his eyes again, he was dangling in midair, his hand clamped tightly around a man's ankle. Mist swirled below, the water rushing and splashing. A group of women, holding wooden clogs and soap dishes, screamed as they surrounded him. Toshio Aikino felt a jolt on his scalp. Isn't this the same embarrassing situation from a few days ago at the Kikyo Castle bathhouse? The one he was clutching in his hand was Maki. But this time, his grip loosened. Clang! His whole body crashed into the bath, water splashing everywhere. The women roared and lunged, about to tear him apart. Jun hurriedly recited the spell. "Go in crying, come out smiling." Whoosh! A flash before his eyes, and he was back in the dark room. A warmth spread across his chest. He couldn't tell whether it was cold sweat from fright or water from the pool that hadn't dried. He shook his head, and the scene plunged into darkness. When he opened his eyes again, the bone-piercing cold made him shiver. Thick fog shrouded a forest where the sky could not be seen. Dead branches cracked crisply in the wind. Konoha Year 52. The holographic panel suspended in midair emitted a faint blue glow. He pinched his arm good. His 13-year-old physique and strength were still intact. But the coordinates flickering on the map made him gasp. The outskirts of the Kagaya clan encampment. Memories surged like a tide. The image of that boy with a red dot on his forehead, who could turn his bones into blades, appeared before his eyes. Kimimaro. He remembered that lonely silhouette under the moonlight, the polite waiting when facing Xiao Li who had opened the 8 gates, and the tragic, bone-spiked death at the end of the battle. 7-year-old Kimimaro was now being imprisoned as a weapon by his clan in the dungeon. Rescue him now, and everything can be rewritten. A fist struck his palm with a crisp sound. But the excitement was soon diluted by doubt. Would they be taking a 7-year-old child or a 16-year-old warrior? Would Orochimaru's shadow spread as well? From the mist came the sudden sound of chains being dragged. Aikino Tashin held his breath, pulled a sweater from his pack, and wrapped it tightly around himself. Tonight, he had to find the cell hidden deep within the camp. Thinking of Kimimaro and Haku's similar fates, he suddenly let out a light laugh. That inexplicable sense of kinship perhaps stemmed from the fact that they had both once been solitary birds with no branch to cling to in times of chaos. Chino Tashifuku stood in the shadows, his gaze fixed on the noisy camp ahead. He and the target have one thing in common: they can both pull out their own bones to fight. A breeze stirred through the trees, and he moved without a sound. Crouching in the shadows at the edge of the camp, he watched like a leopard. "What are you still hiding for?" he suddenly grinned. "Almost forgot about this treasure." The shadow cloak gave a slight shake, and his figure completely merged into the night. The camp was brightly lit, the faces of the Kagaya people gleaming with excitement. They are sharpening knives, organizing gear. The air is thick with the restlessness that comes before bloodshed. "Are we going to move tonight?" Chi Yejuan wondered to himself. He casually slipped around to the entrance of the camp. 2 guards were competing to see who could pee higher toward the woods. Their laughter sounded especially harsh in the quiet. 3 minutes left. He felt the immortal mode in his body about to end. A smirk tugged at his mouth as he took a deep breath. A blue-white breath of ice roared out from between his lips. Like an Arctic vortex, it instantaneously wrapped around the lower bodies of the 2 guards. Ka Kuksha. The urine froze in midair into an icicle, solidifying into a grotesque sculpture that included the crucial parts. Chi Yijun picked up a branch and gave it a light tap. The icicle shattered with a reply, accompanied by 2 stifled wails. He slipped into the camp like a ghost, but he searched the prison area and still couldn't find Kimimaro. Something's wrong. He darted into the kitchen where smoke curled. The head chef was flipping his spatula, flames reflecting off his oily sweat. "Tonight we do something big. Let the scum of Kirigakure see Kagaya's power. That's right. By this time tomorrow, the land of water will be ours." The chef slammed the dishes onto the tray. "Yuanfang, stop dawdling. Take the wine and food to the clan leader." The lean youth lifted the tray and walked into the darkness of the corridor. Chi Yejuan trailed along the wall like a gecko. In the shadow of the corner, a hand blade fell with deadly precision. The moment the tray tilted, he caught it steadily. Transformation. The black-haired Yuan Fong, with double buns, lowered his head to smell the aroma of the dishes, about to step forward. A pair of hands suddenly wrapped around his waist from behind. The girl's body heat passed through the fabric, carrying the scent of milk and the night breeze. "Yuan Fong," she breathed by his ear like an orchid. "I've missed you so much these past few days." The moonlight illuminated the silver ornament on her earlobe, exquisitely crafted far beyond what an ordinary maid could wear. Chi Yejuan froze where he stood. "This is trouble now." Chi Yejuan, mindful of business, said softly. "The clan chief is still waiting for food and drink." But the young woman grabbed his wrist, breathing hurriedly. "What's the hurry? Sharpening the knife won't delay the woodcutting." She suddenly lowered her voice and cried out in surprise. "Huh? Why does it feel a lot firmer?" Chi Yijun chuckled inwardly. Those 2 skewers of octopus balls weren't eaten for nothing. The young woman grabbed his hand and pressed it against her chest. Toshio Aikino's heart skipped a beat. That touch, it was as if he'd plunged into a soft pile of clouds, warm and full. He forced down the agitation in his chest, counted his pulse with difficulty for a dozen or so beats, then picked up the tray and hurried away. Passing through the dim corridor, firelight leaked through the crack in the council chamber door. The chieftain and several elders were sitting together. Chi Yejuan quietly set out the food and wine and stepped back into the shadows. The chieftain had a pair of bulging, goldfish-like eyes, a bulbous nose, and protruding ears. His breath carried a rank, rotten odor. He raised his cup. Tonight's battle will rewrite the fate of our clan. Drink. After the clink of cups, a hoarse voice sounded. Shouldn't we send someone to take a look at that little brat? Keeping that wretched life all this time might finally be useful. The clan leader grinned. So Gasnii. Another old man muttered. Fully awakened bloodline at 7. Can be considered a genius. Nonsense. The clan leader slammed down his wine cup. What genius? He's just a bastard nobody wants. Everyone chimed in agreement. The clan chief suddenly turned his head, his bulging eyes fixed on Chi Yejuan. What do you think? Chi Yejuan lowered his head. The chief is right, but he has been hungry for several days. Should we bring him something to eat? Otherwise, he might not have the strength to lead the charge tonight. The chief pondered for a moment, waved his hand. Pick out some leftovers and come with me to the dungeon. The dungeon entrance was hidden beneath the stone slab of the council hall. Chino Toshio followed down the steep steps, a moldy smell mixed with blood hitting him in the face. Water beaded on the walls, cobwebs swayed in the firelight. The guard bent and pushed open the iron door. The grating of metal rang harshly through the darkness. A thin figure was curled up in the corner. The child looked up, dried blood stuck to a pale face, pupils full of terror. The chieftain yanked the child's collar. The tearing of cloth was especially jarring. Dense whip marks covered the frail chest, some still weeping blood. You little bastard, haven't you had enough of tasting whip-stewed meat yet? The clan chief sneered. Chi Yojan's fingernails dug deep into his palms, his teeth clenched until they ached. He still didn't know precisely how many people there were in the Kagaya clan. He mustn't alert the snakes. That grotesque-faced man was a complete sadist. The old wounds on Kimamaro's body said it all. The man suddenly grabbed Kimamaro by the hair and slammed him hard into the wall. Bang! A dull thud. The youth's gaunt body hit the stone wall like a falling leaf and slid down, limp. Chino Toshio's chest heaved violently, like an old bellows with a leak. He clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms, barely suppressing the urge to strangle the man. Chief, for tonight's operation, we still need him to lead the way. The man's expression darkened in an instant. Mind your own business. Chino Toshiyuki immediately lowered his eyes and said humbly, I wouldn't dare. But he sneered inwardly. Just wait, you old bastard, you'll get what's coming to you. The clan chief loomed over the cowering Kimamaro, his voice hoarse. Listen up, kid. The Kagaya clan needs you now. Go fight, for the family. Ikiya Shun scoffed inwardly. Fight my ass. But Kimamaro's eyes suddenly glinted, his voice trembling with incredulousness. Do you really need me? Yes. Fight to the death. Go to Kirigakure and kill without mercy anyone you encounter on the way. Follow your instincts. The chieftain turned and ordered Chiono Shun. Give him the food. Kimamaro grabbed the food and devoured it like a famished wild dog, coughing as he choked. Chiono Shun handed over a water pouch and gently patted his back. Eat more slowly. Kimamaro looked up and recognized the face over the years. Only he and one sister would secretly bring him food. No one had ever patted his back like that. Hurry and eat. Someone will come to take you out soon. The chieftain locked the cell door, and the footsteps receded. Chi Yojin followed behind. That ugly man kept feeling a chill at the back of his neck, as if a venomous snake were watching him. The dungeon fell silent once more. Kimamaro looked at his hand. Killing people? Is that my worth? With a tearing sound, a bone spike burst through the skin of his shoulder and drove hard into the wall. Chino Toshiki memorized the position, dispelled his transformation, and melted back into the shadows. He slipped back into the dungeon like a specter. 2 cold flashes cut through the air, and the guards fell silently. He revealed himself. Kimamaro staggered back a step. Who are you? Ikuno Shun threw back his hood, a gentle smile on his face. I am your brother. I'm here to save you. Brother? Chiya Toshio said no more. He shrugged his shoulders, and a segment of arm bone, hard and pale as steel, suddenly shot out. Immediately after, he spun into motion, bone spikes erupting at the joints of his limbs, flaring like pine needles in wild array. This was the dance of the Japanese red pine. Kimamaro's breath hitched. The same bones, he's like me. Looking again at the other's smiling eyes, an inexplicable sense of kinship welled up. The chief just now was me in disguise. Kimamaro, come with me, I need you. Chiejun extended his hand, palm up. The youth seemed bewitched, staring blankly at that handsome face and warm smile. Toshio Aikino's words seemed to carry a kind of magic. Kimamaro couldn't help but stretch his hand out through the iron bars. But he drew it back a little and said softly, "But this cell door. No big deal." Toshio Chino pivoted and delivered a heavy kick. The iron bars shattered with a crash. The cell was cramped. Toshio frowned. If he fought here, he might injure Kimamaro, and the commotion would be far too great. He slammed both hands down onto the ground and barked, "Clan Tigers, summoning technique." When the smoke cleared, the figure that appeared was not the familiar Yuji, but it was his cousin Shangmu. When they first crossed into Huashi Valley, the two had sworn a blood pact. Shangmu was skilled in potions and could concoct all kinds of strange brews, ones that made people run uncontrollably, do handstands, or even forcibly pull their pants down in public. There were tickle powders, vomiting powders, and even bizarre powders that could temporarily change a person's sex. But Chi Yejuan currently did not yet have the right to use these. He needed to slowly increase his intimacy with her. And Shangmu's technique, thermal gaze, was like a searing laser, able to instantly melt iron chains and cut through metal and stone. Seeing the tiger appear, 7-year-old Kimamaro quickly drew his bone blade, his whole body taut. Chi quickly waved his hand and laughed. "Don't be nervous, we're on the same side." He nodded toward Shangmu. With a bang, smoke billowed up, and Shangmu transformed into human form, yet forgot to put on clothes. Young Kimamaro froze. It was the first time he had seen a woman's body. The full curves struck him like a thunderclap. From that moment on, "bigger is better" was deeply imprinted in his heart. But he still muttered under his breath, "Why am I naked?" Chino Tashihito couldn't help but chuckle. Tomorrow you'll be all grown up. After all, following the space-time shift, the one returning to Konoha would be a 16-year-old Kimamaro. Shangmu received the order, and his eyes suddenly reddened. SSS. Clang. A scorching beam flashed, and the shackles snapped with a sound. Toshikazu Chino and Shangmu reached out at the same time. Kimamaro hesitated for a moment, first pounced into Shangmu's arms to sniff, then turned and clung tightly to Toshikazu Chino, burying his small face in his chest and refusing to let go for a long time. Perhaps because he had never felt warmth before, the child's tears slipped down silently. It was like the time he met Orochimaru years ago and easily handed over all his trust. The more a child lacks love, the more easily they give their heart away for a little kindness. Chi Yijun gently wrapped his arms around his thin body, as if guarding a rare treasure. Shangmu was moved by the scene and, eyes brimming with tears, leaned in to hug Chi Yijun, but his hand slipped down indiscreetly until Chi Yijun blushed and broke free. He had, at last, experienced this tiger sister's uninhibited ways. With the task completed, Shangmu reluctantly departed. Chi Yijun draped a cloak over Kimamaro and quietly left the cell. He had no intention of provoking slaughter, for even if Kimamaro was lost, the frenzied Kagaya clan would still attack Kirigakure, and in the end there would be no escape from the fate of clan extinction. The clan chief who abused the children as comeuppance has arrived. Kimamaro led the way ahead. The two of them silently slipped outside the chief's bedroom. Aikino Toshimasa left the invisibility cloak to Kimamaro. He formed the seals again and cast the transformation spell. When the smoke cleared, he transformed into Yuanfang's childhood friend, the chieftain's most beloved girl. The girl stepped lightly into the hall. Her eyes flickered, sending an ambiguous glance toward the clan chief. She curled her finger, leaned close to the chieftain's ear, and whispered a few words. The clan leader immediately felt overjoyed. This girl and Yuanfang grew up together from childhood, hailing from the Mist Ninja Village. Many years ago, the two were abducted here together. The girl had always been cold and resistant toward him, yet today she was so proactive. The tribe leader, his head clouded by desire, could not wait as he grabbed her and carried her into the bedroom. In just a few dozen seconds, Kagaya Haim's white hair shot out like silver snakes, winding tightly around the clan chief. Aikino-shun and Kimimaro immediately appeared. Just as Aikino-shun drew a kunai to make his move, Kimimaro raised his hand to stop him. Aikino Shinichi was stunned. No way. Soft-hearted at a time like this. A coldness unbefitting his age flashed in Kimimaro's eyes. He slowly drew a pale bone spike from his shoulder blade. Let me. Chi-Yi-jun smiled faintly and stepped back half a pace. The bone spike pierced precisely into the chieftain's heart, blood gushing out. The dying scream was firmly muffled in Chi-Yi-jun's palm. The chieftain's corpse will be found sooner or later, and the disguise from the transformation technique will make Yuan Fong and that young girl scapegoats. Chi-Yi-jun thought for a moment and located the two who had been imprisoned. After a brief explanation, he summoned the Ice and Snow Phoenix. Seeing off the childhood sweethearts as they mount the Phoenix and depart, agreeing to meet at the border of the water country. Shinoya-shun and Kimimaro donned cloaks and slipped away quietly. Half a day remained until the time-space transition. Could they make it in time to meet Bai and Zabuza? And Orochimaru. The morning sun leapt over the horizon, golden light spilling over the mountains and forests. Yuan Fong and the girl were finally rescued. They had no luggage at all, only tightly clutching a metal flying wheel. Yuan Fong's unusually large ears were tools long trained by the Kagaya clan for spying and gathering intelligence. He was especially skilled at using concealed weapons. After expressing their thanks, the two rushed through the night toward Kirigakure. The threads of fate had long been woven during the Fourth Great Ninja War. They would reunite with Chino Toshio. The Ice and Snow Phoenix spreads its wings and soars high, carrying the two of them toward the borders of the Water Kingdom. Chino Tashimoto originally intended to detour through Konoha Village to see his hometown. But the round trip takes at least a whole day. The space-time shift will end tonight. This era also doesn't have markings like the Flying Thunder God technique. Can only give up. The Kagaya clan's camp gradually recovered from the chaos. The newly appointed clan chief was chosen, and the planned surprise attack on the Mist Village scheduled for tomorrow night was forced to be postponed. And at this very moment, Zabuza and Orochimaru were resting in Suein Castle on the border of the Land of Water. By a twist of fate, the time they passed by the Mist Village was delayed by 2 days. Some unseen force was paving the way for Kimimaro's encounter with them. The Ice Snow Phoenix flew on for a day and a night, letting out tired cries. Xiaoxue seems tired. Junmuyu gently stroked its cold wings. Toshio Aikino decided to land and rest. His destination was a small seaside village, Sea Mist Village. Fate turned here. Kimimaro was about to meet the one who regarded him as light. Sea Mist Village sits between mountain and sea, surrounded by the sea on 3 sides, with sea mist lingering all year round. The harbor city of Shuein was faintly visible not far away, and at the end of the northern horizon. Behind the mist lay the legendary mysterious realm, the Blood Country. A thin fog, like a veil, shrouded the village before dawn. At the northernmost edge of the village stood a solitary stone house. No neighbors, no sound, even the villagers kept well away from it, as if an invisible wall surrounded the house. With a creak, the wooden door was pushed open. A tall youth stepped out, his build as burly as a small mountain. He sported a striking mess of orange hair, and his pupils were a rare amber, clear to the bottom. He stood nearly adult in height, yet the childishness on his face clearly announced he was only 10 years old. He opened his palm, and a jet-black mina obediently perched on his fingers, tilting its head to appraise the world. Not far away, Chia-jun watched in stunned silence. Omicron. Chogo. The white-haired youth at his side, Kimimaro, also stood frozen in place. The orange-haired boy before them was gently playing with a bird, his expression serene. Who would have thought that a brutal soul dwelt within him? When calm, he loved nature and could converse with birds, but once his anger flared, a jet-black curse mark would crawl across his body, turning him into a sage that devoured everything. At those times, even the sound of bones cracking would excite him. But for now, that terrible power still slept. At most, it only disturbed the village's chickens and ducks. The villagers feared him. They feared those orange eyes, seeing them as an omen. Children threw stones at him, and the adults looked at him with disgust. He and his sister were the monsters the whole village isolated. Who are you? Shigemo looked up, his voice gentle. interrupting Chino Toshiharu's surging thoughts. We're travelers passing through, just a bit tired, Chino Toshiharu hastily explained. Kimamaro's gaze, however, was stuck on that mina. This is a mina, Shigamo smiled, reaching his hand forward. It's very well behaved. Would you like to pet it? Kimamaro reached out his finger and very lightly brushed the bird's smooth feathers. Come sit at my house. Jugo warmly invited, his face wearing an innocent, unworldly smile. The stone house was sparsely furnished but kept clean. A petite girl sat by the window. Upon seeing a stranger, she shyly bowed her head. She was Jugo's sister, Omoi. She was the same age as Kimamaro 7. The girl's eyes were an ordinary dark color, but her legs were thin and weak from illness. The brother and sister had lost their parents early and relied on each other in this isolated stone house. Their original home, beside the lively inn in the village, had been a 2-story house with a mill. Now, only this cold stone house remained, and the lingering loneliness. Raindrops tapped on the stone house's roof. Chongi silently set dinner on the table, a steaming barnacle egg custard, garlic-scented sandbagged whelks, and a milky white conger eel chowder. Though ordinary sea fare, the aromas were enticing. Chao stared, somewhat dazed, at Kimamaro sitting opposite him. Kimamaro looked up. The two boys' gazes met lightly in the air, and then they both laughed. A silent resonance rippled through the damp air. Chino Toshio decided to stay here for the time being. Night deepened. Reigo had lived alone for years and was full of curiosity about the outside world. He asked about Kimamaro's background. Kimamaro did not hide anything and told his story. Their similarly troubled childhoods quickly drew the two boys closer. Chugo, Kimamaro suddenly lowered his voice. Have you ever seen a woman? A real, grown woman. Chugo was taken aback and instinctively looked toward his sister busy at the stove. I'm not talking about someone like Shirgue. You've seen one? Chugo's eyes lit up instantly. Kimamaro nodded, gesturing with his hand over his chest. Sister Shangmu's is this big. Chuji scratched his head, looking puzzled, clearly unable to understand. Chino Toshio chuckled and joined the conversation. Like a magician, he produced 2 small transparent balls, filled them with water, and tucked them into Kimamaro's shirt. Here, feel it, it's probably something like this, Jean Mamoru encouraged. Chongwoo's Adam's apple rolled as he gingerly extended a finger. The touch was soft and springy. He drew his hand back as if burned, his ears flushing red. That evening, Chiya Toshio also took out an album. The two boys huddled under the dim candlelight, turning the pages one by one. On one page, 2 men are holding a baby together, smiling warmly. On another page, 2 women in white veils look at each other and smile amid the blessings of family and friends. These images, like a faint yet clear light, shone into their previously dim world. Just then, bang! The courtyard gate was suddenly kicked open. Wind and rain swept in with several figures. Leading them was the village chief's son, belly round and protruding, waddling with a side-to-side sway like an arrogantly strutting fat goose. Hey, Renestu! Now! He shouted hoarsely. Zhongwu sprang up, fury burning in his eyes. Why? You robbed our ancestral home, and now you want us to pay every month. What kind of logic is that? The fat man scoffed, spitting as he spoke. In this village, I am the law. You yellow-eyed freak, with a cripple in tow, and you dare talk to me about reason? He pointed with his stubby finger at the small fishing boat moored outside the door. If you don't pay today, I'll tow the boat away. That shabby little boat was their hope of staying alive. The fat man's gaze swept over the stone table. He grabbed the picture book and began flipping through it haphazardly. Daddy, Mommy, Uncle Wong next door just tried to touch me, and I refused. Sweetie, you did exactly the right thing. You must protect your own body. So noisy. The fat man tore the thing in his hand apart roughly. Since he was a child, Chongwu has loved animals and can understand their language. In the courtyard, he took in many homeless cats and dogs. At that moment, a stray dog happened to run over. The fat man raised his foot and kicked it hard. The dog let out a piercing, miserable scream and collapsed to the ground, convulsing in pain. The little girl with the limp hobbled over, picked up the puppy with a pained expression, and tears fell from her eyes in big drops. The fury in Chongwu's chest churned like molten lava. Although he was tall, the others outnumbered him. He himself was nothing more than a 10-year-old child. Yet he still clenched his fists and charged forward, roaring, wrestling, and scuffling with that group of people. Chiya Toshio's blood surged to his head in an instant. He remembered living in the countryside at his grandfather's when he was a child, and the tyrant village chief who bullied the villagers. The scene before his eyes overlapped with his memories. The beast in his heart awakened. At that moment, the little girl clung with all her might to the arm of one of the thugs who was beating her brother. "Don't you dare bully my brother." The man cursed in pain. "Bastard." He slapped her with the back of his hand, sending her flying. The slight body hit the edge of the flower bed. Blood immediately gushed from her forehead, and she fell unconscious without a sound. Chongyi. Chongwu let out a heart-wrenching cry, tore himself free from the encirclement like a madman, and lunged toward his sister. Aikino Shun's string of reason snapped completely. He leapt into the air like an out-of-control projectile and drove a vicious kick into the thug's face. The moment he hit the ground, he grabbed the man's arm and twisted it hard. Crack! The shoulder joint popped out of its socket with a sound. Staring at Xiao Chongyi collapsed in a pool of blood, Chiye-jun summoned Hatsune, who had healing abilities. Immediately after, he drew a kunai and, without hesitation, pierced the assailant's throat. Blood spurted. The courtyard that had been noisy fell silent in an instant. Ultimate secret art, star-shattering kick. Energy condensed in his leg. With one kick, he sent the village chief's son flying. The fat man hit the ground hard and died on the spot. The remaining few, seeing this, scrambled and crawled, trying to escape and raise the alarm. "Stop!" Aikino Shun stopped the white-haired youth, Kimimaro, who was about to draw his bone sword. Kimimaro paused in his movements, puzzled. This big brother, could he have softened? He saw Chino Tashioshi quickly scoop up the unconscious heavy clothes, gently cover her eyes, and carry her into the room, closing the door behind him. Then he turned and gave the order. "Alu, you may begin." In the next moment, the small courtyard transformed into a bloody slaughterhouse. After the slaughter subsided, Chi Yetin summoned Shangmu. A flash of white light, and Shangmu in her girl form appeared naked once more. "Sis, if you need money to buy clothes, next time you can just tell me." Chi Yi-jun scratched his head awkwardly. Beside him, Kimimaro's eyes immediately lit up. He grabbed Chojuro and ran over. "Look, this is a girl." Shangmu began hopping and singing a strange song. "Twinkle, twinkle, little tiger, running fast, running fast." Zhongwu suddenly threw his head back, and two streams of blood shot from his nostrils. Only after the dance ended did Shangmu leisurely slip on the black nun's robe that Chi had thrown. "Do you need something from me?" Chi pointed to the corpse on the ground. "I remember you know alchemy. Is there anything that can quickly dispose of these?" Shangmu nodded lightly. "Are you talking about corpse-dissolving liquid?" "That's right. We do have some, but..." Shangmu's eyes shifted, a sly smile tugging at his lips. "Our intimacy level hasn't reached the required standard yet." Chi Yejuan scratched his head. "How do you increase intimacy?" "Simple. A touch adds 10 points. A kiss adds 20. Having dinner together adds 50. If you give me a tiger baby..." She deliberately lengthened her tone. "That adds a straight 100. Chi Yijun gasped. "This is deadly." Seeing his stunned expression, Shangmu finally snorted and laughed. "Just teasing you." "But..." Her fingertip brushed the hem of Chi Yijun's clothes. "This outfit does suit my taste. How about finding me a few more like it?" Chi Yijun immediately breathed a sigh of relief. "This is simple." He closed his eyes and sank his spirit into his personal space. When he opened them again, he was holding 5 sets of black nuns' habits and veils. After a moment's thought, he also pulled out Victor Hugo's The Hunchback of Notre Dame and a copy of the movie Sister Act. He stuffed everything into Shangmu's hands. Since that day, Shangmu always took the form of a nun in black when transforming. Of course, only when Chi Yejuan was present did she still wear that skimpy gauze dress. Juniper berries, namara rot, kingcap moss, bone meal, the crow hag's tears. Shangmu murmured the recipe, her figure gradually fading. But after a moment, she reappeared and placed a small blue and white porcelain bottle in Aikitono Shun's palm. "Hold on to it. This is a treasure that can be used an unlimited number of times." Aikitono Shun almost couldn't hold the bottle steady. "Infinite cycles? You mean, it automatically refills after use?" His heart pounded wildly, his fingertips were trembling. This corpse-dissolving liquid is said to originate from an assassin organization of the Warring States. Only a few drops can turn a corpse into blue smoke, leaving no trace of even the bones. Chi Yejuan suddenly felt the bottle burning hot in his hand. What if you accidentally got a drop on you? Scared, Shangmu chuckled lightly. The corpse-dissolving solution I concocted only works on the dead if a living person touches it. It's like getting dude. Chi Yejuan's face immediately lit up with joy. He suddenly grabbed Shangmu and planted a loud kiss on her cheek. The tiger demon sister's earlobes flushed at this sudden intimacy, and she hooked her hand around his belt. Chi Yejun hastily stepped back 2 paces and adjusted his collar. Ding! Intimacy plus 20. After Shangmu left, Chi Yejun carefully tilted the bottle. 3 drops of clear liquid fell, and the corpse on the ground immediately dissolved like frost under a fierce sun, leaving not a trace of blood. But between breaths, only a wisp of blue smoke curled away and dissipated. The onlooking Kimamaro's pupils suddenly contracted, and Chogo was so stunned he bit his own tongue. Chiyatoshi kept the porcelain vase, a smile lifting the corner of his mouth. Essential item for home and travel. Although the traces had been wiped clean, this deserted village was ultimately no place to stay long. Chiyejun turned to Chongo. Besides fishing and training birds, what other means of livelihood do you have? Chogo rubbed his rough palm and replied, the water country often hires people to repair bridges. I've taken on some odd jobs like that too. The 2 characters, fix the bridge, made Chiyejun's eyes light up. He looked up at the sun that had just risen to the tops of the bamboo. There were still more than 10 hours until the space-time transfer. Enough time to carry out the plan that had just been conceived. He decided to send that brother and sister pair away. Their destination was the land of waves. Go find Chief Dasna, or a sister named Rilly Wanheim. He instructed, she will take care of you. The siblings, already tired of the place, quickly packed their bags. The 4 then set out, heading west toward the nearby city of Shuain. Shuain, the port of the Water Kingdom, a den where dragons and serpents mingle. Pirate flags and merchant pennants fluttered together on the harbor masts, the air thick with briny sea wind and clamor. The place was shrouded in the shadows of pirates, traders, thieves, and the black market, yet it thrived with noisy life thanks to its prosperous fishing trade. An hour later, the dock area came into view. Aikino Shun found a ship bound for the land of waves and helped the siblings onto the deck. Though they had known each other for less than a day, Komamaru and Yugo were already like close friends. Yugo reached out and ruffled Komamaru's silver hair, his voice low. The banquet will eventually break up. If we become brothers again someday, we'll never be sisters. Kimamaru's eyes brimmed with tears, but he lifted the corner of his mouth. You must be well, always happy. Don't frown the moment I leave. Even if we're freaks in others' eyes, we'll be like Eggplant and Tianchi, tenacious and sun-facing. Chugo laughed, his smile like sunlight breaking through clouds. Chuyi suddenly hurled herself into Chikano Shun's arms. The young man lightly patted her back, soothing her in a soft voice. Little sister, maybe tomorrow, we will meet again. He held the 7-year-old her in his arms, not knowing she was 3 years older than him. The ship's horn sounded long, a wave of farewell. Ikegano Shun and Kimamaru turned and walked toward the fish market. No sooner had he stepped onto the street corner than a wave of people surged toward him, coinciding with market day. It was impossible to move. 2 men were pressed up against Chi Yi-jun's front. One cursed. This damn place is packed to death. Last week my wife was jostled and had a miscarriage. The other sighed. Sigh, my wife got pushed and pregnant last month. Aikino Shun felt a chill at the back of his neck, grabbed Kimamaru, and forced his way out of the crowd. Suddenly, his gaze fixed on a short distance away. An old woman with a hunched back was carrying on her back a dried fish as long as an adult. What kind of fish was that? It was clearly the very same shark skin of a living gillfish. They turned into a narrow street, and a strikingly dressed woman stood at the tavern door. She was loudly calling out, "Join us. National-level research base, meals and lodging provided. Free underpants and slippers. Enjoy mobile cave view rooms. Make one big score. Buying a house in Konoha Village is no dream." But as Chiejun read further down the recruitment notice, his pupils contracted. Lame. Blind, mad, anyone welcome. As long as you're a freak, ill-suited to society, you're welcome to join. It was that mysterious ant snake. He grabbed Kimimaro and hurried away. Staring at the swelling crowd on the street, a long-lost light flickered in Kimimaro's eyes. I've been confined too long. I've never seen such a lively world. Toshimasa Aikino drew him closer and said softly, "Everything will be all right. First find a hotel and take a good hot bath." After asking around several times, they really did find a decent inn. One ticket passed simple and reassuring. Took a nice, relaxing hot bath, had a hearty meal, and then slept soundly. Chino Toshio and Kimimaro felt reborn, their bodies light and refreshed. They decided to stroll through the trade district and look for a place to unwind. They walked for quite a while before they found the inn, a hotel converted from an old factory, tucked between a row of derelict factory buildings. On the rust-streaked iron gate, the factory's old name was still etched. Shuein Wool Textile Factory. Only over the years the character Shuei had become so weathered it was almost illegible. Junmaru tilted his head back and pronounced each syllable distinctly. Shade, hair, spinning mill. Chino Toshihiko was taken aback for a moment, then burst into loud laughter. "Ha! I finally know why that factory went bankrupt. That raw material. It's hard to obtain." They chatted and laughed as the two of them walked into the men's locker room. Toshizo Chino quickly stripped completely, and when he turned back, he found Kimimaro still wrapped up tight, fingers nervously clutching the edge of his clothes. "Junjun, what are you spacing out for? Hurry and take it off. Or, shall I help you?" Chi Yejuan grinned and leaned closer. Junmaru's face flushed, and he instinctively recoiled a little. After Chi Yejuan coaxed and tricked him for a while, he very slowly, hesitantly began to undress. Throughout the whole process, his eyes kept unconsciously darting toward the dense dark shadow around Chi Yejuan's crotch. When Tokino Mamoru finally stripped naked too, the smile on Aikino-shun's face froze instantly. What shocked him was not the boy's prematurely mature body, but the skin that should have been smooth as jade was covered with crisscrossing, dark red scabs of blood, like a shattered net tightly wrapped around his frail frame. Toshimi Aikino felt a tug in his heart. So that's how it was. No wonder he was so adamant about not taking his clothes off. The warm spring water flowed over their bodies, chasing away fatigue and seeming to ease, at least for the moment, the sting from those wounds. The two of them leaned against the edge of the pool, so comfortable they were nearly asleep, as if every inch of muscle had soaked up energy. Just then, Kimimaro gently jabbed Chino Toshio with his elbow. Chino Toshio opened his eyes. "HM? What's wrong?" Kimimaro lowered his voice, a little embarrassed. "Over there. It seems a girl came in." "A girl?" Toshikazu Chino was taken aback and followed his gaze to look. At the sight of it, he almost choked on his own saliva. "What kind of girl? That is clearly a white one." He was actually brought into the men's bathhouse by Zabuza as well. Aikino Tashin suppressed a laugh and whispered to Kimimaro, "Kimi-kun, take another look. He's got one, it's just that his features are rather delicate. He just looks like a girl." Kimimaro sneaked a few more glances, then curled his lip in disdain. "Oh, it's so small, you can barely see it." Aikino Tashin's gaze involuntarily shifted towards Zabuzan beside him. At that sight, he sucked in a breath of cold air. My God, that size is absolutely astonishing. Aikino Shun instinctively felt an inexplicable phantom pain on behalf of Bai. Zaibujan immediately noticed his gaze, glared viciously, and said in a rough voice, "Hey, brat, what are you staring at? Never seen a real man before." Aikino Shun rolled his eyes and retorted without mercy, "Who are you being cocky for? Believe it or not, I'll make you pack up and leave tomorrow." Humph, humph. The two of them turned their heads at the same time, ignoring each other, and began to scrub the children beside them. In the misty steam, the scene looked like two awkward father-son pairs. After the bath, feeling relaxed all over, Chiano Shun went to the resting area and found a table by the warm fireplace. He ordered 2 portions of pickled cucumbers, bran cakes, a sizzling, oil-glazed coarse salt-grilled eel, and 2 glasses of robust rye beer. By coincidence, Zabuza also came over leading Haku and sat at the neighboring table. Even more coincidentally, The food they ordered was exactly the same as what Chino Toshio's table had. This time, Zabuza didn't scowl. Watching Chino Toshio care for Kimimaro, he felt a strange, complex emotion welling up, even a fleeting thought that he might be willing to do something for this seemingly irresponsible superior. Bah! He abruptly shook his head hard to chase away the absurd idea. Haku is my everything. On the other side, Haku gave Kimimaro a friendly smile. Kimimaro was momentarily taken aback, then politely nodded in return. After all, they were both children, and before long the two little ones had clustered together. They somehow found some bottle caps and shards of tile, and, with serious intent, began to play house, one as the father, the other as the mother. The lounge was peaceful. Suddenly, a noisy argument outside shattered the quiet. Bored, Chiejun immediately perked up and snapped to his feet. Even if he wouldn't normally get involved, he was at heart someone who loved a spectacle. Without a word, he slung his exaggerated executioner's cleaver over his shoulder and followed. This inn was indeed fully equipped. Not only did it have hot springs, but at the end of the corridor there was even an adult shop that fit the bizarre, surreal nature of this world. In the hall, a woman whose hair was in a mess like a bird's nest was angrily arguing with a clerk about something. The white breath from her mouth mixed with the smell of trout and breadcrumbs. She had her hands on her hips, spitting and shouting at the innkeeper. Her voice was as sharp as a knife scraping glass. From the waistband down, she cursed every part of the man's being, not sparing even his ancestors for 18 generations. Chie Junichi looked up and slapped his forehead. Damn, Annie Snake, what about your image? Only after asking did he learn that Annie Snake wanted to buy an electric wand. The owner pointed to a row of cylindrical items on the shelf. Pick one yourself. Auntie Snake squinted and pondered for a long time, then poked with her finger. I want the red one at the corner. The boss's mouth twitched. Ma'am, that's a fire extinguisher. I don't care. I want that one. Aunt Snake raised her voice 3 degrees. Chi Yejuan hurriedly tugged the boss's sleeve and whispered, give it to her. Otherwise your shop might get torn down. In the end, Aunt Snake carried off the red fire extinguisher. The sunset stretched her shadow long, and she wobbled away, disappearing at the city gate. That solitary silhouette somehow made one's eyes sting. Chi Yejuan had just breathed a sigh of relief when he suddenly heard footsteps inside. Fortunately, Kimimaro was in the room. Night fell. Toshio Ichino was awakened by the frog alarm clock's beeping. He crawled out from under the blanket with tousled hair, his eyelashes fluttering as he groggily took in the unfamiliar furnishings. Where is this? His gaze shifted, and he suddenly froze. A shirtless man was smiling and staring at his lower half. Pervert. Toshio sprang up to run, but was pushed back onto the bed. The man leaned close to his ear. Bro, why are you up so early? Go back to sleep a bit, yeah? Chiejun's head was still dizzy. The other person was already reaching out to feel his forehead. He waved him off and hurriedly wrapped himself tightly in the blanket. What's there to be shy about? I even helped you clean up your pee when you wore crotchless pants. The man said, then suddenly ripped off the blanket, picked up the frog underwear from the floor, and was about to help him put it on. Chiejun raised his leg and kicked. Copper refining pervert. The man staggered 2 steps, scratched his head and froze. You really don't recognize me? I'm your brother. Chiejun then steadied himself and looked closely. The youth was about 16 or 17, with a face like snow dusted with red eyeshadow. A pale purple long robe hung, slanted off one shoulder, looking exactly like a trendy girl refusing to keep her shirt on during a vaccination. When he saw the 2 vermilion dots between the other's brows, Chiejun shivered. Junmamiya. Time-space transfer finished. He grabbed the calendar, stunned. 3 days had been skipped. The system prompt sounded at the right moment. 1 day during transfer equals 3 days in the original world. Chiejun's song breathed a sigh of relief. People brought back by the space-time portal automatically develop an intimacy toward their host, possibly as friends, family, or even lovers. Fortunately, not a lover. He grabbed his underwear and was about to get out of bed when Junmaru came over carrying a spittoon. Aikino Shinichi was stunned. What do you mean? Brother, get up to pee and detoxify. Let your kidneys expel the waste accumulated overnight. I can go to the bathroom myself. Chie Toshikazu pushed him away, his voice exploding. I'm not a 3-year-old. He rushed into the bathroom without looking back. Kimimaro stood holding a spittoon where he was, not angry, but chuckling softly. Morning grump is pretty strong. Toshio Aikino finished draining the water and finally understood. Kimimaro had completely turned into a brother-obsessed person. His doting level was practically comparable to Kankaro's. Thinking about it carefully, it wasn't too surprising. He had always been a devoted, elder-obsessed person. Little brother, dinner's ready. Toshio Chino shook his head helplessly and walked into the kitchen. The table was covered with self-heating hot pots. Eating this first thing in the morning? Way too greasy. Kimimaro rubbed his hands together. I'm not very good at cooking. I saw these in the fridge and just took the make-do for now. Later I'll sign up for a fire release cooking crash course. Toshio Chino had no choice but to sit down. Over the course of the meal, he did his best to make Kimimaro understand. I do not any ed. A little brother, controlling brother. Kimimaro seemed not to hear, picked up needle and thread and began sewing clothes, his movements as gentle as an old mother. Hey, what are you doing? Aikino-shun widened his eyes. Little brother, we can both control bones. Your current clothes are inconvenient. If you move too much, they'll get pierced. I'll sew you a backless one, just like mine. Aikino-shun froze in stone. No, we have to hurry and send him to Sunset Village to take part in the major infrastructure project. Cough, cough, cough. Kimimaro suddenly started coughing violently, one fit after another, as if he were going to cough his lungs out. His face went deathly pale, his body went limp, and he fainted to the ground. Chino Toshio reached out to feel his forehead. It was burning hot. He hurriedly helped the person onto the bed. The system interface popped up. Severe bacterial infection. Due to long-term use of the corpse bone vein in a dark dungeon, pathogens invaded the body along with the bones. Excessive manipulation of bone cells, accompanied by calcium loss. Similar to an AIDS patient repeatedly exposed without protection. Stop. No need to explain in such detail. I get it. Isn't it just that bacteria were introduced when handling the bones? So why am I fine? System product, perfect protection. Is there a way to cure it? None. The system still performed a scan. Fortunately, Junmaro did not have Orochimaru's Earth Curse seal on him, otherwise the infection would have deteriorated more rapidly. Aikino-shun applied Pomshansu. Though it couldn't cure him completely, the inflammation subsided somewhat and the high fever dropped. If it's not treated completely, he'll still die. By the way, Shangmu. He immediately summoned her forth. This time Shangmu dressed very conservatively, her hair wrapped in a headscarf, wearing an all-black nun's habit that was wrapped so tightly it let no air through. Sis, aren't you hot? Chi Yejuan looked, already sweating. Shangmu nodded. It is a bit hot. Ding 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 ding. Kimimaro's high fever had just broken. He opened his eyes weakly. At the moment the black robe slipped off, his blurred vision collided with a dazzling expanse of white. He let out a short gasp, shut his eyes, tilted his head, and fainted again. Chino Toshio turned to Shangmu. Can you give me the medicine that heals him? Shangmu pondered for a moment, his fingertips lightly tapping the tabletop. An ultra-antibiotic vaccine that makes him immune to inflammation from then on, so he won't fear even the most severe infections. As for the bone-regenerating ointment, she paused. Even if the bone is shattered to dust, it can grow back properly. Chiya Toshio's eyes lit up. Can you send me some? But do I have to increase intimacy again? Shangmu curved his mouth and nodded. This time the request isn't demanding, just give her a single back essential oil massage. Chia-shun took a deep breath and placed his palm on her smooth back. The warm scent of essential oil spread through the air, the system's prompt tone ringing faintly as the intimacy level slowly climbed. Still missing a piece. Shangmu suddenly rolled over onto his back, voice lazy. Up front. And while we're at it, do that too. Chia Jun's fingertip trembled, and their intimacy instantly surged. However, when the numbers met the standard, Shangmu frowned. Snake scale, umbrella fungus, and snake mother gel? I don't have these two key ingredients on hand. Her fingertips drew two arcs through the air. They only grow deep within Orochimaru's fungus spore, caves extremely rare. Chi Yi-jun's heart tightened, and he immediately summoned the system light screen. A pale blue holographic image appeared. and the data page boldly listed the place of origin Orochimaru's lair. He sucked in a sharp breath. Fortunately, Kimamaro's condition is temporarily stable. Ikuno-shun took out an alcohol swab and tucked it into his pocket, whispering, "Don't use your bone ability again lately. If you do, remember to disinfect." Having said that, he formed a hand seal with one hand, and the light of the flying thunder god technique enveloped the two of them. In the blink of an eye, they were already standing before the manor gate of Sunset Village. After settling the drowsy Kimamaro, Toshio Ichino hurriedly found Riemenheim doing prenatal yoga in the courtyard. Her belly bulged in an astonishing curve, sweat soaking her forehead hair. "This belly, it's unusually big," Toshio Ichino couldn't help but remark. Riemenheim laughed, panting, "Yeah, it's so heavy my back feels like it's going to break." Past life instincts as a doctor made Ichino Toshio crouch down. "Is your morning sickness severe?" "Up to 8 or 9 times a day," she said, holding her waist and panting. Ichino Toshio suddenly looked up. Could it be twins? Liwanjia froze. Then a gentle glow spread in her eyes. Watching her unsteady figure, Chino Toshio inexplicably thought of Kakashi. Will he someday, like Jiraiya carrying a toad, have a little kid sitting on each shoulder? I wonder if it's a boy or a girl. Ramonhi gently stroked her belly. Chino Toshio blurted out, "Haven T, you had an ultrasound?" "Ultrasound?" she repeated, puzzled. Aikino Toshio suddenly choked. In this world where the medical tech tree is skewed, there are even encephalographs, but of course no ultrasound machines. He stared at the manor roof gleaming silver under the moonlight, then suddenly snapped his fingers. "Got it." Toshio Aikino bent forward and clapped his hands. A puff of smoke dispersed, and a fluffy little tiger, Yuji, hopped out. Riemenheim glanced over, recalled Kakashi's summoned dog, and raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. "Oh my, this little one is so cute." She couldn't help reaching out to ruffle Yuji's head. "Yuji, lend me your eyes for a bit." Toshio Chino and Yuji, who had transformed into a human form, clasped hands and began to hum softly. A streak of light passed through both of their pupils. X-ray vision activated. He helped Riemann Ki lie down and swept his palm, which glowed faintly, over her lower abdomen. Suddenly, he paused in his movements. How is that possible? Kakashi, this guy, is way too strong, right? Sis, not twins triplets. What? Liwanji shot upright. Chi Yejuan leaned over again, his ear pressed against her abdomen, raising his sense to the utmost. Thump, thump, thump. 3 strong heartbeats could be clearly discerned. Absolutely, 3 little ones. Rimanoki was momentarily stunned. Then her face broke into a delighted smile. After she had calmed down a bit, Chino Toshio suddenly spoke seriously. "Sister, do you still remember that brother and sister who came to the village 9 years ago? The brother, Yugo, was about 10, and the sister, Ji, was around 7. Rimanoki thought for a moment, her brow slightly furrowing. There was indeed a brother and sister, but the names are wrong. The brother disappeared not long after the sister is called Shigakuchi Mai, and she's with the medical team now. Shigakuchi Mai? A few similar names flashed through Chino Toshio's mind. Isn't she a bit disabled in her legs? How do you know? Toshio Chino's eyes lit up. It's her. Riemann Ki immediately took him to the medical team. By coincidence, Heavy Mouth Mai was being sent to the manor to care for Kimamaro. After many years apart, the once timid little girl had grown into a graceful young woman. She was intently performing therapy on Kimamaro, her fingertips emitting a faint green medical chakra. The sensation of time and space overlapping left Chino Toshio somewhat dazed. And that boy called Chogo had, after all, gone to Orochimaru's base. The next time they met, who knew what it would be like? Night had fallen back in Konoha. Chino Toshio collapsed on his bed and scrolled through his tablet. The fight scenes in Tianbao Demon Subduing Chronicle were dazzlingly spectacular. He slapped his forehead. I almost forgot to check in. The check-in screen popped up a special gift pack. This mission involved time-space travel, and it had also added a Kekiai Jinkai user to Sunfall Village. But what it actually gave him were 3 skewers of glutinous rice dumplings. What the hell? He complained, taking a bite. The sweet, glutinous texture melted on his tongue. If you have the guts, don't eat it, the system silently retorted. After finishing the dumpling, he took out a tape measure. 19 centimeters. Keep a strand as a gift. Who should I give it to? He scratched his head. The second item in the gift pack materialized in blood-red characters. Corpse bone vein new technique beast bone control. Beast bone control? What kind of ability is that? Chi Yi-jun grabbed his vest and put it on, running out barefoot. He stopped abruptly at the door and formed a hand seal. With a bang, a skeletal clone collapsed onto the sofa, had to guard against Old Man Sand's crystal ball prying. Moonlight made the forest path pale. He swept past the trunks like a black shadow, the hem of his clothes brushing the shrubs with a rustling sound. At that moment in the ward of Konoha Hospital, Naruto's eyelids fluttered. The smell of disinfectant stung his nose, and in his grogginess he heard a clear female voice. "Are you awake?" In the halo of the fluorescent light, a girl with black hair like a waterfall was leaning over him. Naruto rubbed his eyes, dazed, and blurted out, "Dainaba?" The apple in Shizuka's hand clattered and rolled under the bed. "You? What did you just call me?" Naruto's face flushed, instantly flustered. He fumbled to push himself up, but the girl gently pressed him back against the pillow. "Don't move," she said, picking up an apple to rinse under the faucet. "You've been unconscious for 3 days." Amid the sound of running water, Naruto stared out the window at the moonlight, lost in thought. He remembered forcing himself to call out to Empress Wenta, his bones going weak as if something had been drained from them. Yet when he heard Teacher Kakashi was treating everyone, he stubbornly crawled over to Ichiraku Ramen and slurped down a bowl of chashu ramen. Later, in an even dazed state, he led Konohamaru and the others in jumping off a cliff. Thinking back now, the soles of his feet still tingle. "The Toad Sage, did he come to see me?" Naruto asked, grabbing the edge of his robe. "You come every day." Shizuka handed over the apple carved into a little rabbit. "But as for the Aikino-shun you mentioned," Naruto snapped an apple chunk between his teeth. "That bastard didn't show? I stood guard for 3 days, didn't see a single soul. You idiot who values women over friends." Naruto pounded the bed slats until they thudded. He definitely went off to the baths to hit on some kunoichi again. He swung his fist at the window in anger, and the moon reflected in the glass suddenly wavered twice. At that moment, Chikano-shun in the forest suddenly sneezed. He stopped in his tracks, puzzled, and on a whim pulled down his waistband to check. Weird. Why does it feel so chilly? A chill ran down Toshio Chino's spine. Someone was following him. Moonlight was chopped up by dense tree shadows. His footsteps rustled on the fallen leaves, moving as fast as a bolt tearing through the night. That dark figure stuck to the back of his shadow like a malignant growth. He had noticed it long ago. Only when he burst out to the edge of the Konoha forest did the black figure finally stop hiding. A silhouette blocked his way. The musical note emblem on the headband flashed with cold light under the moon. Sound Ninja, Orochimaru's men. Ever since the temporal anomaly brought Kimimaro back, Orochimaru lost a perfect vessel and fixed his greedy gaze firmly on Uchiha Sasuke. This Konoha collapse plan aims not only for the third Hokage's life, but also to seize that Sharingan-wielding boy. A few days ago, Orochimaru's informant reported a new discovery. A boy who could wield strange bone-based ninjutsu, Chino Toshio. Manipulating bones with such finesse? Orochimaru licked his lips, intrigued. So, this jonin skilled in assassination was sent out. He was proficient in both wind and earth chakra, a true killing expert. Unfortunately for him, he picked the wrong opponent tonight. Turtle release, rock cutting stab. Unin Shinobi's hands flew, forming seals. The ground beneath Aikino-shun suddenly cracked open, and sharp stone spikes shot out like fangs. Wind release, spiral shield. Aikino-shun barked. Whooshing winds arose as a high-speed, spinning blue semicircular shield instantly enveloped him. The stone spikes struck the shield like eggs against a rock and were pulverized in an instant. Shards of rock snapped and hissed, ricocheting back toward the Unin Shinobi. Orochimaru scrambled and rolled aside awkwardly to avoid it. The fight must be over quickly. He immediately used his killing move. Wind release, Ghost Shadow Kunai. This was the technological triumph of Orochimaru's laboratory imbuing specially made kunai with razor-sharp wind nature chakra. Once cut by them, the wound cannot heal, the blood will flow out until death. More terrifyingly, Any block is futile. The power of wind makes the kunai like invisible specters, bypassing all obstacles to strike the target directly. SHHHH. The kunai left his hand, instantly transforming into several afterimages wrapped in wind blades, tearing through the air and streaking toward Chino Shun. Chino Shun lunged backward, the spiral shield once again forming before him. But the next moment, his pupils constricted. That kunai, as if passing through a water curtain, pierced right through the spinning wind-style shield without any obstruction. What? At the critical moment, Chi Yi-jun suddenly pushed off the ground and leapt into the air. The ghost shadow kunai, carrying the scent of death, whistled past his shoe soles. Orochimaru's stuff is indeed uncanny, he thought with a chill. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. More ghost shadow kunai swarmed in like a hive of bees. Earth release. Earth-style wall. A solid earthen wall thundered up, rising to block the way. Crack. A harsh cracking sound rang out. The kunai imbued with wind blades actually pierced straight through the earthen wall, its momentum undiminished. Multiple shadow clone technique. Bang, bang, bang. Several shadow clones appeared in an instant, blocking the lethal attack for the original. Then one after another turned into white smoke and dissipated. The opponent was strong, but their methods seemed simple. After figuring out their moves, Chi Yi-jun calmed down. Perfect, time to try that new ability. He recalled the reward he had just received, Beast Bone Control. Beast Bone Control. Chi Yi-jun leapt into the air, his body spinning rapidly. With several crisp cracks, several pale bones shot out from his limbs and chest. Those bones split instantly in midair, turning into countless bone needles that fired into the surrounding darkness and vanished. Immediately afterward, a deep roar came from the depths of the forest, the ground began to tremble, and swirling dust rolled in from afar. What is going on? An ambush? Inrin looked into the darkness, puzzled and uncertain. Chi Yejuan stood rooted to the spot, as if his feet had taken root. Roar! A beast's roar tore through the silence. A black shadow lunged at Inrun like a cannonball. What the? Chi Yejun's hair stood on end. He leapt up onto a high branch. A dark shadow wrapped in a stench of blood swept past beneath his shoes. Boom. Crack. Roar. Dust and smoke roiled as several beast shadows leapt forward in succession, their claws digging up a skyful of dirt and rock. When the dust settled, the wild boar's bristles stood on end like steel needles. A black ape beat upon its bone-armored chest. A brown bear rose to its feet. The mammoth's tusks flashed coldly, and even a giant eagle circled at low altitude. The bony armor covering their joints was exactly the shattered bone that had just shot from his palm. Bone beast control, it's this domineering. He drew a sharp breath. So this technique can automatically search out ferocious beasts and clothe them in armor made of shattered bone, turning them into obedient weapons. Compared with the corpse-fusing art that could only turn bodies into dry bones and summon mindless skeletons, this was worlds apart. The battle did not stop. The chimpanzee leapt into the air, its claws lengthening into gleaming white bone blades. The boar's shoulder blades sprouted bony spikes. Charging like a war chariot, the giant elephant swung its tusks turned into bone whips, whipping up a furious wind. The sound ninja dodged clumsily amid the onslaught, the ripping of cloth never ceasing. PF. A kunai plunged into the chimpanzee's shoulder, blood gushing like a spring. The boar and the elephant also suffered slashes, their movements faltering. The brown bear took the opportunity to swing its paw, 3-foot bone claws flashing coldly. Slash. Inren's chest was ripped open, and he staggered backward. The giant eagle suddenly dove, its wing feathers turning into a sky full of bone needles that shot down. Gravely wounded, Inren barely managed to roll and dodge, but he saw Chi Yejuan already appear before his eyes. It's over. Chakra gathered in the fist, carrying a tearing sound as it struck the temple. The dull crack of the skull shattering rang out, and the battle came to an abrupt end. The beasts fell one after another, their bony armor dissipating inch by inch. Turns out the spell drew out their vitality and converted it into combat power. Chi Yejuan couldn't help frowning. Although more practical than shadow clones, it's ultimately too cruel. Just as he was sighing, the fallen beasts suddenly shook their fur, brimming with life, and ran back into the dense forest. A sustainable spell after all. His eyes lit up. Very eco-friendly. Overjoyed, he took out the final reward. A bronze key shaped like a dragon's claw, its 3 knuckles engraved with the totems of a bear, a bird, and a fish. The Dragon Claw key has been activated. Hurry to Sunset Village to find the key mechanism. He clenched the key and chuckled softly. Puzzle solving? I'll see it through to the end. Night had not faded when the Flying Thunder God technique slashed across the sky. The night was deep and heavy, broken only occasionally by the patrol's footsteps. The villagers were long asleep. No one would come to question Chino Toshio, the boss. Where exactly is the clue? He murmured. A faint gleam flashed, and the shadow butterfly summoned by the system, Mothra, appeared gracefully. It led Chie-Jun across the mist-shrouded shore. He mounted the snow-white steed and followed Mothra as it broke through the waves. Through the fog, the outline of an island gradually emerged, its tall tower standing like a ghost. The base of the tower was eerily empty. There were no stairs leading up. Chie-Jun bent down to feel around, his fingertips touching a cold metal ring. He pulled hard, and the ground thundered open. The moment he stepped into the passage, the wall lights automatically ignited with blue flames, and the smell of mildew mixed with dust hit him in the face. The mural on the wall was faintly visible, amid a war-ravaged wasteland, a village protected by a dome of light, but he had no time to study it closely. At the end of the passage, a massive door stood grim and tall. The triple dials on the door were carved with zodiac patterns, and the 3 keyholes in the center fit the Dragon Claw key perfectly. Chie-Jun concentrated as he turned the wheels. The totems of bear, bird, and fish clicked back into place in sequence. The instant the key was inserted, a crisp click came from the springs. The gears began to roar, and the stone door slowly rose. The hidden passage behind the door was deep and dim. He had only stepped in half a pace when the stone door behind him slammed shut. The phosphorescent beads embedded in the stone wall lit up in sequence, revealing a wall covered with scandalous spring pictures that made one's face flush. Putting this in a proper historical site, he snorted and shook his head, though his gaze honestly lingered on them. Hinata, when will we meet next time? At the end of the slope appeared a control room. The lever on the stone table was tinged with verdigris. Just as he reached out to probe it, the system alert exploded. Ding! Dome mode switch activated. The moment the lever was pulled, the entire tower began to tremble. Revision notes. Increase auditory rhythm and imagery. Break long sentences into several short ones to emphasize actions and scene changes, enhancing rhythm and drama when read aloud. Soften culturally specific terms and abstract descriptions. Remove original terms like rank and cultivation, replacing them with concrete actions and environmental details to aid cross-cultural understanding. Enhance colloquial tone and sensory details. Make dialogue and descriptions more conversational, adding sounds, tactile sensations, and other sensory elements to make the content more suitable for audio adaptation. If you would like to try a more suspenseful or comedic expression, I can continue to adjust the details for you. The dome mode was activated, and an invisible field of energy enveloped the village. Usually, it was so quiet it seemed non-existent. But whenever someone approached with ill intent seeking to harm the village or act against the villagers, the illusion would activate. Before the intruder's eyes, it instantly became a boundless ocean. Once you step in, a cold, suffocating sensation will clamp your throat, like sinking into the deep sea. My God, this is simply too powerful. Chie-Jun's long-held worry was finally put to rest. Orochimaru? He could no longer find Kimimaro. Then this, can it be used as a refuge? Can I bring friends? Only registered residents of Sunset Village are protected. All right, no rush. One day, he will make everyone his villager. Toshio Aikino pulled the control stick. Hum's security level skyrocketed. He turned to leave, but Yame Dai flew deeper into the hall. Another surprise? He quickened his pace to catch up. The sight before him stunned him. Rail tracks stretching into the darkness, on which sat a huge mine cart. The world of Naruto has mine carts? He suddenly smacked his forehead. I'm so stupid. Doesn't the snow country have trains? Of course this world has mining, otherwise where would the steel come from? Chino Toshinobu trusts the Jinchuriki system. It has never harmed him. He excitedly climbed into the cart. There were no seatbelts. Produced by the system, guaranteed to be exquisite. Shut up. He cut it off before the system could finish speaking. Pressing the switch, the minecart slowly started. The speed increased, the body clicking and clattering, climbing steadily upward. In less than 20 minutes, the minecart gradually came to a stop. Ahead was another stone gate. The dragon claw key came into play once more. The door opened. Chino Toshio stood frozen in place. Ahead was a transparent glass tunnel, very much like an aquarium. On both sides of the tunnel were huge tanks. There are no fish in the water, only swaying white limbs, countless pairs of legs and backs. Wait, only the underwater parts can be seen. Everyone's heads are above the surface. A hot spring? He stopped walking and watched carefully. In the left pool, two men were quietly sparring with sword moves underwater. On the right, a figure dove to the bottom to pick up a bar of soap. Was it teacher Shiri Hong? Her figure was exquisitely curved, her skin fair. Suddenly, Shiri Hong glanced over at the glass. Toshio Aikino crouched down in fright. Only then did he realize the glass was one way from the outside. He couldn't be seen at all. What on earth is going on? The more he walked, the more puzzled he became. Until another door appeared. He pressed the switch, and a wardrobe slowly materialized. He pushed open the cabinet door. It turned out to be the office he had built at the hot spring resort. Just like the wardrobe in the Chronicles of Narnia that leads to a magical world. The hidden door closed behind him. Chiya Toshio sank into the sofa and fell into deep thought. This secret passage directly links Sunset Village in here? Although the Flying Thunder God technique can't perform large-scale teleportation, this passage might in the future be used to evacuate people in emergencies, or perhaps turned into a unique sightseeing route. Only, why did they have to build it directly beneath the bathhouse? Now everyone will think I'm an indecent guy. Aikino Shun muttered as he stepped into the passage again. At that moment, he noticed an inconspicuous button beside the secret door. He pressed it with his fingertip click. Black curtains dropped down along both sides of the glass corridor, and the overhead lights came on one by one. Great. Now they definitely won't think I'm a peeping Tom. He was quite pleased with this unexpected gift. However, Chino Tashin did not know that this present still hid a surprise yet to be revealed. After leaving the hot spring resort, he had intended to take Naruto, Hinata, and Ino to try the minecart ride. But the moment he turned around, he found that Naruto was nowhere to be seen. The house was empty. The training ground had only the wooden posts swaying, and not even the steam from Ichiraku ramen could hide that dazzling flash of blonde. Ichino Shun even forced himself to check the women's bath changing room. Cold sweat suddenly soaked his back. A sense of foreboding stabbed into his chest like an ice pick. Could it be that Orochimaru has targeted him? Or the Akatsuki? The thought made every hair on his body stand on end. For the first time, his heart ached because of that deadbeat guy, as if gripped tightly by an invisible hand. Come back soon. He hummed the line unconsciously, until he ran into Shikamaru and the others on the corner. Yo? Forming a team to whack moles. Chi Juanxiang perked up and asked. Yasi shook Akamaru's leash. What moles? We're going to the ward to visit that idiot Naruto. Naruto's hospitalized? Chi Jun stood frozen on the spot. Shino pushed up his sunglasses. Overdid it. His chakra was overdrawn to the point he needs nutrient IVs. Tashin Aikino immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, that guy had been obsessing over spirit arts again and had drained himself dry. He immediately joined the visiting party. As the youths crossed the street, they happened to run into Ino and the others carrying baskets of fruit. Toshi-kun. Ino bloomed a smile like a cosmos flower. Later I'll treat you to tricolored dango. Sakura grabbed at her sleeve. You love-struck girl. We're going to visit someone in the hospital. Okay. Wide forehead, really wide. Ino pinched the other's cheek with the back of her hand. I'm talking about after being discharged from the hospital. Seeing the girls break into another brawl, Kankuro threw his head back and sighed. Women really are troublesome. Tintin crunched through a bag of chips, crumbs scattering along the way. Hinata quietly slipped a warm rice ball into Akino Shun's hand. Her fingertips drew back like a startled bird. Run. She lowered her crimson cheeks and asked softly. Jun-kun's, puberty mood swings are over? I've been worried about you these past 2 days. Puberty mood swings? Chiya Junichi blinked. It turned out that during the 3 days he was away, Hinata and Ino had visited the apartment. Following Junichi Ichino's prior instructions, the bone clone Little June kept the door shut at all times except he made an exception for them. But the girls noticed that Jun Ichino always sat with his knees hugged to his chest in the shadows, speaking in short, telegraphic phrases. When Ino leaned in enthusiastically, he recoiled as if electrocuted by half a meter, only vaguely explaining, "My adolescent emotions have been unstable lately. I need to be alone." When he learned of his clone's perfect acting, Toshio Aikino chuckled softly in the hospital corridor. The shadow clone had independent emotions, but he did not take the opportunity to cross the line with Hinata or Ino, nor did he cheat. On the original, for that alone, he deserved a reward. Toshio Aikino used a seduction technique to summon a young Miss Ono to play with him, as a sort of treat. On the way to the hospital, Ino was the most lively, chattering nonstop. She'd bought some kind of flower seeds again. Dad's secret stash was discovered by Mom. He was on his knees scrubbing like on a washboard. Shikamaru twitched at the corner of his mouth as he listened from the side. In the hospital room, Fuko Shizuka was carefully tending to Naruto. She gently helped him sit up. But Naruto stared blankly at her chest, his eyes vacant. Shizuka's cheeks immediately flushed, embarrassed and annoyed. "You little pervert, but sis likes it." Actually, she misunderstood. Naruto was just reminded by an object, thinking of Ichino-shun, who often brought him milk. "I wonder if the milk at home has expired." Then, he suddenly remembered Sasuke. Although Sasuke had already recovered, Kakashi still had him stay in the hospital for easier protection. At this moment, Sasuke was walking to Naruto's ward. He was about to push the door when he noticed it was ajar by a crack. From where he stood, Naruto looked as if he were lying in Shizuka's arms, nursing. Boom. As if a thunderbolt had struck overhead, his world collapsed in an instant. Shameless tag-along. Sasuke spat the insult harshly, but a mist of tears involuntarily clouded his eyes. "One day, I'll have milk to drink too." He clenched his fists and vowed silently, yet remained frozen in place. Shizuka has been taking care of Naruto for 3 days straight. Naruto felt a bit apologetic, scratched his head and laughed. "Shizuka, you should go back and rest." "I, Uzumaki Naruto, am not that fragile. I'm fine now. Besides, a single man and woman staying in the same room, it's not really appropriate." Shizuka pouted her rosy lips and snorted, "None of your business. I like it." Just then, Naruto suddenly felt a strong urge to pee. He usually waited until Jiraiya arrived before getting out of bed to relieve himself, but he'd drunk a lot of winter melon tea earlier and really couldn't hold it. As he was about to get up, a wave of dizziness and weakness hit him suddenly. He looked down in silence for a few seconds, then lifted his head to look at Shizuka and spoke sheepishly. I need to go to the bathroom." Shizuka's face instantly flushed like the evening sky, but she still stood up and reached out to steady him. Naruto was squirming uncomfortably. His lower body had already reacted. Shizuka glanced unintentionally and was stunned in an instant. "Oh my god, this is too." Her face and the base of her neck were flushed bright red. She stood there dazed. "Maybe I should go get a medical ninja," she said, flustered. Naruto, however, reached into the pocket of the clothes by the bed and pulled out a tube, the catheter he had stealthily taken last time he visited Sasuke's room. "No need. I'll do it myself." Jingxiang gritted her teeth and went all out. After all, sooner or later he'd be ours. She snatched the hose. "I'll help you." Bang! A loud bang. The hospital room door was kicked open. Sasuke really couldn't stand it any longer. Naruto trembled in fear. A few drops of urine nearly escaped. Sasuke, recognizing him, Naruto immediately grinned widely. "You came at the perfect time. Quick, help me up." Sasuke walked to the bedside expressionless. Naruto beamed and stretched out his arm. "Help me off the bed, will you?" Sasuke lowered his voice, incredulous. "You wouldn't be asking me to help you to the bathroom, would you?" Naruto blinked his big blue eyes and said righteously, "Who else would it be?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Sasuke regretted it. But a surge of nameless anger had risen just then, and he couldn't hold himself back. It felt as if a voice in his chest was roaring. "Keep that woman away." He sighed and resignedly took Naruto's arm. When they reached the bathroom, Naruto stood frozen, tilting his head and grinning as he looked at him. Sasuke's mouth twitched. You, don't tell me you can't even take your pants off? He turned to leave. Ouch, that hurts. Naruto immediately let out an exaggerated moan, then switched into lecture mode, rattling on incessantly about the dangers of holding in urine, from kidney damage all the way to future happy lives. Sasuke clenched his teeth, his brows knotted tightly. He took a deep breath and stepped forward. Naruto seized the opportunity to wiggle his body like a prank. Hey, don't move around. You idiot, you peed on my shoe. Sasuke scrambled back in a panic. In the end, he could only wrap his arms around Naruto from behind to steady him. Sasuke swore to himself, when you're better, just wait and see how I'll deal with you. When he returned to the ward, the atmosphere was awkwardly delicate. Shizuka picked up the nearby catheter, deftly braided it into the shape of a little rabbit, and hung it by Naruto's bed. Well, then I'll be going back first, she said softly. The 3 days they spent together left Naruto with a faint, hazy fondness for this gentle, clever girl. They agreed to meet again in 6 months. After Shizuka left, Naruto hurriedly explained to Sasuke, "There's really nothing between us. I'm still a kid. Drink milk? Who wants milk?" he muttered inexplicably. At that moment, a commotion came from the corridor. Aikino-shun, Hinata, and a group of friends flooded in, chattering all at once with concern. Watching Naruto surrounded by everyone, Sasuke felt a twinge of bitterness. When I was injured, I never saw them like this. He quietly left the room and shut the door. Seeing so many comrades, Naruto immediately beamed. But when his gaze landed on Aikino-shun, he promptly pouted and turned his head away. Still mad? Chie-Jun smiled and leaned over, handing him a few of the latest manga. Naruto couldn't keep it up for 3 seconds and soon cracked up laughing again. The doctor insisted Naruto stay hospitalized for observation for at least 2 more days. Shikamaru volunteered to stay the night. Chie-Jun smiled inwardly. No wonder he's the future Hokage's advisor, already starting to build goodwill this early. Night fell, and Shikamaru fell into a deep sleep on the bedside cot. Naruto, however, kept his eyes open and looked out at the starry sky. He recalled the day he first encountered the Nine Tails. Over the years, their relationship had quietly changed. It was no longer like the previous 2 Jinchuriki jailer and prisoner, but more like a landlord and tenant sharing the same roof. During the final battle with Sasuke at the Valley of the End, when Sasuke's Chidori pierced his chest for the 2nd time and shattered his bones, in that instant the Nine Tails chakra erupted, engulfing him like searing lava. His wounds healed instantly, leaving not even a scar. Sasuke's eyes widened, the kunai in his hand nearly dropping to the ground. The Nine Tails chakra can do more than just fight. Over the years, most of Naruto's odd and obscure life knowledge came from this fox. Take the seduction technique, for example. How could a 12-year-old child be so knowledgeable about the female body? The answer is simple. The Nine Tails has lived inside Kushina Uzumaki's body for years, and Naruto unconsciously learned it. Thinking of the seduction technique, Naruto grinned wickedly and looked toward the sleeping Shikamaru. With a poof of white smoke, the blonde twin-tailed Naruto appeared beside the hospital bed. This technique once made the Hokage, Jonin, and elite instructors all nosebleed profusely. But Lukimaru merely rubbed his eyes and yawned. Form is emptiness. Women are the most troublesome. It's still more comfortable to sleep. Before he finished speaking, he fell into a deep sleep again. The next morning, Chie-Jun pushed open the ward door holding a bouquet. The red-haired youth stood silently in the corridor's shadow, grit slowly drifting in the air. "I am Gaara." The moment their gazes met, the system prompt sounded in his mind. New mission triggered. Assist the Sand Village representative in participating in the Chunin exams. Konoha's main streets swelled with crowds. Ornately decorated palanquins came one after another, the family crests of the great names of each land gleaming in the sunlight. People in the palanquins lifted the curtains to survey the street, their expressions arrogantly, as if inspecting their own backyard. The second floor of a barbecue shop sent up waves of enticing aroma. Kai drained the cup in one gulp, his teeth flashing brightly. "Congratulations, Kakashi. Triplets need the energy of youth." Asuma leaned in and pressed. "How did you manage it?" The silver-haired Jonin slowly flipped the meat slice. "Just talent." Kai suddenly grabbed him by the shoulder. This is the explosive passion of youth. Kakashi's mask twitched slightly as he thought. What a joke coming from someone who doesn't even have a girlfriend. Asuma suddenly lowered his voice. Speaking of which, the condoms in my drawer have been disappearing lately. A mental image of the crumpled packaging scattered in the Hebijitsu family's entryway flashed before Kakashi's eyes, but he only raised an eyebrow. Of course he guessed wrong, those had actually been taken by someone else. Laughter and shouting of children suddenly came from the alleyway. Konohamaru bounced along wearing a translucent rubber ring on his head, with a flustered Udon chasing after him. Stop fooling around. Ichino-shun grabbed him. Do you think you can wear that to the school festival tomorrow? The teacher told me to play a chandelier, the child protested, tugging at the misshapen condom on his head. Aren't chandeliers always put on like this? Toshio Aikino was stunned for 2 seconds. Then the system prompt made him laugh out loud. We recommend purchasing the ultra-thin model. It has better light transmittance. He ruffled the boy's hair. You brat, you'll definitely go far in life. Sasuke in the hospital room was frowning at a brief history of time. Aikino-shun handed over 3 new books, the gilt titles flashing in turn. Laozi Zhuangzi Suanzi. The silver-haired youth stared at the titles lined up side by side, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. B. Playing the grandson? A cheerful whistle from Chino Tashiyoshi came from the end of the corridor. As on ordinary days, the hospital was quiet. Occasionally a patient's moan could be heard, mingled with the soft voice of a nurse guiding rehabilitation exercises. Chino Tashiyoshi passed by Xiao Li's room and pushed the door open. The bed was neatly made, but no one was there. He smiled helplessly. This cultivation maniac. Sure enough, he found Xiao Li on the lawn downstairs. The youth gritted his teeth, his body wrapped in bandages, yet still struggling to do push-ups. Sweat soaked the ground. Chi Yejuan did not stop him. He understood that only this kind of physical exhaustion to the limit could temporarily drown out Xiao Li's despair of never being able to become a shinobi. A faint floral scent drifted over. Toshio Aikino turned his head. It was Tian Tian. She was holding a bouquet of fresh daffodils, their clean scent spread through the corridor. Toshio Aikino? You came too. Tian Tian showed a warm smile. Teacher Akai had something come up. I came to check on Li Locke. The two of them together coaxed the exhausted little Li back to the ward. Xiao Li almost fell into a deep sleep the moment his head touched the pillow. A breeze stirred the curtains. Tian Tian quietly placed the narcissus into the vase. Chi Yijun watched her focused profile and that delicate bond. He had no idea that, in the shadows outside the ward, a pair of eyes were coldly watching it all. Gar stood at the doorway. Images from the Chunin exam kept flashing through his mind. When his sand was about to swallow Li, Teacher Akai appeared like lightning, stepping in front. Because he is my most important subordinate. Akai's voice was adamant. That unquestioning protection, that burning emotion, Gaara had never felt such things. Like a blinding light piercing his dark world, it left him bewildered and, even more, enraged. It's just a teacher-student relationship. How could it come to this? He couldn't understand. Just then, Chia Jun's ears twitched slightly. He heard a faint, unsettling rustling sound. A cold, murderous aura instantly spread throughout the room. Toshio Aikino turned his head abruptly. Yellow sand waves, like living venomous snakes, were rushing in from the doorway, their target aimed straight at the sleeping Xiao Li on the hospital bed. Gaara stood frozen in the doorframe, his face twisted, eyes bloodshot, his whole body exuding a terrifying aura. Ding! Story quest triggered. Stop Gaara. The system alert sounded in Chiejun's mind. He remembered that Teacher Akai was supposed to come to the rescue. But at this moment that adult was feasting at a barbecue restaurant. Stop! Chiejun sprang up, trying to stop him, but was shoved hard by a stream of sand and slammed into the wall. Damn! He cursed under his breath. Tian Tian immediately drew a kunai and assumed a defensive stance. Gaara's cold gaze swept over her, and with a raised hand the sand coalesced into a sharp shape. At the critical moment, Gaara's arms suddenly froze midair, as if bound by invisible chains. Shikamaru appeared in the doorway, his hands forming signs. Shadow imitation technique. Successful. Bang! Naruto, right behind him, landed a brutal punch on Gaara's face. Ah! Shikamaru also covered his face, baring his teeth. Naruto, you idiot. The shadow's still connected. It hurts me too. You bastard. Naruto glared at Gaara. What do you want to do to Lee? Gaara's expression didn't change in the slightest. His voice was icy and piercing. Kill him. Shikamaru broke out in a cold sweat. Why? You already won the match. Do you have some deep hatred between you? Even while being firmly restrained, Gaara's eyes remained filled with a dead, frenzied stillness. I have no grudge against him. Gaara's voice was as cold as ice. I just want to kill him. Naruto clenched his teeth, grinding them together. Tintin glared, her apricot eyes wide, anger flushing her cheeks. Are you crazy? How can you attack someone lying in a hospital bed? Kakamaru snorted through his nose. An ill-disciplined brat, full of himself. The air in the ward suddenly turned cold. The murderous intent radiating from Gaara seemed almost tangible. Chino Tashiki felt goosebumps rise on his arms. This sense of oppression was 100 times stronger than when watching anime. Gaara's gaze swept over everyone like a knife scraping skin. Even if the four of you come at me together, you won't stop me. Anyone who stands in my way will be killed. Toshio Aikino suddenly laughed. Really arrogant. Although he didn't dislike Gaara, that defiant attitude was truly irritating. While he was plotting how to stop the conflict, Naruto had already clenched his fists and rushed forward. Damn it. Then come and try me. Shikamaru grabbed him, voice tight. Shut up, Naruto. This guy isn't ordinary. He's as strong as a monster. Naruto craned his neck and shouted. Who's afraid of him? We still have Toshio Aikino. Besides, there's a monster living inside me too. I will never lose. Gaara slowly lowered his head, his fringe covering his eyes. A monster? So it turns out we're the same. His voice gradually grew low as he began to tell his story. The day I was born, it took the life of my mother, Karura. My father sealed the incarnation of the sand into my body to make me the strongest ninja. From that moment on, I was a monster. Every day, he gasped, the avatar of sand? It's the soul sealed in Gaara's tea kettle, that sand village old monk. The following account was like a blunt knife cutting flesh. Listening to Gaara's experiences, only Chino Toshio in the whole room could truly feel that sting. If Naruto's childhood suffering was a deep pit, Gaara's was a bottomless abyss. He recounted how his father Raza repeatedly tested his worth, sending his most trusted uncle, Yashimaru, to assassinate him. On his deathbed, Yashimaru told him, "Even your mother hates you." That sentence became the final straw that broke the camel's back. The power of the Showa erupted, and the sand village was engulfed in flames. From then on, Losa regarded his son as a failure, sending 6 waves of assassins over 6 years to hunt down his own flesh and blood. This kind of father was later dealt with by Dahawan, which was truly satisfying. This succession of betrayals warped my Gaara's personality. The irony is that later he became completely infatuated with some blonde kid, lost his spirit in a fight, and remained single into middle age. 10 minutes past, the ward was so quiet you could hear breaths. Toshiyuki Aikino was a bit helpless. He hadn't expected that this taciturn fellow, besides loving to sing, would also be such a chatterbox. Finally, Gaara raised his eyes and came to a conclusion. The meaning of my life is to kill everyone else besides me. Every day I live in fear of being stabbed in the back. Gaara's voice was as coarse as sand. Only by killing everyone can I sleep peacefully. Fight only for yourself. Love only your own Azura. When the words fell, Chi-Jun was the first to clap, a teasing smile at the corner of his mouth. Tion covered her mouth in fright and drew in a gasp. Naruto stood frozen, his chest as if struck by a heavy hammer. He stared fixedly at Gaara. As if in the other's eyes he saw his own reflection, the self who once curled up on the swing, not knowing why he was alive. Luckily, Irika-sensei reached out his hand to him. Aikino Tashinari became his first friend. Also Sasuke, Shikamaru, and Choji. Of course, and that lecherous hermit. It was these people who, bit by bit, lit up his world. But I, Gaara, always remained alone. Perhaps in that very second, 2 parallel lines intersected for the first time. But sympathy is one thing, and sympathy alone. Storming into the ward and making a scene? Absolutely not. Naruto suddenly pointed at Gaara's nose. Who do you think you are? Gaara snorted, his gaze like that of someone looking at an ant. Watching the 2 Jinchuriki glaring at each other, Chie-jun suddenly burst out laughing. The two of them simultaneously turned their heads and glared at him. What are you laughing at? Chie-jun stifled his laughter as a vision of the future flashed before his eyes. Who would have thought that this god of death before me would later be talked into reforming by Naruto's mouth tricks? Not only did he become a warm-hearted Kazekage, even his resurrected father dropped his jaw. You brat, you actually made friends. The second Mizukage interjected from the side. Which young shinobi nowadays doesn't have a whole bunch of friends? A group of Earth-reincarnated shadows crowded around Gaara, praising him non-stop, like a top university student being ogled by relatives during the new year. Hey, Tintin jabbed Chino Toshio hard in the back. He hurriedly wiped the stupid grin off his face. Gaara looked slightly embarrassed, too clearly they came to kill. So how did this suddenly turn into an emotional interview? The yellow sands churned once more. In the original work, at this moment, Mike Guy should have burst in. But now, the one to break the impasse could only be Chino Toshio. He darted in to stand before the sickbed and raised an eyebrow at me. Gaara, picking on a sick man lying down? You, a second-generation official, aren't ashamed. If you really want to fight, I'll go with you. The provocation worked. The sand snake entangling Shaoli slowly withdrew. Gaara gathered the sand back into his gourd and followed Chie-jun toward the door with a heavy step, but suddenly turned back as they stepped over the threshold. Their gaze fixed on Naruto. I'll kill you, Chie Toshio muttered softly. By then he'll be wishing he were in pain sooner. What did you say? Both shouted in unison. It's nothing, it's nothing. The rooftop door banged loudly in the wind. Naruto tried to follow, but Chinin Toshi raised a hand to stop him. Trust me. Hot wind whipped grains of sand against his face. The two of them faced off in the center of the rooftop. Naruto and the others had quietly followed after all, nervously pressed against the door to watch. Everyone's nerves were taut. Suddenly, urgent footsteps came from the stairs as Temari and Kankuro rushed up. The girl with the iron fan glanced over at Tiantian, their eyes met, and sparks flew. Memories of the last crushing defeat made Tiantian clench his fists. Temari, however, had already turned and was running toward the rooftop, and the moment she saw Chikuno shun her brows and eyes finally relaxed. Kankuro hurried up to his brother and lowered his voice. Hold back. The mission is important. But Gaara's eyes surged with blood. Killing intent boiled like boiling water and had already scattered the plan. Shua. Temari unfurled her giant fan and leapt onto its surface. The gale billowed her sleeves and, as if carrying her like a great bird, swept her off the rooftop. In an age without means of long-distance communication, she had no choice but to seek out her teacher in person. Shinoya Toshi stared at the scene, stunned. The legend of the Iron Fan Princess was being reenacted before his eyes. Fight or not? Gaara pushed his elder brother aside, his hoarse voice thick with impatience. Toshio Aikino, sparks of electricity burst from his fingertips. Come on. Those who back down are cowards. At the instant the two figures collided with a thunderous clash, a child's cry rang out from the distant inn. Mr. Maki, don't. Temari rode the air current through the broken window. Master. Gaara has lost control. Dozens of miles away, Raza was stepping onto a cliff. Two long, narrow shadows were cast against the rock face. In place of the agreed-upon Orochimaru stood Kabuto and another ninja with a false smile. This is a four-person game? Raza raised an eyebrow and chuckled lightly, his fingertips feigning to trace his sash flirtatiously. But as he bent to tie his shoe, he heard the hiss of blades being drawn. Phut! As the long sword pierced his back, the widened pupils reflected Orochimaru's cold vertical slit. You dishonorable. Blood welled from between his teeth. Ambushing an elder. Orochimaru twisted the sword hilt and sneered coldly. Gold panning in the desert? Go pan in hell. When the snake form disguised as Rosa surged toward Konoha, the whole village was shrouded in heat waves. Only on the hospital rooftop did two figures wrestle under the blazing sun, with dust and lightning constantly exploding around them. The confrontation between Tashin Aikino and Gaara was about to erupt. Naruto shouted from the sidelines, punching the air. Tashin, beat up that gourd back guy. Kankuro immediately bristled. Blonde brat, watch your mouth. Who are you calling a dog? Annoying chihuahua. You're the one. The two exchanged curses in different accents, arguing fiercely. Gaara completely ignored him. He didn't even form a hand seal. The yellow sand rose from the ground like a living thing, swirling around him with a rustling sound, flowing as if a moving barrier. Chino Toshio sneered. The special effects are pretty intimidating, huh? He held his palm up, and a blue-white ball of electricity slowly coalesced, crackling and illuminating his face. Naruto immediately shut up, his eyes widening. Rasengan. How could it be electrified? At that moment, a new seed was planted in his heart. Gaara stepped forward, the sand moving with him. Aikino Shun summoned his spirit beast Little Black. The Black Panther snarled and took a protective position in front of him. 5 paces away, Gaara raised his hand and snatched at the air. Sand hand. Aikino Shun barked. The grains of sand instantly coalesced into a giant claw, roaring as it struck. Toshifumi Aikino did not flinch or dodge. He thrust the swelling lightning spiral directly forward. Electricity and sand claw collided violently, sizzling and cracking. The sand claw shattered on impact, turning into dust that fell in a scattering rain. Too weak, Toshifumi Aikino shouted. This was clearly only a probe. Gaara's eyes sharpened, and Toshifumi Aikino was already charging. The Kusanagi sword flashed coldly as it descended in a straight, downward slash. Clang! A wall of sand materialized out of thin air, bearing the blade with sheer force. The sand wall sank slightly, but did not budge. A second sand claw burst from the ground. Chiejun flipped backward in midair. The corner of his garment was torn by the sharp grit. The furrow between Gaara's brows deepened. Even more grains of sand frantically converged, forming a giant palm 10 times thicker than the previous one. 3 sharp fingers like knives appeared, and strange patterns began to surface on the sandy surface. At the same time, fine sand covered his cheek, and his features twisted and warped beneath the flowing curtain of sand. Oh no! Kankuro broke into a cold sweat. He's going out of control. Aikino Shun just smiled. Kuro slipped forward unseen. Then dozens of shadow clones exploded into smoke at once. The original stood still, lines like a frog's markings suddenly appearing at the corners of his eyes, his pupils soaked in black. Shikamaru drew a sharp breath. What is that? Aikino Shun's eyes changed abruptly, revealing an eerie pattern. Naruto was stunned for a moment. When he trained under Jiraiya, he had seen his master enter Sage mode. No way! Naruto exclaimed inwardly. Shun this guy? Could he also have mastered Sage mode? Damn it! The perverted sage is so biased. Chino Shun emitted a few low chuckles that sounded like frog croaks. Don't worry, Naruto. When you learn to control the Nine Tails power in the future Rasengan in your left hand, Tailed Beast Ball in your right, let's see who still dares to defy you. When Naruto heard this, he immediately grinned, nodded vigorously. Gaara beside him cast a cold glance, a smirk of derision tugging at the corner of his mouth. Putting on airs and playing tricks. That kind of bluffing doesn't work on me. If you've got the nerve, give me a rolled eye and let's see. Shinoya Shun said nothing. He slammed both hands down onto the ground. Bang! A burst of white smoke exploded, and a small but bright-eyed tiger cub leapt out. Summoning jutsu, Gaara's pupils contracted. Naruto and the others were stunned too. Little June can actually summon a tiger. Kankuro scoffed. What tiger? I think it's just a feral cat. Ha ha ha. The word cat instantly enraged the little beast named Yuji. Whoosh. It transformed into a streak of golden lightning and lunged. Sizzle. A claw flashed by, and Kankuro's pants dropped with a clatter, landing absurdly around his ankles. The scene froze. Shikamaru opened his mouth wide. Naruto pointed at Kankuro and burst into laughter. Ha! The Sand Village's ace? He's not as interesting as Konohamaru. Temari glanced subconsciously, immediately covered her mouth, her shoulders trembling uncontrollably. Kankuro froze where he stood, his whole face flushed the color of liver. Yuji then elegantly strode back to the center of the rooftop, his figure stretching in the light and transforming into an orange-haired young boy. He naturally took Chino Toshio's hand. It can transform? What the heck is this spirit beast? Amid the murmurs, a flicker passed through Yuji's pupils, and that light flowed into Chino Toshio's eyes as if it were tangible. Toshio Aikino's eyes instantly lost their blackness, turning into pure white. So, When the tiger eye pupil technique was activated, it looked like this. The disdain on Gaara's face completely shattered, replaced by disbelief. White eyes. This is simply absurd. Chino Toshio gently released Yuji's hand. Now is hardly the time to play clairvoyant, he said with a faint smile, but the moment to smack a face is just right. Yuji nodded and reverted to his tiger form. Gaara snapped back to his senses, his fury transforming into towering waves of sand. A massive sand hand formed again, brought down with the momentum to crush everything. Shinojin's figure wavered, splitting into a dozen shadow clones. Bang, bang, bang. The sand hand easily crushed each clone, closing in on the original who was gathering natural energy. The little black tiger Yuji lunged out suddenly, its sharp claws slashing hard at the giant sand hand. But the sand hand was too massive. The claw strike was like an ant trying to shake a tree. Yuji tried to activate the water release, but the dry rooftop had no water source. The shadow clones vanished one after another, and the sand hand already loomed over Aikino Shun's head. Just as he was about to be crushed, Toshio Aikino suddenly opened his eyes. Sage mode activated. He opened his mouth and expelled an icy blue breath, accompanied by a sharp, piercing hiss, like ice scraping glass. Wherever the cold passed, the enormous sand hand instantly froze, suspended in midair. Gaara was struck dumb with alarm. A second blast of ice followed in quick succession, aimed straight at Gaara himself. Gaara leapt back at high speed, narrowly avoiding it. He swept his hands, and the sand instantly coalesced before him into an impenetrable wall. Absolute defense. As if a giant egg made of yellow sand had tightly encased him. This was not the power of a tailed beast, but the absolute defense built by his mother Jiraiya with love. Chino Toshio withdrew the posture for using his monstrous strength technique. He could see it very clearly. That densely compressed layer of sand, with hardness comparable to steel, would only injure oneself if struck with brute force. He lifted both hands swiftly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless bone spikes shot toward the sandball like bullets. 1 round, 2 wheels, 3 wheels. His finger bones were like infinite ammunition, instantly regenerating after being fired, the speed so fast there was only a lingering afterimage. Every day, he watched in stunned amazement. What kind of weapon is this? I've never seen it before. Although most of the bone bullets were deflected by the sand shield, with the boost from immortal mode the attack's penetration surged. On the surface of the sand shell, faint spiderweb-like cracks finally appeared. Cracks are enough. Aikino Shun sneered coldly and formed hand seals. 2 beehives appeared out of thin air. The dark, dense swarm of bees, like a thundercloud, lunged at the sand egg in an instant, emitting a hair-raising buzzing. The swarm keenly found a crack and frantically crawled inside. This is Gu Escape, withered swarm of bees. Targets entangled by the swarm have their chakra and life essence mercilessly drained. The sand egg began to shake violently. The Gaara inside was clearly under attack. Kankaro's face went chalk white in an instant. Aikino Shun narrowed his eyes. Humph, you startled the 9 tails. Nearby, watching the fight, Naruto suddenly felt the 9 tails chakra inside him stir restlessly. It was as if something was calling to it from deep within. Meanwhile, downstairs in the ward, Liluaka slowly opened his eyes and found the room empty. Teacher Akai, where did you go? The door was gently pushed open. It was Chuanli, the nurse who had been taking care of him. She wore the same top-knot bun as Tian, a gentle smile on her face. Li, you're awake. When Shaoli saw it was her, his brow slightly furrowed. He had clearly said before, burning youth doesn't need romance. Chun-Li always smiled and retorted, then why do you keep sneaking glances at Sakura? At this moment, Chun-Li turned and locked the door, then slowly walked to the bedside. What? What are you going to do? Shaoli instinctively shrank back. Chun-Li said nothing. She raised her hand to undo her hairpin, and her waterfall like black hair spilled down. A faint hint of something sensual mixed into the smell of disinfectant in the air. She seemed to hesitate for a moment. But then she remembered what her close friends had said. Cook the uncooked rice into a finished meal first. He's a potential catch. If you miss him, he's gone. Look at his thick brows. His body hair must be abundant. Men like that are the most dependable. Chun-Li took a deep breath, her cheeks flushing, and gently unbuttoned the top button of her collar. Xiao Li's mind went blank. He could only murmur, I'm still young. You're a year older than Xie Jun, and the others you're already grown up. Chun Li's voice was soft but firm. But Teacher Akai said, women would affect the speed of your punches. Chun Li leaned down and whispered in his ear, practice more, the speed will only get faster. Xiao Li's world had once been very simple, his master, and the day after day training of martial techniques. Even though he trained with Tian Tian every day, he never had any other thoughts. But today, everything changed. Chun Li was like a beam of light, suddenly pushing open that tightly shut door in his heart. But, at this moment, he was wrapped up tightly in the quilt, unable to move. Chun Li smiled softly. Her voice was like a feather brushing past the ear. Li, don't be nervous. You're so tense you need to let go. Leave it to me, just close your eyes and feel. As the words fell, she leaned forward and slipped under the covers. A moment later, Chun Li straightened up, her cheeks flushed, and she lightly wiped the corner of her mouth with her fingertip. Xiao Li slumped on the bed, his gaze hazy, as if floating on a cloud. This is youth, he murmured. Chun Li's face grew redder, her voice like a mosquito's whine. No, this is only the prelude. Downstairs, Chun Li hadn't finished speaking, but on the rooftop the battle had already reached a fever pitch. The massive sand shield trembled violently, grains of sand cascading down. Ike Toshio grinned, his voice ringing loudly across the battlefield. Gara, you should rename that move, call it Li Saw's egg. The wobbling of the sand egg came to an abrupt halt. Gara was silent, as if savoring the phrase. Why Li Saw's egg? His voice rumbled dully from within the sand shell. Because it perfectly embodies the mania deep inside you. That self-loathing that still longs to break free and purify the soul. Kinashun shouted, so stop screwing around. Come out. Before the words finished, Shiden trembled violently. A thick arm covered in dark purple ancient markings suddenly burst through the sand shell and thrust out. The skin was like a monster's scales and claws, radiating an ominous aura. Kenjiro panicked at once. Crap, he's about to go out of control. At that moment, whoosh, whoosh, two figures shot up from downstairs to the rooftop like arrows. Move aside. It was Temari and Maki. Maki took a single stride and rushed up to Sunadama, his face ashen. As an experienced Jonin, he instantly detected that familiar, chilling chakra, just like the terrifying aura when the one-tailed Shikoku went berserk back in the hidden sand village. He lowered his voice and shouted harshly at Sunadama. Gara, snap out of it. Don't forget our mission. Pull back that murderous intent. The harsh shout hit him like a bucket of ice water. The agitation inside the sand egg calmed instantly. The terrifying arm slowly withdrew, the sand egg disintegrated, and the flowing sand poured to the ground. Gara's figure emerged, his face as pale as paper, cold sweat soaking his forehead and hair. Even if Maki hadn't come, his chakra was already near exhaustion, almost drained dry by that rampaging force. Temari hurried forward to steady his staggering body. She looked up and glanced at Chino Jun with a complex expression. With Gankaru's support, Gara turned to leave. But just before going downstairs, he suddenly turned back, as if about to say something harsh. Naruto beat him to it, hands on his hips, laughing loudly. All right. Are you about to say again? Just you wait, I'll kill you all sooner or later? Can you use a different phrase? Gara's face flushed and paled in turns. He stared fixedly at Naruto and squeezed out through his teeth. Kid, if I catch you alone next time, you're finished. Naruto grinned nonchalantly. You want to eat me? Gara's earlobe reddened as he spat softly. Shameless. After saying that, he disappeared at the stairwell without looking back. The turmoil seemed to calm down for the time being. Chino's swarm had almost drained Gara's chakra dry. He collapsed weakly and was forced to be hospitalized for recovery. Chino Toshinijin counted on his fingers how many people did this Chunin exam send to the hospital. In the ward, Shaoli exhaled a long breath and relaxed his whole body. How are you feeling? Much better now. Chun-Li's cheeks were slightly flushed, her voice gentle. Shaoli nodded. Indeed, a strange sense of ease flowed through his whole body. Then next is the second phase. Chun-Li stepped closer, eyes shining, to let you truly feel the warmth of youth. She suddenly straddled him. Xiaoli froze completely. What are you doing? Chun-Li's fingers grazed his chest. Do something only the two of us can understand. A sharp sting surged through, then was replaced by a wave of warmth. They rose and fell in the silent hospital room until 7.5 minutes later. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking was heavy and urgent. Xiaoli, why are you locking the door in broad daylight? Are you okay? Tiantian's voice came from outside the door. Chuanli hurriedly swung her legs off the bed, fumbling to straighten her clothes, even buttoning them in the wrong places. Xiaoli yanked the quilt up to cover herself, her heart pounding like a drum. Open the door, someone outside kept shouting. Chun-Li didn't have time to redo her 2 round buns. She let her hair down and opened the door. Everyone froze in the doorway. Her cheeks were burning red. She stammered. Xiaoli, he said he was bored, so I was teaching him how to braid hair. After saying that, she looked down and rushed out. Naruto was still making a racket from behind. Braiding hair? I want to learn too. I'll braid Shizuka's hair later. Chino Toshikazu clamped his hand over his mouth, nervously glancing toward the corridor. If Sasuke heard this, it would be trouble. Experienced Chino Toshikazu had already seen through it and sighed inwardly. I really didn't expect the first one to lose his virginity would turn out to be Rock Lee. He had once secretly ranked these little roaches. When he went downstairs, Chi Yejuan received a notification that the task had been completed. This reward made him decide to go see Gaara one more time. He looked back at Xiao Li's hospital room and couldn't help but smile. On the list in his heart, he had originally thought Naruto would surely be first. And hot-blooded, innocent Rock Lee should be at the very bottom, even behind Tenten. But reality was a huge surprise. Rock Lee had actually grabbed the top spot ahead of everyone. Became the second ninja to taste the forbidden fruit. Truly unexpected. But on second thought, why shouldn't someone low-key be able to take the lead? This time, he was determined to rewrite the script. Strictly speaking, Chun-Li struck first, but next time, Xiao Li will awaken as a true cerulean beast. If someone objects, then let them shout all they want. This is impossible. You're delirious from the fever. How could you still do that? Come on, he injured his thigh. The crucial parts are fine. Besides, if he can get out of bed to do push-ups, what's a few minutes? Chun-Li is a nurse, she'll know her limits. Xiao Li lay in bed, his chest still rising and falling. When the passion subsided, frustration welled up. He stared at the ceiling and murmured, Teacher Kai, I'm sorry. I got there before you. I kept hearing him muttering and thought he had a fever again, so I reached out and felt his forehead. At that moment, the door creaked open. It was Hyuganiji. Seeing the room full of people, he clearly paused for a moment. His gaze swept over Ichino Jun before he gave a slight nod. Naruto had already recovered most of the way and would be discharged tomorrow. Shikamaru accompanied him back to the ward. Niji stayed behind to look after Rock Lee. Tintin and Chino left as well. In the previous flurry, Lee had stuffed wads of tissue under the pillow. He thought it was foolproof. But when Niji was unthinking, his Byakugan activated automatically. The evidence beneath the pillow lay exposed for all to see. Niji sighed helplessly. After all this, and you're still not behaving. Suddenly, he caught sight of a small patch of dark red seeping through Xiao Li's pants. It was Chun-Li's traces. Niji was startled and abruptly threw off the covers. Xiao Li, here, why is there blood? Xiao Li was so ashamed he wanted to crawl into a crack in the floor. But he never lied to Niji, so with a flushed face he stammered out the secret. Niji listened, dumbfounded. A bitter feeling surged into his chest. He looked out the window, a wry smile twitching at the corner of his mouth. I'm just a caged bird. I probably won't have an experience like that in this life. Maybe that's fate. Elsewhere, in Naruto's hospital room, the two boys were still savoring their earlier fight. Naruto was envious of Chinoju's sage mode, his mind full of thoughts of becoming a sage as soon as possible. Hey, Shikamaru, what's your dream? Shikamaru leaned against the window, lazily watching the clouds in the sky. Me, just to be an ordinary chunin, make enough money to get by. Marry a woman who's not beautiful but not ugly either. Have 2 kids. Preferably a daughter first, then a son after the daughter gets married and the son becomes independent. I'll retire. Play shogi every day, live a leisurely life, and finally, my wife dies a little before I do. That's enough. Naruto stuck out his tongue, completely unable to understand such a plain dream. In April, Konoha was as hot as summer. Chino Toshio and Tian walked out of the hospital and happened to pass by Shikamaru's house. Under the old tree at the gate sat an old man with a pineapple-shaped haircut. He sipped rice wine, sucked on stir-fried snails, and idly swung his legs. What a comfortable life this is. It seems Shikamaru's temperament is hereditary. At that moment, Toshio Ichino received his mission reward. It turned out to be 2 ninja tools, a pair of claws of assault that increase attack speed, and a water spider that allows walking on water. What the heck? You could have at least given me Shikamaru's shadow imitation technique. What use do these 2 things have for me? He dismally threw the item into the storage compartment. Suddenly, he caught sight of Tian humming nearby and brightened. A brilliant idea popped into his head. The real purpose of the reward tool? That was obviously a gadget for flirting. Tian's voice broke the silence. Aikino-shun, in the fight just now, the white bones you used. What kind of ninja tool was that? Aikino-shun scratched the back of his head and grinned. That, huh? It's not a ninja tool, it's a body technique unique to the corpse bone vein. Oh, a faint, barely noticeable trace of disappointment crept into Tian's voice, but she still lifted the corners of her mouth and showed a bright smile. Having witnessed today's battle, she completely changed her opinion of Aikino-shun. She even quietly thought that this guy's strength might not be inferior to Niji's. Thank you, Aikino-shun. Thank me for what? He laughed, showing a row of white teeth. If you hadn't acted, Shaoli might have been in danger today. Aikino-shun grinned inwardly. Danger? That kid's long since experienced a man's pleasures. The afternoon sun grew increasingly fierce. The 2 walked side by side as heat rose in waves from the ground. Aikino-shun suddenly stopped, took from his ninja tool pouch a simple oil paper umbrella, and casually tossed it into the air. The umbrella whoosh opened, hovering above their heads and casting a patch of shade. This is... Tian looked up, blinking. The ninjutsu, rain-soaked thousand needles tool, Toshio Aikino explained. This umbrella can fire countless needles to attack an enemy. But don't worry, it's safe now, haha. It can just float in the air? Of course, you control it with chakra. I thought you were feeling overheated. Tian snorted with a laugh, leapt up, deftly took the umbrella off, and spun it in her hand as she looked it over. I'm not that delicate. Toshio Chino shook his head helplessly. As expected, she only has eyes for ninja tools. At that moment, ding. A sign-in task has been issued. The host is requested to go to Tian's bedroom to sign in. Toshio Chino froze in his tracks. Go to her house. To her bedroom? How long have we known each other? How am I supposed to say that? Just as she was worrying, a 3-story wooden villa appeared before her. Tian had arrived home. No wonder it was the home of a rich woman so grand. Out of habit, Tian said politely, I'm home. Do you want to come in for a glass of juice? She never expected. Toshio Aikino's eyes lit up, and he nodded with a grin. Sure. Tian froze instantly. Cool. Although he didn't have a bad impression of him, this is way too sudden. Niji and Lee have never been to my house. Does this person not understand polite talk? She wailed inwardly, but could only grit her teeth and force the door open. Chi Yejuan felt elated. The mission had a chance. He bent down to change into slippers. A strong smell hit him in the face. His eyes kept squinting from the lingering smoke. No wonder the young man was full of energy, and after the fierce struggle, his hormones were surging. Actually, you don't have to change your shoes, she said softly. Chie-jun gave an awkward smile and quickly put his shoes back on. He sat down on the living room sofa and looked around. Your parents aren't home. He actually quite wanted to meet her family. Dad went to the Iron Country to stock up. Mom is in the shop. The conversation abruptly stopped. The air suddenly went quiet. Chie-jun scratched his head, a flash of inspiration. Chie-jun wanted to give Tian a surprise. His hand slipped into his trouser pocket, groping. Tian looked over, full of curiosity. He drew out 2 items that gleamed faintly, a sharp attack claw and a water spider with ripple-like patterns. Are these for me? Tian's eyes lit up at once. Aikino-shun scratched his head. The ninja tool was just given by the system. I know you like collecting them. Tian covered her mouth, her fingertips trembling slightly. It's too precious. Can I really accept it? Keep it. I have quite a few more at home. She took the ninja tool carefully, her fingertip gently tracing the cold gleam of its claw tip. I'll seal it in a scroll right away. Aikino-shun, thank you. I don't even know how to repay you. Watching her jumpy expression, Chino Toshio's Adam's apple bobbed, and a ridiculous thought suddenly popped into his head. He wondered whether she would get this excited about another kind of toy. He cleared his throat. Tian, have you heard of Frostmourne? And the bow of daybreak, Muramesa that kills with one strike. The girl shook her head in confusion, her eyelashes trembling like butterfly wings. For the next half hour, the room was filled only with Chino Toshio's hoarse narration. He knew well the value of catering to someone's tastes, and Tian listened enthralled, as if a door to a new world had been opened. When she heard Zanpakuto's Bankai for the residual flame greatsword, she even unconsciously clenched the water spider in her hand. Xiaojun, you really know a lot. Tian used his nickname for the first time, admiration shining in his eyes. Jun struck while the iron was hot. You must have a lot of collectibles in your room, right? Can I take a look? The ninja tools are all stored in scrolls. Tian suddenly clapped his hands. All right. Do you know how to fix an air conditioner? Mine seems to be broken. Consider it done. Jun answered quickly. The system scoffed in his head. You're even holding the screwdriver backwards. Following that, Tian climbed the creaky stairs every day, and Jun had imagined all kinds of cold weapon showrooms. But the moment he pushed open the door, he froze. Pink cartoon sheets met his eyes. A heart-shaped photo frame hung above the bed. Plush toys spilled out of the wardrobe, and a teddy bear tilted its head and smiled at him. Is this really the room of the Tian who used to playing with blades? Even Hinata's bedroom, famed for its gentleness, couldn't compare to the dreamy atmosphere here. Tian smiled sheepishly. My mom decorated it. Actually, I don't really like it either. Toshio Ichino began inspecting the air conditioner. He fiddled with it for a while, his brow growing increasingly furrowed. The freon has been depleted. The system notified in his mind. Found the problem. Jun straightened up immediately. We need to add freon. Wow. Xiaojun, you even know this. Tian's eyes lit up. Amazing. She brought over a cup of papaya tea. A cartoon puppy was printed on the cup, its tail held high. This is too cute. Jun took the cup and tipped his head back to gulp a few mouthfuls. He could hardly imagine it if Naruto saw him. The tall, well-built him drinking from a cartoon dog mug and sipping papaya tea that's supposed to enhance the bust. He'd probably be mocked for a whole year. The clock hands quietly crept toward 1 in the afternoon. Aya, Tintin murmured. It's this late already, you must be hungry? I completely forgot to prepare lunch. Toshio Chino looked somewhat puzzled. Don't your parents come back to cook? She fiddled with the teddy bear in her arms, her voice softening. They're busy running the ninja tool shop, either out restocking or at the store keeping watch. They rarely come home for meals. Jun was slightly taken aback and looked at her. Tian was as pretty as a porcelain doll, yet carried an indescribable loneliness. So how do you usually handle meals? Buy something simple for breakfast, eat out for lunch, and make myself a little something at home for dinner. Tian smiled. A surge of pity suddenly rose in Chino Toshio's heart. He almost blurted out, how about you come live at my place? Tian seemed to notice his lapse and immediately changed the subject. By the way, I'll take you out to eat. Consider it a thank you gift. Chino Toshio came to his senses and nodded. He understood in his heart that Tian was different from the passionate Ino or the already fond Hinata. She was more rational perhaps to her. The significance of the shinobi tools mattered far more than romantic feelings. However, their relationship had at least taken a step forward. At the very least, they were friends now. There's no rush, Chino Toshinobu thought confidently. Tian will definitely come to like me every day. When Tian looked at Chino again, a subtle, indescribable ripple stirred in her heart. Being with him always felt particularly relaxed and pleasant. He warmed those around him like the sun, making people unconsciously become more optimistic. This was only Tian's feeling at the moment. She, of course, would not know that when Toshio Chino was mixed in with Jiraiya, Naruto, and Yuji, he was a completely different figure. In the end, at Tintin's insistence, the two went to the dumpling shop for lunch. After returning to the apartment, Toshio Chino summoned the system and claimed the reward for this mission. But this reward was extraordinary. He had to go to the Guming Forest in person to obtain it. Gumingson. That was a place of heritage as renowned as Dragon Cave, Miamu Mountain, Wetbone Forest, and Flower Creek Valley. Chi Yi-jun recalled that dead, somber forest, the houses built of piled bones, and that spider immortal whose beauty could topple a kingdom. Several months had passed since he last stepped into Gumingson. He had almost forgotten the place. How should I get there? He pondered for a moment, then finally remembered that the system had once rewarded him a way to reach Gumingson. Without the slightest hesitation, Chi Yi-jun immediately dove into the omnipotent space. Nearby, beside the library pavilion, several archways stood silently. On one of the doors, the toad emblem gave off a faint glow. The door became transparent, and the lush trees of Miyaboka Mountain could be faintly seen beyond. This door had been activated, and Chi Yi-jun could step through at any moment. The door next to it, painted with a spider totem, had also turned transparent. Aikino Shuunpa stepped forward. In an instant, the sky spun and the earth whirled. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a dim, dense forest. Damp, cold air carrying the scent of decaying earth hit him in the face. But it was not a spider immortal who greeted him. Instead, a woman stood leaning against a tree. Moonlight traced her cloud-like long hair, a ribbon of pink silk loosely binding it. Her plain white sleeves brushed the thin mist in the grove, like lingering rosy clouds. "Are you Chi Yi-jun?" Her voice was soft, yet carried a faint, languid authority. "I am Chun Sanshiniang, the steward here." Chun Sanshiniang? Chi Yi-jun remembered the healing fairy in the game, with gentle hands who tended wounds. "Greetings, sister," he steadied his mind. "May I ask where the spider immortal is? I have come to claim my reward. The immortal is enjoying leisure and should not be disturbed. If you want to claim a reward, just follow me." She turned and led the way, the hem of her clothes brushing the dew-damp grass. The forest path twisted and plunged into shadow, turning every few steps, until finally they stopped beside a steaming pool. On the surface, pale pink peach blossoms spun slowly. What is this supposed to mean? Chi Yejuan's Adam's apple bobbed. Do I have to accompany sister for a bath to collect a reward? Gu Mingsin, one of the 5 great inheritance sites. Unlike the vigorous life of Myomushin and different from the radiant beauty of Waxigu, this place was shrouded all day in a shadowy mystery. Even the sound of the wind threading through the branches seemed like a whisper. If not for the fact that each of the spider women guarding this place was breathtakingly beautiful, Chi Yojin would likely not have wanted to stay even a moment longer. At this moment, he stood by the water's edge, where warm mist swirled. Chun Sanshin turned back with a charming smile. The Gu Mingsun is a place of purity. To enter it, one must first cleanse oneself. Cleanse oneself? Chi Yojin raised an eyebrow. How exactly does one cleanse? The woman's fingertips lightly hooked, and her silk skirt silently slid off. Moonlight traced her voluptuous curves, and her snowy skin gleamed softly in the night. Chi Yi-jun's breath hitched. The immortal ordered that a clan's secret technique must be personally taught to you. She stepped into the water and reached out her hand to him. "Come, let sister teach you." Chi Yi-jun drew in a breath inwardly. It wasn't as if he hadn't weathered storms before. What was there to fear about bathing together? He swiftly shed his clothes and plunged into the water. The warm spring water instantly enveloped him. He still couldn't help tensing his spine. "Sister, don't suddenly turn into a spider and scare me." He was most afraid of those many-legged creatures. Chun Sanshinang chuckled softly, her fingertip tracing the taut line of his shoulder. "How could I scare you when I like you so much? If I really frightened you, how would I pass on the technique?" Chi Yejuan relaxed slightly, then suddenly remembered something. "By the way, sister, Gu Escape is the bloodline's secret technique of your clan, right?" "That's right." She nodded, ripples spreading across the water's surface. "Although my clan has its own immortal arts, we also inherit the bloodline boundary of Gu Escape. What I'm about to teach you is one of its secret techniques, the Compassion Beast Soul Curse." The Compassion Beast Soul Curse. Just hearing the name felt extraordinary. But when Ike Toshiyuki realized this technique was used to tame tailed beasts on the verge of rampaging, he froze in place. "Stop spacing out, you little rascal." Harumiso suddenly pulled him into her arms. Their bodies pressed closely together, cold and heat mingling like trickling streams. A gentle yet powerful inner energy flowed over him, bringing a dizzying, tingling numbness, as if recalling the first tremor he felt when that little nurse gave him a shot. The sensation was dreamlike, as if unreal. 2 hours later, the secret technique transmission was complete. Chi Yejuan felt as if every bone in his body was being reorganized, every inch of muscle reborn, as if he had been transformed. A warm current surged through his meridians, and a new secret technique surfaced in his mind. Gu Dun, Compassion Beast Soul Curse. TCH, if they'd taught like this back when I was in school, I wouldn't have failed my classes. He muttered to himself. This fairyland-like cultivation place made him linger, unwilling to leave. He looked at the woman beside him. Sister, can I come often from now on? The woman decisively shook her head, her hair lifting lightly in the breeze. Unless you master our clan's immortal mode, you can only enter when summoned. Then can you teach me the Spider Clan's spirit communication technique? Chi Yijun asked urgently. Chun Sanshinian furrowed her brow and suddenly whipped her sleeve out. Pipe dreams. A dizzying spin, and when Toshio Chi opened his eyes again, he was already lying in his own bed. Rubbing his throbbing temples, he smiled bitterly. A woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the sea. But this time he gained a lot. He could actually come and go freely in the tailed beast dimension. He originally intended to test his skills on Naruto, but worrying about harming a Jinchuriki, he ultimately turned his attention to Gaara, who was far away in the Hidden Sand Village. Inside the Kazakage's office in the Hidden Sand Village, Orochimaru was using Roshi's appearance to review documents. He licked his sharp teeth, a sinister glint flashing in his eyes. Granny Chio remained retired and secluded, Ebizo abstained from politics, and the most capable Maki was again being positioned in Konoha, a perfect disguise that no one saw through. 3 days left. He croaked, tapping the third exam date with his fingertip. Meanwhile, Konoha remained noisy. The scent of grilled meat wafted from the barbecue stalls, the training grounds echoed with clashing weapons, and the hot spring inns glowed with warm lights. But Toshio Aikino ordered Kira Sora and Uzumaki Maki. Go book 300 coffins, in stock. He even fenced off land in the outskirts to build a cemetery, the billboard reading, Don't buy today, beat your thighs tomorrow. In the Hokage's office, the third suddenly crushed his pipe. Although the Umbu reported everything normal, the oppressive sense like an approaching storm grew heavier. He sent Jiraiya to trace Orochimaru's whereabouts, and summoned the advisors the villagers jokingly called the retirement duo. When Maito Iman Hidemono pushed in with his round glasses, the cane's taps on the floor were steady and strong. Koharu turned and silently checked every corner of the meeting room, a habit she developed while serving as the second Hokage's bodyguard. If anyone underestimated them because of their age, they would likely pay a painful price. Grandma Chun was a beauty in her youth. Her brows and eyes were delicate, like the girl next door, and even more like Tian Tian. Unfortunately, time is unforgiving. If she could truly stay youthful like Tsunade, she would probably be a much sought-after figure in stories today. After the third Hokage took office, she and Munin became his right-hand men. As time passed, now they rarely appeared. The third only had them provide advice on major decisions. Charging into battle is no longer their responsibility. It was just these two seemingly unremarkable elders. After the deaths of the 3 generations, they displayed astonishing wisdom and decisiveness, repeatedly leading Konoha through crises. Of course, Grandma Haruno's later many hardships imposed on the 5th Hokage Tsunade also brought her considerable controversy. However, if Chiano Shun were here, he might be able to find a balance between them. He might even persuade Tsunade to help Grandma Haru regain a bit of her lost youth. At this moment, the 3 elders sat inside the room. The fire in the stove crackled. They analyzed the village's current situation and finally reached a consensus. Ape Flyer, you worry too much. Konoha is fine now, there is no crisis. The third lit his pipe, took a deep draw, and only then did his frown relax. Amid the curling smoke, they chatted about everyday matters as they had in their youth. Recently, Sonda had a vexing matter. He and Hibino had started living together. Previously at the hospital, The two shared only fleeting affection and never crossed the line. But lately, a sense of not much time left had been hovering over him. So he spent the wedding night with Hwabini ahead of schedule. Who would have known? The next morning, Hwabini's soft sobs woke him. Tears kept streaming down her cheeks. The third hurriedly stood up and gently asked, "My little sweetheart, why are you crying?" Hwibby sobbed, her eyes like pear blossoms in the rain. At the time, she had indeed been attracted by the third's status and reputation, which was why she endured the rumors and chose to be with him. Her close friend once advised her, "Don't sacrifice happiness for wealth. An old man can't compare to a young fellow." Younger brother Ebisu urged her on, "What is happiness? Glory and riches are what matter." And Abia had seen weapons spanning 3 generations. She thought, well, they weren't bad. But to her surprise, once tried, she was terribly disappointed. She sobbed softly. How are we supposed to get through the days ahead? The 3 generations were troubled by this matter. Mito Mononobe laughed. It's all your fault for not exercising restraint when you were young. Grandma Chun laughed too. Of course old fellows are all like that. She paused, remembering something. That Xiao Qi who often sends you odd trinkets, maybe he has a way? 3 generations slapped their thighs in unison. Right. How could we forget him? He immediately sent someone to fetch Chiejun. After Grandma Chun and Minyan left, Sandai felt a bit embarrassed, rubbing his hands and speaking softly. Is there any way, without surgery, without hospitalization, to make that regain its vigor? Chiejun thought for a moment, then took out a small box. Don't open it yet. Next time you meet her, give her the box directly. It's best if she opens it and uses it in person. After saying that, he grinned, turned, and ran off. The third Hokage held the box, smiling from ear to ear. Little June really knows what's in my heart. At dusk, Sandai excitedly called for Hibino. Hibino, full of expectation, opened the wooden box and froze instantly. Inside the box lay quietly magnifying glass. Sandeo cried and laughed helplessly, shaking his head with a sigh. Xiao Juna, now you've learned to be slick too. A light evening breeze on the apartment balcony dispersed the day's stuffiness. Chi Yijun wore only a pair of shorts, legs spread in front of an electric fan. He lounged lazily on the sofa. The little tiger Yuji sleeping on his legs was disturbed, groggily shifted position, and started snoring again. Toshio Chino suddenly remembered the system reward, Mercy Beast Soul Curse, and gently moved Yuji to the side. He quickly put on his clothes and headed toward the hospital, Yuji transforming into a tiger and trotting happily behind him. Passing by Kakashi's courtyard, he ran into the silver-haired Jonin summoning the ninja dog Pakin. Take this confidential report to the Hokage's office. Kakashi handed over the scroll. Who knew? Yuji's eyes lit up, and he suddenly lunged at Parker. Ow! Parker was knocked off balance, fur bristling as he barked furiously. Woof! You pervert dared to ride me. Chiejun quickly grabbed Yuji's collar, embarrassed enough to pick at the ground with his toes. That's a male dog, ancestor. Kakashi's mouth twitched under his mask. His summoned beast had been groped in public. It felt as if he himself had been taken advantage of. Sorry. Chino Toshio pressed his palms together, then suddenly lowered his voice. Teacher Kakashi, don't worry about your work. The mistress is very safe in Sunset Village. For now, don't bring her to Konoha. Before Kakashi could react, he grabbed Yuji and slipped away. Kakashi frowned at their departing backs. That kid's hinting at something. Yet he still decided to trust him this once. Chino Toshiyuki hurried down the hospital corridor. Naruto had been discharged that morning. Sasuke's ward was unusually quiet. The black-haired youth was leaning against the headboard, his fingertips brushing the cover of a newly delivered book, A Brief History of Everything. Its gilt letters glittering faintly under the light. Beside, it was a stack of 5 years of college entrance exams, 3 years of simulations. Seeing Sasuke so absorbed in reading, Chino Toshiyuki's gaze landed on his azure collar, and a sudden inspiration struck. Since ancient times red and blue make a CP. Sasuke's blue clothes, Gaara's red hair. He sucked in a breath. So the official CP is here. For a moment, the image of Shikarin's fiery red hair flashed through his mind, and he hurriedly shook his head to dispel the distraction. By the time the door to Gaara's ward was pushed open, the red-haired youth was pulling out the 4 needle from the back of his hand. Some color returned to his pale face as he picked up his coat, preparing to leave. Jun took a deep breath and secretly activated the seal. Just the right time to test the effect of the merciful beast soul curse. Seeing Jun, Kinkuru immediately put on a stern face. "Hey, what are you doing here?" Temari smiled and invited him into the room. Toshi grinned. "I came to see my Gaara." He casually draped his arm over the red-haired boy's shoulder and said in a relaxed tone, "Looks like the last fight wore you out." Kenkuro's eyes widened in shock. "This guy? Is he trying to get himself killed? How dare he talk to my Gaara like that?" Temari held her breath, tense. But surprisingly, Gaara's surrounding sand did not move at all. Chino secretly circulated chakra and consecutively performed the In-style, joyful technique. Years later, this technique was listed as the most headache-inducing ninjutsu in the ninja world. Soon, he noticed Daidara's pupils showing cracks. A biting, murderous intent spread through the air. The one-tailed Shikaku within the boy began to stir. "Kill this bastard." The beast's roar echoed within the seal. Now, Aikino Shun quietly activated the Gu escape, Compassion Beast Soul Curse. A white light flashed, and he saw an enraged guardian crane brandishing its sharp claws. "Try this." He shot out a few chakra orbs that glowed. On the surface of the spheres flickered the enchanting illusion of a female tanuki. Though Shikaku teetered on the edge of rampage, he still curiously poked the first floating sphere. "Awawa." The disheveled female ghost illusion sang a bizarre chant and danced wildly. When the second sphere burst, Naruto's illusion pressed his hands together. Namo Amitba. Bathed in Buddha's light, Shikaku impatiently lashed its tail. The third orb transformed into a golden hoop that descended over the head. Prajnaparamita. Shikaku immediately felt his head split with pain, rolling on the ground and howling. In the real world, Gaara suddenly felt the turmoil within him quiet down. That violent energy that had long eroded his consciousness was, for the first time, as meek as a lamb. He looked in disbelief at Chino-chan humming a little tune as he walked away. Succeeded. Toshiki Chino stifled a laugh and slipped out of the room. After visiting Shaoli, he invited Hinata to go to the construction site. In the sunset, the pale-eyed girl's profile flushed a faint pink. When night fell, the new neighbor's curtains were drawn tight. The potted plant on the windowsill swayed gently, as if guarding the secret of the two young people. In the evening, I went downstairs to pick up a package and ran into my neighbor, who was struggling to carry a box of cat litter. It weighed 10 kilos, so I helped her lift it. We chatted along the way. She asked if I worked out often. I only walked her as far as her building. I didn't go upstairs, and she didn't ask for my contact. No hurry, the days are long. In the ward, Shaoli was full of energy. Ever since tasting that blissful feeling, he seemed like a different person, full of drive, no longer down. He firmly believed he could defeat the illness and become a top ninja. Chun-Li was crouched by his bedside when she suddenly had a fit of coughing, her eyes reddening. Shaoli didn't know how to tell Akai about it. In the end, it was Ikeda Toshio who told Naruto. Naruto passed the word to Kakashi, and Kakashi laughed when he heard it and turned to tell Akai. Akai lost sleep that night, but he soon understood and didn't blame Shaoli. Kids grow up, youth should bloom. The green fields of the world need someone to water them. When Ikeda Toshio left the hospital, the downpour over Konoha hadn't stopped, though it had eased. He found Hinata. "Let us go see how our foundation is coming along." The Hokage rock was hidden in thick fog. They shared an umbrella and walked hand in hand toward the back hill. The muddy road in the rain smelled especially fresh. Hinata took a deep breath and couldn't quite name the feeling. Besides the scent of grass and trees, there seemed to be a hint of sweetness. Walking in the rain with the one you love most, every step felt like stepping on a heartbeat. Suddenly, raindrops came down, umbrellas flipping in the wind. They took shelter under the old locust tree, clothes soaked through, and when their arms brushed it felt like an electric shock. Through the wet fabric, Chino Toshio noticed Hinata's once innocent little buns at her chest had, sometime without his notice, swollen into full, ripe dumplings. Since their first taste of forbidden fruit, they hadn't been intimate again, and Toshio was chafing, recalling that the first time had lasted only 10 minutes. Luckily, Little Lee managed only 7.5. Not too embarrassing. The system's rewarded golden spear never falls pill was warm in his pocket. He really wanted to try it with Hinata. On the surface, Hinata was calm, but her cheeks were flushed as if bleeding. Rain slid from her bangs into her collar. She bit her lip like a flower longing for a downpour. Each harbored their own thoughts and turned their faces away at the same time. Junko, look. Hinata suddenly pointed toward the shrubs. A small black dog was curled in a nest of grass, so thin its bones showed, its whimper drowned by the rain. Toshio took out a sausage and held it out, but the puppy wouldn't eat it. Grabbed the sausage and staggered back into the deep grass. Hinata's eyes went pale under closer inspection. In the grass nest there was also a dying yellow-furred puppy. Raindrops tapped the windowsill. In the damp cardboard box, the little creature curled up and trembling, each breath accompanied by a faint whimper. The little black dog nosed closer, gently placing the half sausage it held in its mouth in front of the other, nudging it with his nose. Hinata's fingertips touched the cold rainwater. She crouched down and looked at those eyes that had lost their shine. "Don't be afraid," she whispered, her palm stroking the trembling back. Toshio Chino's palm emitted a faint glow, enveloping the two little ones like warm sunlight. Gradually, their tails began to twitch slightly, and their damp noses started to twitch. "Take them home," Toshio Chino said, looking toward the thickening curtain of rain. "We can't stay here long." Hinata wrapped them in her coat, feeling the faint heartbeat in her palm. Under the apartment lights, she knelt on the floor and fed the puppies drops of sugar water with a cotton swab. Water beads slid from her hair, wetting her collar. Toshio Aikino looked at her profile. The grassy scent of the shampoo mixed with the smell of rain, drifting through the air. His gaze inadvertently skimmed the faint curve at her neckline, and his Adam's apple bobbed. Hinata suddenly looked up. At the moment their eyes met, she hurriedly fastened her collar, her cheeks burning hot. "I'll help wash them." Toshio Aikino tugged at the hem of his t-shirt, picked up the puppy, and headed toward the bathroom. Warm water gushed. Two furry lumps floundered in the foam, and the splashing water dampened Hinata's chiffon blouse. The soaked fabric clung to her, outlining a soft silhouette. "Don't look." She scooped up splashes and threw them at him. Her laughter tinkled like wind chimes. Water droplets sparkled in the air. When his hand closed around her wrist, the bathroom fell suddenly quiet. Only the sound of drops hitting the tile remained. Plip, plip. He stepped forward. She bumped the edge of the tub as she stepped back. Warm water flowed over her skirt. She gave a soft gasp, and he pulled her into his arms. Foam slid down their forearms and broke into iridescence under the light. An hour later, Hinata, wrapped in a towel, leaned against the bedroom door. Outside, the rain had stopped, and moonlight fell on the fingers of Toshinoya as he dried her hair. She buried her burning face in the pillow, her heart pounding like a drum. Those carefully built defenses turned out to collapse with just one hug. The bathroom floor still reflected rippling light. She gently sniffed her wrist. His scent lingered there, like grass after rain, and like a beach warmed by the sun. It was as if Chiejun had become addicted to stinky tofu. Its smell hits the nose, but the taste is oddly delicious. The more you chew, the more satisfying it becomes, leaving one completely exhilarated. He was like a young beast that never seemed to tire. Hinata went completely limp and fell heavily onto the bed, sinking into a deep sleep. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the second intimate scene with Hinata, the bathroom. Keep it up, 8 more scenes to go to earn a reward. Hyuga Hayashi noticed his eldest daughter wasn't at home, but this time he wasn't too worried. She must be preparing for the 3rd exam, perhaps doing extra practice at the training ground. She's really diligent. While Hinata slept deeply, Toshio Ichino fetched 2 cardboard boxes, intending to place the 2 puppies separately. But the little ones refused to be separated, insisting on squeezing into the same box, their heads pressed together as they began to emit soft little snores. At dusk, Hinata slowly woke. A faint, burning sting pulsed across her body. Thoughtful Chino Toshio had already prepared the ointment. His fingertips dipped in cooling Yunnan Baiyao, gently applying it to the wound. Hinata's cheeks were flushed bright red, but she obediently lay still, letting him tend her gently. She stretched her body and let out a yawn, warm breath escaping between her cherry lips. The ointment's coolness seeped into the burning skin, immediately easing the pain considerably. Thank you, Junjun. Don't thank me. I should be the one apologizing. I was too impulsive and lacked restraint. Chi-Jun gently stroked her hair. Hinata looked at him, her heart swelling with sweetness. She tilted her head slightly, revealing a long neck and the curves rising and falling beneath her clothes. Toshio Aikino's breath caught. A faint, sweet fragrance from the girl wafted into his nose. With a boom, that fire inside him flared up again. Hinata noticed his change, her ears flushed red. Her fingers twisted the corner of the blanket, and she shyly glanced at him. That look was like a silent invitation. Aikino-shun bent down and closed the distance again. This time, it really fit that old saying. There are only exhausted oxen, never fields worn out from plowing. When he opened his eyes again, it was pitch dark. Hinata had prepared dinner and set it on the table, leaving a note before quietly leaving. Jun-kun, I boiled 20 eggs for you. Get some good nourishment. I thought it over carefully. Next time, let's wait another 6 months, Omega. Toshio Chino pinched the note and laughed out loud. Damn, half a year? Are you kidding me? He casually pulled out a small notebook and jotted down an entry. Year X, month X, day X, with Hinata, second, third times. When Hinata stepped into the house, her legs were still a bit weak. Hinata Hiyori cast a cold glance, though he didn't speak a word. His brow tightened slightly. This girl, trained so hard, her legs are all wobbly like that. He turned and quietly instructed the kitchen. Make extra of the dishes the young lady likes tonight. Toshio Aikino finished the meal Hinata had left and played with the puppy for a while. Suddenly, a familiar tugging sensation came from afar. He looked up toward the window, another full moon. He instantly remembered the promise he had made with Toad Shinsaku. On the next full moon night, I will teach you the immortal art, frog song. He immediately flipped over, leapt up, and rushed through the space gate connecting to Miyamu Mountain. Miyamu Mountain was still clear and blue under the sky. Shinzua was pinching an insect, chewing it with a crunch. Toshiyuki Aikino walked into the classroom and sat cross-legged on the wooden floor. Outside the window, the greenery of Mount Myobu was so dense it seemed to melt. He suddenly thought of the summoning beasts of the other great sanctuaries. His favorite was the tiger, but he disliked spiders, although that shape-shifting spider sister was an exception. As for the other summoning beasts of the three shinobi, he has always had a soft spot for Tsunade's slug. Although it isn't good at brute force attacks and is more of a healing support, making it indeed inferior in combat power compared to Gamabunta's wild blade and the 10,000 snakes' fangs. But that thing can regenerate infinitely. Even crushed into mince, it can split and be reborn. An immortal body is the strongest defense. Just then, the door curtain stirred. Deep-acted white-beard and purple-haired Shikami walked in side by side. Shikami held a steaming platter of Mayaboku Mountain specialty cuisine. Toshio Aikino's eye twitched. Deep-fried centipede, braised beetles, stir-fried worms. This was practically the dark cuisine of the ninja world. It took real courage to take even one bite. But one could not easily refuse an elder's kindness. While the two turned away, he quietly summoned the spirit-bound little black cat and dumped the whole plate of insects into its mouth. Shinsaka the sage unfurled a scroll. Like a summoning pact, it required a blood oath to activate. The scroll depicted two frogs leaping into the air, sound waves rippling outward in concentric circles. Toshio Aikino bit his finger and couldn't help but let out a light laugh. He always found it strange. In the shinobi world, the sense of pain seemed dulled. Now when he cut his finger, it felt like brushing against the edge of a piece of paper. He couldn't help but think back to his third year of middle school. Because he was chasing after Wang Ho-hot from the class next door, he actually used a razor blade to cut his finger and write a blood letter. Wang Ho-hot, I love you. Almost scared them unconscious. Thinking back now, it's ridiculously stupid, but that piercing pain at the time was very real. And now, the immortal art taught by Shinsaku is called Frog Cry and must be activated by a husband and wife working together like Toad Duet. It's a pinnacle illusion technique. This move can use ultrasound to paralyze an enemy's nerves, leaving their body rigid. Although its power is halved without a partner, it's already enough to deal with ordinary foes. Shino no Toshi suddenly thought of Naruto. When that brat learns this trick too, the two of us. If we, as brothers, join forces, wouldn't that be glorious? He thought this and laughed aloud. He had now mastered 2 kinds of immortal arts and had activated the Toad clan's immortal mode. He believed that soon he would uncover the secrets of the Tiger clan and the Spider clan as well. By the time he returned home, night had fallen. Toshio Aikino collapsed onto the bed, sleepiness growing. Suddenly, the wooden bed above him creaked violently. Immediately after wave of gasps and moans exploded, sounding especially harsh in the silent midnight. Damn it! Can't anyone let me sleep? He cursed as he put in earplugs and turned over. But the noise only grew bolder, pounding his eardrums in waves like the tide. Chi Yejuan was extremely picky about his sleeping environment. Any slight noise made it hard for him to fall asleep. A sly smile suddenly tugged at the corner of his mouth. In an instant, he switched into immortal mode. He sprang up, palms aimed at the ceiling. Immortal art, frogs croak. The invisible sound waves pierced the wooden board like sharp arrows, striking the couple indulging upstairs. In an instant, every sound stopped abruptly. Their nerves completely numbed, the two stood frozen in odd postures, as if immobilized by a spell. After all, ordinary people cannot compare to a ninja's stubborn will. 5 minutes passed, the immortal technique's effect faded, yet they still couldn't move, like statues. Chi Yejuan let out a light chuckle and rolled over to lie flat. Finally able to get a good sleep. Who knew? Had just closed my eyes. From upstairs came the creaking and squeaking of the bed again, mixed with faint, scattered moans. The two of them shuddered violently. The illusion was completely dispelled, and the night's battle resumed. Dawn was breaking. Aikino Shun got up, 2 dark bruises beneath his eyes. He silently changed his underwear. He opened the window. The damp morning breeze hit his face. He glanced at the calendar on the wall. Only 3 days left until the fall of Konoha. 2 small furry creatures jumped onto the bed, nudging his hand and wagging their tails. Hey, from now on I'm also someone who owns a ninkin. Then he headed straight for the rental agency. That upstairs unit, the lease is terminated. The agent didn't ask another question. The entire building is Chino Toshio's property. He calls the shots. From now on, when renting out units, give priority to single women. He paused. Especially those who are quiet. Suddenly, I thought of Mizuki Miyabi across the way. Last time she blushed and handed me a sausage, and I haven't seen her since. I heard her mother fell ill, so she returned to the countryside. Thinking of her shy manner, Chi Yejuan couldn't help but let the corner of his mouth lift. He walked around to the homestead behind the mountain again. Captain Yamato had gone on a mission, and the project was progressing slowly. Inotoshi desperately wished he could learn wood release immediately. He wasn't expecting to master a big move like Forest Realm Descent. Right away, at least learn a couple of techniques that could build walls and houses first. Maybe someday he could even create some practical wood release ninjutsu of his own. That afternoon at the training ground, Jiraiya was still training Naruto. Chino Tashin practiced for a while and then slipped back home. At night, the upstairs finally quieted. He fell into a deep sleep. But unexpectedly, in this dream, he actually encountered that man. That character who shone in his heart, flawless. Everything in the dream was as clear as if it were real. The man even entrusted him with a task. Chi Yejuan suddenly opened his eyes. White mist spread everywhere, the surroundings blurred and indistinct. In the distance, rosy light flowed and shifted, peaceful and serene. Nearby, however, stood a row of statues, muscles bulging, lifelike. Where is this? Have I traveled back? Could it be Nilong Pavilion? Suddenly, a breeze swept through, carrying a strong scent that dispersed the mist. A shirtless man emerged from the fog. Wow, that physique makes girls scream, and guys envious V-cut abs, 8-pack, swaggering waist. The firm pectorals rose and fell with each breath. Chi Yejuan rubbed his eyes and let his gaze drift downward. Huh, this size and shape. Could it actually be very similar to Naruto's? Looking up more closely. Blonde hair, blue eyes, a smile warm as sunshine. Wait a minute. This can't be. The 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. The perfect male idol in his mind. Aside from his atrocious taste in names, he had no flaws. 2nd Hokage Tobirama once commented about him, saying the kid was a bit airhead. That time he activated Nine Tails mode and, teaming up with Sasuke, unleashed a finishing move that even Madara Uchiha and Obito stepped back half a pace in shock. But this earth-shattering move was given a tongue-twisting name. Scorch Release, Radiant Wheel Gale Jet Black Arrow Zero Type. Later, even Minato admitted with a laugh that he made the name up on the spot. But come to think of it, there really are quite a few weird ninjutsu names in the Naruto world. Things like Taijutsu Secret Art, Ultra Fire Release Jinjutsu Slash, Uchiha Rebound, the technique of throwing all shuriken outward. Each one is a masterpiece of terrible naming, just like their creator, Chino Toshiyuki. But who would have thought that this oddly named, slightly silly-looking boy, the orphan Jiraiya took in back then, ultimately became the youngest Hokage in history, carrying all of Konoha on his slim but resolute shoulders. At the same time, he had a striking nickname, Konoha's #1 Casanova. While others were rigorously training their ninjutsu, he was studying how to win a girl's heart. But that in no way prevents him from becoming a true strongman. At this moment, Minato Namikaze was smiling as he walked toward Aikino-shun. His smile was just like in the old days, warm enough to melt ice and snow. Aikino-shun looked up at that man who shone like the sun and involuntarily murmured the lines a girl had once written. Falling in love with you was the moment you smiled so brilliantly. The world seemed to lose its colors, leaving only your smile everywhere. Little one, who have you fallen for? Minato's voice sounded gentle. Chino Jun scratched his head awkwardly. What he had just been reading was precisely the love poem a girl once wrote to Minato. Naruto. He should be about the same age you were back then, right? Minato gently patted his head. A warm current flowed from above, and Aikino-shun involuntarily trembled. Minato led him to sit in the pavilion. His smile remained as gentle as ever. Only then did Aikino-shun fully wake up. He was still in a dream. He was puzzled. Why had he so clearly dreamed of the fourth Hokage? Was there, perhaps, some arrangement ordained in the unseen? It was as if Minato had seen through his thoughts. He smiled and said, "Actually, I'm here because of Naruto." For Naruto? Aikino Toshikazu froze. A bad premonition immediately rose in his chest. Because he remembered how he had taken Naruto to peek at the women's bath, given him manga and discs, taught him how to out-argue a crowd, step by step leading the blonde kid onto the path of a seasoned driver. Oh no, even his father couldn't bear it and came in a dream to scold me. But Minato smiled and said, "Thank you for always taking care of Naruto. I know you secretly slipped money into his underwear and under his pillow, taught him the Rasengan ahead of time, risked your life to protect him, and even helped him find a girlfriend." Aikino-shun breathed a long sigh of relief and grinned. "Well, ever-shining fourth Sama, are you satisfied with your future daughter-in-law?" When Suzuko Shizuka was mentioned, Minato paused for a moment. "I'm satisfied. It's just that it'd be even better if her hair were red." As expected, this redhead-loving nature of his was exposed once again. Tashinachika unintentionally glimpsed the other's bare body and couldn't help but ask, "Fourth Hokage, why aren't you wearing anything?" Minato Namikaze gave an awkward laugh. "Ahem, I was just sunbathing on the heavenly beach with Naruto's mom earlier." Shueimon waved his hand. A flash of white light, and he was clad in a white Hokage robe with a jade-green vest lining and blue tights beneath. He hesitated for a moment, then said, "Teach him to sing. To make him more cheerful, that's good. But some songs, aren't they a bit inappropriate?" "Inappropriate?" Chi-Jun scratched his head. Before he could think further, the fourth Hokage waved his hand again. Ripples shimmered through the air, revealing a scene. Naruto was in the bathhouse, covered in foam, singing at the top of his lungs. "I watched Mom and Dad walk away like that, leaving me alone in this strange world." Toshiyeno almost bit his tongue. "Isn't this its dawn? I never taught him that. Where did this kid pick it up?" "Don't misunderstand," Hiruzen hurriedly explained. "I just hope he could learn something a bit more cheerful." "Like what?" Hiruzen hummed softly. "The little conch toots tootily, the seagulls hear and spread their wings to fly." Toshio Chino widened his eyes. This fourth Hokage, who struck fear across the ninja world, actually had such a cute side in private. He couldn't help blurting out, "If I were a woman, I'd definitely chase after you immediately." "Why would you have to lift your leg to chase me?" Shueimon asked, tilting his head. Ahem, it's nothing." Chi Yejuan hastily changed the subject. Sumon's expression turned serious. "Actually, today I have a favor to ask. Beg me. The Flying Thunder God technique, Minato said solemnly. I wasn't able to teach it to Naruto personally, which is a regret. I hope you can finish it for me. Flying Thunder God? That is the ninjutsu that allows instant teleportation? Of course, Chino Toshio knew how powerful this technique was. A space-time ninjutsu developed by the second Hokage, it was downright godlike. Any ninjutsu with the character God in its name, what one of them isn't world-destroying? After he learned it himself through the system, he used it often to play tricks soaring through the woods with Hinata, making her cry out in surprise occasionally. He would mischievously appear behind Ino. However, why don't you personally enter his dream to teach him? Chino Toshio asked. Minato shook his head. I left this strand of chakra to guard from the shadows. The Nine Tails' resentment hasn't dissipated. Now is not the time to reveal myself. Chino Toshio suddenly understood. Could it be that because of the system, he had become a bridge between the dead and the living? He patted his chest. Leave it to me. Naruto is like my brother. Even without pay, I'll teach him wholeheartedly. Minato was slightly taken aback, a flicker passing through his eyes. His words sounded fine, but between the lines it was clear he was fishing for a reward. Yet what real thing could I, in a dream, possibly give him? He thought for a moment, then casually pulled a book out of his bosom. In this world, I also learned from Jiraiya and wrote a book. This, I'll give it to you. Shinono Toshi took it and looked at the cover, 108 Ways to Flirt. He twitched the corner of his mouth. Fine. Right. One more thing, the other added. Don't tell Naruto for now. Aikino Toshio nodded. A flash of golden light, and the dream shattered. He rubbed his eyes and sat up outside the window. Dawn was just breaking. It really was a dream after all. But when he turned his head, he suddenly saw that the bedside table held that book, 108 Ways to Pick Up Girls. Chi-Yi-Jun froze completely, staring at the book for a full 3 seconds. No way. Is this for real? He immediately thought of the system. With a thought, the system interface indeed lit up before his eyes. It turned out to be a new kind of sign in Dream Sign-In. Chi-Yi-Jun immediately spoke up to ask for a reward. Didn't I already give it to you in the dream? He picked up the thin little booklet, torn between a laugh and a cry. You think I need to learn this? Hinata, Ino, Fuka, Koyuki, which one Haven Tea I chatted with? In the future, I'll give even more girls a home. How is this book useful to me? The system was silent. Chi-Yi-Jun turned, pulled out a few discs, and shoved them into the player. The TV lit up, and the melody of Mama, Love Me Once More drifted out, followed by the opening of Home with Kids. What are you doing? The system clearly couldn't keep up. Chi-Yi-Jun said softly, I miss home. I miss my parents. Jumping off a building, electrocution. Which way can get me back? The system panicked instantly. No. If you die, I'm finished too. I can't provoke him, really can't. Ding. New mission. Teach Naruto the Flying Thunder God technique. Immediate reward upon completion. Would release Kekkei Genkai. Chino Toshio's eyes lit up, a triumphant smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Heavy nod. Would release. Finally waited for you. He jumped out of bed, face unwashed and teeth unbrushed, and headed straight to Naruto's house. Flying Thunder God? Naruto had heard of it long ago. During the mission in the Land of Waves, he kept pestering Aikino-shun to teach him. This time Ichino-shun took the initiative to come teach, and Naruto's drowsiness vanished instantly. He scrambled up in a flash. To learn the Flying Thunder God, you must first leave a mark on the target, drawing a seal on it with chakra. The second Hokage's seal was 2 circles, big and small, like a bagel. The fourth's emblem was the 4 characters, Ninei no Ken, sort of ninja love. And Ichino-shun's seal was a sausage with 2 eggs. First, replace your marks with symbols. Aikino-shun demonstrated. Naruto suddenly asked, can you use people's names as symbols? Sure, like using my name? Naruto glanced at him, face full of disdain. Alright, I guess the kid meant to write Fuko Shizuka. Naruto tilted his head, staring at the talisman diagram on the paper, his fingertips lightly tapping the desk. Infuse chakra into it. Sounds not that difficult. Ikuno Toshio beside him almost choked on his saliva. Simple? This is not an ordinary ninjutsu. When teacher Minato taught the escort squad, none of the 3 could perform it, so he eventually switched to teaching the Flying Thunder God technique. It required the 3 of them working together to complete. The requirements for chakra quantity, control, and precision are all top tier. But Naruto had already picked up a pen and was drawing swiftly on the paper. In less than half an hour, he slammed the pen down and grinned. Done. My signature technique rune, debut. Chino Toshio took it and froze on the spot. In the center of the paper, neatly written, Uchi wa Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke. He actually used Sasuke's name as a jutsu sigil? Does that mean the moment he activates the ninjutsu, it flies straight at Sasuke? What about Haruno Sakura? Is that not okay? Naruto asked, looking at Chino Ikano's blank face, scratching his cheek. Chino Ikano took a deep breath. Fine, totally fine. True love is invincible. I get it. Next, proceed to the second phase. Precisely inject chakra into the rune to form the mark. Naruto was full of confidence. He raised his hand, chakra gathering in his palm, but before he could finish sketching the outline of the character side, bang! A small hole exploded in the wall, dust streaming down. How could this be? Naruto widened his eyes. Shinono Toshi finally laughed out loud. Now you know it's not that simple, right? Unwilling to admit defeat, Naruto began practicing like crazy. Writing with chakra? He just wouldn't believe it couldn't be done. Take your time practicing. I'll go tell Jiraiya-sensei. When you've succeeded, we'll continue. Although Chino Toshiyuki was eager to learn would release, he could only wait patiently. An hour later, a scream tore through the sky above Konoha. Fuck! Naruto grabbed his head with both hands, kneeling on the ground, looking exactly like a student collapsing in the face of an out-of-syllabus exam question. How is this even possible? At noon, Ikuno Toshio pushed open Naruto's door and was frozen in place. The walls were riddled with holes. Not a single piece of furniture was intact. The toilet was shattered. The bed had collapsed. Even the refrigerator door had been blown off. Naruto stood in the center of the wreckage, 2 lines of tears on his face. Naruto, why do you insist on training at home? Isn't the training ground big enough? Shojuin. Naruto looked at him pitifully. My place is like this. Can I sleep at your place tonight? Chino Shun crossed his arms and raised an eyebrow. Humph. Who told you to write the jutsu for Sasuke and not for me? Then you might as well go sleep at his. He was just discharged from the hospital yesterday. Actually, he felt that Sasuke had been too quiet lately. That stubborn boy perhaps needed a bit of noisy warmth. And Naruto was the best beam of that light. Naruto immediately bristled. I'm not going to his house. But his gaze swept over the messy room, and his voice gradually dwindled. Before the furniture is fixed, I could crash at Sasuke's place for a few days, I guess. He scratched the back of his head and chuckled. Chino Toshio bumped him with his elbow. You're willing, but will Sasuke agree? That said, the two still tidied up quickly and headed for the Uchiha mansion. Last night, I argued with that girlfriend I met through matchmaking until late. She always looked down on me as a small-time cop with no prospects, earning less than her friend's boyfriend. She said I had only a handsome face and muscles, useless as a credit card. Even when I stayed up late writing novels, she'd sneer that they were a starving writer's daydream. Maybe it's really time to end it. After work today, I bumped into the girl in the neighboring building who always went bare-faced in a white dress. We exchanged a smile that feeling felt right. The afternoon sunlight in Konoha stretched the shadows long. Aikino Shun, arm in arm as they walked, suddenly spoke up. Hey, why is your ninja sigil so complicated? Couldn't you just draw a straight line? Why'd you have to write Sasuke's name on it? Naruto shook his head, his blonde hair shimmering in the sunlight. A ninja's worth isn't measured by how many jutsu he knows, but by the will that never gives up. Once you choose a path, you must see it through to the end. Aikino Shun almost choked. This line of reasoning. It's clearly a copy of Jiraiya-sensei. This guy is way too indoctrinated. Sasuke's family gate slowly opened. Even though he'd been here many times, Aikino Shun couldn't help but take a deep breath. It's too clean. The floor was mirror-like, a faint scent of lemon in the air. It was so tidy, it looked like an uninhabited model home. No wonder Sasuke never mopped. He knelt on the floor and wiped inch by inch with a damp cloth. Naruto handed over a carton of milk with a sheepish grin. Sasuke took it, his fingertips lightly tracing the production date on the packaging. After hearing the request to stay the night, he was silent for a moment, then finally nodded. But then he tossed out a scroll covered in rules. Keep quiet. Flatulence permitted. Music prohibited. Humming aloud. Howling forbidden. Keep it tidy. Trash is only allowed in the bin or beside your bedside. Be home before 9 p.m. Prioritize eating dinner at home. No nude race walking indoors. Refrain from using insulting language during arguments. And do not damage property. No bringing members of the opposite sex to stay overnight. Do not enter the other person's room after midnight except in emergencies. Ito Toshio stared in astonishment. This was practically a prenuptial agreement for newlyweds. Naruto was so angry his hair nearly stood on end. The will of ninjutsu, huh? Toshio Aikino secretly pinched the back of his neck. When you're under someone else's roof, know when to bow your head. Sasuke turned and tied on an apron. His knife work efficient as he began preparing the ingredients. Naruto snorted and muttered, "Look at that icy face. Is it too late for me to back out now? How about you still sleep on the floor at my place?" Chiejun suggested, holding back a laugh. Naruto looked at the busy figure in the kitchen and scratched his head. Never mind. Moving luggage is too much trouble. At that moment, Sasuke was standing with his back to them, chopping vegetables. The blade fell on the cutting board in a steady rhythm, making a crisp clack-clack sound. A faint curve appeared at the corner of his mouth, unnoticed by anyone. "Dinner's ready," he called out loudly, like an experienced hostess. Naruto's stomach had been growling nonstop. "I'm starving. Finally, we can eat." Aikino Toshi shook his head with a smile. "Don't expect too much." Sasuke carried over a plate of tomato and egg stir-fry and a dish of rice balls topped with katsuobushi. Naruto stared at the food, then glanced toward the kitchen, his eyes still searching, until Sasuke sat down cross-legged. "That's it." Sasuke nodded. "No way. This is way too meager. At least make some miso soup. How can we eat something this dry?" Sasuke lifted his eyes and gave him a faint glance. His gaze shifted to the roommate agreement on the wall. Silence. Chino-jun hurriedly tried to smooth things over. "All right, as long as we can eat our fill." Naruto could only pout, grab a rice ball, and stuff it into his mouth. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. "Wow, it's actually pretty good." Chitano-shun smirked inwardly. How could it not be? Someone seriously spent the whole morning shaping them. At the dining table, Sasuke said nothing. His manner was graceful, showing refinement. But Ikuno Toshio still noticed a hint of hesitation between his brows. After the meal, Naruto went to wash the dishes. Aino-shun pondered for a moment, then asked softly, "Sasuke, you seem to have something on your mind?" Sasuke had long since regarded him as a friend. He looked somewhat uncomfortable. After hesitating for a long time, he finally whispered, "Because Sakura, Sakura, Sakura." Naruto hurried back after a few quick motions of drying the bowl, just in time to hear. "What's going on?" Shinoiki pressed. Sasuke wanted to speak, but stopped. Naruto jumped up and shouted, "Hey, we're from the same year. I even stayed overnight when you were hospitalized. You're hiding this from us." Sasuke jerked his head up, eyes full of disbelief. "You stayed overnight? It was clearly you who had the fever. I helped you to the bathroom. I even helped support you." His words cut off abruptly. The air suddenly went quiet. Toshio Aikino's eyes lit up. "Huh? The restroom? Support what? How do I not know about this? Tell me everything." The other two instantly felt their ears burn. Naruto hurriedly waved his hands. First tell us about Sakura. What's wrong with her?" Finally, Sasuke said softly, "She confessed to me." The living room was silent. Naruto snapped back to his senses. "So you? How did you respond?" Sasuke lowered his eyelids. "I refused." Naruto secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but deliberately shouted, "That's so heartless." She mustered up the courage to confess. Sasuke remained silent. His gaze casually skimmed the family portrait on the table. He knew clearly in his heart, with the great vengeance unfinished, how could he call this a home? Chino Toshiharu deliberately joked with a smile. "Sakura has always liked you. She must be heartbroken. How about reconsidering?" Saying that, she sneaked a glance at Naruto. Just as expected, Naruto's face instantly darkened. "What are you thinking about? If you don't like it, don't force it. Love can't be forced." "Hey, we're not even adults yet. What do you mean by dating?" Aikino-shun snorted with laughter. "Then were you just blaming him for being too rough?" Sasuke slammed his fist down hard on the table. He leapt to his feet, his chest heaving violently. "Idiot! Who made you the one to lecture me? You're not an adult either. What about that Shizuka? Wasn't she at the hospital with you for 3 days and nights? If you've got the nerve, don't come to my house, go live at hers. Aikino Shun looked at the unusually emotional Sasuke and immediately understood. So Naruto's engagement was something he'd been concerned about all along. Naruto was cornered into silence. Aikino Shun quietly tugged at his sleeve. Go along with him a bit more during this time. Be nicer to him. Otherwise, you might regret it. Why? Is he going to run away or something? Before the words were finished, there was a knock at the door. Sasuke opened the door. Kakashi-sensei stood outside the door. But behind him trailed Sakura, her eyes downcast. Ever since Sasuke was discharged from the hospital, Kakashi had been visiting often. Today he happened to run into Sakura at the intersection after being rejected. She still couldn't let it go. Aikino Toshio's eyes lit up. Perfect timing. Why not lay it all out, so we don't get tangled up? He turned and went into the kitchen, coming back with an iron ladle. Come on, let us play a game, truth or dare. 5 people sat in a circle. Chino Tashimi flicked his fingertip, and the spoon spun rapidly. In the end, the handle of the spoon pointed at Kakashi. I'll choose truth, Kakashi said lazily, propping his cheek. Chino Toshi grinned. If Rabanji's sister and teacher Akai were both sleeping beside you, who would you turn over and hold? Kakashi froze. Naruto slapped the table and hooted. You have to answer. That's the rule. Kakashi cleared his throat. Liwanji. Boom. Thunder exploded outside the window, and a torrential downpour poured down. The spoon spun again. This time, it was aimed at Sasuke. The truth. His voice was cold. Chino Tashifumi took a deep breath. It's time. Sasuke, do you want to be with Sakura? Sakura jerked her head up, eyes shining. Sasuke did not hesitate. I don't want to. The 2 words pierced the air like an icicle. Sakura froze, her eyes instantly rimmed with red. And you? Do you have someone you like? Naruto suddenly interrupted. Sasuke glanced at him, silence like a wall. Naruto, however, pressed on relentlessly. Sakura bit her lip hard, a voice inside her screaming. Say it. Just say it already. I have to see which vixen stole his soul. Sasuke opened his mouth, but no sound came out. At that moment, a memory flashed the dark, deadly forest during the Chunin exams. The scene he encountered when he left his squad. A red-haired girl being driven against a tree by a black bear, eyes behind her lenses full of terror. He had stepped in to save her. Yes. Sasuke's voice was very soft. A red-haired girl with glasses. The air froze instantly. Everyone was stunned, except for Ichino Shun. He knew clearly that Sasuke was referring to the girl named Karen. Naruto felt an inexplicable emptiness in his heart, as if something had gently stabbed him. Sakura froze where she stood, tears welling up silently and tracing down her cheeks. Sakura, Tashin Aikino said softly, between a man and a woman, there can also be pure friendship. She lifted her tear-filled eyes, her voice trembling. Does that really exist? Naruto suddenly jumped up, pointed at her, and laughed loudly. Of course there is. As long as you're ugly, the whole ninja world is your friend. Huh? Sakura sprang to her feet, covered her face with both hands, and rushed out. I really shouldn't have come. This is simply asking for humiliation. Sasuke quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Better to have said it sooner. Aikino Shun wanted to end the game, but Naruto was on a roll. The spoon turned to Sasuke once again. Before he could open his mouth to choose, Naruto leaned in with a wicked grin and lowered his voice. Hey, Sasuke, you cold-faced guy. Do you take care of yourself at night too? What kind of stupid question is that? Don't pretend. All men do. Idiot. Idiot. Get out of my house. Naruto immediately drew his neck in and shut up. Kakashi took a deep breath, got up silently, and left. He understands the world of young people less and less. The afternoon sun was scorching. On the training ground, Chino Toshio continued to instruct Naruto in practicing the Flying Thunder God. He hoped Naruto could master it quickly. This way, the day I obtain the wood-release Kekkei Genkai will be a little closer. The sun set in the west. Training finished. Chino Tashimi instantly teleported to Sunset Village. Fubana Koki returned from the land of snow, bringing along several railway engineers. Although a secret tunnel to Konoha has been discovered, it cannot yet be used on a large scale. Building a railway connecting the 2 villages is imperative. After seeing off his guests, Chiano Shun walked toward the manor. Kimamuru, Zabuza, and Haku sat around eating together, The atmosphere is cozy as a family. Seeing little brother return, Kimamaro's eyes lit up. He cooked himself and soon brought out a steaming bowl of soup. Little brother, drink some bone broth. It'll give you calcium. Chia Toshimi looked into the bowl, thick bones looming faintly, and his hair stood on end. What? What kind of bones are these? Kimamaro laughed and said, Of course they're big bones for making soup. I know they're bones. I'm asking, where did they come from? His stomach churned. Kimamaro paused, then burst into loud laughter. It's a pig that absolutely won't be slaughtered. Specifically for entertaining the snow country experts. I specially saved a few pieces. Only then did Chia Jun let out a sigh of relief. But he only managed to take 2 sips. He still felt a bit creeped out. Don't bother making bone broth from now on. It's too much trouble, and I'm not that fond of it. Kimamaro nodded immediately. Okay, then next time I'll make you a pork rib rice bowl. The next day, at the Leaf training ground, Naruto was still practicing hard, sweat glinting in the sunlight. Jiraiya went out on a secret mission. Shinono Toshio was practicing alone. A rapid series of footsteps approached from afar. It was Hinata. She was out of breath from running. Her cheeks flushed, a few strands of hair stuck to her temples with sweat. What's the matter? Shinono Toshio stepped forward, his gaze unconsciously sweeping over her legs. He walked steadily and wasn't injured. No, this is bad. Hinata clutched her chest. At your family shop, there's a fight. A fight. It's Sakura and that red-haired girl. Maki Uzumaki. How could they get physical? Toshimitsu Ichino immediately ran toward the funeral parlor across the street. He hadn't reached the door when he heard a ripping and shouting. 2 figures were locked in a scuffle, pink-haired Sakura and red-haired Maki, each grabbing the other's hair and refusing to let go. At that moment, the usually quiet Kurosawa stepped out. He held a short knife in his hand, the blade reflecting a cold gleam. I don't care what personal grudges you have. His voice was soft, yet like an ice pick piercing the air. But don't make trouble in my shop. The blade tip gently turned toward Sakura. Your hands are very pretty. If you don't stop them, I wouldn't mind keeping one as a souvenir. Sakura froze instantly in her movement. She stared into Kurosawa's cold eyes, and a chill raced up her spine. Later, Chia Toshiyoshi found out the reason. It turned out that Sakura had heard Sasuke fancied a red-haired girl who wears glasses, so she searched all over the village. By coincidence, Maki had recently started wearing rimless glasses simply because Kurosawa casually said she was a little crazy and lacked some sophistication. As a result, Sakura immediately assumed she was her rival Karen, rushed over, and started a fight. Although Maki wasn't a ninja, she had a hair-trigger temper. The 2 of them tore into each other on the spot. By the time they were pulled apart, Sakura's hair was disheveled and her face bore several scratches of blood, yet she kept cursing and swearing. After dealing with the farce, Toshio Chino dragged his exhausted body home. When women get angry, they're more terrifying than an S-rank mission. He collapsed to the floor and sighed. 1 day passed. Only 2 days remained until the Konoha collapse plan. Naruto was finally able to use Flying Thunder God at short range, although his sensing range still couldn't reach beyond 2 rooms. But at least he had taken the first step. That night, Toshio Ichino dreamed of Namake's Minato once again. The blonde fourth smiled at him and thanked him, then led him to a strange beach. It turned out to be a nudist beach. Men and women were naked, singing and dancing under the sunlight. Toshio Ichino stared in amazement, and even caught sight of Naruto's mother, the red-haired Kushina Uzumaki. When the dream began to fade, Suemon suddenly opened his arms and looked at him with tenderness. Shinono Tashinari understood that he missed his son, so he proactively jumped into his embrace. Uncle Shuai. He leaned close to Sumon's ear and lowered his voice. Can you do me a favor? Tell me, can you plan a dream for Hyuga Hinata? Tell him if he dares to stop me from dating Hinata, you'll use all your chakra to completely annihilate the Hyuga clan? Sherman was stunned, his expression frozen. The dream abruptly stopped. The system notification beep sounded immediately. Reward issued. Would release technique. Tashinori Yeno's long-awaited would release was finally within reach. This is a secret ninjutsu uniquely created by the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and one of the most powerful Kekkei Genkai in the world of the Hokage. Would release has 3 main uses. Combat. building houses, and comedy. Lord Hashirama's wood release is a killing art born for the battlefield. He once summoned a tree world and flattened an entire valley. As for that towering thousand-armed great Buddha, it was an almost legendary force of destruction. And Captain Yamato's wood release was the skillful hand that rebuilt homes. Especially after Pain destroyed Konoha with a single strike, his house-building speed was faster than autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. The real estate world needs talents like you, someone joked. The first Hokage's wood release conquered the world. Yamato's wood release beautified the world. Zabuza, Dodo, and Juya all mastered wood release, and even the young Moegi was growing. Ichino Shun thought of Danzo again. That man had transplanted Hashirama's cells. His arm was studded with Sharingan. Normally, he could barely suppress the cell's backlash. After being grievously wounded by Sasuke, the balance was broken. The result? His entire arm twisted and grew wildly, instantly transforming into a monstrous giant tree. Danzo's wood release was simply an absurd joke. After transmigrating into this world, wood release had always been the power Chi Yi-jun desired most. And today, his dream finally came true. But he knew clearly in his heart that this was only the awakening of a bloodline limit. The system would at most grant him a basic house-building ninjutsu. It wouldn't hand him god-slaying power right at the start. Even so, from today on, he also possessed wood release. A surge of excitement shot through his whole body like an electric current. He took a deep breath, opened the system interface, and completed the dream check-in. Ping. Check-in successful. Reward obtained. Bloodline limit wood release. The prompt tone had just fallen. A sharp sense of collapse suddenly seized him, as if all his strength had been drained. Immediately, a tearing agony exploded from deep within his bones. This feeling could probably rival a woman's first night. Fortunately, the pain came fiercely and left swiftly. After a moment, his body seemed to be remade. Every cell burst with vigorous life. He felt full of energy, even his breath carrying the fresh vitality of plants. After all, the essence of wood release is the ultimate life force. Ah, so this is wood release. Chino Toshio's Adam's apple bobbed as he couldn't help laughing out loud. The system immediately popped up a new prompt. Ding. Acquired wood release for pillar prison technique. Ding. Acquired wood release. Linked pillar family technique. Although he hadn't obtained those world-destroying forbidden arts, Chi Yi-jun was already content. At least there was now something to strive for in the future. Maybe one day he might unlock the Flower Tree Realm descent. Late at night, when all was quiet, he couldn't wait to test his skills. He slipped into the private training space, formed a seal, and barked. Wood release for pillar prison. Boom. The ground split with a sound. Stout giant trees burst from the earth, interlacing and climbing, and in an instant formed a solid wooden cage. Not a bad control technique. He nodded in satisfaction. When he was eager to try out the Lianju technique, the system warning sounded. This technique will severely disrupt the spatial ecological balance. Chi Yi-jun smiled and withdrew his hand gesture. The Lianju technique is an advanced version of the Suzuzi technique. It can instantly erect an entire residential district. But the chakra it consumes is like a breached flood wall. Fortunately, chakra, money, and a beautiful confidant. I lack none of them. The next morning, Konoha Avenue was still bustling with people. Only one day remained until the collapse plan, yet the villagers were completely unaware that danger was approaching. Chi Yejuan turned and walked toward the homestead on the back mountain, his steps brisk. The sun blazed overhead, sunlight filtering through layer upon layer of leaves and sprinkling dappled spots of light across the clearing in the woods. Chino Ike squinted. In a pretty good mood. This weather was perfect for using wood release to build a house. He was just thinking it over when he suddenly stopped dead in his tracks as he passed the training ground. It was Naruto and Sasuke. He quickly slipped behind a tree, shook out the invisibility cloak, and draped it over himself. Hey! Naruto wiped his sweat and stopped Sasuke, who was about to form a hand sign. Who exactly is that red-haired, glasses-wearing girl you like? Sasuke turned his face away. The crackling lightning in his hand suddenly died out. Tell me, I can keep a secret. Naruto grabbed his sleeve. Quit acting cool. Have I seen her? Is she pretty? Sasuke suddenly turned around. His gaze was nailed to Naruto's face like a tack. Too close. Close enough to see the dust clinging to the other's eyelashes. Sasuke abruptly stepped back half a pace, his profile sinking into the shade of the trees. Naruto only saw his tightly pressed mouth and the faintly reddened tip of his ear. Annoying. Sasuke suddenly leapt up toward the ancient tree, his robes whipping up a gust of wind. Don't run. Naruto immediately gave chase, the chakra on his feet leaving shallow dents in the trunk. The two shot upward like arrows, bark rustling and falling. The wind at the treetop made it hard to keep one's eyes open. Naruto had just grabbed a thick branch when he saw Sasuke standing higher up, looking down at him, his black hair wildly whipped by the wind. Asshole! Naruto swung his fist and lunged, but his foot slipped. His body instantly lost weight, his vision spun. In the darkness, Aikino Shun's fingertips had already formed beads of sweat. But then a shadow streaked downward. Naruto had never seen Sasuke like that. Hair disheveled, pupils constricted, even his forehead protector flung off. The face that was always icy cold was now twisted in panic. Amid the howling wind, a strong hand clamped tightly onto his wrist. Crack! Crack! The branches snapping one after another were like fragile matchsticks. The falling slowed. Sasuke's hot breath sprayed against the hollow of his neck, carrying sweat and a blood-like, rusty smell. Boom! The two of them crashed heavily into the thick pile of fallen leaves. Naruto was completely pinned beneath him, hearing the rapid heartbeat coming from the chest of the person on top. Sasuke suddenly sprang away, hastily brushing the hair that had been blocking his view. Idiot! If you can't control your chakra, don't try to climb trees like someone else. He panted as he kicked away a broken branch. If you fall again next time, I won't be your cushion. Sunlight filtered through his disheveled hair, illuminating his flushed earlobes. That familiar sneer flashed across Sasuke's eyes for a moment, like a thorn stabbing into Naruto's heart. Naruto was stunned for 2 seconds. Then, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, he completely bristled. The faint stir of emotion that had just arisen vanished like smoke. Looking at Sasuke's haughty demeanor, the vein at the corner of Naruto's forehead throbbed. Hey, who asked you to mind your own business? He waved his fist and shouted. Even if you hadn't pulled me, nothing would have happened. At worst, just a few broken bones. I'm Uzumaki Naruto, a real man. I'm not afraid of that. In the shadows, Chino Tashika almost laughed out loud. Clearly your heart's bursting with joy, but your mouth's as hard as stone. At this moment, pain still pulsed through both of them. They struggled to their feet and knelt on the ground, breathing heavily. Sasuke snorted coldly. If I hadn't held you back, you'd already be lying here bawling for your parents. Don't be so full of yourself. Naruto jumped up. If you've got the guts, fight me. Fight someone as stupid as you. That would be a waste of my chakra. Sasuke turned his head away, his tone contemptuous. The word idiot instantly ignited Naruto. Without thinking, he lunged forward. To his surprise, Sasuke easily sidestepped. Enough, you moron. I don't have time to play with you. Naruto wouldn't give up and wildly swung his fists. Sasuke spun sharply, pinning him to the ground. What do you actually want to do? Is your stupidity bottomless? Naruto was pressed to the ground. When he looked up, he met Sasuke's face, written all over with fatigue. I just want to know who that red-haired girl is. Naruto's voice suddenly dropped. Sasuke raised an eyebrow. What does that have to do with you? Of course it matters. Naruto immediately retorted. We're rivals. Of course I need to know whether your girlfriend looks better than mine. Sasuke's expression suddenly turned cold, and the force in his hand abruptly increased. Get lost. Naruto cried out in pain, straining with all his strength to break free, throwing a punch to fight back. However, at the very moment the two struggled fiercely, Sasuke suddenly lost his balance. His lips lightly brushed the corner of Naruto's mouth. Time seemed to freeze. Naruto froze instantly, his eyes bulging wide. Sasuke was stunned too, a rare look of shock flashing across his face. In the shadows, Ikeda Toshio drew a sharp breath. Wow. A few seconds later, the two of them suddenly snapped back to their senses. Naruto shoved Sasuke away, frantically wiping his mouth, his voice breaking as he flared up. Uchiha Sasuke. You giant idiot. What are you doing? Sasuke had already returned to his cold demeanor. He slowly stood up, wiped his lips with his finger, and said indifferently, "Idiot, this is the answer." "Un? Swear." After a long moment, Sasuke brushed the grass crumbs off his clothes and shifted his gaze away from Naruto. "Never mind. I didn't expect you to understand anyway." He stood in front of Naruto, sunlight streaming through his short black hair. Naruto looked up and, for the first time, clearly saw the complicated expression on Sasuke's face as he looked down at him. At that moment, Naruto had to admit, that annoying guy's profile actually looked kind of nice in the light. A faint, almost imperceptible curve tugged at Sasuke's lip as he turned and disappeared into the depths of the woods. Naruto lay on the grass, watching the swaying leaves. The answer, what is it really? Many years later. Toby, it was I who caused your parents' deaths. Naruto, I forgive you. Nine Tails, because of you, his parents died. Naruto, I forgive you. Nagato, I killed your mentor. Naruto, I forgive you. Aikino-shun, I'm with the woman who should have been yours. Naruto, I forgive you. Momoshi, I injured Sasuke. Naruto pupils constricting sharply, his fist instantly clenched. You said, Wati? Tao style is dead. Naruto also received that answer. Aikino-shun had actually long suspected what Sasuke would say. Idiot, he's telling you why he can't accept Sakura. After Namino also left with his head hanging, Chino Tashina lifted his cloak. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, dappled across his face. How much longer can this bond hold? Next time we meet, we might have to fight with swords. But in his heart, he was certain. The bond between Naruto and Sasuke is purely a brotherly affection. It is by no means anything else. Leaving the forest, Chino Toshio came to the homestead on the back hill. A gentle breeze brushed by, and colorful butterflies danced among the grass. Like a paradise cut off from the world. The workers were bent over, toiling as they dug the foundation. Chia-jun paid them directly and asked them to leave. With wood release in hand, why build a foundation? Wood release, technique of the Rinpa family. He knelt on one knee and struck the ground with a palm. The earth trembled lightly. In the blink of an eye, several two-story wooden houses sprang up. On the desolate back mountain, a neat cluster of buildings suddenly appeared. Chia-jun couldn't help but curl his lips. A surge of accomplishment rose in his chest. His wood release didn't come from transplanted cells, but was acquired with a single mouth, plus some special methods. Yet the effect was no less impressive. He pushed open the wooden door and entered the room. Although built of wood, it was unusually sturdy. It was by no means inferior to the work of a professional craftsman. I wonder if someday I could figure out some kind of brick escape and just build a brick and tile house. After walking around inside and out, Chino Toshikazu was quite satisfied. It's just that I'm still missing furniture. Maybe I can invent a wood release furniture art? But he did not stop there. Forming hand seals with both hands, he let out a low shout. Earth release, earth flow, frenzy wall. Boom. The newly built wooden house collapsed with a crash. He planned to reorganize, build a grander residence. Although Sunagakure already has estates, for now his main area of activity is still Konohagakure. No rush anyway. With wood release, I can build a house anytime. I'll wait until the collapse plan is completed. The results of this trial put him in a good mood. But at the thought of the third round of the Chunin exams starting tomorrow, his chest felt as if a stone were pressing on it again. After all, he still preferred peaceful days. After leaving the back hill, Chino Toshio walked toward the training ground as usual. In fact, he had already noticed it just a moment ago. Two masked ninjas appeared one after the other. One was from the Umbu, the other from Root. But he didn't take it to heart at all. The world is nearly plunged into chaos. What's there left to fear? The 3 generations will definitely come for me. Danzo right now still doesn't dare make a move. As expected, training hadn't been going on long when a clandestine ninja appeared. Aikino-shun, the Hokage requests your presence. As the door to the Hokage's office was just pushed open, the third put down the crystal ball and greeted him with a smile. Oh, Shun has come. He didn't mention would release, instead he joked. You brat, you're actually trying to fool your grandpa with a magnifying glass. Chi-Jun grinned and asked directly. Lord Hokage, did you call for me? Saratobi Hizashi waved his hand. Don't be so formal. When there's no one around, just call me grandpa. Looking at the markings on the old man's face, Chino Toshiki knew clearly. He didn't have much time left. After a few polite exchanges, the three generations finally got down to business. The crystal ball lurched violently in Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand, nearly slipping free. He watched Ikino Shun in the training ground, his fingertips trembling slightly. Would release. Would release, of all things. Even seeing it with his own eyes, he still found it unbelievable. This boy possessed the same power as the first Hokage, and had even awakened it earlier than the records indicated. Sunlight filtered through the Hokage's office window, casting flickering patches of light across the tea. Have a taste this year's chrysanthemum tea. The third pushed the ceramic cup a little closer, his smile carrying the warmth of an elder. You know Captain Yamato. He is currently the only shinobi in the village who can use wood release. Of course, Danzo's experimental subjects don't count. Toshio Aikino took a sip of tea. Its clean, bitter aroma spread across his tongue. That child is too straightforward. There's always a layer between us. Sandai shook his head with a light laugh. Not like us grandfather and grandson, who don't beat around the bush. Hokage grandpa, what is it you want to say? The old man coughed twice, his knuckles tapping the table. An old man has to think about a fallback. When I step down from the Hokage post, I need something to do. Aren't you the owner of several hot pot restaurants? I already transferred them to Ebisu long ago. That nightclub? Nonsense. Sanda suddenly raised his voice, then hurriedly lowered it. It's all rumors. Ahem ahem. Asma, who was still out on the training ground, sneezed 3 times in a row. Sandai rose and walked to the window, pointing toward the barren stretch of land outside the village. I want to go into the real estate business. Aikino Shun immediately understood the old man coveted his ability to create houses with wood release. Looking at the other's wrinkled profile, Aikino Shun nodded slightly. With only a little over 10 hours until Pain's attack, the old man was about to reach the end of his life. The request now carried the warmth of dusk. Split it for 6, you take 6, I take 4. As the third turned, a light flashed in his eyes. Toshio Aikino did not haggle. He knew plainly that this agreement could never be fulfilled. The tea cooled, was refilled, cooled again. They spoke of old times, spoke of the defector from Konoha. That child, Orochimaru. The third traced the rim of his teacup, his voice growing hushed. Conflicts accumulate little by little. When he was young, I tested him in math, gave him 9 books from my collection, then borrowed 1 from Jiraiya. How many books in total? 0. Orochimaru answered at the time. I said he doesn't understand math, but he said. Sandai shrugged helplessly with a bitter smile. Said I don't understand Jiraiya. As dusk deepened, Chino stood to take his leave. At the doorway he looked back. The old man stood in the slanting sunlight, raised his hand as if to say something, but in the end only gave a small wave. On the way home, an indistinct unease clung to his heart. Rounding the corner, he ran into Hinata carrying a food box. Warm rice rose from the box. Sweet sauce. He temporarily pushed down his scattered thoughts. Where are you headed? Jun-kun, I specially made soup for you. Hinata's voice was soft as she handed over the warm soup cup. I put in lotus seeds, white fungus, and deer penis. It's good for the body. After speaking, she lowered her head, a flush rising on her cheeks like a ripe peach. Chino Tashiichi was stunned. This is to tonify my body. Could it be that she again? He leaned close to Hinata's ear, the warmth of his breath fanning her earlobe. Do you want to stay tonight? Hinata's ear roots immediately burned. She shoved the soup cup into his arms and turned to flee, but Chino Tashiichi grabbed her waist and held her. Stop it, Junji, she stamped her foot in a panic. The Chunin exams are tomorrow. I need to conserve my energy. Ikino Jun chuckled softly, his fingertips tracing her flushed cheek. Just go inside to watch a disc. I promise I'll behave. But after the player had only been running for 10 minutes, Hinata grew restless and stood up. I have to go back to training. Tomorrow's battle, I want my father to truly acknowledge me. She gripped the hem of her clothes, her voice as light as a feather brushing past. Ikino Jun nodded and walked her through the brightly lit shopping street. Laughter from children suddenly came from the alley. Konohamaru was staring longingly at the first Hokage doll in Moegi's hands. Let me play with it. Konohamaru hopped and tried to grab it. Moegi hid the doll behind her back. No way. Konohamaru suddenly pulled down his pants, triumphantly pointing at his crotch. I have this. You'll never have it. Then he casually tugged down Udon's pants beside him. Udon has one too. Moegi snorted and actually lifted her skirt. Who cares? Mom says I have this. And when I grow up, I'll have as many like you as I want. Toshio Chino sucked in a breath to stop it, but Hinata lightly grabbed his sleeve. Just a child's joke. She pursed her lips in a smile, the corners of her eyes curving like crescent moons. Only after they passed the street corner did Toshio Chino fully register it. These kids in the Naruto world were far too precocious. The night breeze brushed Hinata's hair. He couldn't help leaning in to whisper, "Then shall we play a game too?" What kind of game? For example, a game where the little brother looks for his little sister? Hinata flushed from her neck to her forehead and punched him. You promised to wait 6 months. Men are all big pig hooves. 6 months ago, she never would have said that, but now it came out with a coquettish sweetness. Chino Tashimi watched her fleeing figure, his atoms apple bobbing. At home, he opened the window, fished out a cigarette pack, then shoved it back into his pocket. His vow to quit smoking was branded on his heart like the warmth she left behind. Neon lights flickered from the night market downstairs as he thought of the bloodstorm the exam would unleash tomorrow. The undead of impure world reincarnation, the pale light sealing the corpses, the fated showdown between the Third and Orochimaru. Ping. System task issued. Master summoning jutsu. A curtain of light suddenly unfolded in the void. Night was deep, and a system prompt sounded in Chiejun's mind. Ding. Please have the host learn the spirit communication technique. Ape Demon before the Konoha collapse plan. He sat up abruptly. What a joke. There's only one night left. Moonlight poured through the window, falling on his incredulous face. The Third's unique summoning technique. I'm an outsider, why would he be willing to teach me? His knuckles unconsciously tapped the edge of the bed. He recalled the Third's hesitating expression yesterday in the Hokage's office. But at the thought of the Monkey King's heroic figure, excitement flared again in Chino Toshio's eyes. That was a powerful summoning beast that could transform into the Vajra Rui staff. It changes at will and wipes out whole armies. Perfect. I'll be the one to continue its legend. He nimbly swung his legs off the bed and unrolled the scroll. The pen tip skimmed the paper, making a rustling sound. At this moment in the Hokage's office, smoke swirled. Ape-and-Fly Hishirama put down his pipe. His right eyelid was twitching again. It hasn't stopped since this morning. Left eye twitch means money. Right eye twitch means trouble. He recalled Chinoya Shun's offhand comment. Last night, he dreamed again of deceased relatives and the successive Hokage. In the dream, the first slapped the mahjong table and called out that they were one short. Sigh. He rubbed his brow. His gaze swept over the contract scroll yellowed on the table. The power of the Ape Demon clan cannot be carried into the grave. That kid Chino Toshio, gifted and straight of heart. He is the most suitable heir. But we only finished discussing cooperation yesterday, and now to propose teaching ninjutsu already seems a bit. Lord Hokage, an ANBU ninja suddenly appeared. Chino Toshio requests an audience. Third Hokage pinched out his cigarette, but, please. The youth approached carrying a scroll, his smile bright. Grandpa Hokage, this is the residential district layout I designed. The moment the scroll unfurled, the Third's eyes widened. Not the sensual-made portrait one might imagine, but a meticulous architectural sketch staggered houses, with detailed measurements marked. Shimu Garden Complex. Chi Yijun's fingertip glided across the plans. You've worked hard your whole life. The profits are 80% to you, 20% to me. Third generation's fingers trembled slightly. This gesture of sincerity carried far more weight than any words. Outside, crows called moonlight poured over the sand table. Their shadows fell on the plans, as if they were already standing side by side. Being able to have the Third Hokage personally teach, that's what matters most. As expected, upon hearing this, the Third's face lit up with joy. He merely offered a small suggestion. Shimu Garden Complex? That name doesn't sound grand enough. How about calling it Gaochao Complex? What do you think? Chi Yijun immediately applauded in agreement. An old man and a young man looked at each other and smiled, each calculating in his own mind. Chi Yijun was just about to take the opportunity to request to learn the spirit communing technique. But Sandai beat him to it, narrowing his eyes as he asked, Little June, I heard. You've already mastered the toad's spirit communing technique? Chi Yi-jun was stunned. How did he know? Sanda rubbed his beard and murmured to himself. If one can master the essence of that kind of space-time ninjutsu, learning other summoning arts will naturally be much easier. He suddenly remembered something and lowered his voice. By the way, that little boy who is always inseparable from you. Is he from the Tiger Clan? Chino Tashimi felt a jolt in his chest. That old man's eyesight was truly sharp. He did not hide it and nodded. Sanda inhaled sharply. He had only been guessing. After all, the Tiger Clan had been silent in the ninja world for many years. He hadn't expected that Chino Tashimi could actually summon a member of the Tiger Clan. This was simply a prodigy destined for learning the summoning arts. Startled, Sendai immediately thought of tiger clans that could take human form. He leaned closer, wearing a mischievous smile, and asked, Xiao Jun, besides that little boy, can you summon other tigers? For example, an adult form? Chi Yi-jun understood at once. He made a hand seal. With a soft bang, as the smoke dispersed, Sister Lang Shangmu appeared. She had been enjoying the springtime in Huashi Valley summoned over. She was not annoyed, but beamed with joy. Seeing Sandai's white hair and white robe, her eyes brightened. Is this handsome, white-bearded gentleman a doctor? She had never seen a Hokage robe before. It only struck her as a bit like the Konoha hospital doctor's uniform. Chino Toshitaka was about to formally introduce himself, but Sandai cheerfully stepped forward and answered first. That's right, I am a gynecology master. Chino Tashioshi almost laughed out loud. As if on cue, after Shangmu recently took human form, she had been feeling somewhat unwell, increased secretions, and a faint dragging pain in her lower abdomen. Sandai seriously offered to examine her. Shangmu graciously slipped off the black robe, revealing pale skin. Sandai tried hard to stay composed, but his breathing had already quickened. As she leaned against the sofa and spread her legs to prepare for an examination, puffed. 2 streams of nosebleed shot from Sandai's nostrils like fountains. He wobbled twice and toppled straight backward. When he slowly came to, Shangmu had long since left. Sandai wiped his face, although a little disheveled. His eyes showed satisfaction. He took Chi Ye-jun to an empty rooftop. The essence of spirit communication is to form a contract with a spirit beast using blood. Third generation said succinctly. As for the specific principles, I suppose you already understand. After speaking, he bit his thumb, smeared the blood on his palm, quickly formed hand seals with both hands, and then slapped his palm down onto the ground. A circle of mysterious runes appeared on the ground, accompanied by a swirl of white smoke. When the smoke cleared, Chi Ye-jun was so shocked he covered his mouth. It's actually the Ape King, the Ape Demon. Seeing him with my own eyes, he was far more majestic and imposing than in the animation. The Ape Demon twisted his neck and boomed. HM? Sarutobi, long time no see. Why are you in such a state? Nosebleed again? Did you summon me to fight? Or to help you chase a woman? How's Koharu? I've been missing her a bit. Ahem ahem. The third quickly interrupted his friend's loose tongue. I'm here today to drink tea, play chess, and catch up. Seeing his old buddy, the third's face also showed a sincere smile. Over the years, the village has been peaceful, and indeed it had been a long time since he'd summoned him. He pointed to the young man beside him and solemnly introduced, This is my last disciple, Chi Yi-jun Xiao Jun. Come quickly and pay your respects to Grandfather Yuanma. Chi Yi-jun snapped out of his shock, hurried forward a step, and respectfully saluted. Chi Yi-jun bowed deeply, his voice clear. Hello, Grandfather Yuanma. You remind me of the towering hero from the storybooks I read as a child. As he spoke, he took 2 books from his bosom, one a color-illustrated Journey to the West, the other a leather-bound collector's edition. Yuanma's rough fingers turned the pages, his gaze landing on the illustration of Sun Wukong wreaking havoc in heaven, and he suddenly burst into a loud laugh. Huh? Isn't this exactly what I looked like when I was young? While he laughed heartily, Chino Shun jogged over and brought 3 heavy wooden boxes. The moment the lids were lifted, the sweet scent of peaches spread out inside. Plump flat peaches were neatly stacked, each about the size of a fist. You old rascal. Enma squinted and poked the 3rd Hokage's arm. Where did you find such a clever kid? Hiruzen Sarutobi's pipe sent up a wisp of smoke, and mischievous laugh lines creased the corner of his eyes. Since you two get along so well, didn't the old fellow bring a welcome gift for the youngster? The air suddenly froze. Enma's smile stiffened on his face. He turned to look at the child, who held his hands tightly to his chest with sparkling eyes and could only awkwardly scratch the back of his head. Bark's rough skin scraped and made a rustling sound. Grandpa Enma's heroic battle pose is the best gift. Chino Toshio's voice tinkled like spring water on stone. He tilted his head, dimples dancing on his cheeks. Seeing you has already made me super happy. Enma's chest heaved violently. Then he suddenly spread his furry arms. Good child. Next time Grandpa will definitely make it up with a big gift. Pinky swear. The boy's outstretched little finger was hooked by Enma's bronzed finger, and the laughter of old and young startled the birds flying in the forest. When the third Hokage exhaled a smoke ring and spoke the 4 words contract scroll, the wrinkles on Enma's brow deepened sharply. He pulled his old friend under the peach tree and lowered his voice. You want this child to inherit the Enma clan's contract? The pipe's ember flickered in the dusk. Chiano-shun clenched his clothing and heard his heart pounding like a drum. He saw the white brows of the monkey demon fluttering as he pondered, saw the fingers of the third Hokage trembling slightly behind his back. Were those the seals for a reconnaissance ninjutsu? The boy drew in a breath of peachy sweetness, letting the evening breeze carry away the cold sweat from his palms. From the distant training ground came the sound of kunai hitting their targets. Thud, 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 like the tolling of a countdown clock for him. Looking up, the signboard of a cram school came into view. So she was a teacher here. Judging by the way she stood at the door talking to parents, she'd probably just graduated and couldn't get into a formal school without connections. So she was working here. She hadn't noticed me. I'll have to walk by here more often. At night at home, I set up the camera and waited. Finally, her figure appeared at the window, then she swiftly drew the curtains. When she reappeared, she was wearing a cool nightgown and hanging clothes on the balcony. Had she just showered? After she finished hanging the laundry, the curtains were drawn again. She was probably getting ready for bed. I felt like a cat was scratching inside my chest. My phone buzzed. My girlfriend sent a WeChat. A distant relative of hers had come to the provincial capital for treatment and wanted to stay at my place. But I keep a few cats that are especially skittish. Strangers make them act up. I refused. There are so many hotels now, why must they stay at my place? She got upset and told me to pay for a hotel, specifying the Sheraton at over 1,000 a night. Why the hell? Just then, the ape demon suddenly spoke, his voice low. That brat Asma, still so rebellious? Asma, why bring him up all of a sudden? Chino Tashiomi looked at the ape demon with the full white beard and recalled Asuma's thick beard. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. The third was famously handsome in his youth, and Konohamaru wasn't lacking either, so why did Asuma, so young, have such a big beard? And he even resembled the ape demon a little. Is this just a hereditary coincidence, or is there some other secret? The third generation waved his hand and chuckled. As for him, besides going on missions and training students, he spends all his time focused on Akatsuki Red. In fact, Asuma and Konohamaru alike both wanted to shake off the label of son of the Hokage. He wanted to stand on his own strength. He even ran away from home for that, going to the land of fire to become one of the 12 guardian ninja. Perhaps it was precisely this stubbornness that kept him from ever signing a summoning contract. Chie Toshio suddenly thought of Boruto, who might never appear again. These second-generation Hokage, shouting, "This isn't the life I wanted," while enjoying their family's protection. How ironic. And I, the son of an ordinary songstress, with no one to rely on, have only myself to thank for making it this far. The system silently muttered from the side. What are you even fighting without me? At this moment, the third generation turned to the ape demon. What do you think of Xiao Jun? I don't really care either way. Although the ape demon clan had never signed a pact with outsiders, it was not explicitly forbidden. He just still had reservations. This kid is only in his teens, right? Not enough chakra, weak mental strength. If he summons a useless summon, not only won't it help, we'll have to clean up after him. The third Hokage laughed out loud. Don't underestimate him. He's known as the Leaf's veteran driver, has seen countless tapes, and has no code in his heart. Grandpa Hokage. Ahem, I misspoke. The ape demon grew interested and threw out a roll of scrolls. Come, let me see what he can summon. Chi Yejuan signed the contract and stood up. Actually, he himself didn't know what would be summoned. He didn't form any hand seals, he just slapped the ground with both hands. The ape demon was about to stop him, but the third generation blocked him. He doesn't need to form seals. With a clap of his hands, everything that should be will appear. A puff of white smoke rose, gradually emerging from the haze. A golden-furred monkey lay on the ground, legs crossed, leisurely munching on a banana. Veins bulged on the ape devil's forehead. How could it be him? He muttered softly. The monkey hadn't paid any attention to the ape demon's sullen expression. He casually tossed the banana peel, which landed squarely on the third Hokage's head, then flipped himself up and jumped. Yo, check it out. Bakayaro. Kusoyaro. Old man, you're still alive, huh? Chiya Toshio almost laughed out loud. The monkey was practically a rap maniac, a match for Killer Bee. When the golden-haired monkey stood up straight, he was actually half a head taller than the ape demon. His frame was lean, but the muscles on his limbs bulged in chunks, full of explosive power. He was practically cut from the same mold as the ape demon in his youth. But a shiny silver earring flashed on one of his ears. His clothes were torn and old, full of holes. He looked exactly like a street thug. Yet somehow he had an unruly kind of handsomeness. The ape demon stamped his foot in anger. You unfilial son, how dare you come back and make a fool of yourself? If you have the guts, never set foot in this house again. The rogue cool monkey picked at his ear, looking indifferent. Getting angry damages the liver, old man. I ran away from home just for some peace and to give you a few years without my nonsense. He grinned, then turned to Chiye-jun and Sonda. Hey, who summoned me just now? Let me make it clear, I don't take male clients. It wasn't you old geezer again, was it? Last time you called me out, it was to deliver toilet paper. Third generation cleared his throat and silently pointed at Chiye-jun. The rascal monkey's gaze swept over Chiye-jun's chest. He clicked his tongue in disappointment. TSK, TSK. Chiye-jun couldn't help but laugh. This lecherous monkey was actually pretty genuine, no pretense. Don't let the fact that I'm a man fool you. Chi-yes-hun raised an eyebrow. As long as you behave, whatever kind of beauty you want, I can summon her for you. He wasn't kidding, but the rogue monkey clearly didn't believe him. He rolled his eyes and with a swish, vanished without a trace. The ape demon heaved a long sigh. Third generation asked softly. The person just now was, you've never mentioned him? He's my family's damned fourth brother. I never expected Xiao Jun to have called him out. That kid is incredibly gifted, one of the top in the clan, but he's a troublemaker. He's beaten up nearly everyone in the clan. Later he angered the masses and had to leave Huagua Mountain. I haven't seen him in decades. The strange thing is, he never pays attention to men's summons. How could he today? Chi Yejuan smiled. Probably a coincidence. What's his name? Primate Overlord. Well, I'll be damned. That's one badass name. Chi Yejun was not convinced. He formed the seals again. A flash of light. Yuan Ba once again stood in the summoning circle, eyes wide. Damn, how come it's you again? Crushing on me, or what? Chi Yejun lost his temper. If you don't like it here, then get out. Stop being so presumptuous. Yuan Ba glared at him hard, then vanished once more. Don't give up. Try again, the third encouraged. Chiye-jun took a deep breath and formed the seal for the third time. Sure enough, the ape tyrant reappeared. This time he no longer struggled, howling to the sky. Could it be that after a lifetime of being a rake, I'm finally going to have some peach blossom luck? And it's a man. He suddenly grabbed Ikeda-shun's shoulder, leaned in, and asked in a low voice. I heard that Konoha village has a lot of boba? Boba. That's right. The ape overlord made an exaggerated sweeping arc with both hands in front of his chest. Ikuno Shinichi froze, then burst out laughing. You monkey, very straightforward, just my taste. At that moment, footsteps came from the corridor. Hebe no rubbed her eyes as she walked over, looking as if she wandered into the Hokage building half asleep. Aikino Shun bumped Enba with his shoulder and lowered his voice. Look, is this big enough? Enba shook his head instead. I prefer mature ones. By your human standards, they have to be at least 40 or older. Aikino Shun raised an eyebrow. Young fresh meat prefers old cured pork? That's an unusually rare taste. Still, it did put him somewhat at ease. Nearby, the ape demon watched quietly. He noticed that the two men's mental fluctuations and wavelengths of interest surprisingly matched. Toshio Aikino smiled and took out a stack of photo albums, handing them to Enba. Just a small token. Enba flipped through a few pages and grinned. Next time I'll take you to a hot spring resort. Toshio Aikino lowered his voice. They have baths specifically for middle-aged and elderly people full of experienced beauties. Really? Yuan Ba's eyes immediately brightened. The two of them hit it off at once. Yuan Ba was so pleased that he started humming a little tune he made up on the spot. Two tigers fight on the rack. The little rabbit pulls the willow. I learned to fight from the little duck. I give a nuclear bomb as a gift. Toshio Aikino was completely baffled, but he still smiled and applauded enthusiastically. He was very pleased with this spirit summoning. The summoned ape overlord had a frank, cheerful personality that matched his temperament perfectly. It would be unbearable if someone gloomy and silent showed up. Although Yuanba's strength doesn't match Yuanma's, he's still considered skilled among the ape clan. Chi Yejuan leaned in and asked quietly, "Do you know Yuan Luo?" "Yuan Luo?" Yuan Ba sneered disdainfully. "That kid? The old man fathered him with some woman outside. He's still out there playing with mud and peeing on it." At that moment, a light screen unfolded before Chiejun's eyes. This is Yuanba's ability panel. Wind and earth dual attributes, with two ninjutsu especially striking. Rui Staff, Falling Leaf Whirlwind. A combination of wind release and the golden cudgel. The long staff spins at high speed, whipping up airflow to form a whirlwind. A whirlwind swept up the leaves, both disturbing the enemy's sight and transforming the blades into sharp knives that cut everything along the airflow. Yuan Ba could freely control wind speed and direction. He stood in the eye of the wind, the leaf blades whirling to protect his body like an absolute defense, yet hiding a deadly intent. Earth Escape 18 Stone Monkey Formation. 18 stone monkeys leaped out from the rock, forming a formation to surround and attack. A single stone monkey was unremarkable, but once they formed a formation, their assaults were relentless, making it difficult even for skilled martial artists to break through. What was more troublesome was that the stone monkeys could regenerate. Even if shattered, they would quickly reassemble and were resistant to ordinary ninjutsu. The 18 stone monkeys moved with crafty footwork. Their formation was almost flawless, unless many joined forces or an exceptionally powerful ninjutsu was used. Chi Yeshun watched, itching with curiosity, truly wanting to see it for himself immediately. But the ape overlord stretched and said, "Take me to the hot spring resort to have a look first, will you?" The night had grown deep. At dawn, it was time for the Konoha collapse plan to commence. "We'll have to discuss it another time." But Sarutobi still smiled, casually producing a dazzling, golden-hooped staff. At the end of the dark path, with a loud shout, a huge golden pole thunderously crashed to the ground. The staff shaft was thick and sturdy, in no way inferior to the weapon forged from the legendary ape demon. Even more shocking, a muscular, knotted arm slowly extended from the shaft, just like the one the ape demon once used to strangle Orochimaru. But what appeared after that arm was indescribable. It kept swelling, seeping a viscous white fluid. Anyone who touched it would have their skin immediately redden, swell into blisters, and suffer an agonizing itch. This move is called the Ape Overlord's Staff. Night hung low, the sky full of stars. Chi Yijun stepped home through the night, his face showing no fatigue, only excitement. He was very pleased with the newly summoned Ape Overlord. From its mouth, he learned that the ape tribe lived in a secret realm called Huagua Mountain. "When that old guy steps down, I'll take it back and fight to be the Mountain King. Then I'll invite you to come visit." Yuanba's voice still lingered in my ears. Because I had mastered the soul communication secret technique of the Ape Demon clan, the rewards followed. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining one body seizure card. Ancestor's Soul has been upgraded and its cooldown time removed. Cooldown removed? That makes things easier. But what is a possession card? Using this card can resurrect any dead person. Wait, how is that different from Ancestor's Soul? The one resurrected by possession will lose all chakra, fighting will, and ambition, becoming a harmless being while retaining knowledge and instincts. At the same time, you will randomly inherit one of their skills. It seems, maybe I can really use this in the future. Aikino Shun put the card away, but still felt a trace of disappointment the would-release ninjutsu he longed for had not appeared. Don't worry, I'll create it myself. He turned and entered the training space. Most of the night passed, and aside from one technique that barely qualified as a wood-release art, there were no other gains. First, create a sharp, long spike from a wooden stake, then attach a ball of lightning. Wood release. Lightning 1,000-year kill. Imagine, the wooden spike pierces a vital point. The current surges through, a numbing, stinging pain. This trick can be called underhanded, effective on both men and women alike. It later indeed made the list of the ninja world's top 10 nefarious techniques. The next day, the sky was washed clear. Konoha was teeming with people, the crowd's roar swelling. The final round of the Chunin exams had finally arrived. The stands were packed, dignitaries from various countries entering one after another. In the center of the circular arena, high railings surrounded it, the atmosphere tense. Sasuke still had not appeared. In the waiting area, the 9 examinees gathered. Because Akiya Shun had voluntarily withdrawn, the first match would be Naruto versus Neji. Then came Gaara versus Sasuke, Kankuro versus Shino, Shikamaru versus Temari, and Hinata against the hulking men from the Cloud Village. Aikino Shun sat among the crowd, his gaze sweeping over the stands and coming to rest on a masked man not far away. Kabuto, a key figure in the plan to bring down Konoha. The system remained silent, issuing no commands to prevent the mission. Toshio Aikino chose to wait and see. He leaned back in his chair, his gaze sweeping across the noisy stands. In the center of the dais, the third Hokage had already taken his seat. After a moment, Orochimaru, disguised as the fourth Kazekage, slowly appeared, his white ceremonial robe echoing the third's attire, the only difference being the colors of their conical hats, one red, one blue. The younger generation is really full of energy, the third said, looking down at the crowd and smiling appreciatively. Orochimaru's voice was hoarse, laced with a hint of mockery. Does Lord Hokage feel he's getting old? Why not pick a successor sooner? The third generation laughed out loud at the words, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes piling up. Don't treat me like an old man, he replied in a booming voice. I could do another 500 years without a problem. Orochimaru turned his face to the side, the area around his ears inexplicably flushing red. Third generation stood and announced in a booming voice, Chunin exams, third match begin. Ooh, wah. Cheers surged like tides, rising in wave after wave, as if thunder were rolling across the sky. Chief Examiner Shiranui Gunma leaped to the center of the arena. He always had a sunban clenched in the corner of his mouth, and the collar around his neck flashed with tiny glints. Expressionless, he unfurled a scroll and gave it a quick glance. The first match, Uzumaki Naruto versus Hyuga Neji, began. Before the words finished, Neji had already become a streak of wind skimming across the sand. Both palms like blades rushed straight for the pressure point on Naruto's chest. Naruto leapt back sharply, barely avoiding it. In the stands, Chino felt Ino gently lean in. The faint scent of chrysanthemum in her hair lingered at his nose. He looked down and couldn't help but click his tongue inwardly. Ino was swinging her fists, loudly cheering for Naruto. Chino immediately joined in the cheering. Beside him, Sakura saw this and started shouting as well. In the arena, Neji's footwork flowed like running water, his palms flashing. Every one of Naruto's attacks was effortlessly defused by him, while Ino was driven step by step backward by the gentle fist. The air hummed low with the gusts from Neji's palms. The sun was fierce, a breeze brushed the stands. It was a morning so peaceful it put one at ease. But Chinoike Toshi tensed his back. He could smell it, a hint of danger, like iron rust, seeping into the calm air. Ino seemed to sense something too, and gripped his hand a little tighter. Toshimasa Aikino gently placed a salted fish-flavored lollipop in Ino's palm. Here, for you. Ino blinked, pulled out a milkshake, and handed it over. Toshimasa Aikino bit down on the straw. The contented sucking sound was unusually clear in the air. Sakura sat beside him and took a big, hard bite of the bread. Humph, it's just a lollipop after all. Dinxie sat beside her, crunching on potato chips. Shut up. Sakura shoved half a milkshake into his mouth. On the other side of the stands, Akamaru suddenly raised his hind leg. A stream of warm liquid splashed onto Sakura's face. "Yeah, you bastard." The two immediately started wrestling in a tangle. Every day, she supported the still somewhat limping Xiao Li as they walked. She playfully winked at Chi-Yi. In the arena, Naruto's shadow clones burst like bubbles. The kunai clinked as they hit the ground. Niji's white robes billowed, his palm wind razor-sharp. Smack! Smack! The two clones shattered on the spot. "Go, Naruto!" Waves of cheers rose from the stands. The blonde youth wiped the blood from his nose and grinned. Niji's palm slammed heavily into Naruto's abdomen. Blood spurted from the boy's mouth. The successful Hyuga prodigy relaxed his stance. White smoke erupted suddenly. The real Naruto had actually appeared behind him. "Don't underestimate me." A fist, with the sound of air splitting, slammed into Niji's occiput. Reversal heaven. A deep blue chakra whirlwind exploded outward, and Naruto was flung away like a kite with its string cut. 64 palm shadows rained down like a storm. With each palm that struck, Naruto felt the chakra inside him explode. He dropped to one knee, blood blooming darkly into the soil. "Give up." Niji's voice pierced like an ice pick. Fate was decided long ago. Naruto trembled as he propped himself up. In a daze, he heard the lecherous sage's laughter echoing at his ear. Niji suddenly tore off his forehead protector. The curse mark was etched on his forehead like a birdcage. "House's lackey, do you know what true despair is?" His fingers struck the 64 pressure points like lightning. Naruto finally collapsed to the ground, his chakra completely solidified. In the corner of the stands, Aikino-shun clenched the railing. The Nine-Tails chakra began to ripple within the boy. "My chakra won't move." Naruto gritted his teeth. Cold sweat ran down his cheeks. Suddenly, a memory flashed. It was the voice of the lecherous sage. "When your own path is blocked, try another, more dangerous one." He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He let go of control, stopped struggling, and instead focused on feeling the burning power that had been suppressed inside him, the Nine-Tails chakra. Like leaping off a cliff and letting yourself fall. Unexpectedly, that crimson energy surged into his meridians, proceeding with unprecedented smoothness. His whole body was wrapped in a layer of red light. His skin was hot, and power raced through his veins. He could even hear birdsong no, the sound of power flowing, like hundreds of birds beating their wings inside him. What is that?" someone in the stands cried. Chino Toshi suddenly stood up, his fists clenched. Niji glanced coldly, a corner of his mouth lifting. "No matter how much you struggle, the tail end is still the tail end." Naruto shot his head up, fire lighting in his eyes. "You picked the wrong person to mess with." He slammed both palms down onto the ground with a thunderous crash. Spirit conjuring technique. Smoke exploded outward, and a hefty toad suddenly appeared. Its skin was deep crimson, and a talisman inscribed with the character Hong hung from its neck. This was Toad Red, the rising star of the Toad clan, far stronger than Toad G. Niji's eyes narrowed sharply, and without hesitation he charged forward. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. The shadow of the palms fell like rain, all striking the Toad's soft, red belly, puffing and squelching like hitting cotton. Naruto had already leapt onto the Toad's back. Summoning jutsu? How could he? A Chunin gasped. The third Hokage leaned forward slightly, whispering, "It's the Nine-Tails chakra." Orochimaru's pupils contracted in the shadow of the audience seats. The Toad, Jiraiya's symbol. He recalled, many years ago, the accidental glimpse of that man bathing. The shock of that instant drove his years-long obsession with research into gigantification. On the field, the Toad's red belly swelled with each palm strike, as if about to burst. Suddenly, rib bit. Its long tongue lashed like a whip, cutting through the air. Niji's white eyes spun, and he turned his body, narrowly dodging. "Xiaohong oil!" Naruto shouted. Toad Red took a deep breath and spat out viscous toad oil. Naruto had already formed the hand seals. Fire release, Toad Oil Flame Bomb. Flames poured forth on contact with the oil. They exploded. Waves of fire rolled forward, rushing straight at Niji. He immediately spun his body. Kaiten formed an air wall, keeping the flames at the perimeter. Chino Toshio widened his eyes, hardly able to believe the scene before him. It's Gamabunta and Jiraiya's combined ninjutsu. Naruto actually learned the toad oil flame bullet. Flames carried hot oil, roaring as they swept across the entire field. But compared to Jiraiya's version, the power of Naruto's strike was clearly much weaker. If Bunta and Jiraiya had performed it themselves, Hinata Niji's Kaiten defense would not have stood a chance. At this moment, Naruto was far stronger than the boy Toshi Aikino. Keep original as Eijing remembered. An uncontrollable joy welled up in his heart. Toshi Ike's mouth unconsciously curved into a smile, exactly like a proud father relieved and pleased to see his son get into a prestigious school. In the arena, Niji's Kaiten had just dissipated. The smoke had not cleared when Gamakichi's red tongue shot out like a whip, instantly wrapping around Niji's waist and yanking him fiercely toward Naruto. Naruto seized the opportunity. The cold, sharp tip of the kunai pressed precisely against Niji's throat. "Hey, I won," Naruto panted, eyes blazing. "I said I would beat you. Never give up, that's my ninja way." Niji felt the world spin and his vision blur. The crushing defeat left him nearly gasping for air. "You actually turned the tables," he ground out through clenched teeth, every word laced with reluctance. "I was too careless." But Naruto withdrew his kunai. His voice grew firm and loud. "I flunked out at the bottom of the Ninja Academy 3 times, all because I kept failing at the multi-shadow clone technique. Don't say things like fate can't be changed anymore. You're not like me, you're not at the bottom." Niji was stunned, staring blankly at that blonde-haired boy. For the first time, he felt that the guy he had once looked down on seemed so dazzling. Hyuga Genma's voice sounded at the right moment. Winner of the first match, Uzumaki Naruto. The stands erupted with thunderous cheers in an instant. No one had expected this long shot at the very bottom to be able to defeat a prodigy of the Hyuga clan, and to win so spectacularly. Naruto was stunned. The roaring applause and shouts overwhelmed him. This was the first time in his life he had received so much recognition. Ecstasy went to his head like a newly crowned champion. He ran crazily around the arena, striking all sorts of exaggerated victory poses. Chino Toshi couldn't help but press a hand to his forehead and smile wryly. "That's more like it. This is how Uzumaki Naruto should be." In the center of the arena, Niji lay exhausted. Shiranui Genma walked up to him, and Senbon trembled slightly at the corner of his mouth. The clever bird, even when locked in a cage, will try every way to peck open the lock, his voice calm and even, because they never give up hope of flying again. After speaking, he gave a slight smile and waved to call over the medical team. Niji looked at the birds flying freely in the sky, then at the departing figure of the examiner, as if something in his heart were quietly melting. The cheers gradually subsided, and the logistics team began to clear the field. Chino Toshi looked up toward the waiting area at Hinata. Their eyes met, and he subtly made a heart with his fingers. Hinata's face instantly flushed crimson, as if filled with sudden vitality. But Chino Toshi's gaze immediately swept coldly to a corner of the audience, the glasses-wearing, outwardly gentle-looking pharmacist Kabuto. "Now you don't have a chance to grope her, do you?" he sneered inwardly. During this time, he had almost exhausted every method to restore Hinata's body. He and Hatsune Miku had taken turns using medical ninjutsu. He clearly remembered the original. Hinata fell into a coma from her injuries, and Kabuto, under the pretense of treating her, used his hand too. This time, he would never let those dirty hands succeed. Chino Tashizu hurried up the stairs in 3 strides and reached the waiting area. Temari smiled faintly at him and nodded. Gaara stood with his arms crossed. His gaze was cold, but it had lost some of its murderous edge. Only Kankuro seemed a bit strange, his eyes fixed rigidly on Sakura in the stands, unmoving. Toshio Aikino had come specifically to cheer Hinata on. Although he knew in his heart that the next battle was about to begin and Hinata would very likely have no chance to take the field at all, he quietly walked up behind Hinata and gently wrapped his arms around her shoulders. Warm breath brushed her ear as he lowered his voice. "I believe you can definitely win. Go for it. After the match, I'll take you to ML." Hinata's cheeks were slightly flushed, her heart sweet, but she still blinked her big eyes and asked softly, "ML, what does that mean?" Shikamaru, pretending to gaze at the sky beside her, lazily interjected. "ML is just make love, to put it plainly. It means seeking fun." Hinata covered her mouth in surprise. But we agreed to wait for half a year." Have you heard of the true aroma law? Saying half a year, you actually can't wait at all. I have experience. The one who followed up was that muscular contestant from Yunin Village. Although he wasn't very old, his firm muscles and flamboyant aura had earned him quite the reputation as a roisterer in the village. Chie-jun couldn't help laughing out loud and casually patted Hinata's shoulder. Hinata instantly flushed from her face down to her neck and hurriedly pushed him away. Don't do that. Father might die of embarrassment. Chino Toshio waved his hand with a chuckle. Don't worry. Uncle Nisaku is talking things over with Niji right now. He has no time to bother with us. Hinata, both embarrassed and angry. At a time like this, you actually still have the nerve to daydream. Chino Toshio put on an innocent look. No, I'm just checking to see if my sweetie is grown up properly. Absolutely nothing else meant. Really? Hinata didn't believe it. She rolled her eyes slightly and furtively glanced downward. The sight was too explicit. She shut her eyes instantly, her face reddening like a ripe tomato. Beside her, Shino still stared at the arena expressionlessly, his sunglasses hiding his gaze. But if you look closely, you'll notice his lenses are slightly askew. Clearly, he's quietly watching this way too. He murmured to himself, having a girlfriend is really nice. Unlike me, who can only talk to bugs every day. At that moment, Shiranui Gunma loudly announced. The second match begins. Uchiha Sasuke versus Gaara. But Sasuke did not appear. Using the halftime break, Hinata Ashita found Niji and confessed the truth about Hishashi's death. Niji's long-standing emotional knot finally began to slowly untangle. The stands gradually grew restless. Whistles and boos rose and fell. Because Sasuke was late, his match with Gaara was postponed. Next was Kankuro versus Shino. But Kankuro, in order to carry out his plan, directly chose to forfeit. Next came the confrontation between Shikamaru and Temari. Shikamaru once trapped Temari with shadow binding technique, but in the end he voluntarily conceded. Just as Hinata was about to face the cloud-hidden muscle man. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, sending leaves flying everywhere and blurring the view. The sand and wind subsided. Kakashi and Sasuke stood back to back, startlingly positioned in the center of the arena. Damn, still trying to look cool at a time like this. Naruto shouted as he jumped up. Sasuke glanced at him, his tone indifferent. Naruto, you just won, right? Don't get cocky. I want to have a match with you. Naruto put his hands on his hips and lifted his chin. Who's afraid of who? I'm waiting. Sakura's voice rose with excitement as she shouted Sasuke's name desperately, like a little fan who had just seen her idol. The sand stirred again, and Gaara quietly appeared. He looked at Sasuke coldly, a faint, barely perceptible provocation in his eyes. Sasuke stood in place, not a corner of his clothes fluttering. The stands instantly erupted. Countless gazes focused on that Uchiha clan crest. Everyone was waiting for this moment. Sasuke versus Gaara. The opening move. Whoosh, whoosh, several shurikens sliced through the air, aiming straight at Gaara's face. A probe, simple and direct. Sand at the gourd's mouth surged out with a sound, congealing into a shield as if it had life. Metal striking grains of sand produced a dull popping sound. Sasuke leaped back 3 steps, his shoe soles skimming the ground. Distance defense could retreat, offense could advance. Suddenly a lingering blur. Sasuke's fist tore through the air and slammed heavily into Gaara's cheek. Sand and dust scattered, accompanied by the muffled crack of bone and flesh. Gaara flew backward, the sand armor on his face cracking like a spider web. What? Akai almost crushed the railing. This speed, rivals Shaoli dropping his load. Kakashi leaned against the railing, voice calm. The Sharingan saw through everything long ago. Across in the spectators' stand, Maki clenched his fists. Temari breathed softly. Not good. He's about to lose control. In the shadow at the sidelines, Ichino Toshio looked up at the sky, as if waiting for a drifting feather to fall. The night deepens. A strange man suddenly appears in the living room of the shared apartment. At the moment her heart stops, the light turns on in the door of the neighboring roommate. It turns out to be her boyfriend. She inexplicably breathes a sigh of relief. Her phone vibrates a girlfriend's text. Remember to buy 5 boxes of Annie's insulin and bring them back frozen. Again, it's always like this. Outside Konoha, tree shadows sway. Shinobi from Sunagakure and Oda-no-Kagakure surge across the border like a tide. High above the venue, Orochimaru's tongue flicks across his lips, then suddenly withdraws. The third Hokage does not notice his gaze remains fixed on Sasuke, as if looking through him at a familiar figure. The situation in the arena changes abruptly. Sasuke transformed into black lightning, the sand armor flaking off like brittle glass. Is that all? The boy sneered, his voice echoing across the arena. Gaara slowly stood upright, the flowing sand recovering his body. But in the next instant, flames burst forth like a red lotus. Fire release, Primrose technique. Fireball sealed off every escape route, the sand scorched and smoked. Attack. Are you stupidly standing there waiting to die?